Chapter 60. The Mysterious Passage, Part 1. Sister, it's me. I'm Haochen. With a swift motion, Haochen appeared beside Yunluo. Yunluo widened her eyes, gazing at the figure before her, and collapsed into Haochen's embrace, succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, she could no longer muster the strength to hold on. Haochen gently laid Yunluo on the ground, swiftly retrieving the storage bag of the slain individual, along with the ebony demon soul blade and the wind fire sword wielded by Guan Xu. Incinerating their ashes with 2 fireballs, he then lifted Yunluo once more, departing the scene to seek a secluded spot, sunlit yet shielded from the wind, to rest. Time passed unmeasured, and when Yunluo finally opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of fervent gazes. A rush of crimson spread across her cheeks as she found herself entranced by Haochen. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, Haochen instinctively leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her flushed cheek. Overcome with shyness, Yunluo buried her face within Haochen's embrace, while nestled in his arms. Yunluo savored a moment of bliss, her thoughts drifting to Haochen's astonishing prowess. The ease with which he had vanquished 2 adversaries who were stronger than herself was simply unfathomable. When she first encountered Haochen, she had only just stepped onto the path of cultivation. How had he attained such formidable strength? With a single stroke, he had dispatched 2 foes with effortless grace. His abilities, it seemed, surpassed even those of some prodigious disciples of the Cloud Sea sect. Only the late-stage Qi refinement brother, Su Fei, could possibly rival him. In a moment of playful affection, Yunluo pinched Haochen's waist, prompting a startled yelp from him. Ouch! Sister, why are you pinching me? I swear, I won't do it again. Haochen believed he had angered her with the kiss. Upon hearing his exclamation and apology, Yunluo realized this was no dream. Haochen truly possessed remarkable strength. No wonder Master Feng Xiaonan held him in such high regard. A wave of sweet joy surged from the depths of Yunluo's heart, and she felt genuine happiness for Haochen. After lingering in Haochen's embrace for a while, Yunluo steadied her emotions, reluctantly withdrawing from his hold, aware that he had already seen all of her. During the time she had been unconscious, Haochen had tended to her wounds. Guan Xu had deliberately insulted her, slashing her outer garments in multiple places, leaving her with over 10 wounds. Though none were life-threatening, without prompt attention, excessive blood loss could prove fatal. Now, Yunluo was left with only her undergarments, which Haochen had also bandaged. Draping herself in Haochen's clothing, she rummaged through her storage bag to retrieve a change of clothes. At this moment, there was no need for modesty. Her body had already been fully exposed to him. With a sense of boldness, she swiftly donned her garments. After consuming a recovery pill and channeling her energy to counteract its effects, she felt her injuries begin to mend rapidly. Meanwhile, Haochen stood guard beside her, ensuring she could recuperate her cultivation in peace. Seizing the opportunity, he opened the 2 storage bags, discovering within them not only spiritual herbs and medicine, but also various elixirs that did not pique his interest. The 2 magical artifacts that were acquired were quite satisfactory. Subsequently, I handed over Guan Xu's fire and wind sword to Yunluo, while I retained the demon soul blade belonging to Nanhua. Yunluo retrieved an item from her satchel, which she had obtained from Lung Yun's storage bag, and presented it to Haochen, saying, "This is something I acquired after defeating Lung Yun. It is for you." Every cultivator, in addition to their storage bags, carries a satchel. This is often due to their lower cultivation level, which prevents them from possessing larger storage bags, or because items such as storage bags cannot contain other spatial items. Seeing Sister Yunluo's gesture of kindness with the storage bag was quite touching. It seemed she had been thinking of me all along. Haochen did not decline her offering. He accepted the storage bag and attempted to empty its contents. However, upon probing with his spiritual sense, he realized that the storage bag was still sealed with the original owner's mark. Glancing at Yunluo, Haochen began to unravel the seal on the storage bag. As he examined the items that spilled forth, he quickly repacked them, for there was nothing within that he required. While tending to her injuries, Yunluo recounted in detail the events that had transpired after their parting, revealing that she had introduced herself to the Yunhai sect despite being gravely wounded, and had subsequently entered seclusion to recuperate. Haochen, in turn, shared his experiences since joining the Yunhai sect. As he narrated his tale, Yunluo alternated between laughter and silent tears, feeling joy for Haochen's achievements while also worrying about the life and death battles he had faced. Naturally, matters concerning the jade pendant space could not be disclosed, as it was a secret even she could not share. After putting away the 1,000-year stone stalactite milk, Haochen exited the cave and caught a kingfisher by the waterside, tossing it into the jade pendant space. Once he deemed the pendant's space secure, he swiftly entered it. After emerging from the pendant's realm, he bathed in the pond and, finding nothing of worth to linger over, took to the skies on his sword. Although he soared, it was merely a brief ascent and descent over the mountain peaks. Haochen dared not to fly for extended periods. Should he be detected by the airborne beasts of the secret realm, his life would be in peril. By coincidence, it was during this brief flight that he noticed the fierce battle between Yunluo and her companions. In the air, Haochen drew a sword and struck at Guan Xu's blade aimed at Yunluo. 3 days later, Yunluo's injuries had healed, and her cultivation was fully restored. During her recovery, Haochen had refined the recently acquired demon soul blade. The two shared a profound mutual understanding as they proceeded together. Yunluo expressed no overt gratitude. Her appreciation lay deeply buried within her heart, far more profound than mere words could convey. She refrained from inquiring about Haochen's rapid rise in cultivation and formidable strength, understanding that each individual possesses their own unique opportunities, which are personal and private. However, as fellow disciples of the Yunhai sect, they were naturally inclined to support one another. With feelings subtly blossoming between them, they journeyed onward together. Suddenly, a spark erupted in the sky, resembling a chrysanthemum in bloom. "It's a distress signal from a sect disciple," Yunluo exclaimed, pointing at the fiery signal in the sky, calling out to Haochen. "It appears that the radiant purple light emanates from the mountainside ahead." Haochen glanced at the sky, ablaze with sparks, and spoke. The two swiftly soared towards the illuminated mountain. "Senior sister, there lies an entrance ahead," Haochen communicated, his consciousness still lingering above Yunluo. As they reached the base of the mountain aglow with violet hues. "Let us investigate," Yunluo replied, gliding forward, with Haochen following closely behind, devoid of hesitation. The secret realm harbors numerous opportunities, yet seizing them hinges on one's conviction and prowess. They both unleashed their agility, hastening towards the so-called entrance. At the threshold stood a stone door of a bluish-gray hue, towering over 10 feet, and spanning 20 feet in width, exuding an aura of ancient heaviness. From the open stone door, intricate carvings adorned the rocky walls, depicting fragments of the owner's past. Scenes of battle smoke and the brutality of slaughter unfolded vividly, leaving both Haochen and Yunluo in awe. The artistry of the carvings suggested that the figures depicted once wielded extraordinary power. Alas, time is merciless, burying all heroic fervor amidst the relentless tide of history. As they pressed forward, the lifelike scroll narrated the tragic ends of heroes, reminding them that the passage of time cannot erase the weight of antiquity. The cycles of history always evoke boundless reflections. At that moment, a figure akin to a gale dashed past them, prompting Haochen and Yunluo to press against the rock wall to allow passage. The figure plunged into the depths of the passage, vanishing from sight. Once the figure had passed, the two dared to move forward, but had barely traversed a short distance when Yunluo pointed out, "Look there, countless remains." Haochen turned to follow her gesture. The scattered remains lay on the ground, their bones weathered and dull, revealing signs of erosion. Upon closer inspection, he noticed numerous holes dotting the skulls, as if pierced by a sharp instrument, with the edges of the holes remarkably smooth. "This place brims with uncertainty and peril. We must tread carefully," Haochen stated. No sooner had he spoken than arrows shot forth from the walls, prompting Haochen to leap forward, shielding Yunluo beneath him. "Did we trigger a trap?" Yunluo inquired, her voice quaking with concealed fear, her cheeks flushed. "It seems we may have inadvertently activated something akin to a mechanism or trap," Haochen explained. As they ventured deeper, signs of conflict became increasingly apparent, with the ground littered with decaying bones, some resembling monstrous beasts, others human. "What is happening?" Haochen marveled at the growing number of skeletal remains within the passage. Since entering, they had discovered over 100 corpses, each displaying a countenance of sheer terror, as if they had endured unspeakable horrors. Suddenly, two agonized cries abruptly ceased ahead. "It must be that person who passed earlier," Yunluo exclaimed, hastening towards the source. Arriving before the corpse, they beheld a figure sprawled on the ground, its body riddled with bite marks, surrounded by the remains of small, rodent-like beasts. "Why do all the bodies appear this way?" Haochen queried. Yunluo merely shook her head, offering no response, gazing upon the attire of the lifeless body before him. It was unmistakably the individual who had charged in behind Haochen and Yunluo. Yet, Both the corpse and the surrounding remains of the demonic beasts appeared eerily desiccated, as though all their lifeblood had been siphoned away. As astonishment etched their features, the flesh of the body on the ground vanished, leaving only a skeletal frame sprawled upon the earth. Witnessing this abrupt transformation, terror gripped the duo. Humanity harbors an innate fear of the unknown, and a once vibrant corpse had, in the blink of an eye, been reduced to mere bones. They had just scanned the vicinity, finding no trace of any nearby entities. Yet the body had morphed into a withered skeleton in an instant, truly bizarre. Haochen cautiously swept his consciousness across every corner of the surroundings once more, but still found nothing amiss. It seemed that the remains they had encountered were not simply ancient relics turned to bones with the passage of time, but rather had been drained of their life force by some enigmatic force unknown to them. As he ambled forward, he remarked to Yunluo, glancing back at the passageway behind them while holding her hand, continuing their careful advance into the mysterious depths. The strangeness of the place hinted at the presence of some arcane spirit. Haochen was aware that curiosity could lead to peril, yet his inquisitiveness remained insatiable. He could not simply retreat without unraveling the enigma that lay before them. As they ventured further, the skeletal remains encountered within the passage grew increasingly sparse, while the bones of the demonic beasts multiplied. "I wonder how the others from our sect are faring?" Yunluo expressed her concerns to Haochen. "We haven't seen their corpses. They should be all right," he reassured her. They pressed on for a short distance, and the passage gradually widened ahead. In a spacious hall, they were confronted with 3 diverging corridors, each unfathomably deep, their probing senses revealing convoluted paths. "Haochen, which way should we go?" Yunluo inquired, withdrawing her gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Haochen chose the left passage, firmly grasping Yunluo's hand as they stepped into it. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Corridor, Part 2. Not far along, a cacophony of squeaking reached their ears. "It's the soul-eating mice. Be cautious, senior sister," Haochen whispered telepathically to Yunluo. After a lengthy passage devoid of any beasts, it seemed they had finally encountered a foe, and a vicious one at that. The soul-eating mice feasted solely on the flesh of humans and beasts, eschewing blood. Around the corner, a throng of gaunt, small soul-eating mice surged forth, their crimson eyes fixated upon the pair. "Damn it!" Haochen exclaimed in fury, as he beheld the hundreds of oncoming mice filling his line of sight. In the narrow corridor, with the swarm advancing toward him, he swiftly gathered his magical energy into his hands, wielding a short sword in his left hand and another in his right, prepared to confront the oncoming horde. Given the confined space, fire-based attacks were impractical. This was common knowledge, as the intense heat would endanger oneself. Even flying swords could not be deployed here, but fortunately, Haochen was well equipped for self-preservation. In this moment, using short swords against the soul-eating mice proved to be the most fitting weapon. With a sudden surge, at least a dozen voracious rat demons met their demise in a single strike. The remaining creatures, invigorated by the scent of blood, exhibited an even greater ferocity as they charged towards Haochen and Yunluo. Yunluo, undeterred, unleashed a powerful explosive stone spell, obliterating and injuring numerous rat demons. Although each rat demon possessed only the strength of the first or second tier, even the mightiest tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Haochen and Yunluo, with every attack, managed to slay many more rat demons, yet the tide of advancing foes continued to swell. It was at this moment that Haochen began to comprehend why so many had perished within these passages. Against such a multitude of voracious rats, the stamina of a single individual is inevitably depleted. Observing the amassed horde, Yunluo resorted to a more potent explosive stone spell, relentlessly striking down the rat demons, each blow consuming a significant amount of her energy. After a strenuous exchange with the beasts, both warriors gradually began to feel the weight of exhaustion, ultimately resorting to alternating their attacks. During their brief respite, they disregarded the recuperative pills, hastily consuming them to swiftly restore their internal energy. As Haochen and Yunluo focused on annihilating the voracious rat demons, they remained oblivious to the fact that the fallen beasts were transforming into mere bones. As the number of slain rat demons increased, the rate at which they lost their life essence accelerated. After half an hour of ceaseless slaughter, the duo continued to fend off the relentless onslaught of the rat demons, gazing upon the drooling, fang-filled mouths of the approaching creatures. Haochen felt a surge of anger and brandished the recently refined soul blade, hurling it towards the entrance of the passage. Those demons charging towards him were swiftly dispatched beneath the blade's sweeping arc. To his horror, Haochen observed that the rat demons, already deceased, had not even touched the ground before transforming into desiccated bones midair. As they fell, they shattered upon impact, and upon looking down, he found that every rat demon he had killed had already turned to bone. What is this? At that moment, no more rat demons emerged. Exhausted, Yunluo leaned against Haotian's shoulder, her gaze fixated on the stark, white bones strewn across the ground, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. The two traversed the bone-laden terrain, venturing deeper into the passage. Were it not for Haotian's superior stamina and Yunluo's assistance, they would have surely succumbed to exhaustion against such a horde of soul-eating rat demons. Are there truly no more beasts? Observing the absence of further skeletal remains, Yunluo inquired, lifting her gaze. Perhaps so, Haotian replied, patting her back. Since stepping into the passage, they had encountered a trail of bones at regular intervals. Yet now, after traversing a considerable distance, not a single relic of the deceased had presented itself. The previous swarm of rat demons should have allowed at least someone to pass through, given proper coordination among the cultivators. Indeed, Haotian pointed ahead towards a chamber where 3 bodies, each with a distinct manner of death, leaned against the wall. As they approached, it became evident that each corpse bore multiple fractures, as if struck by an immense force. While they were still processing this revelation, a roar echoed through the air. With a resounding roar, a bipedal gorilla, brandishing an iron rod, charged towards the 2 individuals. It appeared that all 3 had met their demise at the hands of this formidable creature. As Haochen observed the approaching gorilla, he gripped the soul blade and prepared to confront it. The gorilla, noticing Haochen's defiance, swung its iron rod, sending both the man and his weapon flying. Yet, Haochen had not truly engaged in combat. He had merely feigned an attack to gauge the creature's capabilities. At that moment, Haochen could not suppress a gasp, cold sweat trickling down his spine. The sheer ferocity of the gorilla was staggering, especially with its weapon preventing any close confrontation. It seemed that ranged attacks were the only viable option, for to approach would mean certain annihilation. How could he disarm this beast of its rod? Calmly, Haochen scrutinized the surroundings, seeking any advantageous opportunity. With a thunderous impact, he executed swift, evasive maneuvers, dodging the relentless barrage of the iron rod. Each strike reverberated with an intensity that sent shivers through him, as he feared that a momentary lapse would result in his obliteration. This creature was undeniably fierce. Yet Haochen remained unconvinced of its boundless strength. Surely, it could not maintain its relentless assault indefinitely. If it paused even for a moment, it would seal its own fate. A sly smile crept across Haochen's face as he evaded the gorilla's onslaught, deftly avoiding a direct confrontation. While the rod's might was formidable, it was not without its flaws. For one, wielding such a hefty weapon in a confined space proved cumbersome, often encountering obstacles. Furthermore, its substantial size increased air resistance, rendering its movements more predictable. Thus, as long as he maintained a safe distance of 3 zhang, he remained largely unthreatened by the sweeping strikes. After a brief interval of continuous dodging without counterattacking, he urged Yunluo to keep her distance, wary of the debris that could be dislodged by the gorilla's strikes. Eventually, the beast paused, panting heavily, having grown weary from its futile attempts to land a hit on Haochen, who had consistently evaded direct engagement. You have ceased your assault. Now it is my turn to retaliate. Haochen suddenly sheathed the soul blade, a cold smirk gracing his lips, as his figure vanished in an instant. During his evasive maneuvers, he had discreetly familiarized himself with the layout of the chamber. He was acutely aware of every detail, even noting the unstable rocks and the uneven ground. His formidable spiritual sense surpassed that of the gorilla, allowing him to perceive every movement within several zhang. With a powerful strike that split the air, Haochen's form abruptly materialized to the gorilla's left side. Sensing the imminent threat, the creature initially recoiled in surprise before erupting into an enraged roar, raising its iron rod to sweep at Haochen. The rod crashed down, creating a massive crater in the ground, yet Haochen had vanished in the next heartbeat, reappearing on the opposite side of the gorilla. A peculiar smile crept upon Haotian's lips as he abruptly raised his arm. Before the iron staff of the diamond ape could be swung, a surge of black light erupted, a terrifying wave imbued with a profound and arcane essence, descending with the stench of decayed hell. With a resounding clap, his palm struck the diamond ape's chest like a meteor, causing a deep indentation to form, accompanied by the ominous crackling of bones. Simultaneously, a piercing shriek erupted from the diamond ape, and a shockwave swept past Haochen. Yet, he vanished from his spot. the iron staff slamming down into emptiness once more. Huh, beast, if you dare come at me, Haochen taunted. A disdainful gesture aimed at the enraged diamond ape from a distance of 3 meters. The sight of Haochen ignited the diamond ape's fury, exacerbated by its chest wound. As it swung the iron staff in a wide arc, aiming a fierce strike at Haochen, the ground was soon pocked with craters and fissures from the impact. The diamond ape's movements were relentless, employing a primitive and rudimentary staff technique. Unfortunately, all its efforts were in vain, as it could not land a single blow on Haochen, who effortlessly evaded each strike, leaving the diamond ape with a sense of futility akin to hitting cotton. After a while, the diamond ape thrust its iron staff into the ground with a forceful thud, panting heavily as it glared at Haochen. The vigorous exertion had exacerbated its chest wound, crimson blood flowing ceaselessly, staining half its body. This time, the diamond ape's gaze was devoid of its usual cold, killing intent, replaced by a creeping terror, its pupils constricting at the sight of Haochen. Beast, now it's my turn. A smile graced Haochen's lips, exuding confidence as he stepped forward, swiftly appearing at the diamond ape's flank. Again with this trick. Do you think I am an easy target? The diamond ape's eyes widened in fury, letting out a furious roar. Instead of swinging the iron staff down, it prepared to attack the side where Haochen aimed to strike. Huh, a beast is indeed a beast, utterly lacking in wit. Haochen laughed heartily, approaching the diamond ape with the nonchalance of a leisurely stroll. Raising his right arm, he summoned a pulse of energy, the azure soul dagger igniting with black light, lunging fiercely towards the diamond ape's forehead, causing its body to tremble involuntarily. Simultaneously, a pitch-black demon soul blade pierced the diamond ape's wound. With a mournful howl, the diamond ape succumbed, devoured by both the azure soul dagger and the demon soul blade. At last, it lay slain. Observing the fallen diamond ape, Yunluo exhaled in excitement from behind Haochen. Meanwhile, Haochen crouched, feeling the ground beneath him, intent on deciphering the skeletal remains, as he distinctly sensed a surge of energy flowing underground at the moment of the diamond ape's demise. The lifeless beasts and humans had their essence completely absorbed by the ground. Haochen reflected on the journey thus far, murmuring softly. He stowed away the Qinghun dagger and the demon soul blade, not neglecting the iron rod wielded by the diamond ape, and the two continued deeper into the passage. As they ventured further, the number of human skeletons diminished. After vanquishing several more beasts, Haochen and Yunluo finally emerged from the passage. Chapter 62, The Peril of Greed, Part 1. Before them stood a pale red stone door, intricately carved with strange patterns. Haochen and Yunluo approached the eerie door, exerting their strength to push it, but it remained immovable. They scoured the surroundings, but found no mechanism. How can it be opened? As they exchanged puzzled glances, a sudden noise emanated from behind. Turning around, Haochen saw Xiao Wei from Huayang's sect, accompanied by a severely injured companion, emerging from the central passage. It's you? Xiao Wei exclaimed, astonished to see Haochen, unscathed, standing before the stone door. Xiao Wei's group had endured several waves of beast attacks in the passage, leaving only 2 members and with little energy left, all bearing significant injuries. At that moment, Xiao Wei was astonished to discover that Haochen had survived so intact, filling his mind with shock and disbelief. Wasn't he killed in the tree hollow? How is he alive? Xiao Wei pondered, filled with questions. Even after narrowly escaping death, had Haochen somehow traversed a route through the passage that spared him from the beast's onslaught? Just then, footsteps echoed from the other side of the passage. 2 figures emerged, wielding legal swords, Lo Lin and Qianyu, disciples of the Cloud Sea sect. Haochen had seen Qianyu a few times at the sect, though they had never spoken. He knew Qianyu was a disciple of Luo Yuan, a person of decent character. It appeared that only these 6 individuals remained from those who had entered the passage. They were yet unaware of what lay beyond the stone door. Suddenly, as Haochen and Yunluo leaned against the door, they noticed the 4 newcomers gazing oddly behind them. A chill ran down Haochen's spine as he quickly grasped Yunluo's hand and leaped aside. Casting a sideways glance at the door, his eyes widened in horror as he beheld crimson blood flowing across the door, tracing grotesque patterns in the grooves. With a faint sound, the once immovable door swung open with a thunderous crash, releasing a wave of overwhelming blood stench. Before the 6 stood a scene of utter shock as they beheld the opening of the stone door. In the vast stone chamber, a blood pool several feet wide bubbled with roiling crimson liquid, with fresh blood continuously pouring into it. The essence that vanished from the passage has all been drawn here, Haochen thought, staring at the boiling pool. As they stepped into the blood-soaked chamber, the stench intensified. "Blood lotus," they exclaimed, their eyes fixated on a spiritual herb emerging from the center of the blood pool. As they moved closer, what had initially gone unnoticed became apparent. A blood-red lotus pod, resembling an infant, floated upon the surface of the crimson pool. Waves of sanguine energy surged and splashed, repeatedly washing over the blood lotus pod, which had taken on increasingly anthropomorphic features. The onlookers regarded the emergence of this spiritual herb with a wary gaze. Such a blood lotus pod, nurtured by an abundance of essence, would undoubtedly yield extraordinary effects when utilized to cultivate the sea of consciousness. Entering this secret realm was solely for the purpose of acquiring rare treasures, and now, with such a precious entity before them, who could possibly remain indifferent? Xiao Wei and the disciple beside him exchanged glances, and in an instant, they simultaneously launched a surprise attack on Haochen. Xiao Wei unleashed the flame of alchemy, manifesting a powerful fist imprint that surged forth with formidable force, as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. From the moment the blood lotus pod was discovered, Haochen had remained vigilant against the trio. Sensing the impending ambush from Xiao Wei and his companion, he had already cultivated the flame of alchemy in his hands, transforming it into a martial art style that surged directly toward Xiao Wei. "Humph, I did not eliminate you last time, but I shall not repeat that mistake," Xiao Wei declared with indignation. Had he not underestimated his adversary, that single punch would have sufficed to finish him off. If he had unleashed the flame of alchemy, would Haochen have had the chance to reach this place and contest him for the treasures? Xiao Wei seethed inwardly, feeling a sense of worthlessness for his miscalculation. At that moment, witnessing a defeated foe daring to stand against him only fueled Xiao Wei's fury further. "A defeated opponent still dares to challenge me? You seek death," he scoffed, regarding Haochen's lower realm with disdain. Little did he know, Haochen had always acted with discretion, concealing both his cultivation and hidden cards. He consistently played the role of the underdog, leading Xiao Wei to believe Haochen was merely at the 10th level of qi refinement. Unbeknownst to him, this individual was a tenacious survivor, capable of reaching this point against all odds. What extraordinary fortune! As Xiao Wei and his companion launched their joint assault, Haochen swiftly channeled the true essence within him, focusing it into his arms. With a left-handed chop followed by a punch, he combined lethal palm techniques, creating an enigmatic fist style that obscured the trajectory of his strikes. His right fist alternated between piercing, collapsing, horizontal strikes, and explosive punches, rendering his opponents defenseless. Both fists, enveloped in white flames of alchemy, surged toward the two assailants. Seeing Xiao Wei's ambush on Haochen, Yunluo also unleashed a blade of wind aimed at Xiao Wei's accomplice. Xiao Wei, observing the onslaught of Haochen's spells, dared not underestimate the threat and exerted all his strength to defend himself. A resounding explosion echoed as he staggered back, shock coursing through him. Meanwhile, the other assailant was struck simultaneously by the spells of both Haochen and Yunluo, plummeting directly into the blood pool. A scream of terror erupted as the disciple, now submerged, surfaced with a face twisted in horror, as if his very flesh were melting away, blood and tissue trailing behind him. He desperately swam towards the edge of the pool, but the blood water transformed into myriad crimson strands, ensnaring his body. Amidst his heart-wrenching cries, he was ultimately transformed into a mere skeleton, sinking into the depths of the pool. As they gazed upon the lifeless bodies within the blood pool, a wave of terror washed over Haochen and his companions. Fortunately, they had refrained from recklessly entering the pool to collect the blood lotus, lest they meet the same grim fate as the unfortunate soul before them. Catching sight of the still terrified Xiao Wei, Haochen swiftly executed a graceful maneuver, his hands transforming a strike into a palm strike as he advanced toward Xiao Wei. Luo Lin and Qianyu, observing the tumultuous blood pool, witnessed Haochen re-engaging in combat with Xiao Wei. Although they understood the perilous nature of the blood pool, the sight of the blood lotus within stirred their avarice once more. "Keep an eye on these two from our sect. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Leave everything to me," Haochen communicated telepathically to Yunluo, noting the expressions of Luo Lin and Qianyu. In truth, from the onset of the conflict to this moment, only a few breaths had elapsed. The more Xiao Wei fought, the greater his astonishment grew. Had Haochen truly surpassed the 10th level of qi refinement? The intensity of his true essence was not inferior in the slightest. Moreover, the spells he wielded were of considerable caliber, particularly that recent lethal palm technique, which showcased formidable martial prowess. Observing that Xiao Wei was increasingly at a disadvantage, Haochen unleashed his striking palm, enveloped in pale fire, and prepared to draw the Fei Huang sword to strike down Xiao Wei. Luo Lin, finish him quickly, Xiao Wei shouted toward the distant, grinning Luo Lin. Originally, Xiao Wei had believed that, bolstered by his fellow disciples, they could effortlessly eliminate Haochen. Little did he expect that his companion would inadvertently fall into the blood pool, transforming into mere blood. In the fleeting moment that Yunluo was momentarily distracted, Luo Lin evaded his watchful gaze and unleashed the black flames he had long prepared, directing them toward Haochen. Haochen, having sensed the unusual demeanor of Luo Lin and Qianyu, was vigilant, often casting his awareness toward them while battling Xiao Wei. The instant Xiao Wei called out Luo Lin's name, Haochen unhesitatingly summoned the Fei Huang sword, aiming it at Xiao Wei, while simultaneously employing his graceful maneuver to swiftly reach Yunluo's side and pull him aside. Haochen feared that Qianyu might launch a sudden attack, catching Yunluo off guard and unprepared for defense. As disciples of the same sect, Yunluo did not heed Haochen's warning, as most of his focus remained on Haochen's safety. When did Luo Lin join forces with Xiao Wei? Did Xiao Wei ally with Luo Lin? Or was it the other way around? Qianyu stood bewildered. While one remained in perplexity, Yunluo was unrelenting, casting a binding talisman upon Qianyu. Caught in thought regarding Luo Lin, Qianyu made no effort to resist. Amid Xiao Wei's urgent calls, the Fei Huang sword's blade enveloped him. In a flash, the sword's murderous intent bore down upon him, and in Xiao Wei's astonished gaze, it surged forth. What an eerie sword technique! Xiao Wei contemplated, immediately summoning all his strength, infused with a hint of demonic flame, to strike against the web of the Fei Huang sword. A piercing scream erupted as Luo Lin, believing he had caught Haochen off guard with his unexpected attack, found his efforts futile. The black flame he unleashed was a manifestation of the newly mastered demonic flame. This was Luo Lin's greatest trump card, a spell that had enabled him and Qianyu to reach this point. However, his arrogance led to a grave oversight as he unleashed the infernal flames, leaving him vulnerable. While controlling the flying Huang sword to strike at Xiao Wei, Haochen sensed the recently refined demon soul blade stirring restlessly, as if it had caught the scent of a delectable feast. The refined demon soul blade had already established a connection with his mind, prompting him to extract it, allowing it to silently fly forth, aimed directly at the chest of Roland. Chapter 63, A Man's Folly for Wealth, Part 2. With Haochen's cultivation advancing, his all-encompassing physique began to undergo transformations. The dark attribute gradually aligned with the others, and his dantian had formed a radiant halo of myriad colors. Attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, darkness, wind, thunder, and electricity swirled around the jade pendant, channeling its unique energy into his dantian. The exceptional energy produced by the jade pendant was, astonishingly, of the chaotic attribute. Seeing Haochen cast a spell upon him, Roland believed that the spiritual armor adorning him would suffice for the moment. He promptly channeled all his vital force into the armor for defense. Yet, it was too late, as he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. He noticed a gaping hole the size of a bowl appearing in his chest. The demon soul blade, imbued with a dense aura of darkness, had stealthily returned to Haochen's side, enveloping Roland's storage pouch. At that moment, the demon soul blade emitted a pitch-black luminescence, reminiscent of the infernal flames conjured by Roland. Meanwhile, Roland lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any breath. The demon soul blade circled around Haochen once, akin to a token of allegiance, before a flicker of light embedded itself into Haochen's left arm, manifesting like a tattoo. Now, the blue soul dagger on his right arm and the demon soul blade on his left arm were perfectly symmetrical, relying on the formidable Dan flame. Xiao Wei shattered the sword net that had ensnared him. However, what awaited him was the explosive rock technique, meticulously prepared by Yunluo. With a splatter of blood, Xiao Wei was sent flying as he emerged from the net, horrified to find himself nearing the blood pool. Just moments ago, his fellow disciples had met their demise therein, transformed into mere skeletons in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grasping the half-submerged Xiao Wei just before he fell into the blood pool. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Wei gazed back at the ominous pool, feeling a surge of gratitude. Observing how close Xiao Wei had come to the brink, Haochen felt a pang of regret. The hand that had reached out belonged to Qianyu, who had just extricated himself from the entangling vines. Qianyu did not genuinely wish to save Xiao Wei. Rather, He sought to extract information regarding Roland and the subsequent demonic techniques to pave his own path. Should the sect discover that he practiced these peculiar demonic arts, he would be condemned. Yet, the allure of this technique, capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation and wielding immense power, was irresistible. Kill him! Kill him! Xiao Wei screamed frantically at Qianyu. He could not bear to experience that brush with death again, having narrowly escaped the blood pool. A chill coursing through him at the thought. In his heart, Qianyu mused, if you weren't of any use, would I even consider saving you? How dare you speak to me like that? Hearing Xiao Wei's desperate cries, Haochen was about to call for Yunluo to join him in delivering a fatal blow when suddenly a soft sound emanated from outside the door. Could it be that someone else had emerged from the passage? At this moment, Haochen and Yunluo refrained from taking any action, instead fortifying their physical defenses. Cautiously gazing towards the door, a sly voice echoed from outside. I never imagined you would pass through so swiftly. The blood lotus seed is mine. A figure shrouded in a black cloak dashed past the four, heading straight for the blood pool. Recalling the gruesome fate of the individual who had previously fallen into the pool, the others hesitated to intervene, anticipating the imminent cries of the cloaked figure. To their astonishment, the cloaked figure leaped into the pool and emerged unscathed, swiftly seizing the blood lotus seed before making a hasty retreat. How could this be? Witnessing the unaffected cloaked figure left the four in a state of incredulity. The sudden appearance of the cloaked figure, having secured its prize, attempted to flee the scene. Instinctively, Haochen and the others conjured their spells, directing their attacks towards the fleeing figure by the stone door. A resounding thud. The flame released by Haochen struck the back of the cloaked figure, causing it to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Humph. Once I refine these heavenly materials and elevate my cultivation, I will make you wish for death. Just wait. The cloaked figure bellowed, using its momentum to escape down the distant passage. Xiao Wei, witnessing the blood lotus seed slip away in an instant, felt a surge of anger and pursued it relentlessly. Qianyu, observing the two figures that had vanished into the passage, glanced at Haochen and Yunluo, standing nearby. Gritting his teeth, he too decided to give chase. Although Qianyu yearned for the blood lotus seed, his greater curiosity lay with the blood pool itself. Now that Xiao Wei had pursued ahead, he realized he would be no match for Haochen and Yunluo alone. Haochen, watching the three individuals disappear, turned his attention back to the blood pool, where the blood lotus seed appeared extraordinary. Yet, its infantile form left him with reservations. Besides, within the secret realm, time was ample, and he was certain they would encounter more rare treasures. Though the blood lotus seed had vanished from the pool, a swirling mass of blood mist remained at its center. The blood within the pool continuously cycled around this mist, suggesting that, given enough time, another blood lotus seed would eventually emerge. Observing the faint outline of the blood lotus in the mist, Haochen remarked to Yunluo, gazing at the blood water continually pouring into the pool. Yunluo inquired with curiosity, how did this blood come to flow here? The entire stone chamber, apart from the blood pool, was surrounded by pale red walls. Haochen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, but found no other anomalies, turning his puzzled gaze back to the solitary blood pool. It appeared that the secret lay within the pool itself. As Haochen approached the edge of the blood pool, he concentrated his energy in his fingertips and slowly extended them into the crimson liquid. Although he believed his constitution to be unique, he was cautious about plunging his hand into the depths. Tendrils of sanguine energy began to converge upon his fingertips. Upon contact with the energy emanating from his hand, Haochen felt the surrounding forces grow increasingly volatile. The primordial energy on his fingers was gradually devoured, as Haochen operated the Canli San Xianju technique within his body, allowing a thread of energy to flow to his fingertips. He noticed that as he practiced this technique, the surrounding energy became tranquil, no longer rushing toward his fingers. With a thought, he continued to circulate the technique and slowly extended his entire arm into the blood pool. To be cautious, he wrapped his primordial force around his arm. Moments passed, and Haochen felt unscathed. Half an hour elapsed without incident. As he continued to operate the Canli San Xianju, he gradually dissipated the energy in his hands, finding his right arm completely intact in the blood pool. Astonished, he exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of his arm. Confounded, he signaled Yunluo to remain by the edge of the blood pool. He then activated the Canli San Xianju and leaped directly into the blood pool. A pungent scent of blood enveloped him, prompting Haochen to seal off his senses with true essence as he descended to the bottom of the pool. To his surprise, the blood pool was deeper than he had anticipated. After descending about 10 feet, he beheld the blood-red stones at the base. Contemplating the countless souls that must have perished in such a vast pool over the years, surrounded by white, desiccated bones. As he swam towards the center, an unexpected force of suction enveloped him, rendering him unable to find leverage on the empty bottom. Caught off guard, he was pulled in, and feeling the force, he activated the Kan Li San Xianju, spreading his true essence throughout his body as he spiraled downwards into the suddenly appearing vortex. Yunluo, anxious after Haochen had not resurfaced for a long time, leaped into the blood pool as well. With a thud, the world spun around him, and Haochen found himself seemingly in the void before landing safely. Gazing up at the vanishing vortex, he realized he had arrived in a dim cavern. In this tranquil space, the sound of dripping water echoed continuously. What was that? On a stone pedestal ahead, a crystal ball emitted radiant beams of light. As Haochen approached and peered into the crystal ball, he was taken aback by the scene within. It depicted Xiao Wei and Qianyu, who had pursued the mysterious figure in the black robe. At that moment, the two were embroiled in combat within a grand hall. Qianyu, you ambushed me? Though no sound escaped, the movements of Xiao Wei's lips made it clear. Haochen deduced that the two had failed to catch the black-robed figure, and Qianyu had unexpectedly attacked Xiao Wei. Just as Haochen pondered this, another figure fell from the air. Yunluo? He exclaimed in surprise at the person descending from the void. I thought you had encountered some mishap since you had been in the blood pool for so long. So I jumped in to find you. I never imagined that upon reaching the center, I would be swept away by a force, and here I am, Yunluo said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Feeling the depth of Yunluo's affection, Haochen's heart warmed, and he embraced her tightly. Yunluo's heart raced. After a brief moment of astonishment, she buried her head in Haochen's embrace. In this tender moment, the bond between the two individuals reached a new pinnacle. Chapter 64. Serendipity in Desperation. As Haochen embraced Yunluo, his peripheral vision caught sight of a 6-foot-wide pool of water behind a stone pillar, emanating a viscous aura of vitality. In an instant, he released his embrace of Yunluo. When Yunluo succumbed to the warmth of affection, she felt a sudden release, puzzled by the unexpected shift. What could that be? Haochen exclaimed in astonishment, patting Yunluo's back as he gazed at the pool. Yunluo turned around, and, upon seeing the pool brimming with rich vitality, cried out, Eternal Essence. This eternal essence could only form in locales abundant in vitality, having undergone a millennia of sedimentation. Not only did it possess the ability to cleanse marrow and bones, but it was also a precious resource for enhancing one's cultivation. At that moment, Haoyen's foremost thought was how to collect this eternal essence. With a flicker of inspiration, he consulted with the spirit of his jade pendant, Linga, to establish a reservoir for storing the essence. Thus, Haoyen procured several large jade vials, working diligently to fill them with the eternal essence. Back and forth he went, transferring the essence into the jade vials, then pouring it into the designated reservoir within the jade pendant space. Yunluo also found a few small vials to capture some of the essence. However, her storage bag lacked sufficient capacity, which favored Haoyen, who had ample space to accommodate his findings. Observing Haoyen busily filling the jade vials, Yunluo felt a twinge of confusion and mused, why does he keep using the same few jade vials? Did he have a batch of identical vials custom-made for his storage? No. Could his storage bag possibly be that spacious? She pondered to herself. Meanwhile, Haochen was elated, secretly reveling in his fortune, having just acquired the millennia-old stone stalagmite milk. He unexpectedly discovered the eternal essence. What a serendipitous chance. He continued to fill his vials with unbridled enthusiasm. Conversely, Yunluo felt conflicted. Having only managed to fill a few small jade vials, even resorting to emptying out her cosmetics to find them, while Haoyen filled larger containers without pause. Couldn't he just glance up and notice her gaze, lending her a few vials to collect more of the eternal essence? But as she thought this, she realized that if he lent her a vial, he would have one less. Drawing from his experience of collecting the millennia-old stalagmite milk, Haoyen refrained from draining the entire pool of eternal essence. When only a third remained, he halted, following Linger's guidance. He carefully established a barrier with his true essence around the portion he had collected before exhaling deeply. Quickly, remove your clothes and immerse yourself in the essence, Haoyen urged Yunluo. As he prepared to strip, He hesitated at the sight of Yunluo's flushed cheeks. Sister, don't be shy, hurry and undress. We may not be alone here. This is a rare opportunity. He pressed her again. Yunluo's soft voice barely reached his ears. You go first. I'll join you afterward. With that, Haochen turned away, shedding his garments, leaving only a pair of shorts. Were it not for Yunluo's presence, he would have been completely unclothed. Upon hearing that Yunluo had entered the pond, Haochen turned and stepped directly into the water, settling into a meditative posture behind her. At this moment, the two sat back to back in the spiritual liquid, which rose to Haochen's waist, leaving him no room for idle thoughts. As he savored the soothing sensation of the liquid, he swiftly activated the Canli San Xianju technique. Streams of spiritual liquid surged into his body, cleansing his meridians as they flowed inward. As time passed, the level of the spiritual liquid in the pond gradually receded, loosening the final barrier of his 12th layer of qi refining. Haochen recognized this as an opportunity and continuously channeled the Canli San Xianju, absorbing the liquid. Suddenly, a faint rumble echoed within him, and he felt himself entering a new realm, perceiving the ambient spiritual energy with renewed clarity. Joy surged within him as the absorbed liquid transformed into pure spiritual energy, circulating endlessly throughout his body. A dark substance began to materialize on the surface of Haochen's skin, slowly forming a hardened shell around him. With the enhancement of his strength, the rate at which he absorbed the spiritual liquid increased significantly. As the energy coursed through his meridians, he sensed the jade pendant in his sea of consciousness shimmering with a unique energy, veiled in mist, achieving the pinnacle of qi refining. Yunluo glanced back at Haochen, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Meanwhile, she sat alone, eyes closed in meditation. Having absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual liquid in the pond, she required time to refine it. Lacking Haochen's extraordinary abilities, her dantian, with its 10 attributes of spiritual energy, revolved around chaotic energy, absorbing all external forces. The spiritual liquid in the small pond had been nearly depleted by the two. Streams of pure spiritual energy circulated within Haochen, all of which were absorbed by his dantian and sea of consciousness. The once dull dantian became more vibrant and solid, while the previously limited sea of consciousness expanded significantly. Compared to Haochen's, Yunluo's sea of consciousness was still in its infancy, forcing her to temporarily store the millennia-old liquid within her dantian, awaiting the moment to refine it and subsequently enrich her sea of consciousness. At this moment, Yunluo had long since left the spiritual liquid pond, donned her attire, and sat nearby in meditation, finally achieving the pinnacle of qi refining. Haochen opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light flashing within them, feeling the smooth circulation of spiritual energy within him, and rejoiced. As he operated the Canli San Xianju, he sensed no lingering awkwardness in the energy flow. Ha ha ha, I have reached the pinnacle of qi refining, Haochen exclaimed, laughing heartily as he noticed that his exuberance had awakened Yunluo. His strength had not merely increased slightly, it had taken a monumental leap forward. Yunluo glanced at Haochen, only to see his body cloaked in a dark shell, and she abruptly turned away, distancing herself. How foul! At Yunluo's exclamation, Haochen finally realized that his body was enveloped in a layer of blackened substance. A wave of rancid odor wafted toward him, causing him to wrinkle his nose. With a surge of energy, he shattered the dark material surrounding him, quickly donning his clothes. Haochen extended his consciousness to survey the entire cave once more. He discovered that it seemed someone had trained here long ago. Apart from the millennia-old spiritual liquid and a crystal orb, he also found a broken jade slip beside a meditation cushion. From the remnants of information, it is understood that this place once served as a cultivation ground for the blood demon god, but for reasons unknown, it fell into disrepair. The mountains here are surrounded by several grand formations, many of which have ceased to function due to the passage of time. Only the mysterious stone door and the array connecting the passage to the secret realm remain operational. The sudden appearance of demonic beasts in the passage indicates that they were transported from the secret realm by that grand formation. It appears that this place has been utterly abandoned. Observing the pitch-black crystal ball atop the stone pedestal, Haochen pondered to himself. Whether it be the grand formations within the mountain, the blood pool in the stone chamber above, or the image reflected in the crystal ball before him, all derive their vital energy from the millennia-old spiritual liquid within this cave. However, now the spiritual liquid has been completely drained by two individuals. resulting in the cessation of all formations within the mountain. Following the instructions within the damaged jade slip, Haochen and Yunluo arrived at a corner of the cave. They cleared a flat section of rocky ground, where a peculiar hexagonal pattern suddenly appeared before them. It's a teleportation array. I have seen this pattern in books, Yunluo exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is a teleportation array. As introduced in the Xian Formation secret tome, Haochen recognized the pattern before him as well. This teleportation array, about the size of a grinding plate, bore a hexagram design with several grooves, while other areas were inscribed with densely packed, peculiar runes. It was a somewhat incomplete teleportation array. The only way for them to leave this place was through the teleportation array, so Haochen and Yunluo began their research on it. Haochen retrieved the Xian Formation tome and referenced it to deduce the methods of using the teleportation array. He happened to possess secret tomes on gathering essence arrays, illusion arrays, and trapping celestial arrays purchased from the Dancloud Square and the Xuanji Pavilion, which he utilized for his calculations. He took out an inscription pen to repair the damaged sections of the teleportation array and found inscription paper to transcribe the restored array, thus concluding their research. Aware of the limited time within the secret realm, Haochen knew this was not the place for an extensive study of formations. The deduction and study of the teleportation array took 3 days. During this time, Yunluo was unable to assist and devoted herself solely to cultivation. With the aid of the energy from the millennia-old spiritual liquid, she managed to broaden her sea of consciousness within those 3 days, significantly enhancing her cultivation from the 11th layer of qi refinement to the pinnacle of the 12th layer. After gathering all necessary items, Haochen, equipped with the knowledge of how to utilize the teleportation array, prepared 6 mid-grade essence stones. He understood that with high-grade essence stones, they could teleport further, but they only had mid-grade stones. It could be said that aside from Haochen, no one who entered this place could truly find a way to leave. Haochen placed the mid-grade essence stones into the 5 grooves of the teleportation array, and after holding hands, the two stepped into the array, inserting the final essence stone into the last groove. In a flash of light, they found themselves transported directly into a grand hall. Upon entering the hall, they realized that the teleportation array from the underground cave was merely a short-range teleportation mechanism. Before them lay 3 winding passageways, none of which were straight, presenting a complex maze-like appearance. Haochen, which way do we go to exit? Yunluo withdrew her gaze and inquired. Here, Haochen decisively chose the central path, without a shred of hesitation. In truth, there was little to ponder, for the nature of this place eluded him. Haochen was entirely unaware of where the 3 diverging paths would ultimately lead, and thus, he made a random selection. Chapter 65. The Sweetness After Suffering. He entered a corridor at random, with Haochen in the lead and Yunluo trailing behind. The moment Haochen's foot crossed the threshold of the passage, a heavy stone door suddenly descended. Despite Yunluo's quick reflexes, she was slightly delayed. With a thunderous crash, the stone door fell like a 1,000-pound barrier, separating the two. Haochen immediately reached out in an attempt to lift the door, but it remained immovable. Even after exerting all his strength multiple times, he achieved nothing. Reluctantly, he unsheathed his sword, unleashing the formidable power of the 36 styles of the Flying Radiance Sword, striking directly at the stone door. Yet, it merely left a shallow mark. How incredibly hard! Haochen couldn't help but gasp. The full might of his strike had left but a trace. The hardness of this stone door was truly inconceivable. After futile attempts to lift or slice through the door, he was forced to concede defeat. Haochen, we shall meet again outside the passage. Yunluo's voice, though faint through the stone, still reached him. Sister, please be cautious. Haochen replied, condensing his voice into a thin thread that carried to her ears. Their reunion was regrettably short-lived, and once more, they were compelled to act alone, uncertain if they would cross paths again within the secret realm. Before Haochen lay a straight passage that seemed endless. With no other choice, he set forth, seeking an escape. His consciousness remained vigilant for any movement within the corridor. After traversing several dozen paces, as his foot landed, another stone door abruptly descended from above. There was no warning, no sign of its arrival. The door's emergence was startlingly abrupt. Reacting swiftly, he employed his agile steps, moving as gracefully as a swallow skimming the water, and passed through the stone door, internally marveling. The absence of forewarning and sensation indicated that he was compelled to remain in a state of passivity. With a heavy stone door now behind him, he faced shifting rock walls to his left and right, where stone doors and walls intermittently appeared, obstructing his passage. Haochen deftly navigated through the obstacles, drenched in sweat, narrowly escaping each barrier. Fortunately, the transformations of the surrounding rock walls ceased after a brief moment. Had they continued for even a few breaths longer, he would have been trapped within the corridor, awaiting demise. At this moment, Haochen was utterly exhausted. He consumed a recovery pill, the Ice Heart pill, to swiftly regain his strength in preparation for greater challenges ahead. As he ventured further, the corridor displayed new changes. However, instead of stone doors and walls obstructing his path, he encountered a convoluted maze resembling a winding corridor. Haochen had no choice but to navigate the twists and turns, gradually realizing he had been ensnared in a labyrinth. Within this maze, he encountered neither treasures nor adversaries, only the relentless advance. Truth be told, Haochen found himself regretting his decision to enter this path. After all, one ventures into the secret realm of Tuo Mountain in pursuit of various opportunities, yet now finds oneself squandered within this labyrinth. Haochen searched for an exit, but all he could see were sheer rock walls, leaving him to wander aimlessly in hopes of stumbling upon a way out as time slowly slipped away. Like a headless fly darting about, he unexpectedly crashed into a stone chamber. To call it a chamber was a misnomer. It was merely a slightly more spacious area than the corridor, a dead end. The passage ahead was obscured, and the stone door behind him had already descended, trapping Haochen within the smooth-walled stone chamber, leaving him with no path forward. After a brief respite, Haochen began to meticulously examine his surroundings for any hidden mechanisms, uncertain if they might be triggered by touch or by foot. Suddenly, a stone wall crashed down from above, while the rock walls on either side began to close in, threatening to crush him. If caught between the converging walls, he would be reduced to a mere pulp, and should he attempt to cross the abruptly descending stone wall, he might be crushed into a paste. What to do? Accepting the fate of being smashed into a paste by the stone wall ahead was unacceptable if it meant being squashed into a patty by the encroaching rock walls. In a moment of peril, Haochen lunged forward like a fledgling swan taking flight, narrowly escaping the impending doom. The two walls collided with a force akin to that of two mountains crashing together, creating an earth-shattering impact that rendered Haochen momentarily deaf. The stone door behind him fell, raising the walls of the chamber, revealing yet another stone room before him. Regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to avoid being crushed into a patty or pulverized into a paste. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, he opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. His gaze swept across the modest stone chamber, which was clearly laid out before him. On a platform, Haochen spotted two scrolls made of animal skin and a purple jade cauldron. The jade was pure and deep in color, indicative of high quality. However, Haochen was more intrigued by the contents within the cauldron. Oblivious to any potential danger, he reached out and grasped the purple jade cauldron, which flew into his hands. Lifting the lid of the cauldron, a rich aroma of medicinal pills wafted into the air, instantly refreshing Haochen's mind and invigorating his spirit. Inside, the cauldron contained 4 concealed compartments, each housing distinct medicinal pills: black, red, purple, and blue. From the black compartment, he extracted a pill, examining it closely. It was roughly the size of a longan seed, entirely black, adorned with delicate silver patterns, and exuding a uniquely captivating fragrance. After careful consideration and drawing from his knowledge of various texts, Haochen concluded that this was a highly valuable pill known as the Spirit Restoration Pill, capable of replenishing mental energy in a remarkably short time. Upon inspecting the red compartment, he identified a pill that was entirely red with golden patterns. He recognized it as the Vitality Restoration Pill, a remedy that could instantly replenish both vitality and physical energy. Investigating the purple compartment, he discerned that it contained the Revitalization Purple Pill, which could completely restore diminished strength due to seals or internal injuries, a relatively advanced medicinal concoction. Finally, he retrieved a pill from the blue compartment, which was blue with purple patterns. It was the Return to Essence Pill, known for its ability to swiftly restore elemental energy with minimal impurities produced. The Spirit Restoration Pill, the Vitality Restoration Pill, the Revitalization Purple Pill, and the Return to Essence Pill. Haochen felt an undeniable surge of excitement. These 4 elixirs, regardless of which one is taken outside, could fetch a substantial price. The crafting of these elixirs is exceptionally challenging. It requires not only suitable medicinal materials, but also profound alchemical skills. According to Haochen's understanding, in the northern region of the Tianyuan continent, No one possesses such capital, and even across the entire Tianyuan continent, they are quite rare. Each hidden compartment conceals 49 elixirs, each capable of restoring 30% of one's strength within 3 breaths. To ensure safety, Haochen, aside from the recovery spirit purple elixir, extracted 4 of each of the other elixirs from their compartments and placed them in different jade vials, storing them within his storage bag for future needs. While the remaining elixirs remained in the purple jade cauldron. Each of these elixirs holds immense value, worth at least several thousand yuan stones. And the total worth of the elixirs within the purple jade cauldron amounts to millions of yuan stones, a fortune that would undoubtedly incite envy among many powerful individuals. Acquiring these elixirs would significantly enhance Haotian's combat prowess. Just imagine, in a fierce battle against formidable foes, when both sides have greatly exhausted their true essence. Consuming these elixirs to recover 30% of true essence within mere breaths would undoubtedly provide a considerable advantage. Such treasures. Haochen beamed with delight and subsequently stored the purple jade cauldron within the space of his consciousness pendant. Despite the high-grade heavenly cultivation methods and martial arts, they pale in comparison to the Canli Sanxianju. Picking up the beast hide scroll on the platform and surveying it with his spiritual sense, he meticulously stored the 2 scrolls inscribed on unknown beast hides into the pendant space. Although he could not utilize them, he could bring them back for Yi Mei and the others to study. Not all heavenly techniques are recorded on jade slips. That is a means of confidentiality. Recording them in books is far more suitable for dissemination. The acquisition of the elixirs and the beast hide scrolls alleviated some of Haotian's inner gloom. This foray into the labyrinth left no room for regret. Even if nothing more were to be gained, Haotian felt it had been worthwhile. Chapter 66. Escape from the labyrinth. What manner of wretched place is this? A disciple clad in the attire of the Huayang sect furrowed his brow, his face a mask of fury. He had anticipated that entering the cave left by predecessors would yield opportunities, only to find himself ensnared in a maze-like passage, empty-handed and wasting time, unable to locate an exit. Just as the Huayang sect disciple was becoming increasingly agitated, another individual inadvertently stumbled into the labyrinth, akin to the first Huayang disciple entering the passage. Believing this could be a chance for fortune and boldly ventured forth. Indeed, it was an opportunity. Yet the ability to seize it was another matter. After parting ways with Haochen, Yunluo navigated through the labyrinthine passage, overcoming numerous obstacles, and finally discovered a stone chamber. Rushing inside despite being injured, upon entering the chamber, he found it considerably brighter than the exterior, the illumination emanating from moonstone embedded in the rock walls, reminiscent of a moonstone within Yunluo's own cave. The stone chamber measured approximately 5 zhang on each side and stood about 2 zhang high. It was remarkably spacious and devoid of any furnishings. Yunluo gazed around, hoping to uncover some hidden treasure. After an extensive search and a period of exploration, he found nothing of significance. With a sigh, he prepared to exit the stone chamber, yet could not resist taking the moonlight stone with him. The moment his hand touched the moonlight stone, a rumbling sound echoed as the rock wall shifted, revealing an adjoining chamber. Yunluo held his breath in astonishment, stealing a glance into the newly revealed space. After a brief pause, he retrieved a torch from his storage bag and lit it, stepping into the chamber. Before him lay a stone room of approximately 10 feet square. On the stone table, aside from a jade vial, there was also a jade slip. The contents of the slip were not about any martial arts techniques, but rather instructions for utilizing the elixir within the jade vial. It was the Yin Su Dan, a precious pill valued at more than 10 times that of the Gui Zhen Dan. Unlike the latter, the Yin Su Dan was specifically crafted for women. Consuming this pill would refine the body, endowing a woman with agility far surpassing that of ordinary females, while also serving as a means to enhance one's true essence. Considering my insufficient cultivation, lack of strength, and agility, this elixir seems tailor-made for me. Yunluo's eyes sparkled with fervent brilliance as he promptly retrieved a meditation cushion from his storage bag, seated himself cross-legged, and consumed a recovery pill to heal his injuries. Once fully restored and his vital energy at its peak, he gently placed the precious Yin Su Dan into his mouth. The Yin Su Dan lived up to its reputation. As soon as it touched his tongue, it transformed into a sweet essence that flowed into his abdomen, subsequently spreading as true essence throughout his body, accompanied by a wave of warmth. The interplay of cold and heat surged through his limbs and bones, permeating every fiber of his being. Yunluo immediately began to circulate his cultivation technique, rapidly refining and absorbing the medicinal power of the incinerating, incrementally enhancing his true power and cultivation level. The formulation of the incinerating was exceptionally challenging, requiring not only superior alchemical skills, but also a multitude of rare spiritual herbs. Currently, within the northern region of the Tianyuan continent, no one possessed the capability to concoct the incinerating. Meanwhile, Haochen, having acquired the purple jade cauldron, sought the mechanism to exit the stone chamber. Progressing through the labyrinthine passageways, he adapted to the shifting corridors, occasionally encountering minor treasures, yet none compared to his earlier finds. As he traversed, a shadow suddenly flickered into view, cold and piercing eyes sweeping over him. Although Haochen struggled to discern the figure's true appearance, he felt an imminent sense of danger. At that moment, a streak of black light, akin to a blade, lunged towards him, sending chills down his spine. In that instant, Haochen executed his swift Hongong step to evade the attack. You cannot escape. The black-clad figure's gaze was as sharp as a knife, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice, frigid as the winds of hell, pierced Haochen's ears. The black-clad figure waved his hand, transforming the wind into a blade that sliced through the air, exuding a chilling sharpness. Haochen, employing his agile footing, narrowly dodged the incoming strike once more. The black-clad figure, surprised that his attack had been evaded again, allowed a smirk to surface, as if he had discovered a new plaything. With one hand mimicking a blade, he unleashed 3 rotating streaks of light, sealing every possible escape route for Haochen. Unless one can transform into nothingness, it is impossible to evade the onslaught of these 3 deadly blades. I, the young master, do not wish to engage in battle here merely to waste time. Do you think I am afraid? Countless thoughts flashed through Haotian's mind. Very well, let me demonstrate my prowess. With a mere thought, a pitch-black thunderbomb was hurled toward the figure in the black robe. Simultaneously, he empowered himself with the diamond talisman and the true essence armor. In an instant, he unleashed the azure soul dagger and the demon's soul blade, while the flying radiant sword surged forth to counter the 3 lethal blades approaching him. Boom! The thunderbomb, akin to a bolt of lightning, struck first. A dark flash followed by an explosive sound erupted, accompanied by a wretched scream that echoed in Haotian's ears. Clang! 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 The 3 blades launched by the figure in the black robe were intercepted by Haotian's 3 icy beams, shattering them with ease. Haotian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, retracting his 3 magical treasures and swiftly making his escape. The figure in the black robe, having failed in his murderous intent, was left half dead from the thunderbomb's detonation. At that moment, a bloodied and tattered figure struggled to rise from the rubble, his gaze filled with rage as he watched the fleeting silhouette ahead. He had aimed to kill an ant, only to fail, his defeat caused by the thunderbomb's injury. Count yourself fortunate. Should I encounter you again, I shall flay your skin and refine your soul. The voice of the black-robed figure was chillingly cold. Little did he realize that had Haotian thrown a heaven-shattering thunder, only he would have perished. In a way, Haotian had inadvertently saved the life of the black-robed figure by using the thunderbomb. The thunderbomb and the heaven-shattering thunder were Haotian's trump cards. He would not employ them unless absolutely necessary. Under normal circumstances, he preferred to rely on his own abilities to confront formidable foes. After all, external items can indeed be considered a part of one's strength to a certain extent. However, such items are consumables, diminishing with use, and cannot be relied upon. If one becomes accustomed to using them, what happens when they are no longer available? Ultimately, one must depend on oneself, honing and tempering one's own skills to confront any adversity and peril, and to discover a glimmer of hope in seemingly hopeless situations. After throwing the thunderbomb, Haotian hastened onward in search of an exit. Time passed unmeasured until he arrived at the end of a corridor, only to find 2 closed doors before him. The peculiarities of the labyrinthine passage compelled Haotian to proceed with caution. He approached the grayish stone door, coming to a halt before it. What lies beyond this closed door? An exit, or perhaps something more enigmatic? Taking a deep breath, Haotian composed himself. He placed both palms upon the stone door, attempting to push. The door was immensely heavy, as immovable as a mountain. After a brief respite, Haotian concentrated his true essence and the unique power of his jade pendant, channeling it into his palms, and pressed against the stone doors once more. Even a small mountain would yield to such force. Chapter 67. Eradicate evil thoroughly in a grand hall of the labyrinthine passage. Qian Yu ambushed Xiao Wei, exacerbating the already grievous wounds of the latter. With a successful strike, Qian Yu swiftly dispatched Xiao Wei within a few exchanges. However, in his desperate struggle, Xiao Wei ensured that Qian Yu did not emerge unscathed, sustaining multiple injuries during their fierce confrontation. After a brief respite, he eagerly began to unravel the mysteries of Xiao Wei's storage pouch. Within it, he discovered the incomplete manuscript of the blue silk magic formula. The magical technique that Qian Yu practiced had been obtained from Roland, and as soon as Xiao Wei executed the magic cultivation method, Qian Yu felt a sense of familiarity, igniting a murderous intent within him. Simultaneously, he also found a map in the storage pouch, marking the locations of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Furthermore, it indicated an exceptional secluded place for meditation and cultivation. Upon arriving at this spot, rich in vitality and exceedingly hidden, Qian Yu felt assured that no ordinary person could possibly discover him here. This discreet location was not only suitable for secluded cultivation, but also featured a small pond beside a sheer cliff, adorned with several vibrant purple flowers. At the sight of these flowers, Qian Yu paused momentarily, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he exclaimed, "Is this the ice flame flower?" The ice flame flower is an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth. Consuming its petals can not only neutralize numerous toxins, but also enable practitioners of the Qi refinement realm to break through their limitations. For those specializing in ice attributes, this flower is a priceless medicinal herb. Thus, upon encountering the ice flame flower, Qian Yu could hardly contain his excitement. Suddenly, while Xiao Wei was engrossed in admiring the ice flame flower, a series of deep, piercing sounds erupted from the cliff behind him. The continuous cracking noise startled Qian Yu. He swiftly turned around, witnessing the once intact mountain wall splitting open like a door, revealing a figure bursting forth. It was you. Qian Yu was momentarily taken aback, for the individual who appeared was none other than his fellow disciple, Haochen. To his astonishment, this person had reappeared before him. The moment he laid eyes on Haochen, Qian Yu's smile vanished, replaced by a glint of murderous intent in his gaze. Haochen regarded Qian Yu with indifference. Remaining silent, yet puzzled by the absence of Xiao Wei, it was evident that the individual before him had eliminated his companion. After the initial shock, Qian Yu could not help but erupt in laughter. "Ha! The heavens truly treat me well. Not only have I found the ice flame flower, but I have also encountered you. Ha ha ha! Once I eliminate you, not only will I reap immense benefits, but I shall also gain the admiration of my master." At this moment, seeing that Haochen was still at the 12th level of Qi refinement, Qian Yu realized he was no match for him, and in that instant, he sentenced Haochen to death in his heart. With a mocking expression, he gazed upon Haochen, unaware of the events that had transpired after leaving the blood pool. Upon hearing Qian Yu's words, Haochen could not help but chuckle. "Qian Yu, is it? I bear you no grudge. Why do you wish to kill me? Moreover, with your cultivation level, do you truly believe you can take my life? How arrogant. Unfamiliar? My master has long been aware of your character. After you killed Lung Yun and Lu Wanjin, through extensive investigation, you emerged as the prime suspect in the design behind the deaths of those two disciples. The master has commanded us, his disciples, to issue a kill order against you. You worthless scum, how dare you call me arrogant?" Anger instantly flared on Qian Yun's face. "Huh, you speak the truth. Those two deserve their fate." Haochen did not conceal the reality, for Qian Yu had already been sentenced to death. "Now, I shall take your life." Upon hearing Haochen's own admission of slaughtering the two junior brothers, Qian Yu's fury surged, and he immediately struck out. His entire form shot forth, fists imbued with black flames, unleashing the full force of his perfected Qi refinement, as if he intended to obliterate Haochen with a single blow. The surprising step. Without a change in expression, Haochen effortlessly evaded the attack, leaving behind only an afterimage as he deftly neutralized the powerful punch. Such formidable agility. Able to evade my strike. Qian Yu was slightly taken aback, yet soon his face twisted into a sneer as he declared, "Haochen, is this truly your hidden card? Allow me to demonstrate what speed truly means." As his words fell, Qian Yu let out a long howl towards the sky, and a colossal eagle seemed to materialize behind him. This was none other than the wild eagle step he had mastered. "Ha ha ha, Haochen, my wild eagle step excels in speed. Even your ethereal movement cannot surpass it. I shall unleash my wild eagle step along with my ultimate strike and shatter you into pieces." With a maniacal laugh, Qian Yu activated his wild eagle step, soaring through the air like a wild eagle. In an instant, Propelled by the wild eagle step, his speed surged dramatically, resembling a tempest as he barreled towards Haochen. Such overwhelming velocity rendered even the surprising step incapable of shaking him off. Witnessing this, Haochen chose to remain still, calmly observing Qian Yu's approach. Seeing Haochen unmoving, Qian Yu could not contain his excitement, letting out a triumphant roar. Haochen, to be slain by me is already a privilege for you. Now, behold my strongest strike, Demon Explosion Fist. With that declaration, Qian Yu dove down, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Haochen. This blow was entirely different from the previous one, for it not only contained all of Qian Yu's might, but also emanated a demonic flame, as though it sought to obliterate everything in its path, brimming with immense aggressiveness. Such a strike would be unbearable for any ordinary perfected qi refiner. Demon Explosion Fist? Very well, today I shall witness the true extent of perfected qi refinement. Haochen advanced rather than retreating, his spirit brimming with combat fervor. With a mere thought, the Fei Huang's sword emerged, and a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous crack, countless sword energies transformed into a golden radiance, tearing down from above. At that moment, Qian Yu's expression shifted dramatically, the exhilaration evaporating, replaced by profound shock. Wire cultivation level. Before he could finish his stunned words, a piercing scream escaped him. The sword energy of the Fei Huang sword instantly shattered Qian Yu's Demon Explosion Fist, leaving only a feeble residual force to strike against Haochen. Yet it still forced him back several steps. As Haochen unleashed countless sword intents, the force unfalteringly struck Qian Yu. Despite being at the pinnacle of qi refinement, Qian Yu was sent hurtling through the air, his body riddled with numerous wounds in the blink of an eye. Haochen, you have concealed your true cultivation level. You are indeed at the peak of qi refinement. I may not be your match now, but I shall seek vengeance. Let my master deal with you, and that will be your demise. Qian Yu shrieked as he quietly cast a spiritual talisman and rapidly fled using the swift eagle footwork. The talisman possessed little power, and Haochen initially disregarded it, assuming it was merely a distraction. However, as he reflected on Qian Yu's words, he began to sense something amiss. Qian Yu was acutely aware that, at equal cultivation levels, he stood no chance against Haochen. Continuing the battle would surely lead to his demise. Thus, without hesitation, he unleashed a soul-chasing talisman and swiftly departed from the scene. Attempting to escape, Haochen observed Qian Yu's retreating figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, Haochen's aura shifted dramatically. He wielded the soul blade, infusing it with all his might before releasing it. Whoosh! The blade shot forth like a bloodthirsty black serpent, executing the flying knife technique, a deadly strike that could pierce through targets from 100 paces away. Once this technique was unleashed, it could eliminate foes within 100 paces, especially considering Haochen was a practitioner. His flying knife was domineering and imbued with a tracking spell, rendering escape futile. At that moment, after fleeing for several dozen feet, Qian Yu noticed Haochen had not pursued him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. With his swift eagle footwork and the distance he had gained, even with Haochen's astonishing speed, he believed he would be safe. Feeling secure, Qian Yu began to curse inwardly. Vile scoundrel, how dare you conceal your cultivation? Such a scoundrel deserves death. When I regain my strength, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. However, before he could finish his thoughts, his body suddenly stiffened, a look of anguish crossing his face. He had not yet reacted when a flying knife, emanating a chilling aura, pierced through his back. The dark power within the soul blade instantly shattered and corroded his internal organs. Struggling to turn his head, Qian Yu stared in horror at Haochen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What had just transpired? How could a single flying knife cost him his life? What kind of spell did Haochen wield to possess such bizarre power? In an instant, he recalled his earlier disdain for Haochen, an overwhelming sense of regret washing over him. Though there were no pills for regret in the Tianyuan continent. With a piercing scream, Qian Yu plummeted from the air, while Haochen exhaled in relief, having finally slain this foe. Qian Yu's spells had indeed been formidable. Their strange nature was reminiscent of Rolling's techniques. Could it be that he too practiced dark magic? Had he not utilized his trump cards, it would have been exceedingly difficult to kill Qian Yu. Hastily, Haochen retrieved a soul recovery pill and consumed it. As the elixir swiftly took effect, within merely 3 breaths, he felt his spiritual awareness rejuvenate by 30%. Having just wielded the demon soul blade and executed the divine spike, the toll on my consciousness was considerable. Approaching the pond's edge, I collected the 5 ice flame flowers, roots and all, into the jade pendant space. I then made my way to Qianyu's corpse, rifling through his belongings and tearing off the storage pouch from his waist before conjuring a fireball. Just as Qianyu had stated, I ensured he would have no resting place. Although Haochen had defeated and slain Qianyu, his body was besieged by the malevolent flames unleashed by the demon explosion fist, which relentlessly ravaged his meridians. Sensing something amiss within his body, Haochen's immediate thought was to find a place to heal. Chapter 68. 2 Dilemmas, Part 1. After dispatching Qianyu, Haochen took a brief respite before employing the swift step technique to hastily depart, making his way towards the exit of the secret realm. At this moment, Haochen set his sights on a singular direction, racing straight towards the exit. He no longer feared the 4th-level demon beasts. As long as he refrained from soaring through the skies on his sword, those aerial overlords would likely leave him undisturbed. Presently, the secret realm held no threats that could instill dread in him. With the jade pendant space as his refuge, he could conceal himself if necessary. After running for a full half-hour, he encountered demon beasts exuding 4th-level or higher auras. On several occasions, he inadvertently trespassed into their territories, and had it not been for the overwhelming presence of his consciousness, he would have likely been forced into combat multiple times. While racing through the secret realm, he was not solely focused on finding a place to heal. His greed for spiritual herbs and medicines remained insatiable. Throughout his journey, he had managed to collect a fair amount, gathering all spiritual herbs and medicines, regardless of their age, into his possession. Surely, the jade pendant space could accommodate them all. Ultimately, he halted before a cliff in a valley, acutely aware that further advancement would lead him into the domain of 5th-level demon beasts. It would serve well to cultivate here. Should any other cultivators arrive to stir trouble, he could orchestrate a scheme to lure the 5th-level beasts into play, executing another ambush. Having set up the necessary traps and formations, Haochen began to heal. While Qianyu's attacks inflicted minimal harm, the punches laced with demonic energy were still quite taxing. The first punch was deftly avoided, and though the demonic energy swept past him, he merely needed to rest for a few days to recover. The second punch, however, unleashed a fierce force enveloped in dark demonic energy. Although Haochen shattered the shadow of the punch, the residual force struck him. Had it not been for his refined consciousness and strong willpower to endure, he would have succumbed long ago. Moreover, that demonic energy continued to wreak havoc within his meridians. He could only muster all his strength to suppress it with his true essence. Meanwhile, as Haochen tended to his injuries, Yunluo, having parted ways with him, wandered alone in search of the passage's exit. Suddenly, he heard sounds ahead. Someone was there. As Yunluo traversed the corridor, the noise intensified. Turning around a corner, he encountered 2 ragged, diminutive figures with a disheveled appearance and diminished spirit, blocking his path. Upon seeing Yunluo emerge alone, their eyes gleamed with interest, and they positioned themselves to obstruct his way. Hand over your storage pouch, and we might let you go, the taller of the 2, a menacing figure, commanded in a harsh tone. I recognize her. She entered alongside a pretty boy. The short individual gazed at Yunluo and remarked, "They can't have just emerged from the labyrinth passage, can they?" Observing the duo's listless demeanor, Yunluo speculated silently. A smile crept upon her lips as she reflected on her own days spent in this realm, unexpectedly encountering others, like herself, ensnared within the maze's confines. Foolishness. The 2, noticing Yunluo's amused demeanor and her refusal to respond, felt a surge of anger and lunged towards her in unison. Having been trapped in the maze for days without gaining anything, both harbored a simmering resentment. Upon exiting the labyrinth, they stumbled upon a stunning beauty. It was a rarity to encounter a cultivator of such exquisite appearance at the Qi refinement stage. Ah, what perfect timing. You shall quench this burning frustration. The diminutive man leered. Although their energy was somewhat depleted, their numerical advantage would surely compel this young woman to surrender her storage pouch, not anticipating being underestimated. With a disdainful huff, Yunluo unleashed the explosive stone technique, directing it towards the 2. The technique erupted with a thunderous roar. After refining the spirit liquid for millennia, her strength had reached its zenith, and the power of the explosive stone technique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Boom. The spells cast by the duo were obliterated by Yunluo's technique, which surged forth relentlessly. The 2 men coughed up blood, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Yunluo. In a panic, the taller man abandoned his companion and hastily retreated down the passage. The shorter man, seeing his allies' cowardice, followed suit without hesitation, their speed suggesting they were being pursued by some formidable beast. Yunluo, pleased with the devastation wrought by her explosive stone technique, watched the two flee in disarray but made no attempt to pursue them, soaring directly towards the passage's exit. Meanwhile, under a cliff in the secret realm, Haochen remained blissfully unaware of Yunluo's predicament. After meditating to heal and restore his true essence, he began the arduous process of refining the demonic energy. Hours passed as he suppressed the malevolent force within the blade of his left arm, sealing it away with his true essence. Freed from the chaos of the demonic energy within his meridians, Haochen's recovery progressed rapidly. 3 days later, he found himself considerably improved. However, his strength had significantly waned. The already limited true essence was further strained by the need to contain the demonic energy. With a bitter smile, Haochen lamented that without refining this dark force, his only option in combat would be to flee. Yet, the time to consider refinement had not yet arrived. To do so, he needed to find a method to cultivate the dark arts. Now possessing the dark attribute without knowledge of how to refine the demonic energy was a lamentable predicament. Despite his inner turmoil, the immediate priority was to locate the soul-chasing talisman embedded within him. Until this object was eradicated, peace would remain elusive. However, without expelling the demonic energy, he lacked the strength to extract the talisman. This was indeed a daunting challenge. Resolutely, he began a meticulous search throughout his body, examining every inch from head to toe, inside and out, leaving no area untouched. After numerous attempts to search, he found nothing. Haochen did not consider Qian Yu's threat regarding Luo Yun's identity credible. In such circumstances, Qian Yu's words were undoubtedly trustworthy. The reason for the inability to locate the object could only be attributed to the exceptional skill of the creator of the Soul Pursuit Talisman. Unyielding in his quest, Haochen explored not only the surface but also the inner organs, delving deeply into the blood vessels and even the marrow. His perseverance bore fruit when he detected a faint gray shadow within his sea of consciousness. The sight of this shadow filled Haochen with alarm. Had the opponent cast not the Soul Pursuit Talisman, but rather some other offensive spell, what recourse would he have? Haochen had overestimated Luo Yun. Even a nascent soul cultivator could not silently implant an attack spell into another's body. The Soul Pursuit Talisman, being an auxiliary spell, was characterized by its secrecy, allowing it to evade detection and be stealthily embedded within another's body. Having identified the Soul Pursuit Talisman, Haochen's next step was to extract it. However, he soon realized the difficulty of the task. The faint gray shadow appeared to have taken root in the shadows of his sea of consciousness. Only through meticulous searching could it be uncovered, as the talisman had artfully infiltrated his mental domain. To remove it safely would inevitably cause some damage to his sea of consciousness. When he attempted to envelop the talisman in his true essence to refine it, it would explode, scattering throughout his consciousness. Even more troubling for Haochen was that it would quickly reconstitute, seemingly drawing strength from his mental realm. To eradicate it completely, he would need to strike with overwhelming force at the moment it coalesced before it could recover, yet accomplishing this within his sea of consciousness proved exceedingly challenging. What was to be done? Haochen found himself in a quandary. Could he simply allow it to reside in his consciousness? No, absolutely not. Chapter 69. Two Difficult Problems. Part 2. The Soul Pursuit Talisman could attach a fragment of the soul to another's belongings, allowing detection of the soul's essence within a radius of 100 miles. The talisman that Qian Yu had placed on Haochen was even more formidable, capable of infiltrating his body and embedding itself within his sea of consciousness. If the talisman remained, it would enable detection of the soul's essence, putting his life in jeopardy. Haochen pondered deeply on how to extricate the fragment of the soul attached to his consciousness and eventually recalled the mind-severing technique. However, the use of this technique would inflict significant harm upon his own sea of consciousness. The fragment of the soul was already firmly affixed there. Employing the mind-severing technique to excise it would inevitably result in the loss of part of his own mental realm. Should the Luo family discover his location, it would not merely be a question of injury. After much contemplation, Haochen resigned himself to a desperate gamble. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed a disturbance emanating from the jade pendant. Since the ritual to refine it, he had used it solely as a storage pouch and had not ventured back into the pendant's space. With a flicker of intent, he plunged into the pendant's realm. Spiritual herbs and medicines had been cultivated around the pond, and the ice lotus bloomed in its waters. Even the recently acquired ice flame flower exuded a fragrant aroma along the pond's edge. All the items thrown in were stored beneath the heavenly origin fruit tree, a testament to Linger's diligent efforts. Gazing into the distance, the space of the jade pendant expanded significantly. The emerald kingfisher, noticing Haotian's arrival, nimbly perched upon his shoulder, occasionally pecking at his face with its tiny beak, eager to convey something. Ah, could it be hungry? How could I have forgotten that there are no insects to eat here? What to do? Oh, right, aren't their elixirs? Surely. There are many low-grade elixirs in my storage pouch that I no longer require. Just a moment, I will find something for you. With this thought, Haotian rummaged through his storage pouch and retrieved a multitude of elixirs. He presented one to the kingfisher, but before he could even extend his hand, the bird soared up and snatched it, swallowing it whole. Seeing the little creature so famished, Haotian's heart ached, and he decided to empty the jade vial of elixirs, allowing the kingfisher to feast to its heart's content. The kingfisher flew onto Haotian's palm and consumed another elixir. Suddenly, Haotian had a realization. This was not right. A cultivator would gain immense power from just one elixir. How could this little bird withstand such potency without bursting? He quickly attempted to catch the bird to make it regurgitate the elixir, but to his surprise, the kingfisher had already swallowed it. Afterward, the little bird wobbled its way to perch upon the celestial fruit tree. Regardless, there was nothing more to be done. He would leave the bird's fate to chance. Casting a glance at the bird atop the celestial fruit tree, he then made his way to where Linger was resting. Upon entering the space, Haotian found Linger still asleep. He could only converse with himself, recounting the events of the past few days. He informed Linger that upon their exit, she must immediately employ the spirit-severing technique to excise the lingering soul fragment of the pursuit soul talisman from his sea of consciousness. He hoped that Linger could assist in capturing it within the soul-nurturing wood. He then placed the soul-nurturing wood in Linger's hand and sat beside her for a moment before exiting the jade pendant space. Haotian was aware that Linger feigned sleep out of annoyance, likely disturbed by the kingfisher's incessant need for food, thus creating a commotion to prompt Haotian to come in and tend to the bird. He understood her intention was to remind him to take time to check on those within this realm. Haotian did not recklessly attempt to extract the soul fragment from his sea of consciousness. Instead, he took a moment to restore his own state and prepared several soul-returning pills as a safeguard. He confirmed his decision to use the spirit-severing technique to sever the soul fragment attached to his sea of consciousness. He first held a soul-returning pill in his mouth, then concentrated his spirit to execute the technique. The moment he swallowed the pill, he unleashed the spirit-severing technique. His consciousness transformed into a blade, fiercely striking the soul fragment left by the pursuit soul talisman in his sea of consciousness. With a surge of excruciating pain, he severed the soul fragment. At the instant of this severance, the spirit of the jade pendant, Lingo, adeptly captured the severed soul fragment and stored it within the soul-nurturing wood of the jade pendant space. The purpose of incorporating the soul fragment into the soul-nurturing wood was not merely to protect it, but to refine it for his own utility. At this moment, the soul-returning pill also unleashed its spiritual power, beginning to mend Haotian's consciousness. The act of severing the soul fragment from the sea of consciousness inflicted significant harm upon Haotian. The moment the severing blade struck the soul fragment, he plunged into an abyss of torment. Fortunately, Haotian's consciousness was remarkably refined. Even amidst such agony, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Rather, he harnessed the overwhelming surge of pain to temper his own body. Harnessing the tumultuous agony of the sea of consciousness to temper his physique was an ingenious notion conceived by Haotian. This can be deemed a groundbreaking innovation within the realm of cultivation. With each invocation of the violent energy residing within his awareness, his physical constitution would experience an elevation. It is anticipated that enduring the ensuing torment would yield substantial rewards. As Haotian excised the soul fragment tethered to his sea of consciousness, a sudden, excruciating pain seized the head of Elder Luo Yun, who was diligently cultivating within the confines of the Yunhai sect. The critical juncture he had reached in his spellcasting was rendered futile. He discerned that the lingering soul fragment left by the soul-chasing talisman had been extracted by someone. This individual possessed remarkable determination. If not addressed promptly, they could pose a significant threat in the future. Enraged, Luo Yun's eyes gleamed with icy resolve as he summoned his consciousness to dispatch a message. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Before long, A disciple at the pinnacle of qi refinement appeared at Elder Luo Yun's abode. Jianghui, I need you to venture to the Tuo Mountain secret realm and eliminate a qi refinement disciple named Haochen. He possesses a fragment of my soul. This is a locator talisman. It contains a trace of my soul and can sense the presence of the target within 100 miles. You can utilize this talisman to locate him swiftly. Be expeditious. I suspect he may soon refine that soul fragment. Though Jiang Hui was somewhat taken aback by the prospect of a qi refinement cultivator being capable of extracting and refining his master's soul-chasing talisman, it seemed almost fantastical. Yet, years of training had instilled in him the understanding that his master never exaggerated. Perhaps this qi refinement practitioner indeed possessed some extraordinary means. Understood, master. I shall set forth immediately to eliminate Haochen. Jiang Hui accepted the assassination mission without hesitation. Take this jade Xian sword with you. I have a foreboding that this task will not be straightforward. Bring along additional companions, whether for encirclement or interception. Above all, he must be slain. Elder Luo Yun spoke gravely to his disciple. Jiang Hui was perplexed. Why would a mere qi refinement practitioner necessitate the use of a high-grade treasure like the jade Xian sword? Moreover, the command to gather more people for a ruthless pursuit raised his suspicions about Haotian's prowess. Given that Haotian had recently joined the Yunhai sect and was cultivating in a remote area on the Liu Peak, it was unsurprising that few within the sect were acquainted with him, and Jiang Hui did not recognize the name. Tuo Mountain Secret Realm? Isn't senior brother Lin there? Just as Jiang Hui was about to leave, he recalled Luo Lin. Currently, he could not reach Luo Lin, nor had he heard any news of him. Make your way to the Tuo Mountain Secret Realm and endeavor to contact Luo Lin. Ensure he is also involved in the assassination mission. Elder Luo Yun expressed his lingering concerns. Understood. Jiang Hui refrained from further comment and turned to exit his master's chamber. Chapter 70. The Dark Scheme, Part 1. 2 days later, Haotian concluded his cultivation. At this moment, his body had fully recuperated, and his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced, with his cultivation rapidly ascending to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Exhaling a breath, he felt invigorated. He then sought out Qian Yu's storage bag, erased the original owner's consciousness imprint, and emptied its contents. Upon discovering the treasured tome of Dan Yanshu among his possessions, it became evident that Xiao Wei had merely scratched the surface of its profound teachings. It appeared that this tome had recently come into his possession. After a cursory examination, Haochen discerned that the Danyan fire was merely an evolutionary spell of the Danyan flames, prompting him to set the tome aside. In addition to the Danyan Shu, he also found the Lan Luo Mo Ju mental method, as well as spells such as Kuanging Ju and Mo Bao Quan. Furthermore, he stumbled upon a set of techniques called Ziling Yuxian Ju and the Yuxian sword technique. A brief glance at the Ziling Yuxian Ju revealed that it was particularly well suited for female practitioners, leading him to store the Ziling Yuxian Ju along with the Yuxian sword technique in his jade pendant space. However, it was the Lan Luo Mo Ju that piqued Haochen's interest. He had been troubled by his inability to refine the dark energy within him, but with this technique, he could not only refine the dark energy, but also cultivate the method itself. Haochen understood that individuals with dark attributes could practice demonic arts, while ordinary people were limited to a singular elemental foundation, such as the 5 elemental energies practiced by cultivators of the Tianyuan continent. Similarly, those born into the demon race naturally cultivated demonic energy, while those from the underworld practiced the energy of the nether realm. Regardless, most individuals could only cultivate one type of energy throughout their lives, possessing but a single foundational energy. Yet, Haochen was an anomaly, endowed with an all-attribute energy foundation, which was the source of his extraordinary talents. While others could only cultivate one type of energy, he had the capacity to practice multiple energies simultaneously. The fusion and synergy of various energies promised to unleash a terrifying force capable of cataclysmic destruction. During the fierce battle in the blood pool, Haochen observed that several practitioners wielded spells imbued with peculiar demonic power. Intrigued by the allure of these demonic arts, he meticulously studied the tome, finding himself utterly captivated. Like a cat drawn to the scent of prey, he instinctively began to channel the dark energy within him according to the mental incantations of the Lan Luo Mo Ju, allowing it to flow through his meridians. By invoking the dark energy to activate the mental method, he transformed the dark energy into demonic power. Immersed in concentration, He repeatedly followed the operational pathways of the Yunluo Mo, circulating the dark energy. The surrounding dark energy consistently converged into his body, manifesting as wisps of black mist emanating from the crown of his head. These wisps coalesced in the air, gradually forming a tumultuous mass, akin to boiling water. The entry into the Yunluo Mo was notoriously arduous, requiring the cultivation of a demonic body to even begin practicing. However, Haochen possessed a rare dark attribute, which emboldened him to undertake the study of this method. As the black mist thickened and intensified, a mere thought unleashed the sealed demonic energy from the demon's soul blade, which surged into his left arm. He then extended his left hand into the mass of black mist above him. The demonic energy sealed within his left arm seemed to find its outlet, rushing into the black mist above, which in turn gradually seeped into his arm, creating a cyclical fusion of energies. As this transpired, a wave of negative emotions began to rise within him. Haochen was startled, instinctively biting his tongue and swiftly swallowing a reviving pill. The soul power within the pill was akin to a drop of clear water falling into a dark pool, momentarily awakening his consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, he enveloped the swirling black mist with his true essence and forcefully cast it into his dantian. The demonic energy assimilated into the dark aura, swirling rapidly like a fish entering water. After a day and night of arduous effort, Haochen mastered the rudimentary techniques of the blue thread demon art, and it must be said that he was indeed a prodigious talent. Within Xianyu's storage pouch, he had reaped immense benefits. With anticipation, he opened Roland's storage pouch and was elated to discover a secret manual on soul-searching technique. Although this technique belonged to the nefarious path, it did not deter him from practicing it. Mastering the soul-searching technique would enable him to extract others' memories, though the effectiveness depended on a significant disparity in strength between the two parties. Otherwise, should he suffer a backlash, the consequences would not be so simple. Why not learn it? Acquiring knowledge is a form of survival. After organizing the items from Roland's pouch, Haochen eagerly delved into the study of the soul-searching manual. Like a mosquito drawn to blood, he meticulously examined the spell, gradually mastering the techniques of the soul-searching art. Night after night passed as he obsessively studied the manual, alternating between it and the alchemical flame technique. He lost track of time, forgetting that in the secret realm, time equates to wealth, and before he knew it, another day and night had slipped away. He pondered about Sister Yunluo, who had become separated from him. A sigh of helplessness escaped his lips. However, the Tuan Mountain secret realm was vast, filled with labyrinthine passages and blood pools, making it exceedingly difficult to locate an individual. He could only search the vicinity in hopes of a fortunate encounter. The territory of a 5th-level demon beast was off-limits for Yunluo, so while searching for her, Haochen also gathered spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, yet encountered no extraordinary fortunes. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe, lurking within the maze, had gained considerable spoils through his nefarious deeds, but unexpectedly fell prey to an insignificant ant. Not only had he severely injured himself, but he also lost several magical artifacts. Had it not been for his enchanted armor, he might have perished. After escaping the maze, he sought a secluded spot to heal his wounds. Fueled by a trace of the ant's aura, he became singularly focused on locating the one who had caused him such injury, intent on extracting vengeance by flaying its skin and refining its soul to alleviate his rage. Haochen and the black-robed figure were both on quests, one searching for Sister Yunluo, and the other pursuing Haochen. Yet, Haochen only wandered near the healing area, reasoning that the black-robed individual might not have fallen victim to the thunderbolt and would surely seek revenge if alive. Thus, he remained vigilant, especially with the impending closure of the secret realm, exercising utmost caution. Consequently, the traps he had previously set remained intact. The black-robed figure, in his relentless search for Haochen's aura, scanned the surroundings with heightened awareness and, in a fit of ecstatic discovery, zeroed in on his target. At this moment, the cloaked figure was solely focused on ambushing Haochen, refraining from further probing with his divine sense for fear of being detected. Had he ventured closer and meticulously investigated, he would not have been so carelessly arrogant. For just a bowshot away lay the territory of 5th-tier demonic beasts, which were on par with cultivators in the early stages of the Yuan Dan realm. Haochen's divine sense far surpassed that of the cloaked figure, and while the latter was engaged in his exploration, Haochen discerned the presence of his adversary. Alas, the thunderous bomb had not claimed the life of the cloaked figure. What a pity! Haochen lamented to himself. Discovered, let us see how I shall bring about your demise. With a sudden tremor, Haochen concealed his aura and disguised his cultivation level to that of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, employing his signature tactic of feigning weakness to lure the enemy. Instantly, he sprang forth like a startled bird. The best course of action was to appear flustered, allowing his pursuer to perceive his feigned fear. Still hoping to escape? Dream on. The cloaked figure scoffed, his voice barely fading before a shadow darted forth in an instant. Its speed matched, or even exceeded Haochen's. With a deft touch, Haochen lightly pressed against a vine, his form racing like the wind and lightning toward his healing location. Glancing back, he saw the cloaked figure closely trailing him, an aura of terror enveloping him. The figure's power had likely reached an alarming level, far beyond what Haochen could withstand. The strength of this cloaked figure was formidable, potentially at the Foundation establishment level. Haochen's brow furrowed deeply, pondering how this individual managed to suppress his cultivation without being detected by the rules of the secret realm. A glimmer of light caught his eye. He was mere paces away from the traps he had set for his own healing. Casting a glance at the pursuing cloaked figure, Haochen's heart sank further. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Even with his current strength, it would be difficult to contend with such an opponent. Moreover, this individual might not merely be in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Had it not been for his foresight, he would have found himself in an almost hopeless situation. You little ant, I never expected your speed to be so remarkable. Truly beyond my expectations. However, you shall die today. I shall flay you alive and refine your soul to sate my wrath. A sinister, cackling voice echoed in Haochen's ears. In the maze, you initiated the violence. I merely used my one thunderous bomb in self-defense. I knew that with your formidable cultivation, that bomb would not end your life. I only sought to escape your clutches. You did not perish, so we are even. Why then do you continue to hunt me? Where has your pride gone? Haochen's fury surged, and the cloaked figure's countenance darkened further. You insolent wretch, you seek death. I intended to spare you, but it seems that is no longer necessary. The cloaked figure quickened his pace, closing the distance to merely 2 paces from Haochen. Spare me? What a joke. You just proclaimed your intent to kill me. Now you waver? Haochen scoffed coldly, yet anxiety gripped him. He was nearly there. You fool, you seek your demise. Today, I shall slay you and later hunt down your family, ensuring your entire lineage meets its end. The figure clad in black exuded a chilling aura, harboring a profound desire to eliminate Haochen. You wish to annihilate my entire family? Black-robed fiend, you have made a grave mistake, and I shall remember you. Should I escape today, I vow to exact a painful retribution upon you in the future. Although Haochen remained unaware of the true identity of the black-robed individual, the venomous and ruthless words pierced his heart, igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. Were it not for his limited strength, he would have surely sought to slay this adversary today. Humph, let us see if you can escape, the black-robed figure scoffed, though a flicker of concern crossed his features. He could not afford to underestimate Haochen, as the tone of his voice suggested he was merely a youth. Once he matured, how could the black-robed figure hope to survive? At the moment Haochen stepped into the trap's domain, he cast a fleeting glance, gritted his teeth, and unleashed the thunderous explosive. Simultaneously, an aura of perfected Qi surged forth, propelling him toward the territory of a 5th-tier beast. Gazing toward the beast's lair, he unleashed a bolt of fiery essence. The elaborate scheme devised by Haochen was now coming to fruition. He advanced, while the black-robed figure approached, a cacophony of explosions, howls, and roars resounding through the secluded realm. Chapter 71, The Ambush, Part 2, Boom. An explosive sound hurled the black-robed figure into the air. The thunderous projectile had transformed into a lethal landmine. A howl erupted, reminiscent of a beast's anguished cry in its final moments. Even with protective armor shielding him, the force of the explosion rendered the black-robed figure gravely injured. Yet, after the tumult subsided, he managed to rise, albeit battered and tattered, having lost a leg. For practitioners, this was not insurmountable, as flight could be achieved without the use of both legs, though it undeniably hampered his combat efficacy. Roar. Simultaneously, a fiery essence accurately struck the 5th-tier beast, the sky leopard. This creature, basking in the sunlight outside its lair, suffered the searing loss of a significant patch of fur. The sky leopard, with its imposing length of over 10 feet and short wings, could not sustain prolonged flight, but excelled in short-distance gliding. Unmatched by practitioners of the same tier. Who dares to provoke me? I sought no quarrel, Yet you come to challenge me. The sky leopard leapt into action, charging toward the source of the flames. At that moment, Haochen deftly slipped into the space of his jade pendant, watching with great interest the unfolding events outside. The black-robed figure, emerging from the smoke of the explosion, arrived at the cliff's edge, searching for Haochen's whereabouts, convinced that a hiding place must exist within the vicinity. Unbeknownst to him, the sky leopard had already locked onto his presence. By the time the black-robed figure sensed the impending attack from the sky leopard, it was too late to flee. Enraged, the sky leopard sought to devour the black-robed figure whole. The latter, exasperated, realized that in his search for Haochen, he had unwittingly attracted the ire of a fifth-tier beast. A fierce battle ensued between man and beast, while Haochen remained safely ensconced in his pendant, observing the clash. However, he refrained from pilfering from the sky leopard's lair, aware through his spiritual senses that more than one sky leopard resided there. Content to watch the struggle unfold, after numerous exchanges, the black-robed figure ultimately succumbed to the ferocity of the sky leopard, who tore him apart and consumed him whole. As the sun passed its zenith, the well-fed celestial leopard reluctantly departed from the precipice, soaring towards its lair. Within the jade pendant space, Haochen sat in meditation, replenishing his vital energy. Once he assessed that the external dangers had diminished, he exited the pendant's sanctuary. He gathered the items used to set up traps and discovered a storage bag left behind by the cloaked figure. Just as he was about to leave this gruesome place, a sudden tremor coursed through the heavens and the earth, as beams of light intensified exponentially in the sky. The entire secret realm resonated with a thunderous roar, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, making it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing. What was happening? Haochen struggled to steady himself, swaying with the vibrations of the ground, as if his very being were rooted to the earth. Then, an overwhelming force of repulsion enveloped him, emanating from all directions, continuously compressing his form, as if attempting to expel him from this world. Suddenly, Haochen comprehended that this was a sign of the Tuam Mountain's secret realm's impending closure. He swiftly retrieved the transmission talisman from the storage bag and infused it with his vital energy. As the repulsive force peaked within the secret realm, Haochen vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, those still alive within the secret realm began to channel their vital energy into the transmission talismans, swiftly being teleported away. Outside the Tuam Mountain's secret realm, the leaders of various sects had been waiting here for 3 months. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the winds howled as the secret realm prepared to close. Everyone realized that those who had entered the secret realm were about to emerge. Shortly thereafter, one by one, figures materialized on the plains before the Tuam Mountain's secret realm. As the light coalesced, the silhouettes of those who had entered the realm became visible. Disciples were teleported out, landing on the distant Yunjian, where they encountered Haochen, who was just arriving. At that moment, Haochen smiled at her, and Yunjian waved, beckoning him to come closer. The location where Yunjian stood was the temporary encampment established by the Yunhai sect within the Tuam Mountain secret realm. After a moment's hesitation, Haochen sprinted toward Yunjian. Since the sect members were already aware of his entry into the secret realm, he felt no need to conceal himself further. However, he chose to keep his cultivation level discreet, understanding that an overly rapid rise in power might provoke jealousy among others. Thus, he decided to act with humility, employing the breath-concealing technique to lower his cultivation to the 8th level of qi refinement. He could not disguise his cultivation any further, as those permitted to enter the secret realm were required to be at least at the 7th level of qi refinement or above. After careful consideration, he opted to suppress his cultivation at the 8th level, as entering the secret realm with a minimum cultivation of the 7th level was deemed normal, with an expectation of gaining some opportunities for advancement. Observing Haochen approaching, Yunjian rushed over to greet him. Breathless, she reached out with her delicate hands, only to suddenly withdraw them. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her flustered demeanor, and Haochen understood what her subsequent actions would entail. At this moment, Yunluo pondered why she had retracted her outstretched hands. What thoughts coursed through her mind that prompted her to abruptly halt her hurried steps? Had it not been for Haoyen's slight sidestep, Yunluo might have indeed stumbled into his embrace. Embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, she shot a fierce glare at Haoyen before turning to lead him toward their encampment. In truth, Haoyen was well aware of Yunluo's feelings and understood the reason for her hesitance to embrace him. Respecting her unspoken wishes, he refrained from opening his arms to draw her close. His spiritual perception had long since detected a formidable presence at the Yunhai sect's base, one that scrutinized their every move. He found himself unable to discern the individual's cultivation level, pondering internally if it could possibly be an elder of the sect at the Yuandan level. Indeed, Haotian's intuition was correct. The individual not only possessed Yuandan cultivation, but also had a connection to Haotian himself. This person was Feng Xiaonan, the fourth elder of the Yunhai sect. After safeguarding Yi Mei and Yuan during their return from the Danyun market to the Yunhai sect, Feng Xiaonan had conducted an investigation into Haotian's circumstances and thoroughly relayed his findings to the sect leader, Gu Yuan. The leader, intrigued by Haotian's situation, instructed his junior sister to venture into the secret realm on his behalf. Through the investigation, various signs indicated that Haotian's whereabouts had vanished before the secret realm's activation. It was reasonable to deduce that he had indeed entered the Tuan Mountain secret realm. The Yunhai sect's deliberate inquiry into a disciple's movements was hardly a casual endeavor. As Haotian and Yunluo made their way toward the Yunhai sect's encampment, the Tuan Mountain secret realm had already sealed its gates completely, not to reopen for another 20 years. However, 3 years following its next activation would coincide with the opening of the Huanhe ancient battlefield. Many sects were closely monitoring the situation, including the Yunhai sect, regarding those emerging from the secret realm. During this expedition, due to the caution exercised by various factions, instances of conflict among cultivators were notably rare, resulting in a comparatively low number of casualties. In the northeast region, 320 cultivators had entered the secret realm, while 206 had emerged, signifying a loss of 114 within. Overall, the 4 continents, 3 sects, 2 doors, 1 rogue faction, and 1 royal family of the northeast region incurred minimal losses. However, viewed individually, some sects suffered grievously, particularly the numerous smaller sects and cultivator families, with some even facing total annihilation. The Guan Xu dynasty, the sovereign of the northeast region's secular world, governed billions of lives, with many local rulers being cultivators themselves. The current emperor possessed late-stage foundation establishment cultivation and, in the name of the royal family, dispatched 20 late-stage qi refinement cultivators into the secret realm, suffering the loss of 9. Among the 2 sects, the Danyu sect sent 10 cultivators, losing 4, while the Beiqing sect also dispatched 10, incurring 5 losses. The 3 major sects, Guan Xu sect, which entered with 15, lost 7, and Yunhai sect, which also sent 15, lost 8, both experiencing relatively minor losses. In stark contrast, the Huayang sect faced dire straits, sending 20 and only seeing 9 return, with 11 esteemed disciples perishing within the secret realm. 4 continents entered the secret realm, each with 20 individuals. Yunzhou, Yuezhou, Jinzhou, and Haozhou each suffered losses, with 31 individuals failing to return. Over 20 small sects and cultivation families sent 100 practitioners into the secret realm, incurring a loss of 31, with some minor families completely decimated within the realm. Among the 5 small teams of independent cultivators, 50 individuals ventured forth, with nearly half returning. At the residence of the Independent Cultivators Alliance, 23 gathered, notably missing Haotian. As 26 souls were lost in the secret realm, independent cultivators have flourished amidst adversity, possessing far more experience than those nurtured in the sheltered confines of sects. Their independence and adaptability render them less susceptible to losses within the secret realm. However, the annihilation of the Chu family came as an unexpected tragedy as they encountered Haotian. Some renowned cultivation families also adopted the guise of independent cultivators in the secret realm. For instance, the Chu family collaborated covertly with the Lung and Lin families, both affiliated with the Danyu sect, forming a team under the guise of independence. These cultivation families did not depart, but remained at their respective sects or at the Independent Cultivators Alliance, awaiting the directives of the realm's overseers. Eager to learn about the commencement of the ancient battlefield of Huanhe, this expedition into the secret realm resulted in nearly 1/3 of the disciples from the northeast region being lost, a historical precedent, yet not excessively devastating this time. It is essential to recognize that the disciples entering the realm are not ordinary. Each is a true prodigy, silently perishing within the depths of the secret realm, leaving grim expressions upon every face. The death of 179 gifted disciples shocked Haotian and the others profoundly. It seems that Huayang sect suffered the most significant losses, followed closely by the royal family, although both had 5 more slots than other sections. Nevertheless, Every survivor emerged with either enhanced cultivation or acquired treasures and legacies, growing even more formidable. With the closure of the Tuam Mountain secret realm, this phase of trials has drawn to a close. The benefits reaped by the surviving disciples will only be fully understood upon their return to the sect. Outside the Tuam Mountain secret realm, however, is no safe haven. Dangers lurk at every corner. Millennia of history attest that losses incurred on the return journey after a secret realm closes are not fewer than those within its confines. Elders from various sects stationed outside the realm, upon witnessing their disciples assembled, ceased further discourse. After exchanging greetings, they summoned their flying vessels to escort the returning disciples homeward. Chapter 72. The Law of the Jungle. Just as the members of each sect were poised to depart, an elder from Huayang's sect suddenly interjected with a commanding voice. His hoarse utterance, imbued with the formidable presence of a late-stage Yuan-Dan cultivator, enveloped the Tuam Mountain secret realm, instilling a sense of oppression within the hearts of all. The crowd was taken aback, while only the Huayang sect members remained unfazed, as if they were privy to the elder's intentions. Before departing, "Present your storage bags for my inspection," the elder of Huayang's sect reiterated, his demands brazen and unreasonable, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. "Senior, is this approach not excessively ungracious?" An elder of the Huanyu sect, possessing foundational cultivation, suddenly inquired. "Our Huayang sect has suffered grievously. It is possible that our disciples met their demise at the hands of your sect's members." The elder, a formidable figure in the late Yuan-Dan stage, cast a murky glance that swept across the assembly, instantly instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure, as if the very space around them might collapse under its weight. He declared with unyielding authority, "I intend to conduct an examination to uncover the perpetrator." While his words held a semblance of reason, the true implication was clear to the elder of the late Yuan-Dan stage, as well as to those present, none of whom were naive. "Indeed, my royal lineage has also suffered considerable losses, and an investigation is warranted," chimed in a middle-aged man of the royal family, also at the late Yuan-Dan stage. His tone assertive. The formidable presence of the late Yuan-Dan cultivators rendered all present powerless, unable to withstand even a single strike. With two such powerful figures present, escape was rendered impossible. What are we to do? Must we submit our storage bags for inspection? The very notion of examining their storage bags was a blatant affront to their dignity, a humiliation, a flagrant trampling of their honor. The powerful figures from various sects seethed with indignation, yet they were compelled to suppress their fury. Disciples from the Yunhai sect, Huanyu sect, Danyu sect, and Beiqing sect wore expressions of discontent, while the disciples of Huayang sect and the royal offspring appeared to relish the unfolding spectacle. The disciples from various states, being subordinates of the royal family, wore smiles, clearly unperturbed. "I shall not hinder those who wish to depart without undergoing inspection," declared the elder of Huayang's sect, his voice growing increasingly hoarse, laced with a subtle yet formidable threat. Many wished to leave at that moment, but hesitated, knowing that to do so would undoubtedly offend him, leading to a multitude of troubles in the future, potentially threatening the very foundations of their sections. None dared to leave. Their expressions shifted as they weighed the pros and cons of their predicament. Should they endure this humiliation, or risk plunging their sects into unforeseen troubles? "Present your belongings." Finally, an elder from the Huanyu sect spoke with a tone steeped in resignation. This proclamation signified capitulation. The disparity between the sects was too vast to contest. A single cultivator at the late Yuan-Dan stage could inflict nearly catastrophic damage upon any sect lacking a similar powerhouse, potentially leading to its annihilation. The Huayang sect, however, was fortified by 4 late Yuan-Dan stage elders, alongside 7 or 8 in the early to mid-Yuan-Dan stages. Not to mention 2 initial Yuan-Ing stage supreme elders safeguarding the sect. As for the royal family, they boasted more than 4 late Yuan-Dan stage cultivators. With an uncertain number of early and mid-stage Yuan-Dan cultivators, and the presence of Yuan-Ing stage experts remained a mystery. With the capitulation of the Huanyu sect, other sects soon followed suit. "Hand them over," urged the grand elder of the Yunhai sect, his tone laden with resignation, a visage reflecting both helplessness and despair. "Strength is paramount. All derives from power." Were there a nascent soul expert within the Cloud Sea sect, the Huayang sect and the royal family would not permit such transgressions. Haochen and Yunluo perceived the helplessness of the grand elder and the 4th elder Feng Xiaonan, as they too felt an overwhelming sense of futility. In the face of absolute power, everything appears trivial. Submission becomes the sole choice. Empty your belongings, commanded the elder of the Huayang sect, a figure of late-stage nascent soul cultivation. The crowd complied without hesitation, each opening their storage bags and spilling their contents onto the ground. Soon, piles of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and treasures such as jade bottles, magical tools, and talismans were strewn about, emanating subtle fluctuations of energy that captivated the onlookers. The two late-stage nascent soul cultivators scanned the area, instantly identifying the items poured from the various storage bags. "You shall inspect and determine which items belong to the disciples of our sect," instructed the elder of the Huayang sect, prompting the disciples to act. A directive echoed by the royal family. Immediately, Huayang sect disciples and royal offspring surged forward like ravenous wolves, feverishly searching. "Indeed, a fine herb," exclaimed a disciple of the Huayang sect upon reaching the residence of the illusory moon sect, unhesitatingly claiming a rich spiritual herb to stow away in his storage bag. "Halt!" cried the owner of the spiritual herb from the illusory moon sect, his expression shifting in alarm. Reporting to the elder, "These items indeed belong to our sect's disciples," the Huayang disciple asserted, swiftly presenting several items to the elder of late-stage nascent soul cultivation. The elder's gaze fell upon the owner of the spiritual herb, and as his consciousness swept over the disciple from the illusory moon sect, the latter trembled, his eyes flickering before rapidly dimming, his aura dissipating as he fell lifeless to the ground. Such a consequence instilled a chilling terror, mingled with an indescribable anger, yet that anger appeared utterly powerless. Resistance? Impossible. It would only invite death. The elders and disciples of the illusory moon sect seethed with fury, yet were compelled to suppress their emotions. A disciple from the Huayang sect rushed forward, swiftly approaching Haochen, scouring through the array of items spilled from the storage bags. Within the secret realm of the Toad Mountain, Haochen's harvest was nothing short of monumental. It could be asserted that no one else who entered the realm could compare to the fraction of his gains. He refined millennia-old stone milk and absorbed 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid, achieving a remarkable surge in cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. Additionally, he amassed a significant quantity of stone milk and spiritual liquid. He annihilated the elite of the Chu family, collecting celestial fruits and their trees. In a fierce battle with Xiao Wei, he inadvertently absorbed the essence of the 1,000-year-old tree heart. In the labyrinthine chamber, he unearthed precious elixirs stored within the purple jade cauldron. As for other gains, he had refined various spiritual herbs and medicines discovered earlier near the waterfall into potent elixirs. In the ethereal realm of the jade pendant, a collection of rare spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, including the precious ice lotus and purple flame flower, has been cultivated. To Haochen, the esoteric manuals are of little value. Only the tomes of the blue lattice demon art and Danflame technique catch his discerning eye. All valuable items have been securely stored within the jade pendant, while the ordinary spiritual herbs and inferior sect manuals have been relegated to the storage bag provided by the sect. Haochen also discreetly placed a few low-grade elixirs, purchased from the Purple Dam Pavilion, into the storage bag as mere filler. Having consumed several already, only a few remained. He was reluctant to reveal the elixirs he had painstakingly concocted himself. When a disciple from the Huayang sect discovered the elixirs, he initially glanced at them with indifference, but soon his expression brightened. Without hesitation, he seized the elixirs before Haochen's very eyes, along with several superior quality spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. "What a pitiful haul," the disciple of Huayang sect remarked as he departed, leaving Haochen unfazed, merely casting a calm glance in his direction without uttering a word. The Huayang disciple had intended to provoke Haochen, hoping to incite a reaction that might lead to his downfall at the hands of an elder. However, upon observing Haochen's demeanor, he found the prospect utterly unentertaining and chose instead to approach another disciple from a different sect to collect more valuable items. Haochen silently congratulated himself for having secured all his prized possessions within the jade pendant. Otherwise, it would have been a monumental predicament, perhaps even leading to his demise that very day. At that moment, he noticed that senior brother Su Yun was also present, indicating he too had entered the secret realm. Su Yun sensed someone observing him and turned to find Haochen. It was no wonder that Elder 4 favored Haochen in such a short span. He had already reached the 8th level of qi cultivation, Su Yun mused. Were he to learn that Haochen had achieved the consummate state of qi cultivation, he would surely be left astounded. When Su Yun first encountered Haochen, he was merely at the first level of qi cultivation, yet within less than a year, he had attained the pinnacle. Even the sect's most promising talents could scarcely match such rapid advancement. Noticing Su Yun's gaze, Haochen offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Both Su Yun and Sister Yunluo had their own spiritual herbs and medicinal plants taken by the Huayang disciple, leaving them utterly helpless. However, Sister Yunluo possessed more than just a single storage bag. She seemed aware that any treasures procured in the secret realm would likely need to be surrendered upon returning to the sect, even if no such incidents occurred outside. Thus, she had discreetly concealed an additional backup storage bag in a hidden part of her attire. Among the gathered individuals, many were indeed of dubious character, including Sister Yunluo and members of the Yunhai sect. Although each displayed their unique capabilities, without extraordinary treasures, their amassed goods remained limited. Those disciples who were caught unawares suffered greatly, as their belongings, stored within their bags, were easily claimed by the disciples of the Huayang sect and the royal lineage. Despite the considerable losses suffered by the various sects, they could only watch helplessly. After all, who could argue against the might of a powerful sect? In the Tianyuan continent, as well as throughout the entire realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. For the smaller sects, cultivation families, and solitary practitioners, the Huayang sect and the royal family refrained from inspecting their storage bags. They were reluctant to offend the entire cultivation world, especially the solitary practitioners, as there were individuals within the alliance of solitary practitioners whom they could not afford to antagonize. Members of the Huayang sect and the royal disciples were all smiles. They seized the opportunity to gain considerable benefits during the inspections. In contrast, the elders and disciples of other sects wore grim expressions, with only a few managing to maintain their composure. It was infuriating, an utter humiliation. A few individuals even fell victim to opportunistic killings, resulting in even greater losses. "All right, you may leave now," said an elder from the Huayang sect, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the Yuandan realm, having accomplished his objective. There was an air of casual dismissal that only added to the frustration and helplessness of the others. Chapter 73, The Focus Person, Part 1. Haochen arrived at the residence of the Yunhai sect. Aside from senior sister Yunluo and senior brother Su Fei, he did not recognize anyone else. Upon reaching the sect's base, he recalled that he had yet to visit the alliance of solitary practitioners to complete his tasks as a solitary practitioner before entering the secret realm. Those solitary practitioners entering the Tuo Mountain secret realm had agreements with the alliance of solitary practitioners, committing to complete the tasks assigned by the alliance. Breaching this agreement would hold them accountable. "I need to visit the alliance of solitary practitioners. There are matters that require my attention," he promptly informed senior sister Yunluo. After all, Haochen had entered the secret realm under the guise of a solitary practitioner and was obliged to honor his commitments. Yunluo conveyed Haochen's intentions to Elder Feng Xiaonan. The elder consented to wait for him to return to the sect together. "I have no recollection of this disciple among the 15 who entered the secret realm," mused Elder Yunxiao, the grand elder of the Yunhai sect, glancing in curiosity at Elder Feng Xiaonan. Observing the grand elder's puzzled expression, Feng Xiaonan proceeded to recount Haochen's story to him. After listening to Feng Xiaonan introduce Haochen's experiences, Elder Yunxiao inquired further about Yunluo and Su Fei. The two then recounted in detail the events that transpired at that time. Subsequently, Elder Yunxiao sought to understand more about Haochen. Yunluo shared how she encountered Haochen and recommended him for entry into the sect, as well as their experiences in the secret realm. She omitted only the part where she and Haochen had fallen into the blood pool, leaving no other detail concealed. Elder Yunxiao, being her grandfather, warranted no embellishment in her narrative. Upon hearing about Haochen's experiences and his cultivation level, particularly his actions within the secret realm, both elders and Su Fei were left astounded. At just 17 years of age, achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement was an extraordinary feat. Elder Feng Xiaonan was once again taken aback. In such a short span, Haochen's cultivation had surged to the peak of qi refinement. How could that be possible? He was not merely a genius. He was a prodigy beyond compare. The sect was fortunate to possess such a talent. Elder Yunxiao could hardly contain his excitement. Continuing, he stated, "The matters concerning Haochen must remain confidential and not be disseminated. Upon your return, devote yourselves wholeheartedly to his cultivation." The situation of Haochen was disclosed solely to the sect master, and apart from Yunluo and Su Fei, no one else was privy to his current condition. Upon hearing the admonition from the Grand Elder, Yun Xiao, Feng Xiaonan addressed him, saying, "Indeed. Excellent. Thank you for all you have done." Yun Xiao felt a genuine joy within. With such a prodigious disciple, once he matures, will the Yunhai sect remain as it is now? Will they continue to endure humiliation, too timid to retaliate? When Haochen arrived at the residence of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, he observed that the atmosphere differed somewhat from that of the sect. The royal disciples did not scrutinize the storage bags of the Loose Cultivators. Their inquiries were merely symbolic. They understood that these cultivators were not to be trifled with. Without the ties of sects or the burdens of family, a loose cultivator could easily resort to desperate measures if provoked, leaving the oppressors powerless to act. Upon encountering the management of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, Haochen adhered to the prior agreement made before entering the secret realm, fulfilling his obligation to deliver the assigned tasks. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face. "Zijuan, Haochen?" Both exclaimed simultaneously. "What brings you here?" They inquired together. "You go first." "No, you go first. Ladies first." Haochen gestured towards Zijuan. "Well, how did you end up here? Did you enter the secret realm?" Zijuan asked, bewildered. In her mind, Haochen was either a loose cultivator or a disciple from a prestigious family. Otherwise, he wouldn't always operate in such an enigmatic manner. Seeing him here further confirmed her suspicions. "Indeed, I just emerged from the secret realm and happened to run into you. Are you well?" Haochen candidly remarked to Zijuan. "Yes, thank you for your concern. I thought I'd lost you after visiting the Ziyun Pavilion. I hadn't seen you since." Zijuan chided, her expression earnest. "Hee, did you come looking for me?" Haochen speculated, observing Zijuan's demeanor. "Just because there's nothing wrong doesn't mean I can't seek you out." Zijuan retorted, slightly irked. "That's not what I meant. But how come you are here?" Haochen inquired, puzzled to see Zijuan busily engaged at the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Wasn't she a steward at the Ziyun Pavilion? What was she doing here? The last time at Ziyun Pavilion, she was the one who attended to him. Was she affiliated with the Alliance or the Pavilion? Haochen sensed there was more to this girl than met the eye. Giggling. "You mean that? I came here because Aunt Lung from the Loose Cultivators Alliance needed emergency assistance. Their personnel was temporarily insufficient, and thus our people from the Ziyun Pavilion and the Iyun Pavilion came to lend a hand," she explained, pointing to a nearby woman who was busy at work. "Indeed. Where in life do we not cross paths?" Haochen followed her gaze to see the woman he had met at the Iyun Pavilion, named Xiaoyu. Feeling the weight of someone's gaze upon her, Xiaoyu looked up and met Haochen's eyes, nodding in greeting upon recognizing him beside Zijuan. "Oh, I see. Why would someone from the Ziyun Pavilion be working at the Loose Cultivators Alliance?" Haochen understood why he encountered Zijuan here. According to the requirements of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, Haochen was to hand over a portion of the spiritual herbs and medicines obtained from the secret realm to the Alliance. In return for this mission, the Alliance compensated Haochen with an equivalent amount of spirit stones. Ever since their brief meeting at the Ziyu Pavilion, Zijuan had been unable to forget Haochen. An indescribable feeling had been stirring within her heart. Upon seeing Haochen again, this sentiment had become uncontrollable. She was unwilling to let Haochen depart without a trace. Her eyes darted around as she resolved to seek out an elder from the Alliance to procure a token for Haochen to play with. The issuance of the Loose Cultivator Alliance token required the consent of 2 resident elders. To date, the number of tokens distributed externally had not surpassed 2. Zijuan was aware that there were 2 elders present at the Alliance, her grandfather and her master, Aunt Long. "Haochen, wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With that, she hurriedly dashed towards the 2nd floor. Noticing Zijuan's hurried ascent, Elder Zi Shaohan sensed that his granddaughter must have something significant to discuss, as she would not have come to the 2nd floor without cause. Observing the flushed complexion of the elderly man clad in a flowing blue robe, Zijuan recounted the circumstances of Haochen's entry into the secret realm and his mission to the Alliance. This elder was none other than Zijuan's grandfather, Zi Shaohan. He had long been intrigued by the tales Zijuan had shared about Haochen. In the Tianyuan continent, aside from Hao Prefecture, the surname Hao was quite rare. A 17-year-old youth, boasting not only remarkable cultivation but also the ability to concoct elixirs, hinted at a formidable master behind him. Moreover, having just heard from Zijuan that Haochen was the first to fulfill his task, Zi Shaohan felt an increased fondness for him. One ought to be like Haochen, resolute and committed to the established rules. Furthermore, the Loose Cultivator Alliance would not neglect anyone. Following Guan Xu, Xiaohan utilized his spiritual awareness to observe Haochen. What he discovered left him speechless for a considerable time. Was this not a prodigy? A 17-year-old youth, yet already possessing the cultivation of the great perfection of qi refining. Who was Xiaohan? A formidable cultivator at the late stage of the Yuandan realm, capable of effortlessly discerning the concealed strength of an individual. To confirm his findings, he promptly sent a message to another room, summoning the mid-stage Yuandan female cultivator, Leng Yushuang, to discuss matters. As Leng Yushuang entered the room, Ziwan greeted her respectfully. Xiaohan briefly explained Haochen's situation to Leng Yushuang, omitting the intricate details of his observations and requesting her to assess Haochen's cultivation level. In Leng Yushuang's mind, a 17-year-old youth would only reach a cultivation level of around the 6th or 7th layer of qi refining, and she paid little heed as her spiritual awareness swept towards Haochen. The 8th layer of qi refining. His cultivation is commendable, indeed a genius. Leng Yushuang remarked casually to Xiaohan. Yushuang, take a closer look. Is there anything amiss? Xiaohan suggested. Is there something wrong? I shall examine him more thoroughly. As cold rain frost consciousness swept towards Haochen once more, she was taken aback. Chapter 74. Focal Characters, Part 2. What is happening? This young man has concealed his cultivation? The breath-holding technique. A prodigy. No, not merely a prodigy, but a genius. This time, cold rain frost's previous disdain was replaced with astonishment, pure astonishment. When did the Northeast region produce such an extraordinary figure? How about you, Rainfrost? What are your thoughts? Purple Xiaohan inquired with a smile, observing Cold Rain Frost's stunned expression. What an astonishing child! Cold Rain Frost exclaimed, her admiration evident. Look again closely. Do you notice anything different? Purple Xiaohan encouraged her with a grin. Let me take another look. What? This young man is actually dual cultivating in both law and martial arts. As Cold Rain Frost examined Haochen's physique, she discerned the emanation of two distinct forms of true essence, both the energy of a cultivator and the aura of a martial artist. Well, what do you think? Purple Xiaohan asked Cold Rain Frost. This young man is truly remarkable. I believe our alliance must make a concerted effort to recruit him. Don't you agree, Uncle Z? Cold Rain Frost expressed her thoughts while gazing at Purple Xiaohan. Have you scrutinized him closely? When Ziyuan spoke to me, I only knew this child had a high cultivation level and was quite the alchemist. Purple Xiaohan revealed another secret about Haochen. What? You mean this child can also refine pills? Cold Rain Frost stammered in astonishment. Indeed, Li Hao from the Ziyun Pavilion holds this child in high regard and intends to cultivate him. When Ziyuan first told me, I didn't pay it much mind. However, upon a thorough inspection, I was utterly astonished to discover he is a prodigy of dual cultivation in both law and martial arts. Purple Xiaohan sighed and continued. Reflecting on my own age, I was merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, considered a genius within my family. Yet, look at this child. He has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and has also attained a corresponding level of martial cultivation. Isn't that infuriating? Purple Xiaohan exclaimed, delivering a torrent of words that left Ziyuan anxiously fidgeting, for she had her own requests. Grandfather, Aunt Cold. Our grandfather Li from Ziyun Pavilion even gave Haochen a golden card. At this moment, Ziyuan interjected, sharing what she knew. After glancing at Purple Xiaohan and then at Cold Rain Frost, she added, I believe we should also present this child with a token. While he is still in his early stages, we should foster a good relationship with him. Bestowing him a token would also serve as a form of protection. Purple Xiaohan suggested to Cold Rain Frost. I share this sentiment. This young man is dual cultivating in law and martial arts and is sure to achieve greatness in the future, she remarked, casting a meaningful smile at Ziyuan. Witnessing Cold Rain Frost's enigmatic smile, Ziyuan felt her cheeks flush crimson, lowering her head in silence, internally exclaiming, what does this even mean? This is only the second time I've met Haochen. At this moment, having heard her grandfather and Aunt Cold refer to Haochen as a dual cultivator, Ziyuan felt a tumultuous wave of emotions within her. Historically, dual cultivators are exceedingly rare, those who stand atop the pinnacle. At this instant, Haochen's figure had etched a profound impression in Ziyuan's heart. Bring it here. Ziyuan extended her hand towards Purple Xiaohan. Exchanging glances, Purple Xiaohan and Cold Rain Frost nodded in agreement, casually extracting a token from his storage ring. He infused it with his essence before handing it over to Leng Yushuang. In turn, Lung Yushuang input her information into the token and tossed a shimmering blue token to Zijuan. Upon receiving the token, Zijuan felt an immediate urge to leave, hurrying downstairs towards Haochen, anxious not to keep him waiting. One must not underestimate this token in any part of the Tianyuan continent. It grants access to organizations or properties under the auspices of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Presenting this token not only allows one to enjoy VIP privileges, but also enables the summoning of a certain number of cultivators for assistance. Fortune smiled upon Haochen as he encountered Zijuan upon his arrival at the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Prior to Haochen's presence, no loose cultivator had voluntarily offered to undertake a task. This has always been the case with the opening of secret realms. Entry is met with gratitude, while exiting is fraught with evasion. The reason for bestowing this token upon Haochen was twofold. First, the expressions of Zijuan indicated to Zixiao and Lung Yushuang that the two had undoubtedly experienced an instant connection. Second, the elders Zixiao and Lung Yushuang, both connoisseurs of talent, acted in consideration of the future development of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Zixiao was particularly influenced by the first sight of Haochen, as a vague familiarity tugged at his memory. He pondered to himself, could Haochen be one of the prodigious talents from the Hao family? After Zijuan hurried away, Haochen sensed two divine consciousnesses scanning him, yet they bore no malevolence. Nevertheless, he remained confident that his secrets would not be easily uncovered, aside from the space within his jade pendant. He truly had little to conceal. Just as his patience began to wane, he spotted Zijuan exuberantly descending from the upper floor. I apologize for the wait. I was held up by something, she said apologetically. It's nothing, Haochen thought to himself, pondering the propriety of inquiring about a young lady's affairs. I went to the second floor to fetch you a token to play with, she remarked, handing him the token. Haochen received the token, marveling at its azure brilliance. His jaw agape in astonishment. This was the token of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Although he had never witnessed one in person, he had seen illustrations of it in books detailing the Tianyuan continent, along with its utilitarian value. Is this really for me? He stammered. Indeed. I procured it for you from the second floor, so take good care of it. Zijuan teased playfully. Yet, within his heart, Haochen was tumultuous with speculation. Who exactly is Zijuan, possessing such formidable influence to acquire a token? It was evident that she had a powerful backing within the Loose Cultivator Alliance. While he was lost in these thoughts, Brother Su Yun arrived near the base of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, calling out to Haochen to hasten his return. At that moment, several loose cultivators approached to submit their tasks. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen bid farewell to Zijuan and stepped outside for a stroll. Little did he know that this brief excursion would extend for over 2 years. When Jiang Hui and his companions arrived at the secret realm of Tuo Mountain, they found it had already closed. At that moment, Jiang Hui had pinpointed the vicinity where Haochen was located and was organizing manpower around the secret realm, searching for signs of him based on a likeness. Suddenly, Jiang Hui's eyes landed on a figure emerging from the Loose Cultivators Alliance. Wasn't that the little scoundrel Haochen? Amidst his flurry of thoughts, he recognized Haochen stepping out. Upon noticing a probing gaze directed at him, Haochen followed the aura and spotted Jiang Hui. They had crossed paths once from a distance at Yunhai Sect, and it seemed Luo Yun was moving swiftly. This time, it would likely not end well. How could he extricate himself from this predicament? As Haochen pondered, Su Fei happened to run over, prompting him to dart towards Su Fei. Jiang Hui was taken aback to see senior brother Su Fei here, even more so to find Haochen accompanying him. Observing the two walking side by side toward the Yunhai Sect's encampment, Jiang Hui realized that this time, he had lost the opportunity to strike. Chapter 75. Return to the sect. Seated aboard the sect's flying vessel, Haochen marveled at the surroundings, touching this and that, feeling a sense of novelty. Previously, he had only seen such contraptions soaring through the sky, but had never experienced riding in one. The flying devices were introduced in both the Cultivation world and the Mystical Formation manuscripts. The flying vessel of Yunhai Sect could merely be classified as a small boat. In terms of physical structure, equipment, and flight capabilities, it paled in comparison to actual flying ships, with significantly lower capacity and energy consumption. The flying device was a type of magical treasure that could be enlarged or reduced post-refinement and was typically stored in a spatial pouch when not in use. When activated, it would expand instantly upon infusing it with vital energy. Various designs of flying devices bore different names. The propulsion for sword flight was achieved by channeling vital energy into the formation inscribed on the flying sword, converting it into spiritual force, which was then controlled through divine awareness. In contrast, the flying vessel, being larger than a sword and equipped with numerous features, relied solely on spirit stones for power. This meant that the vessel was inscribed with a large-scale gathering formation. By filling the gathering formation with spirit stones, the energy within them could be activated, transforming vital energy into spiritual force for flight. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the greater the energy it contained when dormant. The energy within a spirit stone remained inactive, but once activated by the gathering formation, it would convert to spiritual force. The human body acts as a gathering formation, absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth or energy from spirit stones, which is then refined into pure vital energy through the meridians and dantian. When stimulated, this vital energy generates a form of power. While aboard the vessel, Haochen used his divine sense to investigate, discovering that the materials used to forge the vessel were remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding assaults from those at the nascent soul stage. The formations within the vessel were equally fascinating. When the gathering formation activated the spirit stones, converting their energy into spiritual force, the various formations inside the vessel began to operate. Under the guidance of the owner's divine awareness, the vessel could soar skyward, piercing the clouds. Haochen mused that he would certainly acquire one of these contraptions to play with in the future. However, given that these devices required spirit stones for propulsion, it seemed he needed to amass more spirit stones. Without them, even possessing a flying device would be futile. As Haochen indulged in his thoughts, a sudden, furious shout echoed through the air. This was the consequence of the sect's insufficient strength, declared the Grand Elder with a voice filled with frustration, resonating as if it could burst forth from the flying vessel, causing the very space within to tremble. Focus on your cultivation, become powerful, and seize your own destiny, spoke the fourth elder, Feng Xiaonan, offering counsel to Yunluo while simultaneously addressing everyone aboard the vessel. Silence enveloped the vessel, a profound stillness taking hold. Upon hearing Feng Xiaonan's words, Haochen experienced a moment of enlightenment. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Cultivators defy the heavens. He understood that to escape the shackles and oppression of others, one must possess greater strength and formidable power. It was a resolve akin to knowingly walking into the tiger's den, fueled by an unwavering determination to reach the summit. At that moment, Haochen felt a radiant aura emanating from his sea of consciousness as his spiritual awareness began to ascend. All aboard the vessel were immersed in this shared sense of frustration and unease, channeling it into their cultivation. Cultivate, cultivate, and yet cultivate. The vessel continued its journey in silence, save for the howling winds and the sound of tearing air that filled their ears. As the vessel entered the layer of turbulent winds, the Grand Elder Yunluo and the Fourth Elder Feng Xiaonan each infused their life force into the vessel's protective formations, activating the defensive arrays to withstand the fierce winds. After traversing the territory of Yunzhou for another 2 hours, the silhouette of Yunhafeng emerged before them. The vessel ascended over the peak and landed in an open area on its summit. Upon returning to the Yunhai sect, a collective sigh of relief swept over the group, their hearts finding a semblance of peace. You all, follow me to the Elder's Council Chamber, commanded Grand Elder Yunluo to those who had returned from the Tua Mountain secret realm. He instructed the third elder, Bu Yunpeng, to summon the second elder, Luo Yun, to the council chamber. However, the third elder informed Grand Elder Yunluo that the second elder was currently in seclusion, then notified Deputy Peak Master Guping to attend the meeting. Yunluo promptly directed Bu Yunpeng. This council was convened by Grand Elder Yunluo, hence there was no gathering at the sect's main hall, nor were the other 3 Deputy Peak Masters called to the Elders' Council Chamber. In the Elders' Council Chamber of Yunhai Sect, the Sect Master, Gu Yulin, made his appearance, followed swiftly by Gu Ping and the others. Additionally, there were 7 individuals who had returned from the secret realm, totaling 8, including Haochen. Grand Elder Yunluo began to recount in detail the events that had transpired beyond the Tua Mountain secret realm, plunging the chamber into a profound silence. These are baseless accusations, spoke Sect Master Gu Yulin, his voice tinged with fatigue. Losses can be endured. What matters most is that we remain alive, for life itself is the most precious commodity. To strengthen ourselves, we must become more formidable, so that we may no longer endure such humiliation. This statement was directed towards the 8 disciples present. Due to the comparable potential of the sect leader Gu Yulin and the 4 elders, even with further enhancement, their progress would be severely limited. Throughout their lives, they could only aspire to the realm of Yuan Dan, with some unable to reach even the later stages of Yuan Dan. In contrast, the 8 individuals of Haochen possess exceptional talent and potential, suggesting boundless possibilities. They may yet achieve the later stages of Yuan Dan or even higher. The 8 of Haochen wore solemn expressions, deeply affected by the experiences within the Mount Tua secret realm, a profound emotional resonance that struck at their very souls. 15 disciples from our sect ventured into the Mount Tua secret realm, and with Haochen included, the total reached 16. 8 were lost, and 8 returned. You 8 are the most outstanding disciples from this expedition to the Mount Tua secret realm, proclaimed the sect leader Gu Yulin, his demeanor earnest. I believe each of you has gained valuable insights during your time in the secret realm. At this moment, Gu Yulin scrutinized Haochen closely. This must be the disciple my junior sister spoke of. Remarkable. At just 17, he has already attained the 8th level of qi refinement. Gu Yulin was satisfied merely by Haochen's outward appearance and cultivation level. Rest assured, whatever opportunities you acquired in the Mount Tua secret realm are yours to keep. Our sect will not seize them, stated Gu Yulin with a grave tone. However, we hope that if any of you procure opportunities that you deem unnecessary, you may submit them to the sect, and appropriate compensation will be provided in return. Naturally, Su Fei had no qualms, and Yunluo remained loyal to the Yunhai sect, thus willingly presenting the spoils obtained from the Mount Tua secret realm, expressing a desire to offer them selflessly to the sect. In truth, little of value remained in their storage bags, having been thoroughly depleted by the Huayang sect outside the Mount Tua secret realm. Haochen, however, harbored no objections, as his true treasures lay hidden within the space of his jade pendant, which he dared not reveal. He could not allow anyone other than himself to be privy to this knowledge, thus he could only produce the contents of his storage bag. While his personal growth was not directly linked to the Yunhai sect, he still bore the title of a disciple of the sect, which had provided him with a place to belong, and many fellow disciples had extended significant assistance to him. Therefore, it seemed only fitting to reciprocate. Without a moment's hesitation, Haochen extracted everything he had obtained from the Mount Tua secret realm from his storage bag and selflessly offered it to the Yunhai sect. Inspired by the 5 other disciples also followed suit, donating their findings from the Mount Tua secret realm to the sect without hesitation. Sect leader Gu Yulin and the elders, in turn, expressed that such offerings were unnecessary but assured that the 8 would receive corresponding contributions to the sect based on the value of their donations. I wonder if you could share your experiences within the secret realm, Gu Yulin inquired with a smile. A casual recounting may prove beneficial for our disciples in future ventures into the Mount Tua secret realm. The elder Yun Xiao chuckled, noting that the previous expedition's losses were comparable to this one, yet the gains were significantly inferior, lacking any noteworthy discoveries, and thus left no valuable information behind. The 8 of Haochen had no reason to refuse such a request. After all, even some spiritual herbs, elixirs, and martial arts manuals are willingly offered without any expectation of reciprocity. As for the Tortoise Mountain secret realm, this lifetime may only present this singular opportunity for entry. Allow me to speak first. Yunluo, as the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, naturally takes the initiative to set an example. Throughout her narration, Haochen remains contemplative, recognizing Yunluo's profound selflessness and pondering whether to share his own experiences as well. Yunluo meticulously recounts her own journey into the Tortoise Mountain secret realm, detailing every event up until her entrance into the enigmatic passage. Haochen anticipated that she would also disclose the incident involving the demise of Luo Lin and the subsequent plunge into the depths of the blood pool. However, to his astonishment, Yunluo refrains from mentioning it, avoiding any direct gaze towards him, as if that event had never transpired. In truth, Yunluo had contemplated revealing the matter, yet she ultimately dismissed the thought. In a sense, it could be regarded as a secret shared between Haochen and herself. She remained uncertain whether Haochen would appreciate others knowing, and to articulate it might incite his displeasure. The sect leader and the 4 elders listened intently, hoping to glean any valuable information from Yunluo's account that might aid in their next venture into the Tortoise Mountain secret realm. Regrettably, her narration yielded little of practical use for their forthcoming expedition, merely enhancing their understanding of the realm itself. Next, Su Fei spoke, his words more succinct yet clear in expression. Before long, he recounted the experiences shared by himself and the other 5 disciples. Their group had remained together throughout their time in the secret realm, their experiences largely mirroring one another. After entering the labyrinthine passage, they found themselves ensnared, only narrowly escaping and being teleported out. Upon concluding Su Fei's recounting, all eyes turned to Haochen. Some among them were unfamiliar with him, having never laid eyes on him before. Having completed his own reflections, Haochen made a decision. Sect leader, esteemed elders, he began, his expression earnest and his tone grave, prompting the sect leader and the 4 elders to adopt a similarly solemn demeanor. What I am about to disclose is of utmost importance and must remain confidential, shielded from the knowledge of others. To the secret chamber, Guping, you shall accompany us as well. Yunxiao spoke without hesitation. The trust bestowed upon Guping by the Grand Elder Yunxiao, sect leader Gu Yulin, 3rd elder Bu Yunpeng, and 4th elder Feng Xiao Nin was profound. Guping's father had once been the master of the Falling Feather Peak of Yunhai sect, yet he had been absent for years on his travels. Guping had initially intended to manage Falling Feather Peak in his father's stead, yet due to the Grand Elder's concerns regarding Luo Yun, he was reluctantly relocated to West Ridge Peak. Consequently, they sent Uncle Wang Hung to Falling Feather Peak for a leisurely retirement. Let us proceed. Gu Yulin immediately rose, signaling his trust in Haochen. Sect leader, esteemed elders, I, along with several junior brothers, shall take my leave. Su Fei and his companions seized the opportunity to depart. Go forth. Gu Yulin nodded, sensing the significance of what Haochen was about to reveal, an important secret that piqued the curiosity of the other disciples. However, Haochen chose not to elaborate on this matter, believing it to be in their best interest. These individuals were merely at the qi refinement stage, and should any secrets be divulged, there was no telling whether they might be captured in the future and if others would come to know. Thus, he refrained from revealing the secrets of the Tuam Mountain secret realm to them. The disciples took their leave, and Yunluo departed alongside several others. Chapter 76. Selfless dedication. Under the guidance of Gu Yulin, the group made their way to the conference hall of the Yunhai sect. They swiftly entered the depths of the sect, arriving at a hidden chamber. This place was sufficiently secluded, alleviating any concerns of unrelated parties overhearing their discussions. Now, you may speak freely, Yunxiao said, his gaze fixed intently on Haochen. Without a moment's hesitation, Haochen commenced his account of entering the Tuam Mountain secret realm. Naturally, he omitted the details regarding the ambush on the Chu family. He described the environment and the orientation of his movements, recounting the breathtaking cliffs shrouded in mist, the mysterious valley abundant with spiritual herbs, and the cascading waterfall. On a whim, he recounted how he had inadvertently severed a stream with a single strike, leading to the discovery of a hidden cave. By getting close to the waterfall, nestled between the cliff faces, one could uncover the cave behind it, which housed millennia-old stone milk capable of enhancing one's cultivation. As he spoke, Haochen meticulously detailed the route to the cave, the necessary methods, and the measures to be taken. Excellent. Upon hearing Haochen's introduction, Yunxiao and the others were filled with excitement. The millennia-old stone milk was indeed a rare treasure. This information would prove invaluable for the next batch of disciples entering the Tuam Mountain secret realm. Additionally, Haochen recounted an incident following a fierce battle at the blood pool, during which he inadvertently found himself drawn into an underground space, where he discovered a substance known as 10,000 years spiritual liquid. Though he had utilized a portion of it, he managed to collect some of this precious liquid. He presented the harvested spiritual liquid for the sect's safekeeping. As he spoke, Haochen retrieved a storage pouch from his robe and handed it to Elder Yunxiao. In truth, the amount of 10,000 years spiritual liquid he produced was but a fraction of what he had collected. Upon receiving the storage pouch, Yunxiao marveled at its contents. Bottles of millennia-old stone milk and 10,000 years spiritual liquid, alongside a significant quantity of jade marrow mushrooms, purple monkey flowers, and heavenly spirit fruits, all of which were essential for concocting foundational elixirs. His hands trembled as he passed the pouch to Gu Yulin, who then shared it with the others for inspection. As the attendees examined the treasures within the storage pouch, they were once again engulfed in profound joy, tears of excitement welling in their eyes. Wonderful. Thank you, Yunxiao exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, Haochen, recalling the path he had traversed, sketched a map from memory to present to Yunxiao. The map belonging to the Chu family would remain undisclosed for now. Once it was revealed, suspicions would inevitably arise regarding the Chu family's demise in the secret realm. linking it to Haochen. Subsequently, Haochen handed over a map he had discovered in Qian Yu's storage pouch, which was obtained from Xiaowei, to Gu Yulin. This map meticulously marked the routes and locations of spiritual herbs, medicines, fruits, and other spiritual materials. The image before us encapsulates the sacrifices of several generations of the Huayang sect, their lives exchanged for secrets now in the possession of the Yunhai sect. Upon witnessing Haochen once again unveil this extraordinarily precious map, a wave of emotion swept through the crowd, touched by his actions. Haochen, your contributions to the sect are monumental. You may voice any request, even if it is for the position of sect leader, declared Gu Yulin with unwavering conviction. The assembly fell silent. Yet not a soul dared to voice dissent. The sect leader's words carry great weight. I am but a disciple of the Yunhai sect. It is my utmost honor to contribute to the flourishing and development of our sect within my capabilities, Haochen responded earnestly. Laughter erupted among the sect leader and the other attendees, their spirits lifted immensely. Yunxiao felt fortunate to have welcomed Haochen into their fold. Recognizing that the greatest credit belonged to Yunluo, who would surely merit a substantial reward for her efforts. Simultaneously, the sect leader and several elders resolved to intensify their focus on nurturing Haochen's potential. Despite his humility in not requesting anything, the sect could not simply take what he had offered without due recognition. Haochen, reveal to us your true capabilities. Yunxiao inquired. Haochen's aura was typically restrained, making it challenging to discern his genuine prowess. However, as a hint of his essence began to unfurl, the sect leader and the other elders, apart from Yunxiao and Feng Xiaonan, were left astounded. Full mastery of qi refinement. They gasped, fully aware that Haochen had just turned 17. According to Feng Xiaonan's investigations, it was surmised that before entering the secret realm, Haochen had been at the 8th layer of qi refinement. The remarkable enhancement in his prowess during his time in the Tuo Mountain secret realm was indeed astonishing. Gu Yulin was struck with astonishment, realizing he had misjudged, as had everyone present. In the Yunhai sect, only those at the early stages of qi refinement were permitted as outer disciples, while those in the mid-stages could enter the inner sect. Those in the late stages could ascend to the elite disciples' ranks. Practitioners at the foundation establishment level could join the management tier of the Yunhai sect or become part of the secretive Yunhai battle team, composed entirely of foundation establishment disciples. Haochen had been concealed at Liu Peak, known only to Uncle Wang Hong. Gu Yulin pondered the necessity of visiting Liu Peak. When I entered the secret realm, I suppressed my cultivation to the 7th layer of qi refinement. In truth, I had already achieved the 10th layer. Upon exiting the realm, I once again restrained my cultivation to the 8th layer. Haochen felt compelled to explain, observing the astonished expressions of the sect leader and the elders. After concluding their discussions in the secret chamber, Haochen took his leave, preparing to depart. Yunxiao intended for Haochen to remain at Yunhai Peak, the sect's headquarters, to facilitate discussions over the challenges encountered in cultivation. However, Haochen insisted on returning to Liu Peak, expressing his comfort with that environment. In the end, he departed from Yunhai Peak. The sect leader and the 4 elders lingered in the secret chamber, engrossed in the analysis of the 2 maps provided by Haochen. They retrieved the Millennium Stone milk and the 10,000-year spiritual liquid from their storage bags, resealing them, and carefully repackaged the raw materials for the foundation establishment pills in jade boxes for safekeeping. Gu Yulin uncorked a bottle of the eternal spirit essence, instantly filling the room with a captivating fragrance. The unique energy emanating from the essence washed over everyone present, enveloping them as if they were taking a rejuvenating bath. What a remarkable treasure! A sip during battle could swiftly restore one's vitality. Moreover, when cultivating and advancing, utilizing this essence could yield astonishing results. Amidst his elation, he did not forget the matter concerning Haochen. Yulin, how do you propose we handle the situation at Liu Peak? Yunxiao inquired, directing his gaze towards Gu Yulin. I suggest that from today onward, we intensify the patrols at Liu Peak, while selecting 3 capable disciples from the Yunhai battle team to be stationed there, Gu Yulin responded. Gu Ping, let us cease our discussion for today. You need only be aware of the secret Haochen mentioned, Yunxiao advised Gu Ping, implicitly indicating his desire to keep Luo Yun in the dark about the events that transpired here. Haochen returned to the cave dwelling at Liu Peak. He first visited the Grand Hall to pay his respects to Grandpa Wang Hong. Upon seeing Haochen return, Wang Hong rose from a distance to welcome him. As Haochen hurried over to greet Wang Hong, who assisted him in taking a seat, He noted with delight that Grandpa Wang's health had markedly improved and his spirit had transformed. Despite the slow pace of Wang Heng's cultivation and the internal injuries he bore, he remained at the third level of qi refinement. Grandpa Hao Yunluo, having crossed his 60th year, had only just begun his cultivation journey, still lacking the prowess that Wang Heng currently possessed. Cultivators must defy the heavens. The opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation was bestowed upon him by the techniques left behind by Wang Ziyu. In a sense, Wang Ziyu could be considered his semi-master. If a semi-master qualifies as a master, then the father of that master is his grandmaster, thus making the affairs of the grandmaster his own concern. Upon meeting Grandpa Wang Heng, Haochen had no time to exchange pleasantries, as his mind began to reason logically. Therefore, from this day forward, he must take responsibility for Grandpa Wang Heng, ensuring that he swiftly enhances his cultivation. Haochen possessed invaluable treasures. The jade pendant contained heavenly origin fruits, heavenly spirit fruits, eternal spirit essence, and thousand-year stone milk, all of which were extraordinary gifts. Not to mention, even as a mere mortal, Haochen could elevate Wang Heng to the realm of immortality. In truth, Wang Heng's displayed cultivation was not as it seemed to all observers. During the period of his son's disappearance, he sensed an unseen hand pulling the strings behind the scenes. In an effort to extricate himself from the turmoil, Wang Heng endured in silence, deliberately injuring his meridians while in seclusion to lower his cultivation. By employing the technique of breath concealment, he reduced his level to the third stage of qi refinement, deceiving everyone around him. Though Haochen's breath concealment technique was indeed learned from Wang Ziyu, it was merely the first of three methods. The Tai breath concealment technique comprises three parts: the breath concealment method, the concealment technique, and the disguise technique. The application of the second method allows one to conceal their cultivation level by one tier, enabling a foundation establishment cultivator to appear as a qi refinement practitioner, preventing those of higher cultivation from discerning the truth. Below the nascent soul level, practitioners cannot detect the use of breath concealment, allowing for the concealment of one's presence. The third method, when mastered to its fullest extent, enables one to conceal their cultivation by two tiers, meaning that a cultivator at the nascent soul level could be perceived as merely at the qi refinement stage. Even concealing all cultivation and altering one's appearance to the extent that even those of the nascent soul realm fail to discern any cultivation from the user of the concealment technique. It is evident that Wang Heng's mastery of this art surpasses the incantations currently employed by Haochen. Chapter 77. Returning home to visit family while Haochen was engaged in conversation with Wang Heng, Lu Wan, and Lin Xiao. Upon learning of Haochen's return to the sect, made their way to Falling Feather Peak. The four shared an abundance of heartfelt words, particularly Lu Wan and Lin Xiao, whose chatter was unrelenting and intertwined. Wang Heng, remaining nearby, refrained from interrupting their discourse. Upon discovering Haochen's return to Falling Feather Peak, Yi Mei, Yuan, and Lu Su hurried over from Emerald Cloud Peak. Qi Ping and Li Yu also arrived from North Horizontal Peak and West Ridge Peak, respectively. Under Haochen's introduction, Lu Wan and Lin Xiao gradually became acquainted with several young individuals, leading to a joyful reunion filled with excitement. Everyone cherished this momentous occasion. Keenly aware that their next gathering remained uncertain, Haochen hosted a bonfire feast at Falling Feather Peak, taking charge of the barbecue. Roasted rabbit, grilled wild boar, and earth-baked chicken were among Haochen's specialties. The evening was lively and joyful, resonating with laughter until the late hours. As the night wore on and the revelry subsided, only Yi Mei and Yuan remained by Haochen's side, sharing their sorrows of parting. Since the harrowing separation at the market, the two had shed countless tears of longing, awakening from dreams filled with anxiety and worry for Haochen, particularly Yuan, whose heartache had left her looking frail. Being new to the ways of the world, Yuan's physical changes did not escape Yi Mei's notice. After several probing inquiries, Yuan could no longer keep her secrets and revealed the truth about her venture into the Fox Spirit Cave. The night before Haochen's return to the sect, both Yuan and Yi Mei had sought leave under the pretense of visiting family. However, the true intent was to search for Haochen. Yuan brought Yi Mei along, as her family was a cultivation lineage aligned with Yunhai's sect. Thus, concocting a suitable excuse to return home was feasible. Yi Mei, being an ordinary mortal who entered the sect through rigorous examination, lacked the privilege of taking leave for a familial visit. Gazing up at the crescent moon in the sky and at the two women nestled beside him, Haochen felt a warmth wash over him. Yet his thoughts drifted to Baoquan village. The fantasies of his youth had all blossomed beneath this very moon. He pondered what his grandfather might be doing, how life was treating him, and to what extent he had progressed in his cultivation. Nostalgia enveloped him as he reminisced about every blade of grass and every tree there. Indeed, at this moment, Haochen felt a profound yearning for home. Having spent nearly a year in Yunhai sect, he thought it was perhaps time to visit his grandfather. When they parted, it had been agreed he would return to the village 2 months later to await the sect's assessment. However, a series of unforeseen events had delayed his journey home. First, he encountered Yunluo, which serendipitously led him to Yunhai sect. Subsequently, he undertook a mission to Wildman Valley with fellow townsfolk. As the 3-month period for joining the sect concluded, in order to fulfill the sect's mandated tasks, he once again ventured into Wildman Valley, sustaining severe injuries. After recovering and re-entering the marketplace, he was pursued by the Chu family. Misfortune led him to the Rooster Crown Mountain for healing, and after numerous trials, he returned to the sect to recuperate and cultivate. He later accepted Yi Mei's invitation to undertake trials at Rooster Crown Mountain. Upon re-entering the bustling marketplace to partake in an auction, he fell victim to a ruthless attack by cloaked assailants. Subsequently, he ventured into the mystical realm of Tuan Mountain, facing numerous perils and seizing fortuitous opportunities. At this juncture, although Haochen had attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, he realized that to transcend the qi refinement stage and ascend to the foundation establishment realm, he must elevate his state of mind. Having crossed the threshold into the world of cultivation, his prowess surged rapidly, reaching the 12th level of qi refinement's consummate state. However, since embarking on this path, his martial cultivation had yielded little progress, with internal energy refinement remaining a significant shortcoming. Recently, he felt a sense of unrest, an inexplicable void within his heart. Lacking a mentor's guidance, Haochen could only navigate the intricacies of cultivation on his own. Unbeknownst to him, what he truly lacked was a profound mental state and a sense of responsibility towards the world. His relentless pursuit of martial and spiritual advancement, solely for the sake of longevity, rendered him little more than a mere shell of existence. It was only by dedicating his abilities to the service of this world that life would become truly vibrant, allowing his cultivation to flourish in tandem with his mental state, facilitating greater progress. It was said that even ancient beings of the nascent soul stage, striving to break through to the divine transformation realm, must cultivate their mental fortitude. Did he, a mere practitioner of the qi refinement level, also require such elevation? Was he, too, a peculiar anomaly? Moreover, within the confines of the Yunhai sect, there were formidable individuals he could not afford to provoke. Caution and prudence were imperative, as the many disciples of the second elder, Luo Yun, had met their demise at his hands. Should Luo Yun emerge from seclusion and attribute the deaths of his disciples to him, would he be spared? A moment's carelessness could cost him his life. Thus, Haochen resolved to flee from this treacherous environment and immerse himself in worldly cultivation. When his strength was sufficiently formidable, he would return to the Yunhai sect, discreetly sharing his intentions with the 2 women, who expressed no objections. He urged them to depart first, instructing them to await him at the Yu residence. Once they had left, Haochen stealthily approached Wang Heng's quarters to request a leave of absence to visit his grandfather, promising to return shortly. Upon hearing of his intentions, Wang Heng cautioned him to exercise utmost care, presenting him with a jade vial and a handwritten secret tome to deliver to his grandfather. Haochen took these items without much thought, promptly stowing them away. Concurrently, he handed Wang Heng a vial of elixir aged for millennia, a jade bottle containing 5 revitalizing purple pills, and 3 celestial origin fruits. He then presented a letter for his grandfather to forward to the sect leader. After bidding farewell to Wang Heng, Haochen cautiously made his way toward the outskirts of Yunhai Peak, utilizing his spiritual sense to survey the surrounding area for several miles. He skillfully avoided any locations that might lead him into trouble. Fortunately, the sect's planned operations had yet to be enacted. He refrained from flying on his sword, fearful that such visibility might betray his movements. Should his extraordinary cultivation be exposed, the sect would undoubtedly implement protective measures, thereby restricting his freedom of movement within the sect. Burdened with numerous reasons for his departure and unable to confide in anyone, Haochen had no choice but to slip away. Stealthily exiting the Yunhai sect under the guise of visiting home, he sought to discover the missing piece of his mental state. Upon learning of Haochen's departure from the Yunhai sect to visit his family, sect leader Gu Yulan promptly informed the Grand Elder, Yunluo, of the situation. The Yunhai sect promptly dispatched elite disciples of the Yunhai battle team to search the surrounding markets and towns for any trace of Haochen. Upon discovering his whereabouts, they were to report immediately, though there was no need to bring him back to the sect at once. Rather, they were instructed to ensure his safety in secrecy. While the Yunhai sect sent out its forces in search of Haochen, he had already ventured beyond the sect's borders and returned to his hometown. After several days of travel, Haochen arrived at Baoquan village, an unremarkable little hamlet that remained unchanged from a year prior. Now a cultivator, he realized the spiritual energy here was rather thin, indeed unsuitable for cultivation. No wonder, after living here for many years, he had been unable to absorb any qi into his body. Nestled among verdant hills and clear waters, Baoquan village featured wooden houses arranged harmoniously within a relatively flat valley. Returning after a year, the warmth of old neighbors and familiar homes greeted Haochen, who was met with hearty invitations for meals from the eastern neighbor and casual chats from the western household. However, he politely declined. Making his way back to the small wooden house he once called home, the interior remained as it was, save for the absence of his grandfather and the spirit tablet in the main hall. His purpose for returning was to reconnect with his roots and visit the villagers. When Haochen was quite young, his parents had ventured far away, leaving him in the care of relatives and neighbors who looked after him with kindness. Over the course of a year, Haochen underwent a transformative journey, evolving from an ordinary mortal into a fully realized cultivator at the peak of the qi refinement stage, truly stepping into the realm of cultivation. He understood that his identity now separated him from the villagers, placing him in a different world. All he could do now was assist his friends and neighbors with whatever he could. He spent 7 tranquil days in the village, visiting his aunt and uncle, inquiring about his grandfather's whereabouts. His aunt only knew that he had gone to Dongxing town, but she had no news of his purpose. And he had been gone for over half a year, much to her frustration. Haochen spent time chatting with her and accompanied his uncle on hunting trips, doing his utmost to bring them joy, while discreetly adding health-boosting elixirs to their food and drink. He also visited Grandma Qiu, bestowing upon her a few gold and silver coins, and paid a visit to Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu. No one in the village knew of Haochen's status as a cultivator, and he made no mention of it, nor did he bring up Li Yu or Lu Su, feigning ignorance instead. After all, he had only been away from the village for less than a year, and with the sex examination occurring every 3 years, the villagers assumed he was merely a returning son. On the afternoon he left the village, Haochen ventured into the mountains, hunting various wild creatures. In the evening, he hosted a gathering in the village square, discreetly mixing the juice of the longevity-enhancing Tianyuan fruit into the drinks, ensuring that even the women and children enjoyed the sweet beverages. Haochen's singular contribution was to promote the health of his fellow villagers. As the moon hung low in the western sky, Haochen quietly departed from Baoquan village, leaving behind his hometown and the bonds of kinship. He continued his journey westward, determined to seek out his grandfather in Dongxing town. Chapter 78. Proceeding with caution upon exiting Baoquan village, Haochen stood quietly for a moment at the village's edge, on the high ground, before departing without a backward glance. Utilizing the concealment technique, he assumed the guise of an ordinary person. Instead of taking the main road to Dongxing town, he chose to traverse the mountains and hills stealthily. Jiang Hui, a disciple of the Luo Yun sect, might be lying in wait to ambush him, and he could also be tracking his movements. The aura he emitted during the gathering at Liu Peak could be captured by those with ill intentions and incorporated into a tracking device, allowing for detection within 100 zhang. The encirclement by the Chu family, the ambush by the cloaked figures, and the relentless pursuit by the Luo family had left Haochen on high alert, like a startled bird. He had to exercise utmost caution, for a prudent voyage ensures longevity. Throughout his journey, he sensed no pursuers. Instead, he encountered several fierce wild beasts and low-tiered demonic creatures, which he effortlessly dispatched and stored in his spatial pouch. Haochen was quite familiar with the geographical terrain, having frequently visited Dongxing town for trade, often traversing the mountains with his hands not empty. As he neared the boundary of Dongxing town, he exited the thicket and entered the official road. After half a day's travel, he glimpsed the outline of Dongxing town from a distance. This town was a bustling hub where mortals and immortals mingled, gradually attracting an increasing number of adventurers due to its proximity to the Dangsha Ridge. It had developed into a major settlement with a population of several tens of thousands, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Upon reaching the vicinity of Dongxing town, Haochen sought a secluded spot to extract the slain beasts, including a wolf fox among the two demonic creatures. From his spatial pouch, he meticulously butchered the demonic beast, preserving the meat as a delicacy, which he subsequently stored in his pouch. The valuable parts, such as the fur and bones of the demonic creatures, were placed in his satchel and slung over his shoulder to remain inconspicuous. The ordinary beasts he encountered included deer, rhinoceroses, and wild boars, while the demonic beasts consisted of a scorpion-tailed python and a wolf fox. His jade pendant space still contained numerous demonic beast carcasses, including the iron-backed wolf crocodile he had slain in the secret realm, which he had not yet processed. However, he did not intend to sell them here, as such items would attract undue attention. How could an ordinary mortal possibly slay such formidable demonic beasts? It was wiser to proceed with caution. As he entered the town, he was immediately enveloped by a lively atmosphere, lifting his spirits. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, and the streets bustled with people. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several individuals exuding the aura of cultivators moving about. Haochen refrained from entering any shops that purchased mountain products and instead strolled leisurely, observing the surroundings. When he had parted ways with his grandfather, they had agreed that he would venture to Dongxing town for development and seek assistance from the Yi family in times of difficulty. Finding someone in such a vast town was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It would be wiser to visit the Yi family's shop first to inquire if there were any news of his grandfather. Haochen had previously visited the Yi family's shop to gather information from Yi Mei regarding the sect's assessment tests, though he had never entered the inner courtyard. On several occasions, he had been met by the guards who brought Yi Mei out to meet him. With this in mind, he made his way directly to the Yi family shop, which also engaged in the business of purchasing beasts. "Young master, please come in," the shop assistant exclaimed upon noticing Haochen approach, burdened with a sizable package on his back. Upon immediately donning a cheerful countenance, the shopkeeper invited Haochen inside. As the guest stepped into the store, the assistant inquired, "Are you a buyer or a seller, young sir?" Observing my attire, "It is evident that I am a vendor seeking those with discerning eyes," Haochen replied as he set down his bundle. "Please hold on for a moment. I shall fetch the manager," the attendant said, making his way deeper into the shop. Before long, the assistant emerged alongside a gentleman in his 50s. "Ah, is that not Haochen? When did you arrive?" Yi Cheng exclaimed upon recognizing him. "Uncle Yi, it's me. How is your health?" Haochen responded. Having visited Ye's shop previously in the company of Yi Mei, and thus being familiar with the shopkeeper, albeit the assistant had changed. "Thanks to your concern, I'm well. What brings you here today? What mountain goods do you intend to sell?" Yi Cheng inquired, noticing the bundle Haochen carried. "Uncle Yi, please offer a price as you see fit." Upon hearing Yi Cheng's question, Haochen placed the bundle on the counter and opened it. He did not regard the items from the demon beast with much significance. Moreover, given his connection with Yi Mei, he would not mind bestowing the spoils upon the Yi family without charge. Yi Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the contents of the bundle, recognizing they belonged to a second-tier demon beast and held considerable value. "Did you slay this demon beast yourself?" Yi Cheng asked, his expression filled with curiosity. "I vanquished the ordinary beasts. The items from the demon beast were merely collected by me," Haochen replied, refraining from claiming the kill, as he was but a mere mortal, incapable of defeating a demon beast. "Ah, how fortunate." Yi Cheng did not press further regarding how Haochen came upon the demon beast. "The fur you've gathered from this demon beast is remarkably pristine, without a single flaw. It is among the finest I have encountered in recent years." After a thorough inspection, Yi Cheng's astonishment was evident as he expressed his admiration repeatedly. "Uncle Yi, please name your price." Haochen smiled, pleased with the appraisal. 300 gold coins for the wolf fox fur and 20 for the other materials. What do you think?" Yi Cheng pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well. I shall accept your offer. Please provide me with 2 100 gold tickets and the remaining 112 coins directly." Haochen raised no objections to this arrangement. "Splendid." Yi Cheng exclaimed joyfully, promptly producing 2 gold tickets along with 120 gold coins to hand over to Haochen. Delighted by Haochen's straightforwardness, Yi Cheng reflected that previous sellers had typically been tedious and long-winded in negotiating prices. Truth be told, the price he offered Haochen was somewhat inflated, not representing the highest value. For such exquisite fur, at least an additional 100 gold coins should have been added to the sum. However, since Haochen did not haggle, Yi Cheng had effectively gained an extra 100 gold coins. There is a saying, cunning merchants take advantage of familiar faces. In this mortal realm, while there are cultivators who trade in the spoils of demon beasts, the currency used here comprises copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. The conversion rate between gold coins and elemental stones is based on a 100-fold system. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. A typical family of 5 can satisfy their yearly needs with approximately 10 gold coins, which illustrates that the 300 gold coins in Haoyen's possession constitutes a substantial fortune. However, for cultivators, such coins hold little value, as transactions among them are measured in yuan stones, with 1 yuan stone equating to 100 gold coins. Uncle Yi, I would like to inquire about a certain individual named Qin Yushuan. Has he come here seeking your assistance? Haoyen asked after concluding a transaction. Huh? How could you be unaware that Qin Yushuan has already purchased property here? Yi Cheng retorted. I have been away for over half a year. Qin Yushuan from the neighboring village merely expressed a desire to buy a house in town. I genuinely had no knowledge of his arrival, Haoyen replied, somewhat awkwardly. This should pose no difficulty. Lu San, please escort Haoyen to the Chun residence. Yi Cheng instructed one of the shop assistants. Lu San led Haoyen to a grand estate situated in the northern part of the town. This is the home of Old Master Chun, Lu San indicated, pointing towards the imposing entrance. Thank you, Lu San. Please accept this token of my appreciation, Haoyen said as he retrieved 2 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Lu San. Gratefully, Lu San departed, returning to the Yi family shop. Chapter 79, Wishes Fulfilled, Part 1. After parting ways with Haoyen, Hao Yunlong descended the mountain with his pack deer. As dusk fell, he quietly returned to the village. The villagers had grown indifferent to Hao Yunlong's melancholic presence. Upon reaching his abode, he tidied up before visiting his daughter. After dinner, Hao Yunlong informed her of his intention to travel to Dongxing town. Early the next morning, Hao Yunlong concealed his identity and entered the city with his pack deer. By the time he arrived in the city, the sun had already set, compelling him to seek lodgings at an inn. The following day, Hao Yunlong swiftly located the Yi family shop in Dongxing town. He expressed his desire to purchase property in the town to the shopkeeper, Yi Cheng. Upon learning that Haoyen had referred him, Yi Cheng readily agreed to assist. Coincidentally, Yi Cheng had a distant relative who had left behind a property that he had yet to sell. Hao Yunlong was thrilled to hear this and promptly requested Yi Cheng to take him to view the house. The property, situated in the northern part of the city, was nestled against a secluded cliff. It was expansive, complete with pavilions and towers. The front courtyard featured a 3-story building oriented north to south, designed quite reasonably. The ground floor boasted a spacious hall, while to the left of the living room lay a bathroom, and to the right, a kitchen adjacent to a well. The second and third floors each contained numerous bedrooms and bathrooms. The eastern and western wings were connected to the surrounding wall, leading to a sturdy 2-story stone structure within the inner courtyard. Beyond the northern wall loomed a steep cliff, and Hao Yunlong was quite satisfied with this property. Thus, Hao Yunlong signed the property sale contract in the name of Qin Yushuan and paid for the property. After securing the key to the entrance, Yi Cheng summoned several neighbors as witnesses and affixed his seal to the contract. With the transaction completed, Hao Yunlong was elated and decided to host a lavish banquet at the inn to express his gratitude to the witnesses and shopkeeper Yi Cheng. During the feast, the attendees naturally exchanged pleasantries. Hao Yunlong did not conceal the fact that he hailed from Qinjia village, hundreds of miles away. He had specifically relocated to Dongxing town to engage in business. The atmosphere of the banquet was exceedingly harmonious, and after several hours of feasting, the guests gradually departed. Early the next morning, Hao Yunlong left the inn, assuming the identity of Qin Yushuan as he moved into his new residence. Once settled in Dongxing town, he refrained from hiring any help for safety reasons. In the expansive courtyard, only Hao Yunlong and the reindeer resided, and since taking up residence there, he had largely remained secluded. Hao Chun, guided by Lu San, a worker at the Yi family shop, arrived at the entrance of the courtyard purchased by Hao Yunlong. Upon surveying the surrounding environment with his senses, he found himself quite pleased with the property. He promptly knocked on the door. Hao Yunlong opened it, and was immediately struck by the sight of the robust Hao Chun, his gaze fixated and unmovable. "Grandfather, I'm back," Hao Chun exclaimed, taking a few steps forward. Hao Chun. Upon hearing the voice that had only appeared in his dreams, Hao Yunlong felt as if he were in a dream himself. his voice trembling slightly. Nevertheless, maintaining his composure, he simply nodded with a hint of moisture in his eyes and said, "It's good that you're back. You little rascal claimed you were off training, yet you vanished for over 6 months without a word. I thought you had forgotten about your grandfather." Haochen, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "How could that be? Wasn't it due to special circumstances that I couldn't return?" He rushed over to embrace Yunluo. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. A year spent in battles and struggles had taken a toll. Seeing his grandfather again stirred a flood of familial affection within him. Haochen, as he held his grandson, Yunluo's eyes brimmed with tears as well. After a year of fruitless searching, they had initially agreed to meet in Dongxing town 2 months after their separation. However, despite waiting anxiously, even after the sect's examination concluded, there was still no sign of Haochen. Had something unfortunate occurred, Yunluo had nearly given up hope. Thus, the unexpected sight of his grandson returning safely filled him with immense joy. "Let us go to the living room." Yunluo grasped Haochen's hand and led him toward the first-floor hall. After taking only a few steps, a white figure dashed forward, breaking the connection of their hands. The reindeer circled around Haochen, showering him with affectionate gestures. The reindeer had grown to waist height, its head adorned with 2 soft antler buds, and its snow-white fur radiated a captivating sheen. Typically, reindeer have brown coats, making this all-white creature exceptionally rare. Thus, the inhabitants of Tianyuan continent regarded such albino beings as spiritual entities and considered them soul beasts. Haochen had only heard tales of such creatures before. This was his first encounter with a white reindeer. 6 months prior, the young reindeer had transformed into its current white form. Yunluo explained, observing Haochen's expression. "What a treasure you have found." Seeing the reindeer's affectionate demeanor, Haochen's thoughts stirred, and he retrieved a spirit restoration purple pill from his storage bag to feed the reindeer. This advanced elixir could completely restore the power of those weakened by seals or internal injuries. At that moment, Haochen wondered if the reindeer bore any seals affecting its body. If there exists a seal, consuming this revitalizing purple pill will yield results, restoring the reindeer to its original form and accelerating its growth. The 2 individuals and the reindeer entered the living room, and before they could take their seats, the reindeer that had ingested the pill was already lying on the ground, fast asleep. Haochen recounted to his grandfather the experiences of the past year. Shortly after parting ways with his grandfather, he fortuitously encountered Yunluo, a disciple of the Yunhai sect, and by a stroke of luck, he entered the sect. Subsequently, he undertook a mission to Wildman Valley with several fellow disciples from his hometown. After 3 months of joining the sect, as per its regulations, he embarked on another mission. Thus, he opted for a task involving the collection of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Venturing alone into Wildman Valley, he engaged in a fierce battle with a demon tiger and sustained severe injuries. After his recovery, he entered the marketplace to trade with the Chu family. However, the Chu family harbored nefarious intentions, resulting in a deadly pursuit. Left with no choice, he inadvertently stumbled into Cock's Crown Mountain. Once there, to evade the Chu family's onslaught, he was compelled to conceal himself, seizing the opportunity to cultivate and heal. As his wounds improved, he navigated various challenges to return to the sect for seclusion and further cultivation. Later, at the invitation of Yimei, he re-entered Cock's Crown Mountain to attend an auction in the marketplace. He successfully bid for a rare soul-nurturing wood, but soon found himself pursued once more. Enduring a foundational strike, he faced life and death, narrowly escaping once again. After a fortnight of recuperation, he returned to the marketplace, purchasing magical tools, selecting a sword, and acquiring elixirs in preparation for entering the secret realm of the Reindeer Mountain. Upon entering the secret realm, he encountered several perilous situations and fortuitous opportunities, ultimately reaching his current level of cultivation. "You have joined the Yunhai sect?" Yunluo inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, grandfather, I am now a disciple of the Yunhai sect." Haochen replied with a smile gracing his face. Apart from Baoquan village, the Yunhai sect was the place where Haochen had spent the most time. And during his stay there, he felt an unparalleled tranquility, allowing him to experience a particularly safe period. "How have you fared at the Yunhai sect?" Earlier, when recounting his experiences, Haochen had merely provided a cursory overview, neglecting to share how he had fared in the sect, prompting Yunluo's question. "I have been very well. Liu, Xiaoping, Lu Su, Yimei, and Yuan are all at the Yunhai sect. They care for me greatly, treating me like family," Haochen earnestly conveyed to his grandfather. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. A smile spread across Hao Yunlong's face. Grandfather, before coming here, I returned to the village. I spent 7 days there, listening to my aunt's chatter, which led me to learn that you had come to Dongxing town. I visited Grandma Chiu and also went to Lu Su's home. Most of the time, I stayed at my aunt's house. And I even accompanied my uncle to hunt in the mountains. My aunt is quite concerned about you. Haochen shared his recent experiences with his grandfather. After joining the sect, to what level have you cultivated? Amidst the exchange of parting experiences, Hao Yunlong finally inquired about Haochen's cultivation level. I have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. With nothing to conceal from his grandfather, Haochen openly released his aura, only to retract it swiftly. He did not wish for the cultivators in the town to uncover his secret. You have attained the pinnacle of qi refinement? Perceiving the aura emanating from Haochen, Hao Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief. This was truly an astonishing revelation. Chapter 80, Wishes Fulfilled, Part 2. Haochen promptly inquired about his grandfather's progress in cultivation. He then retrieved from his storage bag a jade bottle containing the rare 10,000-year spirit liquid, as well as 1,000-year stone milk and other precious materials such as the Tianyuan fruit, and presented them to his grandfather, Hao Yunlong. This spirit liquid, stone milk, and Tianyuan fruit were acquired in the secret realm of Tuo Mountain, he explained. Both the spirit liquid and stone milk possess the ability to transform the body, while the Tianyuan fruit can extend one's lifespan by a century. Haochen elucidated the usage and effects of these treasures, urging his grandfather to consume them post-haste. 10,000-year spirit liquid, 1,000-year stone milk, and Tianyuan fruit. These are indeed treasures, Hao Yunlong exclaimed in astonishment. Having spent much of his life wandering the Stone Ridge, he had not personally encountered such rarities, but he had certainly heard tales of the spirit liquid, stone milk, and Tianyuan fruit. As he accepted the precious items, his hands trembled with excitement. Oh, by the way, when I returned from the Yunhai sect, Grandfather Wang asked me to bring you a bottle of elixir and a handwritten manual. I shall fetch them for you now. With that, he extracted the elixir and manual from his storage bag and handed them to his grandfather. Haochen was uncertain of the contents of the jade bottle. In his memory, Grandfather Wang had always appeared frail and of low cultivation, leading him to doubt the quality of the elixir. Nonetheless, it was a gesture of goodwill from Wang. During previous conversations with Wang, Haochen had shared his concerns about Hao Yunlong's cultivation, lamenting that due to his age and frail constitution, his prospects seemed dim. Upon descending the mountain, Wang had gifted Hao Yunlong a bottle of elixir, which Haochen had dismissed as ordinary. However, when Hao Yunlong opened the jade bottle, a fragrant and potent aura of primordial energy filled the room, stunning Haochen. He hurriedly took the jade bottle back from his grandfather and poured out a perfectly round elixir. Upon close inspection, he confirmed it was a cleansing marrow pill and looked up at Hao Yunlong in disbelief. Grandfather, this is a cleansing marrow pill. A cleansing marrow pill. Haochen exclaimed, utterly astonished. This was no ordinary elixir. It was a rare and invaluable cleansing marrow pill, signaling a glimmer of hope for his grandfather's cultivation. Truly, good deeds are rewarded. Since residing at Liu Peak, Haochen had come to regard Wang Hong as a grandfather figure, and upon discovering that he was the father of Wang Ziyu, he likened him to a revered master. He had endeavored to ensure that Wang was well cared for, providing him with the best nourishment. After Haochen moved to Liu Peak, no one dared to act recklessly there. At this moment, Haochen could hardly contain his excitement. He mused that such a precious item should be enjoyed without delay. Seizing the moment, he proposed they use the cleansing marrow pill right then and there to facilitate his grandfather's breakthrough in cultivation. He swiftly discussed with his grandfather, deciding that there was no time like the present to consume the cleansing marrow pill. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his true essence to create a protective barrier and arranged some primordial stones around Hao Yunlong. Once all preparations were complete, Haochen instructed his grandfather to first swallow a recovery pill and enter meditation to restore himself to peak condition, while he stood guard beside him. In the vast courtyard, only the grandfather and grandson were present, with the living room enveloped in a barrier, ensuring that Hao Yunlong's cultivation remained undisturbed. This time, with the aid of the cleansing elixir, he aimed to transform his physique. Armed with the ethereal essence of a millennia-old liquid and the rare stone milk of 1,000-year stalagmite, he harbored hopes of breaking through his current limits and reshaping his body. Furthermore, he sought to cultivate the Kamli Sanxian Ju Heart method, as this secret tome represented a dual cultivation path of both martial and mystical arts. Only through such a method could Haochen, already a martial practitioner, ascend into the realm of immortality and achieve a harmonious union of both disciplines. With this in mind, Haochen promptly began to impart the foundational techniques of the Canli Sanxian Ju to Haochen, meticulously explaining the intricacies and challenges inherent in the practice. After half an hour, he observed that Haochen had fundamentally grasped the essence of the technique and was capable of initiating its cultivation. Recognizing the opportune moment, he encouraged Haochen to consume the cleansing elixir. As Haochen ingested the elixir, a surge of energy coursed through his lungs, relentlessly purging his blood and meridians. The intensity of the pain caused him to sweat profusely, yet it was accompanied by a rising tide of vital energy. Just as impurities began to seep from his body, Haochen felt his energy wane. Seeing this, Haochen understood that his grandfather's diminished cultivation was unable to meet the demands of his ascension. Without delay, he administered the revitalizing purple pill to Haochen, which instantly flooded his body with a powerful surge of vital force. Haochen then proceeded to feed him the stone milk and ethereal essence repeatedly. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, Haochen, still shrouded in impurities, suddenly felt a resounding explosion within him. The vital force burst forth from his dantian, clearing the obstacles of true energy that had hindered its flow, expanding it gradually from the size of an egg to that of a fist. In a striking breakthrough, Haochen transitioned into the first layer of qi refinement. At this moment, vital energy began to pour into the living room from all directions. Haochen swiftly activated the energy stones arranged around Haochen, allowing the celestial energy and the energy from the stones to be absorbed by his body. After another incense stick's worth of time, Haochen, fueled by newfound vigor, ascended once more, reaching the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement. He opened his eyes, perceiving a shift in his surroundings, his thoughts becoming lucid. Every blade of grass and tree in the courtyard fell within his sight, and at that moment, Haochen was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. After so many years, he had finally fulfilled his aspiration to join the ranks of cultivators. In his youth, he had shared a similar frailty with Haochen, and due to his inability to cultivate, he had faced scorn from his family. While his son and daughter-in-law were aware of these hidden struggles, Haochen had never confided in Haochen. Now, having entered the first layer of qi refinement, he leapt into the air, feeling his bones crackle with energy. Clenching his fists, hope surged within him. In truth, Haochen was merely 58 years old, yet years of exposure to the elements without cultivation had rendered him somewhat aged. However, upon breaking through to the first layer and consuming the ethereal essence, he appeared rejuvenated. At this moment, he stood in the living room, speechless and awestruck. Feeling a sudden epiphany, Grandpa stood there as Haochen quietly opened the barrier and stepped out of the living room. Alone, Haochen commenced his inspection of the buildings, including the front and back of the house, as well as the southern and northern courtyards. He intended to thoroughly examine this residence, the courtyard, and the structure of the buildings, to envision a transformation. His goal was to create a space that catered to both the mundane lives of mortals and the cultivation needs of practitioners. After surveying all the rooms in the courtyards, as his divine sense extended to the steep cliff in the north, Haochen discovered an unusual concentration of spiritual energy amidst the pile of rubble at the base of the cliff. With a thought, the Fei Huang sword surged forth, piercing several meters into the debris. Haochen realized he had stumbled upon a place abundant in elemental energy. At that moment, Haochen finally emerged from his meditative state. Leaving behind the still sleeping reindeer, he exited the living room. Chapter 81. The secrets of the house. Haochen departed the living room and found Haochen, who was inspecting the courtyard facilities. He gestured for Haochen to follow him to the living room of the small building in the back courtyard. Once settled in the living room, Haochen gazed at Haochen, his expression tinged with nostalgia as he began to reminisce. Seeing your progress in cultivation, it is time I share the family history of the Hao clan with you, he said, then sighed deeply. Haochen, would you be willing to help your grandfather fulfill a wish of mine? I am willing, Haochen responded, aware that this wish would undoubtedly be a significant undertaking. Yet he nodded in agreement. Ah, indeed, you are my grandson. Haochen nodded with satisfaction, a tear rolling down his cheek. Haochen pondered in silence. Isn't the Hao family just grandpa, aunt, and myself? What does it mean to have a family legacy? Hao Yunlong took a deep breath and began recounting the history of the Hao family and his own experiences. I hail from Haizhou, the third son of the fourth master of the Hao family in Yuqing, Hao Tianbei. The surname Hao traces back to our progenitor, Xiao Hao, one of the common ancestors of humanity and the foremost of the 5 emperors. Legend has it that our ancestor achieved the great ascension and became an immortal, transforming into a feather and soaring into the heavens. His descendants are exceptionally gifted, cultivating without encountering obstacles. Every man in the Hao family is a genius, a prodigy. Yet, they are also subjected to the whims of fate. Without trials, one cannot attain greatness. In his youth, Hao Yunlong, possessing the same constitution as Hao Yin, was unable to become a cultivator, nor did he achieve anything in martial arts. Consequently, he faced exclusion and oppression within his family, and it was no wonder the clan's younger generation looked down upon him, deeming him inept and incapable. A man of no accomplishments, Hao Yunlong found himself unable to do anything. Thus, the family, with no other recourse, relegated him to work at a small estate outside Yuqing. The estate could not contain him either, as he wandered aimlessly. Over time, he fell out of favor with the family, who allowed him to languish at the small estate. In an unexpected twist of fate, the unaccomplished and idle Hao Yunlong encountered Jiang Xiaozue, a young lady from the Jiang family returning to Xia town from Yuqing. The two felt an instant connection, and Hao Yunlong soon became infatuated with her, gradually falling deeply in love. One fateful day, driven by impulse, Jiang Xiaozue secretly conceived a child, becoming pregnant before marriage, a source of disgrace for the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family could not be compared to the Hao family, they still held a respectable position in Xia town. In the wake of such a calamity, how could one possibly hold their head high in public? Upon hearing of this incident, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaodian, promptly dispatched individuals to search for his daughter, Jiang Xiaozue. However, Hao Yunlong had already relocated Jiang Xiaozue by the time the news reached him. Despite the Jiang family's disapproval of Jiang Xiaozue's actions, she remained their daughter, and they covertly permitted the family to extend some assistance to her. For a vast clan like the Hao family, the utmost value lies in bloodline. Only the strongest of each generation is deemed worthy of leading the family, while their descendants are recognized as direct heirs. The prodigies of the family are often arranged to marry women of equal exceptional talent, thus ensuring the birth of even stronger progeny. Yet, I found myself enamored with a woman from a modest family, disregarding the family's objections to marry her and father your progenitor. As I recounted this, Hao Yunlong slowly closed his eyes, seemingly burdened by profound guilt and sorrow. Grandfather Haochen was at a loss for words and could only listen in silence. By sheer coincidence, the second young master of the family, Hao Yunhu, had once visited Xia town, where he heard of the Jiang family's daughter, renowned for her beauty. He assumed that, given the Hao family's stature, the head of the Jiang family would consent to the union. The tales of Hao Yunhu's notorious behavior, his bullying, indulgence in revelry, and gambling, were well known. When he approached the Jiang family to propose, Jiang Xiaozue resolutely refused. Yet, in Hao Yunhu's mind, Jiang Xiaozue had become a coveted prize, destined to be his sooner or later. Before long, scandalous rumors of Hao Yunlong's affair with Jiang Xiaozue surfaced. Upon hearing this, Hao Yunhu was incensed, realizing that his cousin Hao Yunlong had interfered, thus tarnishing his honor. He falsely claimed that the Jiang family had already agreed to the marriage and embellished the narrative, portraying Hao Yunlong as having sullied his own betrothed, bringing disgrace upon the family. This was intolerable. The younger brother had breached the moral code. The head of the family ordered Hao Yunhu to remain at the estate and capture the two transgressors, returning them to the Hao family for punishment. Hao Yunhu, accompanied by a group of loyal servants, arrived at the estate, coercing Hao Yunlong to surrender Jiang Xiaozue. They hinted at subjecting Hao Yunlong to various humiliations, even resorting to physical violence against him. Meanwhile, the fourth master, Hao Yin, was traveling abroad, with no news of his whereabouts. The mother, witnessing the distress of her third son, felt powerless to assist. Since there was no capital offense involved, she decided to turn a blind eye and let the head of the family handle the situation as he saw fit. Hao Yunlong, feeling wronged and knowing that he could not contend with the head of the family, perceived himself as an unvalued stepchild, unloved by his uncle and grandmother. Over time, as the Hao family struggled to locate Jiang Xiaozue, Hao Yunhu grew weary of the pursuit. Surely, he could not remain fixated on this matter indefinitely. He had gambling and indulgence to attend to. Thus, he left 2 trusted aides to monitor Hao Yunlong's movements. Time has a way of dulling all wounds, and gradually, the 2 watchers relaxed their scrutiny of Hao Yunlong. He contemplated his situation. The family did not care for him. His father was absent, and his mother was heartbroken over him. It seemed that the Hao family had abandoned him entirely. If they would not nurture him, he would seek sustenance elsewhere. If the Hao family shunned him, would he not take his leave? Thus, after consulting with Jiang Xiaozue, they chose to distance themselves from the tumultuous territory of the Hao family. Following the clandestine birth of her son, Hao Yuanhong, Jiang Xiaozue, and Hao Yunlong, cradling their newborn, embarked on a perilous journey, fleeing southeast from Haozhou. Eventually, they arrived at the remote Baquan village in Yunzhou, where they sought refuge. Once settled in Baquan village, Hao Yunlong and Jiang Xiaozue refrained from inquiring into the affairs of the Hao and Jiang families, opting instead to discreetly send messages through intermediaries to the Yuan family, who were on amicable terms with the Jiang family in Shihe. However, no messengers returned, leaving them in a profound silence regarding matters from Haozhou. Before leaving home, Xiaozue had confided in her brother Jiang Feng about her intent to head southeast with Hao Yunlong. Together, they lived in a state of constant anxiety. Their tumultuous existence had taken a toll on Jiang Xiaozue's health, ultimately leading to her demise shortly after giving birth to her aunt, Hao Xuanhe. Following his wife's passing, Hao Yunlong assumed both parental roles, striving to raise their 2 children. After their son Hao Yuanheng married and had children, Hao Yunlong, surrounded by his grandchildren, should have enjoyed a peaceful twilight of life. Yet, his son, unable to endure the mundane solitude of the mortal realm, ventured out with his wife, Zhu Fengwu, in search of immortal cultivation opportunities, and they both vanished without a trace. The loss of his son and daughter-in-law deeply affected Hao Yunlong, plunging him into a state of mental disarray. In his youth, he was unable to cultivate within the Hao family and therefore dismissed various martial arts techniques. Were it not for his concern for his descendants, he might have abandoned the path of martial arts altogether. Residing in Baquan village for over 30 years, he reflected, so that is how it is. Hao Chun's expression shifted as he realized that his grandfather harbored such a profound family history and past. Although I have distanced myself from my family, I still yearn to return to the Hao family with dignity and have my name inscribed once more in the family genealogy. Hao Yunlong declared emphatically, "Grandfather, I shall fulfill your wish." As Hao Chun gazed upon his grandfather's tear-streaked face, he felt the weight of the sorrow embedded in his grandfather's memories. There was deep remorse for his grandmother and the pain that had long been concealed in his heart. "Grandfather, your suffering has been too great all these years." Hao Chen lamented. "I have one more wish, unrelated to the Hao family, but it is my own," Hao Yunlong suddenly continued. "To this day, I remain haunted by that moment when that wretched beast commanded the servants to not only insult me shamelessly, but also mercilessly broke my ribs, leading me to lose everything. I lost the most important things in my life. In countless nights, I have cursed that damned beast, that detestable scoundrel, the one who has caused me a lifetime of anguish. Yet, I was too powerless to seek vengeance. I could only flee and live in torment, forced to abandon the Hao family. I desire revenge, but I cannot. Oh, I cannot." Before Hao Chun, his grandfather wept like a child. The overwhelming guilt and sorrow, buried for decades, erupted forth. In that moment, Hao Chun profoundly felt his grandfather's pain and grief. Even Hao Chen seemed to witness his grandfather's agonizing fall to the ground, helpless and in pain. The cruel and malicious figure trampled upon his grandfather's chest, uttering vile curses as he shattered his ribs. "Hao Yunhu, you scoundrel!" Hao Chen's eyes widened in horror, a terrifying flame of vengeance igniting within his chest. Every 3 years, the Hao clan holds a grand competition for its members, and this year marks the time for such an event. You should find time to visit the Hao family and partake in the clan's grand competition. Hao Yunlong produced a black jade token from his pocket and continued. "This is the identity token of the Hao family. Keep it well. Without it, entering the Hao family will prove quite difficult." As he spoke, he handed the token to Hao Chun. Upon receiving the jade token, Hao Chun noticed the ancient characters Shao Hao intricately carved on one side, while the reverse bore the emblem of Shao Hao Mountain, shrouded in ethereal mist. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that the token contained details of Hao Yunlong's birth chart and an overview of the Hao family. It was only today that Hao Yunlong meticulously recounted the origins of the Hao family and his own story to Haochen. After listening to Yunluo's narrative, Haochen thought to himself that he must seize the opportunity to visit the Hao family and uncover the true nature of his second uncle, Yunluo, in order to avenge his grandfather's humiliation. Chapter 82. A visit to the Yu family once settled at home in East Star Town. Haochen spoke to his grandfather about Yuan. Upon hearing that Yuan had become Haochen's woman, Yunluo beamed with delight and immediately urged Haochen to visit the Yu family without delay. The Yu family is located in the southern part of East Star Town, in the Moon Soul Valley, a 300-mile distance away, and is a family of cultivators affiliated with the Yunhai sect. Haochen soared through the skies on his sword and, upon surveying from above, beheld the Moon Soul Valley resembling a quaint little town. The valley's entrance featured a winding path leading into the distance, with no nearby dwellings. Only vibrant little forests and lush green fields. Upon seeing Haochen hovering in the air, the guards at the valley's entrance called out loudly, "Who dares to spy upon our Moon Soul Valley?" Responding promptly to the guards' inquiries, Haochen descended and announced, "I am a fellow disciple of Miss Yuan. My name is Haochen, and I have come to pay my respects to the Yu family. Please relay my arrival." Upon hearing Haochen's name, the guards hastily lifted the restrictions and sent forth a communication talisman. Soon after, a carriage came to a halt before Haochen. The carriage made its way along the smooth, tree-lined path, infused with the refreshing aroma of flora and vibrant waves of spiritual energy, evoking the sensation of entering a realm of cultivation. Haochen lifted the carriage curtain, admiring the breathtaking scenery of Moon Soul Valley. It was in such a land of exceptional talent that a beauty like Yuan could blossom. As he pondered in solitude, the coachman interrupted his thoughts, saying, "Young master, we have arrived. Please alight." The coachman then opened the carriage door, adding, "The head of the family has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Moon Soul Valley welcomes you, young friend. We apologize for not greeting you sooner." As Haochen stepped down, a figure awaited him before a grand hall, exuding no discernible aura, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth. "The head of the Yu family possesses remarkable cultivation," Haochen remarked. "I come uninvited, and I hope for your understanding." The graciousness of the family head, standing at the entrance to welcome him, filled Haochen with admiration. "Please, come inside. The outdoors is not a place for conversation." The head of the Yu family, Yu Yuntian, observed the composed demeanor of Haochen and could not help but nod in approval. Such a broad-mindedness and courage, combined with the strength mentioned by Yuan and the fact that he is a disciple of the Yunhai sect, indeed suggests that only a prominent sect could cultivate such remarkable individuals. "Thank you, head of the family. Please, lead the way." Under Yu Yuntian's guidance, Haochen entered the Yu residence. After a mere glance at the head of the family, Haochen realized that it was only someone of Yu Yuntian's character who could raise a daughter as exceptional as Yuan. Yu Yuntian directly escorted Haochen into a central building, where they took their respective seats. "Serve the tea." At Yu Yuntian's command, a graceful maid presented tea to Haochen. "Thank you." Haochen took a sip and expressed his gratitude to Yu Yuntian. "May I inquire, young master Haochen, the purpose of your visit to our Yu family?" Yu Yuntian sought to discern the young man's intentions. "I, Haochen, have come to pay my respects to the head of the family and to visit Miss Yuan. I have also come to propose. I understand you may think it rash of me to come without an elder accompanying me. When I was young, my parents went out to train and never returned. I have relied on my grandfather for many years, but this time, he was unable to accompany me due to pressing matters. Thus, I am here alone to pay my respects." In truth, Yu Yuntian had received news the day after Yuan's return. He was already aware of the budding relationship between Haochen and Yuan, as she had informed her mother. Yu Yuntian was also acutely aware of Haochen's status. Even if he were merely an ordinary core disciple seeking a proposal, it would still be a suitable match. However, Yuan was his treasured daughter, and he could not part with her so easily. Therefore, he felt it necessary to ensure the proper decorum was observed, lest Haochen take his presence for granted. He could only blame his daughter for being too yielding, having already given herself to him. What could he say? "Since you have come to propose, you must treat Yuan well moving forward. Should she suffer any grievances in the future, I shall hold you accountable. Regardless of your status or cultivation level, I will spare no effort to seek justice." Yu Yuntian spoke with a grave tone. "Of course, please rest assured, uncle. If Yuan were ever to suffer, I, Haochen, would be struck down by thunder." Haochen quickly replied, seizing the moment to affirm his resolve. At that moment, Yuan and Yi Mei, who had already caught wind of the news, entered the parlor. Father? Why would you make Haochen swear such an oath? Yuan, secretly delighted by Haochen's vow, feigned dissatisfaction and shot her father a glare. Yimei followed closely behind Yuan, her heart heavy with bittersweet emotions. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she cast a glance at Haochen. With his keen perception, Haochen sensed Yimei's subtle actions. Haochen, I know your cultivation is still modest. Yet, I believe you will achieve great heights in the future. You must ensure that Yuan finds happiness. She is the cherished jewel of our Yu family and has never faced any hardship. Rest assured, uncle, Yuan and I share a deep connection, and such matters need not be spoken of. Haochen responded readily, eager to align with Yu Yuntian's sentiments. Yu Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, saying, Fortunately, you are quite perceptive. Having come today to propose, had you acted otherwise and failed to present yourself today, this matter would not have concluded so easily. Even if the disciples of the Yunhai sect arrived, I would have to give you a stern warning. Inwardly, Haochen felt a flush of embarrassment and thought, You have already given me a stern warning today. Of course, he did not dare to voice this sentiment and could only agree repeatedly. Haochen, congratulations on your engagement to my sister. You must treat Yuan well in the future. I toast to you both. Yimei declared, raising her cup. Sister? Haochen was somewhat taken aback. Yuan, sitting beside him, took his hand and smiled. Yesterday, upon learning of your relationship with Sister Yimei, my father adopted her as his goddaughter, hence I now call her my sister. She was quite delighted that Haochen had come to propose so promptly. With their formal engagement, she truly regarded herself as his woman. Although she had known Haochen later than Yimei, she was his first love. Women often harbor subtle thoughts. Aware of Haochen's connection with Yimei, Yuan accepted the situation but could not help but compare herself with Yimei in silence. Meanwhile, Yimei sat drinking alone, watching Haochen and Yuan holding hands, feeling a twinge of discomfort. That insufferable Haochen, how could he be so decisive now? He was not so straightforward back at the Yunhai sect. Yimei muttered inwardly, unable to suppress her thoughts. What if, during our adventure at the Chicken Comb Mountain, Haochen and I had explored the Fox Demon Cave together? What would today have looked like? Yet, all of this remained mere speculation. At least for now. The one engaged to Haochen was not her, but Yuan. Yuan, I cannot claim to be a perfect man, but I assure you, I will never let you suffer, Haochen whispered in her ear, causing her face to light up with happiness as she leaned into his embrace. After a lively gathering, Haochen prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, Yu Yuntian pondered, since this is a proposal, I must present a fitting gift. Lost in his thoughts, Haochen approached Yu Yuntian and produced a storage pouch from his robe. A small token of my esteem, please accept it, uncle. Haochen said as he handed the pouch to Yu Yuntian. What is this? Yu Yuntian was uncertain of its contents, but for a family of cultivators, a storage pouch was indeed a rare treasure. Yuan and Yimei naturally wished to accompany Haochen, but having just become engaged, they felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of decorum and suppress their desires, remaining in the Moon Soul Valley. After Haochen departed, Yu Yuntian and his daughter Yuan entered the Moon family's secret chamber, eager to inspect the contents of the storage pouch. When Yu Yuntian opened it, and they reviewed the list of betrothal gifts, the father and daughter remained stunned in the chamber for quite some time before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The items were all in pairs, and though the jade vials were not large, the contents were treasures they had only heard of but never seen. Priceless celestial materials and earthly treasures. For Yu Yuntian, this was a timely boon. Having stagnated in his cultivation for many years, the absence of such resources could have brought his practice to a standstill. Yuan was uncertain of the kind of betrothal gifts that Haochen would present to delight her father. Among the offerings were the precious 1,000-year stone milk, 10,000-year spiritual liquid, 2 Tian Yuan fruits, 2 Tian Ling fruits, and several bottles of second and third-grade elixirs. The sight of these gifts moved Yuan to tears of joy. Just the 2 Tian Yuan fruits alone could grant the 2 elders of the Yu family an extension of 100 years of life. Such extravagant gifts were beyond Yu Yuntian's expectations, indicating that this son-in-law was no ordinary man. Upon returning home, Haochen ceased to venture outside, dedicating his time to accompany his grandfather, recounting the remarkable events of the past year, while tactfully omitting any mention of the dangers he had faced, deeming it unnecessary to cause his grandfather further worry. Now that he was betrothed to Yuan, he believed that the bond between their families would grow ever stronger. As for Yimei, he would also provide her with a satisfactory explanation. Additionally, Haochen engaged in discussions with Hao Yunluo concerning various matters of cultivation, striving to assist his grandfather in reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement. With such power, it was likely that no dangers would threaten them in Dongxing town. 3 days later, a knock on the door jolted Haochen from his meditation. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discerned that Yuan and Yi Mei had arrived. Their presence invigorated the household. Concurrently, he explained to the two women the reasons behind his decision to change his name and conceal certain aspects of his identity. After Yi Mei paid her respects to the grandfather, she took her leave from Haochen. Before departing, he entrusted her with a storage bag, instructing her to examine its contents in the secret chamber of the Yi family. Inside was not a list of betrothal gifts, but rather a jade slip detailing Haochen's instructions on the use of elixirs, elucidating the effects of the 10,000-year spiritual liquid and the functions of the Tian Yuan fruits. The Yi family, being merely an ordinary mortal clan, would find the items in the storage bag to be low-grade elixirs and a small quantity of the spiritual liquid. A single drop could alter a mortal's constitution. Haochen was confident that with such miraculous substances, the Yi family would soon rise to prominence, evolving into a family of cultivators. Naturally, he urged Yi Mei to keep matters concerning the Hao family under wraps for the time being. With the assistance of various rare materials, both Yuan and Hao Yunlong's cultivation progressed rapidly. 2 months later, Hao Yunlong achieved another breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the second layer of qi refinement, nearing the third layer, at which point the pace of his cultivation began to decelerate. Yuan also ascended to the 12th layer of qi refinement during this period. Meanwhile, Haochen was not idle. Although he could not elevate his own cultivation, he focused on solidifying his mastery of qi refinement while delving deeply into the techniques of the spiritual sense blade, spiritual sense needle, and spiritual sense cutting. Yuan emerged from her seclusion before Hao Yunlong, and together they began clearing the unusual pile of debris at the steep cliff where the aura was abnormal. As they dug deeper, a shadowy cave entrance revealed itself, suggesting that there was more to the cliff than met the eye. This was a collapsed cave, and aside from a few stone chambers, nothing else was discovered within its depths. Haochen surmised that this cave must have once served as a cultivation retreat for a predecessor, as the debris indicated that the entrance had been intentionally collapsed with formidable force. After meticulously organizing the cave, Haochen transformed the existing stone chamber into a sanctuary for cultivation, a room for alchemy, a workshop for weapon forging, and a treasure vault. Upon the suggestion of Yuan, he also added a nurturing room, a resting area, a washing room, and a restroom. Of course, while Yuan acted as the designer, it was Haochen who diligently executed the construction, adhering to the vision with unwavering precision. Chapter 83. Diverse Pursuits. Hao Yunlong, transitioning from a martial practitioner to a cultivator, found himself grappling with the profound changes, both in his cultivation and psyche, and thus opted for seclusion to refine his skills. When Hao Yunlong emerged from the secret chamber, he realized that 6 months had quietly elapsed, during which he had stabilized his cultivation. The courtyard was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Hao Yunlong had no choice but to extend his consciousness to investigate the surroundings. At that moment, he detected the presence of Haochen and others near the steep cliff at the back mountain, piquing his curiosity, and he proceeded towards the cliff. Upon arriving at the cliff's edge, he was greeted by the sight of a deep cavern. The moment he stepped into the cave, Hao Yunlong was astounded. The spiritual energy within the cave was several times denser than outside, invigorating his senses with each breath. He had not anticipated such bounteous energy within the cave. It was indeed an excellent place for cultivation. At that moment, Haochen was inside the cavern, along with 2 women, decorating and enhancing the cave residence. Upon seeing his grandfather enter, the trio paused their work to accompany him and showcase the cave's features. After touring the weapon forging room, the alchemy chamber, and the treasure vault, Hao Yunlong was left speechless, particularly upon witnessing the treasure room filled with numerous secret manuals, several swords for martial artists, and magical swords for cultivators. The astonishment was overwhelming. Upon reaching the alchemy room, he was taken aback by the stacked spirit stones and both ordinary and array-inscribed alchemy furnaces. "You can refine elixirs?" Hao Yunlong stammered, pointing at the alchemy furnace with trembling fingers. "Indeed, I can currently only concoct elixirs of the 3rd grade and below," Haochen replied nonchalantly. The revelation left Hao Yunlong utterly speechless in his astonishment. The 4 of them then gathered in the resting room, seated around a stone table. Haochen brewed a pot of exquisite spiritual tea, and while savoring the tea, he elaborated on the construction of the cave residence to Hao Yunluo. Inquiring about his grandfather's progress in cultivation, he addressed various queries Hao Yunluo had encountered during his training and recommended the wild eagle technique for his grandfather's cultivation. At this juncture, Haochen had already integrated the stunning swan technique with the wild eagle technique, imparting his insights to the trio. Over the course of 6 months, all four had made notable advancements in their cultivation. During this time, Yimei frequently visited Haochen, often indulging in moments with Yuewan by his side. Haochen was well aware of Yimei's affections, yet Yuewan clung to him resolutely. As their stable lives continued, Yuewan, empathetic to Yimei's longing, intentionally sought to facilitate their romantic connection. Although a tinge of bitterness lingered in her heart, unwilling to share Haochen's affections, she reasoned that the three of them were always together, and inevitably, Yimei would find her way into Haochen's embrace. Why not grant a favor and allow Haochen to embrace her into his harem sooner? Yuewan's generosity left Haochen deeply impressed. The cave, bursting with spiritual energy, surpassed even the conditions of Yunhai sect. With divine herbs and treasures readily available, and the companionship of loved ones for dual cultivation, both Yuewan and Yimei found themselves enchanted, forgetting the world outside. During a visit to the Yi family, Yuan and Haochen assisted Yimei in transforming the constitution of all direct descendants of the Yi family. With the aid of the 10,000-year spiritual liquid and the 1,000-year stone milk, Yimei's brother, Yi Qianshan, effortlessly ascended to the first layer of qi refinement. This initiative by Haochen inadvertently cultivated an extraordinary talent within the realm of cultivation in the Tianyuan continent. As Yi Qianshan stood atop the pinnacle of the cultivation world, he continued to cherish Haochen's kindness. Over the past 6 months, Haochen made significant strides in both theoretical cultivation and practical spellcasting. Additionally, he delved into an extensive array of literature, exploring various magical studies and practices. He continued to study the Kenli San Xianju, further grasping the profound concepts encompassed within the three mysteries. The three mysteries embody 3 layers of profound significance. Can represents water, Li signifies fire, and the 3 mysteries collectively refer to the sun, moon, and stars, which are the essences of heaven and earth. While researching the Kenli San Xianju, Haochen discovered that the fundamental principles of the text, transitioning from complexity to simplicity, offered insights into the study of formations, artifact forging, talisman crafting, puppetry, and mechanisms. The sections on artifact forging and puppetry were vast, prompting him to set them aside for the time being. In contrast, he devoted considerable effort to the study of talismans and formations. Through his readings, he found that whether it be artifact forging, talisman crafting, or puppetry, all were intertwined with knowledge of formations. Upon returning to the sect from the secret realm, Haochen sat aboard the flying ship, observing the vessel's body, which was inscribed with formations and runes. This led him to realize that the creation of puppets was akin to the construction of flying ships, both employing formations to control movement. From the smallest flying swords to grand vessels, all forged artifacts required the inscription of formations and runes for control. The arrangement of caves and the deployment of formations for combat also involved the intricacies of formation runes. Thus, he resolved to commence his studies with formations and runes. He sought out the secret volumes, Xianzhen and Overview of Formations, committing their teachings to memory. He engraved the various terminologies of formations into his mind. Formations are divided into 2 components. One involves utilizing the timing and geography to arrange the formation, while the other pertains to artificially creating conditions, either inscribing formations on objects or setting them up in situ. The essence of a formation is to harness the forces of heaven and earth, whether to gather the vital energies of the cosmos or to establish supportive, offensive, defensive, or illusory formations, thereby forming deadly arrays, illusory formations, and confinement arrays. The first aspect concerns arranging formations by leveraging the timing and geography, creating a mechanism that communicates between heaven, earth, humanity, and all matters. This encompasses the 4 crucial elements: formation pathways, formation leads, formation bases, and energies, the latter being the utilization of spirit stones and vital energy to activate the formation. The formation pathway defines the rules and applications of the formation. The formation base serves as its core, while the formation lead is the vital link connecting the base and pathway, ensuring the normal activation of the formation. The base governs everything about the formation. Arranging, altering, or breaking it must all commence from the formation base. Gradually, Haochen became immersed in the jade slip, contemplating the positioning of formations, methods for employing formation flags, and criteria for selecting spirit stones. While it is true that the higher the grade of the spirit stone, the greater the power of the formation, the context must also be considered. He continuously envisioned how to arrange and decipher formations in his mind. His hands moved continuously, deftly outlining various formations he had mastered. The second method involved manipulating the environment, employing individuals to set up formations, predominantly used when facing numerous adversaries, especially in the midst of battle. Engraving formations was primarily reserved for inscribing them onto objects or the surfaces of rock walls. As half a year passed, Haochen celebrated his 18th birthday at home. To completely obscure his whereabouts, he and his companions remained almost entirely indoors, diligently cultivating in their cavern for a year and a half, a common practice for cultivators. During this period of seclusion, aside from meditative practice, Haochen devoted most of his time to the study of formations. The texts on mystical formations and overview of formations detailed numerous formations. The foundational formations such as the 1 yuan, 3 talents, for symbols, and 5 elements, if thoroughly mastered, would facilitate a comprehensive understanding of more advanced formations. Haochen recognized that grasping the essence of foundational formations was crucial for mastering all formations. Each formation had a single foundational base, whereas many intricate formations were composed of several interlinked formations that influenced and altered one another, necessitating a holistic approach to learning. After 6 months, Haochen had acquired extensive knowledge of formations. The adage "practice makes perfect" resonated with him. True skill is honed through both learning and application. Embracing this philosophy, he retrieved several elemental stones and, as per the formation texts, gradually experimented and practiced. He also meticulously practiced the engraved formation diagrams purchased from the market using an engraving pen on specialized paper. Each attempt led to failures. Yet each failure brought him back to the drawing board. Once again, he set up the simplest 1 yuan formation with elemental stones, channeling his energy into it to connect the points and lines, sequentially linking all formation nodes. The formation activated instantaneously, enveloping the entire courtyard in mist. Overwhelmed with excitement, Haochen leapt in joy. He had finally mastered his first formation. With the success of this initial endeavor, he proceeded to deduce additional formations such as the Gathering Yuan formation, Soundproof formation, Concealment formation, and the Immortal Trapping formation. Each minor formation encompassed thousands of intricate mental techniques, directional alignments, and variations in hand movements. To address the complexity of these techniques, through relentless experimentation, Haochen discerned a pattern that simplified the intricacies of the formations. Memorization was no longer necessary. He grasped the profound principles of transforming the complex into the simple, mastering the art of deriving 1 from 2, 2 from 3, and 3 yielding an infinite array of variations. Persistently delving deeper, Haochen successfully refined the Gathering Yuan, Soundproof, Concealment, and Immortal Trapping formations into a coherent practice. Simultaneously, utilizing his true energy, he engraved formations with remarkable success, achieving the ability to inscribe simple formations. His research into talisman crafting, bolstered by his experience with engraved formations, progressed significantly. However, he was still only able to create basic talismans. Meanwhile, Yuan and Yeme were not idle. They designed an underground passage connecting their home to the cavern on the mountain. Additionally, they ingeniously devised a system linking the water well and the washroom using water absorption talismans, creating a natural cycle of running water for convenience. This place had become the foundation of their future lives together. In order to test his mastery of formation techniques, Haochen began to arrange a concealment formation and a trapping formation outside the cave. Within the cave, he set up a gathering formation to harness the essence of heaven and earth for his own use. Additionally, he established soundproof formations in each stone chamber of the cave. After a month of diligent effort, he concluded the theoretical application and practice of these formations, successfully translating the principles from his studies into tangible results. Observing the formations crafted by Haochen, the two women secretly marveled at his genius, affirming the rumors surrounding the Hao family, that every male member is a prodigy, a veritable anomaly. Now, in the expansive courtyard, there resided only 4 individuals and a beast, a accompanied by a bird. Aside from Yunluo, who was wholly absorbed in his cultivation and pursuit of advancement, the deer and the phoenix-tailed demon chicken, which Yuan had tamed, were inseparable, frolicking together. After consuming the revitalizing purple pill, the deer's cultivation soared, now comparable to that of a second-tier demon beast. With mere martial prowess, Haochen was no longer a match for the deer. The phoenix-tailed demon chicken, while slightly inferior to the deer, had also reached the pinnacle of the 12th tier. Once the renovations were complete, Haochen discussed with the two women the necessity of hiring a few maids and caretakers for the expansive estate, as some matters could not always be managed personally. With their tacit approval, Haochen ventured alone to the trading market. Chapter 84. The trading market. The trading market of East Star Town is situated in the western part of the town. The Western Square is a newly expanded trading market, the most bustling area of East Star Town in recent years. This locale lies within the northeastern domain of Yunluo, at the edge of the Dangsha Ridge mountain range. Numerous martial practitioners and cultivators have gathered here. This once obscure town has rapidly developed over the past few years, now resembling a large city with a population of several tens of thousands. Unlike the exclusive markets for cultivators, the trading market of East Star Town welcomes both mortals and practitioners alike. It is not only adorned with the most vibrant streets, but also serves as a hub for martial and cultivation exchanges. Here, martial artists and cultivators come together to trade, acquiring what they need. Goods acquired through nefarious means, murder, theft, deception, and human trafficking, also converge within this marketplace. In this realm, no one inquires about the origins of items. Only transactions occur between parties. The trading market is a chaotic amalgamation of diverse entities, making it an ideal venue for martial and cultivation practitioners to select and purchase goods. Although Haochen had visited East Star Town before, he had never set foot in this newly constructed grand trading market. After inquiring with a couple of passers-by, he found his way to the bustling market. Upon entering, the throngs of people stirred something profound within Haochen. The market is divided into 3 sections, forming a triangular layout. The outer perimeter features ordinary goods and shops, frequented by common folk. However, the true domain for those with cultivation, martial practitioners and cultivators, lies at the far end of the Western Square. The trading venues for martial artists and cultivators are segregated, with the south designated for martial practitioners and the north for cultivators. This area is indeed a paradise for exchanges between martial artists and cultivators. Nevertheless, Haochen had no desire to venture into the trading markets for martial practitioners and cultivators. He merely sought to explore the marketplace for talent among mortals. As Haochen meandered aimlessly, he turned down a few streets when a cry of commerce caught his attention. Come and see, behold their figures, admire their beauty. Each one a maiden. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, a moment of amusement. Once acquired, one could do as they wished. If one was not enough, fear not. For here the women could be purchased freely without entanglements. What a bargain! Buy one, get one free. The crowd buzzed with laughter and chatter, mingled with sounds of sorrow and lamentation. The atmosphere revealed it to be a place of human trafficking. The history of such trafficking is extensive. Some are sold as slaves by their masters. Others are captives from battlefields, victims of calamities, or those forced to leave their homeland. Some may find themselves ensnared unexpectedly, while others are compelled to sell their own bodies. Once these individuals are brought to the market, their status transforms into that of slaves. Numerous factors intertwine, making their plight complex and unfathomable. There are even those who willingly become slaves, seeking merely a meal. Observing the comings and goings of people, and gazing at the shackled slaves, Haochen felt a profound shock. He, too, was once a poor child from a humble village, well acquainted with the bitter taste of suffering and the gnawing pangs of hunger. Initially intending to scout for laborers to assist him at home, he never anticipated encountering such wretched souls, treated like cattle, being appraised and chosen. He was no savior, merely a witness, letting out a long sigh. Since he was already here, he decided to take a look around. The street, though not lengthy, hosted several places of human sale. A glance revealed ragged, emaciated individuals corralled together. The robust and defiant were either shackled by chains or imprisoned within iron cages. The girls of decent beauty were subjected to the lewdness of unscrupulous men, eliciting shrieks of protest. Some even adopted a submissive demeanor, hoping for a favorable destiny. As he surveyed the marketplace, Haochen discerned that some of the traffickers were cultivators themselves. No wonder the victims dared not flee. Before him stood a middle-aged trafficker, possessing the cultivation of the fourth layer of qi refinement, engaging in such nefarious trade. Haochen began to grasp that those sold by cultivators bore a mental mark, rendering escape impossible. The middle-aged man, noticing Haochen's scrutiny, nodded in acknowledgement. I am Hao He. I have seen you before, young master. I did not expect one so young to possess cultivation beyond my own. What brings you to such a place? How he greeted him. Years of observing people had revealed the extraordinary background of this youth. To cultivate one so young into a formidable figure of the mid-stage qi refinement was no small feat. His financial resources were evident, perhaps even masked by powerful protectors lurking in the shadows. Just passing the time, merely wandering, Haochen replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Before venturing out, he had disguised his presence and restrained his cultivation to the sixth layer of qi refinement. The population that Hao He trafficked was undoubtedly the most significant on the entire street, comprising no fewer than 300 individuals, predominantly men, with only a few women among them. In this market, rife with sordid transactions, Haochen felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Just as he contemplated leaving, he was abruptly halted by a sight that left him momentarily stunned. Within a large iron cage was a disheveled figure, huddled in a corner, his tattered garments caked with mud. This individual's vacant eyes reflected an abyss of hopelessness, especially accentuated by one leg, which was grotesquely bent at a right angle, clearly broken. What was significant was not merely his confinement with others, but the faint aura of vitality that emanated from him. He was, astonishingly, a cultivator of the qi refinement stage. Haochen was taken aback, unable to fathom how someone who had once ventured into the realm of cultivation could have fallen to such depths. He was reduced to a mere husk, capable of basic cultivation, yet his disability rendered him lesser than an ordinary person. I found him halfway and had initially intended to sell him for a good price. To my dismay, despite traveling through various places, no one showed interest, Hao He remarked as he beckoned a colleague to negotiate with others. He then began conversing with Haochen, discussing the unfortunate soul in the cage, his disdain evident. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Haochen sensed profound sorrow emanating from the man's gaze. What is the price? Haochen casually inquired, gesturing towards the captive. Since we are acquainted here, let us consider it fate. Just make an offer. How about 10 spirit stones? Hao He rubbed his hands together, casting a nervous glance at Haochen. 10 spirit stones? Haochen scoffed, turning on his heel to depart. My lord, please don't be hasty. The price is negotiable. Hao He, clearly overly greedy, attempted to persuade him. To the average person, the figure was merely a dying cripple, of no practical use if purchased. Why don't you try robbing him? I have matters to attend to, so kindly step aside. There is nothing to discuss. Haochen retorted coldly, eyeing the jovial Hao He with disdain. He was taken aback by the man's audacity to demand such a price for a near-dead individual. Not only did he lack a single spirit stone, but even if he had, he would not part with it for such an outrageous request. At that moment, he realized that sometimes, even with a compassionate heart, one must choose a different course of action when confronted with excessive demands. Out of sight, out of mind. My lord, please do not be angry. Can we negotiate? Hao He, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, decided to take a gamble. He is but a cripple. Treating him would require significant resources. Indeed. Hao He nodded in agreement. I have no spirit stones. Yes. Hao He suddenly lifted his head, feeling as though he had been played. In a swift motion, Haochen produced 3 qi recovery pills from his palm. Upon witnessing Haochen retrieve the pills from his storage bag, Hao He realized that this young man must have a formidable background, undoubtedly accompanied by guards. He was relieved he hadn't acted recklessly, for it could have led to dire consequences. Recognizing the value of the qi recovery pills and understanding his own precarious situation, Hao He ultimately consented to exchange the 3 pills for the unfortunate man in the cage. Haochen gazed into the sparkling eyes of Hao He, furrowing his brow as he casually tossed a qi recovery pill to him. And them, Haochen gestured toward a pair of tightly embraced mother and daughter nearby. Hao He looked over, a smile instantly spreading across his face. The 2 women were reasonably attractive. The mother, likely in her 30s, still possessed an alluring charm. As for the daughter, around 14 years of age, her face was obscured by dirt, yet her figure was commendable, and she was still pure. Hao He was taken aback by the unexpected predilection of the young gentleman before him, a penchant for both mother and daughter. Such is the distinction of a scion from a prominent family. The thought of the pleasures therein was simply ineffable. 3 qi recovery pills, valued at 6 yuan stones, could be exchanged for a worthless man and 2 lowly maidservants, an exceptionally profitable transaction. Initially, he had aimed high, thinking he would be fortunate to sell for 3 yuan stones. Had the young gentleman refused, he intended to resort to gold coins. The young master indeed possessed discerning taste, and the deal was struck. The boy before him now appeared displeased, and there was no room for hesitation. Without waiting for Haochen to inquire further, Hao promptly accepted the 3 qi recovery pills. With a wave of his hand, 2 attendants escorted the mother and daughter, along with the man in a cage, who leaned on a crutch, toward them. "Young master, I shall now remove the mental imprint from the disabled individual," Hao announced, and with a flicker of his mind, the man trembled and returned to his normal state. "They haven't played any tricks, have they?" Haochen asked, casting a wary glance at the trembling mother and daughter. "They are mere mortals. They haven't been subjected to mental control," Hao replied with a smile. He then produced 2 spirit talismans from his pocket and handed them to Haochen, saying, "These are soul-binding talismans." Haochen accepted the 2 talismans with a smile and subsequently took his leave from Hao. Chapter 85. The Yuanhui mother and daughter. Haochen's decision to acquire the mother and daughter was purely impulsive. He had sensed, from the fleeting glance in Hao's eyes, that he might have come out at a loss. Thus, he thoughtlessly added the unfortunate pair to his collection. Though Hao misinterpreted the situation, and Haochen saw no need for clarification. The mother and daughter, along with the limping man, silently followed behind Haochen. Trembling, the 2 women arrived at Haochen's home, their faces turning pale in an instant. They had escaped the jaws of a wolf only to stumble into the clutches of a tiger. Having already been sold to the man before them, the mother wiped away her daughter's tears, shedding her own, and stepped inside. The limping man, gazing at Haochen's retreating figure, remained vacant-eyed, following blindly through the doorway. "I'm back." At this moment, Hao Yunluo, who had just concluded his training, heard the door open and came to the entrance, finding Haochen stepping inside. Following closely behind were Yuan and Yi Mei, who cast a glance at the 3 ragged figures trailing Haochen, realizing they were maidservants bought from a trafficker. Judging by their appearance, the mother and daughter seemed pitiable, but Yi Mei pondered, what purpose does he have in bringing back a cripple? These 3 are my acquisitions from a trafficker, Haochen cheerfully announced to the trio. Not bad, but as Hao Yunluo surveyed the 3, he was about to question Haochen about the rationale behind acquiring a disabled individual when Haochen interjected, pointing casually at Hao Yunluo. "This is my grandfather, Chen Yushuan." Only Yuan's gaze fell upon the disabled cultivator. "These are my 2 wives." Before Yuan could finish her sentence, Haochen pointed at Yuan and Yi Mei, introducing them to the 3 individuals he had purchased. "As for the reasons behind this, I shall elaborate shortly," explained Haochen to his grandfather and the 2 women. "Follow me." Haochen turned to Yuan, Yi Mei, and the mother-daughter duo. Simultaneously, he glanced at Hao Yunluo, implying that the disabled person was entrusted to him. Understood. The mother and daughter trembled, obediently trailing behind Haochen and the others. The mother quietly comforted her silently weeping daughter. "Come with me." Hao Yunluo, grasping Haochen's intention, gestured towards the disabled man. "Yes." The limping man hobbled away with Hao Yunluo. Haochen instructed Yuan and Yi Mei to lead the mother and daughter to the washroom in the west wing. Each of them retrieved a set of clothes for the mother and daughter to change into after washing up. In the parlor of the west wing, Haochen sat upright in a chair, flanked by Yuan and Yi Mei. Opposite them stood the 2 bewildered women. Indeed, the adage rings true. A person is adorned by their attire, much like a horse by its saddle. After the mother and daughter had washed and donned fresh garments, they bore a strikingly pleasant appearance. They appeared particularly vulnerable at that moment, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter, which evoked a sense of compassion. "Why, young master?" The hesitant mother was the first to speak, her voice trembling. She seemed quite fearful, uncertain of how this young gentleman would treat them next, and unsure of what to do. The girl, appearing a year or 2 younger than Yuan, kept her head lowered, tightly clutching her mother's arm. "Do not worry. I harbor no ulterior motives. To speak bluntly, you are merely gifts I acquired alongside that disabled man." Haochen smiled, setting down his teacup as he addressed the mother. Upon hearing Haochen's words, the mother suddenly grasped her daughter's hand and fell to her knees, burying her head low, leaving Haochen momentarily astonished. "Rise." With a wave of his hand, an undeniable force lifted the kneeling mother and daughter to their feet, intensifying their trepidation. This is a soul-binding talisman employed by human traffickers against you, Haochen said, producing 2 spirit talismans from his bosom. Seeing the soul-binding talismans, the mother and daughter trembled uncontrollably, indicating they had endured considerable suffering. Observing their plight, Haochen conjured a fireball, reducing the talismans that controlled them to ashes. At the moment the talismans turned to ash, 2 dark shadows escaped from the nostrils of the mother and daughter, who collapsed to the ground with agonized screams. A few moments later, the mother regained consciousness, seemingly comprehending what had transpired. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young mistress," she said, her pallid face betraying her relief as she pulled her daughter to kneel before Haochen in gratitude, disregarding the sweat on her brow. Witnessing their state, Haochen chose to accept their gratitude. Perhaps this was indeed the best course for them. "I purchased you to assist in the daily lives of me and my family. What are your thoughts on this arrangement?" Haochen inquired of the mother and daughter. "Young master, we are willing to stay." "Aye, so shall we. We'll never forget your great kindness, even if I have to toil like a beast for the rest of my life." Fengmei quickly thanked the young master. "Do hurry. How intriguing that this usually silent girl is named Fengmei." "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young madam," came Fengmei's voice, soft and quivering. Haochen could hardly fathom the trials that this mother-daughter duo had endured on their journey. He chose not to pry further. Sometimes, such inquiries only breed unnecessary troubles. Being a person of sentiment, he saw no reason to burden them further. In truth, the name the woman revealed was not her true identity. Her real name was Yunluo, the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family from Xia town. That girl was not actually named Fengmei, but Jiang Yuqing. To escape the relentless pursuit of enemies, the mother and daughter had assumed new identities and traveled to Dongxing town in Yunzhou. "Very well. From now on, you shall stay here and consider this your home. And please, refrain from addressing me as young master. Just call me Chen Hao," he said, pleased to hear their agreement to remain. Yuan Hui could hardly believe her fortune. After months of fervent prayers, they had finally encountered a benefactor. Surely, the heavens had sent them aid in their time of need. "You must be weary. It is time for you to rest. Henceforth, you shall reside in this west wing. Please tidy up the 2 rooms for your living." Haochen gestured to the mother and daughter. "I shall not disturb you any longer, young master and young madam," Yuan Hui said, still feeling as though she were in a dream. Tears of joy streaming down her face as she hurriedly took her daughter away. "Wait, take this." Haochen casually handed over a pouch filled with gold coins and silver pieces. The sudden call from Haochen startled Yuan Hui and her daughter. Did he harbor ill intentions? Yuan Hui's heart raced with trepidation until she realized her misjudgment upon seeing the coins. "You have just arrived at my home. Feel free to procure anything you require. Additionally, you should acquire some cosmetics and clothing. As for women's items, I am not well versed, so you may decide for yourselves. If you find the funds insufficient, consult young madam, and we can discuss it with my grandfather in our absence. Now off you go." Haochen continued to speak at length. As the door creaked shut, Haochen chuckled and shook his head, recounting to the 2 women how he had come to acquire them. When they learned that the mother and daughter were not purchased, but rather included as gifts when he bought a disabled person, Yi Mei and Yu Wan erupted in laughter, playfully striking Haochen's shoulder. After a while of camaraderie, the 2 departed, leaving Haochen alone in his room to ponder the alchemical concoctions that might restore the disabled man's health. In the living room of the East Wing, Hao Yunlong inquired of the disabled man, "What is your name?" "Feng Hua," he replied. "Your leg was injured in a treacherous ambush. Go wash up in the washroom. There are fresh clothes for you. For now, rest in the adjacent guest room until you recover," Hao Yunlong instructed before rising to leave, unaware of Haochen's plans for the man. In the evening, Haochen entered the living room of the West Wing. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. A steaming table laden with delicious dishes awaited him. The mother and daughter stood by the table, attending to the lame man, who was called to the front hall to invite their grandfather and the 2 young ladies to dine. Haochen, without any pretense, pointed at the girl named Fengmei and spoke. Shortly, Hao Yunlong and the 2 ladies arrived in succession. After glancing at Haochen and then at the 3 of them, he nodded without uttering a word. "It's your first time dining at my home today, so please, let us all sit together without any formality," Haochen said casually. Chapter 86. Refining Elixirs Again, Part 1. During the meal, Haochen was still pondering the matter of pill concoction to mend Feng Hua's leg injury. It was imperative to break the injured bone once more and then reattach it securely. Additionally, the internal injuries also required treatment, necessitating the creation of recovery pills. Body restoration pills, bone growth pills, and fracture ointments. The body restoration pill, a remedy for injuries, not only possesses considerable healing properties for internal wounds, but also demonstrates commendable efficacy for external injuries. The recovery pill is specifically designed to heal serious wounds, and due to its gentle nature, it does not inflict any further damage upon the already injured body. This particular elixir is truly an exceptional remedy for grave injuries. Haochen had previously succeeded in refining these two types of pills within the Tuo Mountain secret realm. As for the bone growth pill and fracture ointment, they are effective for nurturing bones, but he had yet to refine these two types of elixirs. Moreover, the ingredients required for the bone growth pill and fracture ointment, essence blood from 7th-grade demonic beasts, Shantian vines, and bone-age fruits, are not particularly abundant. So it is wise to exercise caution. After dinner, he hurried back to his room to continue contemplating the art of alchemy. Once more, he diligently reviewed the essentials of pill refinement secret tome. He compared it with the secret techniques of pill refinement from the Chu family, summarizing the lessons learned in the process of pill concoction. He meticulously analyzed the crucial points emphasized in the tome regarding pill refining and the errors he had encountered during the process. Haochen understood well that only by being adept at summarizing experiences could one achieve greater progress. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. One must learn throughout life and apply it diligently to attain excellence. Whether in alchemy, formation arrangement, martial cultivation, or celestial ascension, the principle remains the same. Haochen greeted his grandfather, as well as Yuewan and Yime, before entering the cave dwelling at the back mountain alone. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, he closed the stone door behind him. The most critical aspect of alchemy is to maintain a favorable environment, free from external disturbances. Otherwise, the concocted elixirs may be rendered worthless, or worse, lead to a backlash of spiritual consciousness. He took out the widened furnace, which he had bid on at the auction in the Dan Cloud Square, placing it before him. At that moment, as he unveiled the widened furnace, Haochen found it hard to believe his own eyes. It had never looked so splendid during the previous alchemical sessions in the secret realm. Could this truly be the same widened furnace? Haochen was unaware of the furnace's origins. It was a treasure almost akin to a celestial artifact. Haochen's fervent alchemical endeavors in the Tuo Mountain secret realm had revived this long-idle treasure, allowing spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and spiritual energy to permeate it, restoring it to its original glory. The intricate array patterns intertwined, emanating a rich aura. This was indeed a supreme treasure among the finest alchemical furnaces. Alchemical furnaces are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. The styles of alchemical furnaces are varied, yet they can generally be categorized into 4 tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and exceptional furnaces. Even the most rudimentary furnace is considered a low-grade magical artifact. The classifications of these furnaces include magical tools, spiritual artifacts, treasured items, celestial instruments, and divine implements. The higher the grade of the furnace, the greater the likelihood of enhancing the success rate of alchemical processes. However, one must possess the corresponding magical power and source of fire to fully harness the furnace's capabilities. Sources of fire are diverse, ranging from intensely hot flames to frigid cold fires. There are acquired fires as well as innate spiritual flames. Utilizing superior flames in alchemy can significantly elevate the quality of the elixirs produced. Acquired fire refers to flames formed through natural processes, such as the common flames used by mortals, known as mundane fire. When cultivators reach the qi refinement stage, a unique flame known as true fire manifests within them. Upon advancing to the golden elixir stage, the potency of this true fire increases, transforming into elixir fire. After reaching the nascent soul stage, it evolves into infant fire. These are all forms of acquired flames, varying only in their strength. In contrast, innate fires are abundant in variety, with the most prevalent being earth fire. This fire arises from tectonic activity within the Earth's crust, characterized by its high and stable temperature, making it readily harnessable. Thus, most master alchemists prefer to employ earth fire in their craft. However, only mid-grade furnaces can withstand earth fire without incurring damage, and even these can only endure surface fire. To endure the fire from the Earth's core, one must possess a high-grade furnace. As Haochen adjusted his state of being, he contemplated the furnace, pondering whether its evolved form would withstand the scorching flames of elixir fire. With his current level of cultivation, he could only utilize a high-grade furnace for conjuring elixir flames. Should he lack sufficient fire source and magical energy while attempting to refine high-grade elixirs, he risks ruining the batch. He considered this an experiment, with the understanding that he could always refine anew if necessary. Driven by inspiration, Haochen decided to experiment with elixir fire for alchemical creation. Yet, he resolved to first familiarize himself with elixir flame through practice. Unlike most cultivators who must reach the foundation establishment stage to generate suitable true fire for alchemy, Haochen, with his dual cultivation of martial and magical arts, surpassed the average individual. Fortuitously, he had not only acquired the secret methods for cultivating elixir flame, but also unexpectedly gained insights into the cultivation of elixir fire. After preheating the furnace in the alchemical chamber, he began to warm the wooing furnace. With several previous experiences in elixir crafting, he was adept at the preparatory tasks involved. Nevertheless, to exercise caution, he chose to first practice with elixirs he had previously refined before attempting to create bone restoration pills and continuity ointment. Although he had succeeded remarkably in crafting recovery pills in the Tuo Mountain secret realm, such inspiration was not an everyday occurrence. Moreover, producing fourth-tier elixirs required finesse he had yet to master. Thus, he resolved to once again attempt these two elixirs in search of inspiration. After arranging the required herbs for the recovery pill and other spiritual plants and medicines, he directed his vital energy into the Qingluan furnace to regulate the temperature. As he channeled his mental power, he sequentially introduced the necessary herbs into the furnace. Through the decomposition and refinement of the flame of the Dan fire, impurities are meticulously eliminated from the extracted juices. The purified medicinal liquid is then swiftly transferred into a preheated Wuyin Dan furnace. This process is repeated, refining various spiritual herbs and medicinal juices and merging them in a controlled synthesis ratio. Following the amalgamation, the Dan fire is carefully regulated, with specific vital energy infused into the elixir, allowing it to solidify within the Dan. With a keen perception of the transformations occurring within the furnace, the alchemist follows the 5 elements method to blend and purify the spiritual herbs and medicinal juices. As the vital energy flows into the Wuyin furnace, a pale azure flame emerges, intertwining with the finally purified essence of the returning spirit herb. Suddenly, an imperceptible azure flame bursts forth, and the temperature within the furnace gradually ascends. With a soft hiss, the remnants left behind are mere ashes, prompting a restart of the alchemical process. Haochen remains vigilant, meticulously managing the dissolution of the spiritual herbs and medicinal juices, maintaining their temperature in distinct regions, disregarding the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and swallowing hard. He momentarily relaxes his consciousness and takes a deep breath, channeling vital energy at the opportune moment to introduce the spiritual herbs and medicinal ingredients. Once the spiritual herbs and medicines transform into liquid, he gradually incorporates the purified auxiliary medicinal juices into the essence of the returning spirit herb. Haochen extends his consciousness into the furnace, employing the 5 elements technique for the combination of medicinal properties. As the rich aroma of herbs wafts from the furnace, intensifying in fragrance, Haochen senses that the elixir is complete. He ceases the release of the Dan fire and halts the flow of vital energy, gradually concluding his efforts and nurturing the Dan. At the moment he opens the furnace, 3 gleaming recovery pills materialize before him. With the successful experience of crafting the recovery pills, Haochen gradually regains his confidence in alchemy. Unwilling to relent, he decides to forge ahead and refine more pills. Knowing that the recovery pill is frequently utilized, more is always better. Chapter 87. Refining Pills Again. Part 2. Seated in meditation to restore his physical energy, he revitalizes his spirit and embarks on a second round of alchemy. Having replenished his internal true essence, he cleanses the furnace and recommences his endeavors. With accumulated experience, Haochen adeptly preheats the furnace and channels vital energy, proceeding in an orderly manner according to the technical requirements of pill crafting. Despite a degree of fatigue in his consciousness, the pursuit of mastering this art proves worthwhile. Having previously ventured into the secret realm of Tuo Mountain for pill crafting, Haochen is struck by inspiration, aiming to produce multiple pills in a single endeavor. He calculates the quantity needed for 3 sets of pills and prepares to introduce the spiritual herbs and medicines. As the substances decompose within the furnace, he begins to utilize his consciousness to control the spiritual herbs and medicines in accordance with the 5 elements combinations. Isolating the thick, concentrated juices of the spiritual herbs and medicines with his vital force, he painstakingly divides them into equal portions, each the size of broad beans. However, the pace of this meticulous segmentation proves excessively slow, leading to considerable depletion of his consciousness. As time progresses, a sharp pain pierces his mind. No, I cannot give up. Haochen resolutely withstands the throbbing agony, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks like a waterfall, until all the viscous concentrated medicinal liquids were meticulously combined according to the elemental principles of alchemical elixirs. The temperature was finally lowered, allowing the concoction within the cauldron to solidify completely. Only then did the divine consciousness swiftly withdraw from the cauldron. A waft of fragrant aroma permeated the air, signaling to Haochen that the elixirs had been successfully crafted. With utmost care, he lifted the lid of the cauldron, revealing 13 fragrant pills resting quietly inside. A joyful smile spread across Haochen's face. This marked his 3rd attempt at alchemy and his first endeavor to create multiple elixirs in a single session. The success of this multi-elixir experiment overwhelmed him, and he could no longer bear the exhaustion, collapsing before the cauldron. He was genuinely fatigued. The excessive use of his divine consciousness proved far more taxing than mere physical exertion. Outside, the sunlight filtered through the treetops, and the forest was alive with the morning songs of 100 birds. Haochen had lost track of how long he had been unconscious. Upon awakening, he felt his head remarkably clear. The sharp pain that had once plagued him had vanished, leaving only gentle ripples in his sea of consciousness. With a thought, he navigated his divine awareness, discovering that the boundaries of his consciousness had significantly expanded. Upon inspecting the jade pendant space, he felt it had increased by an entire 1,000 zhang. The current expanse of the jade pendant space likely stretched to a circumference of 20 miles. It appeared that, despite the anguish endured during the alchemical process, it had greatly facilitated his cultivation of divine consciousness. A wave of joy surged within Haochen. He lamented not having endured the pain to further his training. Otherwise, his divine awareness would have made even greater strides by now. Next time I concoct elixirs, I must persevere, he vowed silently, clenching his fist in determination. In truth, most alchemists refrain from exceeding the necessary quantities of ingredients during their crafting, striving to minimize the time spent in the alchemical process. Some alchemists begin their journey by using merely enough materials for a single elixir. Haochen's ambition to produce dozens of elixirs in one go could only be described as extraordinary. The suffering endured during the process was not the only concern. A moment's carelessness could lead to the complete failure of the batch, wasting precious materials. Should other alchemists discover Haochen's self-imposed rigorous method of cultivating his divine consciousness through such masochistic means, they would likely regard him as a fool. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Haochen exited the cave. His divine awareness detected that Yi Mei and Yu Wan were engaged in their own training. He proceeded to the front yard, where he found his grandfather, Feng Hua, and Yuan Hui preparing for a meal. Haochen, feeling no urgency to test the restorative properties of his elixirs, joined them for lunch. After the meal, he planned to seek out Feng Hua to evaluate the efficacy of the restorative elixirs. Hao Yunluo was already aware of Haochen's alchemical abilities and knew he had crafted restorative elixirs before. How many restorative elixirs did you create this time? He inquired, continuing to eat. Suspecting Haochen had succeeded upon seeing him emerge from the cave, he anticipated a moderate outcome. Not many, just a little over 10, Haochen replied nonchalantly. Yuan Hui paused mid-bite, her chopsticks hovering above the dish as she stared blankly at Haochen. Feng Mei was equally amusing, her mouth full of noodles, frozen in the act of chewing. Feng Hua, on the other hand, mistakenly believed that the restorative elixirs used for healing disabilities had been purchased from the market, unaware that they had been crafted by Haochen himself, spilling the contents of the cup he held onto his shoulder. At this moment, Yuan Hui and her daughter, along with Feng Hua and his companions, came to realize that the young Haochen was not only a formidable cultivator, but also a master alchemist. What a prodigy! Feng Hua, having consumed a resurgence pill, experienced remarkable recovery. It was evident that he would be fully restored within a few days. For cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, both physical strength and recuperative abilities are far beyond the ordinary. To them, the resurgence pill serves merely as a means to swiftly regain vitality, lacking any extraordinary qualities. For ordinary martial artists or cultivators, Although their healing capabilities surpass those of regular individuals, they are still limited to common healing elixirs when injured. Rarely does one come across miraculous potions like the Resurgence Pill. In the event of severe injuries, such as Fenghua's previous meridian damage, there would be little recourse. Thus, the wondrous efficacy of the Resurgence Pill naturally appeared as a miraculous remedy in his eyes. However, for Haochen, it was merely a matter of expending a bit more effort in crafting it. As the two conversed while dining, they paid little heed to Yuan Hui and her daughter. Yet, in the hearts of the three, the Chen family had already embraced them as one of their own, deepening their gratitude towards the Chen clan. The Chen family was small, consisting of only 7 members in the entire courtyard. Neither the patriarch nor the young lords treated them as servants. They all dined together, a notion that had never crossed their minds before. Typically, the 4 members of the Chen family would not gather in the dining room for meals, and even when they did, they were not discerning about the fare. The dining area often saw the 3 servants sharing their meals together. "Grandfather, how many Resurgence Pills do you need?" "I shall refine as many as you require." Haochen contemplated the recovery herbs stored in his jade pendant. Although he intended to reserve some for crafting vitality pills and condensing pills, a single recovery herb could yield a dozen Resurgence Pills, making the consumption relatively insignificant. Moreover, Haochen had resolved to spend the forthcoming month enhancing his spiritual awareness through alchemy. He also planned to prepare some restorative pills, bone growth pills, and continuity ointment, with the crafting of Resurgence Pills being indispensable. "Ah, that sounds splendid." Hao Yunluo had grown somewhat numb to the surprises Haochen presented. Upon hearing his intentions, he felt a sense of relief. "I plan to enter seclusion once more to produce restorative pills, bone growth pills, and continuity ointment," Haochen declared. "Really? Another round of alchemical seclusion?" Hao Yunluo queried, puzzled as to why it was necessary after already crafting Resurgence Pills for Fenghua, filling him with curiosity. "Refining elixirs demands a tranquil environment, and I prefer not to be disturbed. Moreover, the Resurgence Pill is merely one type of elixir. Healing Fenghua's leg injury requires 3 types of elixirs, including the restorative pill, bone growth pill, and continuity ointment, which have yet to be made," Haochen elucidated. "Furthermore, through alchemical practice, I can significantly enhance my spiritual awareness. Thus, I intend to dedicate the next month to this endeavor, hoping to further elevate my spiritual perception. That as well, I presently do not need to focus on enhancing my cultivation level. Instead, I will prepare to learn some spells to augment my combat prowess." Hao Yunluo shared his upcoming cultivation plans with Haochen. "Tomorrow, I shall venture into the town to procure some medicinal herbs, though I am uncertain of my success." Haochen intended to visit the market to acquire the 4 essential herbs for refining the transience ointment: the Millennium Black Jade Mushroom, Fire Phosphorus Grass, Wood Wolf Inner Dan, and Misty Deer's Antler. Additionally, he planned to gather various other items, with the aim of experimenting with other elixirs for future cultivation. Although the recovery pill could heal most physical injuries, it offered little enhancement to one's strength. Having embarked on the path of alchemy, Haochen resolved to create more potions aimed at augmenting his power. Furthermore, as he aimed to develop his connections in Dongxing Town and forge friendships, it would be prudent to stockpile elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. The relationships with the Yu family, Yi family, and others such as Fenghua, Yuan Hui, and Feng Mei would also benefit from the availability of potions. Crafting more elixirs would ultimately bolster everyone's strength. With such potions, the perils of travel would diminish significantly. Haochen felt quite eager to engage in this endeavor, not overly concerned with the value of the potions themselves. Naturally, Yuan and Yi Mei were not part of his considerations. If they wished to accompany him, he would ensure they had no worries regarding elixirs. Should they choose to remain at home, the treasure chamber was stocked with a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs and treasures, sufficient for their indulgence for some time. Chapter 88. Refining Elixirs Again, Part 3. To concoct the recovery pill, one required spirit flowers, Yunluo fruits, and Earth Emperor fruits among other spiritual herbs and elixirs. Though these were not particularly scarce, they were nonetheless spiritual in nature. Fortunately, Dongxing Town offered these 3 types of spiritual herbs and fruits. Haochen purchased a sufficient quantity to last for several years. Through the process of refining elixirs, Haochen discovered that the variety of spiritual herbs and elixirs in his jade pendant space was still lacking. For the herbs and fruits he had acquired, he would plant what could be planted and sow what could be sown. Moving forward, He resolved to seek out any missing varieties to cultivate more within his space for convenient personal use. As he began refining the recovery pill, Haochen attempted to harness the Dan flame for the process. Carefully controlling the flames, he gradually released the Dan flame into the widened furnace, steadily increasing its temperature. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. As the temperature rose, the furnace began to glow a vivid red, intensifying until it appeared as if it might melt. In haste, Haochen reduced the intensity of the Dan flame, allowing the furnace to cool down gradually. He eventually found a balance, increasing the temperature without letting it rise too high. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Haochen had to pause his alchemical endeavors, as the use of the Dan flame had depleted his true essence. Reluctantly, he sat down to meditate and restore his true essence. It seemed that utilizing the Dan flame for alchemy was not a matter of immediate success. The consumption of true essence was substantial, and one could not rush through such a process. Haochen acknowledged his eagerness and decided to approach the use of the Dan flame more methodically this time. Within the confines of the Qinghuan Dan furnace, a portion of medicinal herbs and elixirs was meticulously refined. The resultant essence was then carefully transferred into the widened furnace. With the flames of the Dan fire ignited, the alchemical process commenced, aiming to amalgamate the constituents of the elixir. As the consciousness explored the alchemical chamber, sensing the solidification of the medicinal formulation, a surge of joy arose within. However, in a moment of overwhelming excitement, the control over the flames faltered, leading to the incineration of the concoction, and a pungent, burnt odor permeated the air. Thus, the experiment concluded in failure, an inaugural setback. The second attempt also faltered. The third, too, met with failure. Yet, through these successive disappointments, Haochen gradually mastered the art of alternating between the Dan fire and the Dan flame. When faced with challenging ingredients requiring fierce flames for refinement, the Dan fire was employed. Conversely, should the Dan flame suffice for the purification of herbs, it was favored, for the Dan fire excessively consumed the vital essence within. Throughout the amalgamation of the refined essence, a singular flame source must be utilized consistently. Mastery over the flame was paramount. One must remain undistracted, maintaining an equanimous state of mind, devoid of elation or despair. Once more, Haochen meticulously cleaned both the interior and exterior of the furnace, streamlining the alchemical procedure. The herbs and elixirs were arranged in a precise sequence. With preparations complete, he entered a meditative state to restore his vital energy, ensuring his physique was in optimal condition. Employing the Dan flame within the Qinghuan Dan furnace, he repeatedly refined the herbs and elixirs, seamlessly transferring them into the preheated widened furnace. Upon the final transfer of the elixir essence, Haochen inhaled deeply, gradually releasing the Dan fire into the furnace's core. Sensing the temperature had reached an ideal level for alchemy, his consciousness delved into the furnace. Following the intricate combinations of the medicinal energies, he initiated the amalgamation of the refined herbs and elixirs, analyzing the components according to the 5 elements principles and reconfiguring them with his mind's eye. As the rich aroma of the concoction began to emanate from the furnace, intensifying in its fragrance, Haochen discerned that the elixir was complete. He ceased the release of the Dan fire and the infusion of vital energy, gently withdrawing from the alchemical process and allowing the elixir to take form. The cave gradually filled with the essence of the elixir, its fragrance reaching a peak. After a brief pause, Haochen cautiously lifted the lid of the furnace, and a perfectly round and plump elixir soared forth. This exquisite elixir bore intricate patterns, rendering it even more precious. It marked Haochen's first successful creation using the Dan fire. This elixir was a product of his self-invented 5 elements alchemy technique. With the success of his initial endeavor using the Dan fire, excitement surged within him. He once again adjusted the flames of the furnace, confirming the reliability of the Dan fire. Following the previous protocol, he meticulously placed the various refined herbs and elixirs into the widened furnace in accordance with the harmonious and antagonistic sequences of the 5 elements. Continuously regulating the temperature of the Dan fire, he began the intricate fusion of the refined herbs and elixirs. This process demanded not only the alchemist's skill in flame control, but also a keen sense of rhythm. A moment's inattention could lead to obliteration of all prior efforts. Remarkably, despite the perils of the undertaking, the medicinal mass gradually began to meld together. On a whimsical impulse, Haochen, in the very moment the elixir took shape, unleashed his spirit blade, cleaving the potion asunder. Sometimes, an invention or a creation arises from a fleeting moment of inspiration. The reason Haochen is considered extraordinary lies in his audacity to dream and act, to create and innovate. The intricate patterns of the elixir were remarkable, and each potion bore 2 distinct patterns. This was a premium elixir. Astonishingly, he had succeeded in concocting one. It is essential to note that elixirs are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and the legendary supreme grades. With each elevation in grade, the potency of the elixir doubles. Typically, alchemists can only produce inferior elixirs, which are the most commonly circulated in the market. Elixirs of medium grade or higher are seldom sold. They are usually retained for personal breakthroughs. After a brief pause, Haochen resumed his alchemical endeavors. With a swift motion of his hand, a plethora of medicinal herbs materialized before him. This time, he aimed to refine the rejuvenation pill, striving to hone his skills further in potion crafting. He meticulously examined each herb and ingredient, ensuring the utmost quality with unwavering diligence. No trace of anxiety lingered within him. He was already well acquainted with the process. At that moment, all that occupied his mind were the ingredients for the rejuvenation pill, nothing else. In this experiment, Haochen directly purified the spiritual herbs within the Wu-yin alchemy furnace. He preheated the furnace, attuning himself to the intensity of the flames, waiting for the optimal moment. According to the varying solubility of the materials, he sequentially added the spiritual herbs into the furnace. Under the fervent embrace of the flames, the herbs transformed into pure essence. Remarkably, all the materials disintegrated, their vital essences coalescing into droplets of unparalleled purity, while the useless impurities settled at the bottom of the furnace. Haochen, utilizing his spiritual awareness, enveloped the impurities and swiftly expelled them from the furnace. His inner true essence surged, ensuring that not a single ounce of the medicinal properties from the herbs was squandered. Through the discernment of his spirit, the essence was meticulously combined and refined, gradually coalescing. Droplet after droplet of medicinal liquid visibly merged, subtly revealing the embryonic forms of the pills, radiating vibrant energy. After a lengthy period, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the surroundings. With every release of this aromatic essence, a wave of joyous success surged within him. 3 days later, Haochen emerged from his secluded abode in the mountains. Chapter 89. Alchemy and Healing. Upon exiting the cave, Haochen greeted his family before venturing to the marketplace to procure raw materials for his alchemical creations, specifically seeking the spiritual herbs required for the bone restoration pill and the bone renewal ointment. There were no fixed shops. He would have to rely on the transit stalls. The marketplace's vendors changed rapidly. What he sought might suddenly appear at a different stall upon a mere glance back. The refinement of the living bone pill primarily hinges upon 4 exquisite raw materials: the millennium-old black jade mushroom, fire phosphorus grass, the inner dan of the wood wolf, and the antlers of the elusive misty deer. The millennium-old black jade mushroom is a rare herb that requires 1,000 years to mature. While fire phosphorus grass does not have a specific age requirement, it only flourishes in regions inhabited by fire bats. Although fire bats are merely low-tier demon beasts, they are social creatures, and even practitioners at the Yuandan realm would hesitate to venture into their territory to harvest this herb. Both the wood wolf and the misty deer are third-tier or higher demon beasts. Obtaining their materials necessitates the elimination of these 2 creatures to acquire the wood wolf's inner dan and the misty deer's antlers. In the northern domain of the Tianyuan continent, sightings of these 2 demon beasts are exceedingly rare, rendering these ingredients even more precious. After traversing the cultivation market of Dongxing Town, I was able to procure the millennium-old black jade mushroom. However, despite scouring the martial arts market, I could not find the wood wolf's inner dan, fire phosphorus grass, or the misty deer's antlers. Foreseeing the difficulty in acquiring all the necessary materials for the living bone pill, I resolved to pursue the creation of the bone renewal ointment instead. The formulation of this ointment requires an array of rare herbs, including blood spirit mushroom, 6-leaved bloodvine, blood-activating mulberry, and muscle-opening leaves, among others, each a rare botanical treasure for healing and bone restoration. Fortunately, I had experienced some serendipity within the Tua Mountain secret realm, where my jade pendant space had cultivated many precious medicinal plants. It is not surprising to contemplate that a blend of these rare healing herbs could yield an ointment with the power to renew bones. After acquiring the missing materials from the trading market and gathering all the herbs, I prepared to refine the bone renewal ointment. Entering the alchemical chamber, I meticulously cleaned the Qingyuan alchemy furnace. In truth, alchemists routinely clean their furnaces after each refining session, adhering to the ethical standards of their profession. Nevertheless, it is customary for every alchemist to wipe and purify the furnace anew before commencing any new alchemical process. The procedure for crafting the bone renewal ointment closely resembles that of other pills previously refined. I began by preheating the furnace and purifying the various herbs required for the ointment. Initially, I refined the blood spirit mushroom and six-leaf blood vine using the furnace's flame. The blood spirit mushroom, resembling a stubborn stone, posed a challenge to refine. Even when subjected to the furnace's flames, it resisted transformation. Thus, I unleashed the furnace's fiery essence, which swiftly softened the mushroom. After half an hour, the majority of impurities within the blood spirit mushroom had been eradicated by the flames, reducing its size to a mere drop of crimson liquid, no larger than a thumb. Upon witnessing this transformation, I lifted the furnace lid and promptly transferred the essence to the Wuyin alchemy furnace. Following this, I added the six-leaved blood vine, awaiting its liquefaction and purification. Once the six-leaved blood vine was ready, I swiftly extinguished the previous flame, transitioning to the furnace's gentle flame to refine the next herb. I continued this process, meticulously introducing each remaining herb into the furnace in sequential order for purification. After an hour had elapsed, all the purified essences had been combined within the Wuyin alchemy furnace. Under the gentle caress of the soft flames, the various medicinal properties melded together harmoniously. The bone restoration ointment does not require the meticulous refinement into a pill. A viscous paste suffices. After another hour passed, Haochen forcefully struck the walls of the alchemical furnace. A vivid crimson paste swiftly erupted from the furnace. He swiftly seized the jade box beside him and deftly captured the crimson bone restoration ointment within it. Crafted primarily from blood spirit Ganoderma, Haochen named this elixir blood spirit bone restoration ointment, a wondrous remedy capable of reattaching severed limbs. The primary material for concocting the life bone pill was the millennium-old black jade mushroom. In the future, should he acquire the fire phosphor grass, the inner core of the wood wolf, the antlers of the mysterious stag, and other auxiliary materials, he would proceed to refine the life bone pill. Having never concocted a monster pill before, Haochen seized this opportunity to delve into the methods of refining it. Storing away the blood spirit bone restoration ointment, he retrieved the secret tome Essentials of Alchemy to study the techniques for crafting monster pills. The monster pill represents the very foundation of a beast's cultivation and serves as the vessel for its magical essence, containing the innate power of the creature. During the refinement of a monster pill, it is essential to purify the beastly power, leaving only the essence of magical energy. When the monster pill manifests as a translucent, powdery substance devoid of any beastly aura, the process of purification has reached completion. Subsequently, it must be amalgamated with other auxiliary materials to form the final elixir. The crafting of a monster pill necessitates the presence of a complete recipe and all requisite materials. Generally, one must first refine and blend the auxiliary materials before incorporating the purified powder of the monster pill, which is free from any beastly essence. Utilizing a high-temperature alchemical furnace, the auxiliary materials are swiftly fused with the monster pill to yield a cohesive elixir. It appears that the creation of the life bone pill must await the procurement of the inner core of the beast, fire phosphor grass, and the antlers of the mysterious stag, among other materials outlined in the recipe. Though the blood spirit bone restoration ointment may not possess the efficacy of the life bone pill, it is certainly better than nothing. Fortunately, the recovery pill and the restoration pill have already been successfully concocted, and now everything is in readiness, awaiting the crucial moment. It is time to attend to Feng Hua and treat his injured leg. Haochen exited the cave and sought out Feng Hua. He summoned Yuan Hui and Feng Mei to the parlor to assist him. Upon hearing that Haochen intended to treat Feng Hua's leg injury, Hao Yunluo, Yi Mei, and Yuan were also intrigued and arrived in the parlor to witness the procedure. He instructed Feng Hua to lie on the single bed prepared in advance. Upon unveiling Feng Hua's pant leg, Haochen noticed the muscle in the injured area had noticeably atrophied. After a moment of contemplation, he advised Feng Hua to brace himself and handed him a restoration pill. As Feng Hua consumed the pill, a wave of warmth coursed down his throat. enveloping his entire body in a comforting heat. At that moment, Haochen instructed Yuan Hui to fetch a clean piece of cotton cloth for Feng Hua to bite down on. Seizing an opportunity when no one was paying attention, Haochen suddenly struck Feng Hua's injured leg with a palm. Crack! Feng Hua let out a piercing scream and fainted. My goodness! Yuan, Yi Mei, and Yuan Hui gasped in unison, horrified, thinking that this was not a treatment, but rather a brutal amputation of his leg. Haochen, however, was too preoccupied to concern himself with the reactions of those present. The consciousness swiftly penetrated the site of the severed leg. As hands diligently caressed and kneaded the injured area, applying a blood-spirit bone repair ointment and binding the leg with 3 wooden sticks. Beams of true essence radiated from Haochen's hands, enveloping Feng Hua's broken limb. In no time, the leg was shrouded in a verdant wood essence intertwined with a golden metallic essence. At this moment, Feng Hua had regained consciousness. Although he experienced some pain, he knew he had to endure it and avoid fainting again. Sensing Feng Hua's awakening, Haochen spoke to him. Feng Hua, acutely aware of the intense pain, felt a surge of excitement. Pain was a sign of healing. Previously, he had pounded his leg daily without any sensation. To have it broken and treated anew was a method he had heard of but never witnessed. During the period of his unconsciousness, he was unaware of what Haochen had done to instill feeling in his injured leg. I fear not the pain. As long as my leg can heal, I will persevere. Feng Hua gazed at Haochen with profound gratitude. Haochen then offered Feng Hua a recovery pill, which he swallowed promptly, gritting his teeth to bear it. Initially, he felt a slight tingling sensation, akin to ants crawling upon his skin. However, soon this tingling transformed into sharp pain, which intensified considerably. The sensation of pain had become quite overwhelming. Feng Hua recognized that he was not one to shy away from discomfort, yet at this moment, the treatment method had him sweating profusely. You must hold on, otherwise, all that has been done will be in vain, Haochen urged. Feng Hua nodded instantly. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and through his hair. His hands were slick with perspiration, yet out of respect for Haochen's words, he dared not move, fearing that any motion could jeopardize the treatment's efficacy. In truth, the blood-spirit bone repair ointment had already begun to work in mending his bones and sinews. The reason Feng Hua's leg had not healed was twofold. He had not received timely treatment after the injury, and he was malnourished. During the human trafficker market incident, Haochen had examined Feng Hua's leg and discovered it was not insurmountably damaged. However, the traffickers, fearing Feng Hua might recover and escape, had denied him any treatment. Upon noticing Feng Hua's injury improving, Hao Yunluo and the 4 women had already departed. 2 hours later, Haochen inquired, "It shouldn't hurt much now, right?" Indeed. Feng Hua had initially thought he had grown accustomed to the pain. "You need to keep this wrapped tonight. I will personally come to unwrap it tomorrow." All right. Feng Hua was willing to endure any condition as long as his leg could heal. "Remember, do not move at all," Haochen reiterated. Feng Hua nodded vigorously. As Haochen exited, he noticed Yuan Hui and Feng Mei had been waiting vigilantly at the door. Chapter 90. Treat others with sincerity in the small square of Haochen's front courtyard. At the age of 14, Feng Mei is no longer the fragile girl she once was. In the midst of the chilling autumn breeze, she brandishes her sword against the swirling fallen leaves. Each strike is executed with unwavering focus, as the fierce wind stirs the leaves into a chaotic dance around her. Her face, flushed with a vibrant hue, glistens with beads of sweat, and her breath comes in rapid gasps, revealing her physical exhaustion. Yet, her beautiful eyes shine with an indefinable determination. The young girl silently vows to persevere, to persist. Today, she is determined to practice the first and second forms of the Jade Xian sword technique 100 more times. The Jade Xian sword technique comprises 9 forms, albeit the most elementary of styles. Even with mastery, one can barely reach the level of Xian-grade martial arts. To fully realize the potential of the Jade Xian sword technique, one must merge these 9 forms. The fusion of 2 sword techniques creates a transformation, while the combination of 3 yields yet another variation. Different pairs of techniques produce entirely distinct effects. The newly fused sword style can blend with any other technique, resulting in a fresh form. Although the Jade Xian sword technique consists of only 9 forms, the possibilities for combination are countless, exemplifying true diversity. However, who can genuinely master such a multitude of sword techniques? This is the unique aspect of the Jade Xian sword technique. On the surface, The Jade Xian sword technique appears to be merely Xian-grade martial arts. Yet if one can grasp all its transformations, the resultant power may rival that of celestial-grade martial arts. As she continues her practice, Feng Mei discovers the peculiarities of the Jade Xian sword technique. While the 9 forms are not particularly difficult to learn, she finds herself at an impasse when it comes to their fusion. She has practiced the combination of the first and second forms thousands of times. The 9 sword techniques of the Jade Xian sword technique are, in fact, quite simple, yet this simplicity points directly to the essence of swordsmanship. The most basic moves reveal the true nature of the art. However, mastery does not guarantee comprehension of its core principles. Human strength has its limits, and grasping such a plethora of variations cannot be accomplished overnight. In the distance, a strikingly beautiful woman observes the slender figure dancing among the falling leaves, her eyes reflecting a mix of compassion and concern. Nearby, a middle-aged man, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement, stands attentively, watching the girl practice her swordplay. His gaze lacks the warmth of concern, replaced instead by awe and admiration for her technique. Through sheer willpower, Feng Mei astonishingly reaches the 6th layer of qi refinement within just 6 months, a feat undoubtedly aided by the diligent instruction of the Hao family. The 3 individuals are none other than Su Xiaowei and her daughter Feng Mei, with the middle-aged man being Feng Hua. At this moment, Feng Hua's leg injury has long since healed, and his leg appears as strong as it did before the incident. Of course, aside from Feng Hua using his true name, both mother and daughter are operating under aliases, one as Su Xiaowei and the other as Lin Feng Mei. Since their arrival at the Hao family, Su Xiaowei and her daughter have come to regard this place as their home. Haochen, Yuewan, and Yimei regarded Su Xiaowei and her daughter, as well as Feng Hua, as family. Once Feng Hua recovered from her injuries, Haochen instructed Yuewan and Yimei to examine the physical condition of Su Xiaowei and Feng Mei, ensuring that they received timely and appropriate treatment. Upon conducting their assessments, Yuewan and Yimei discovered that, aside from malnutrition, the 2 women were in good health. However, during their examination, they unexpectedly uncovered that both possessed latent potential for cultivation. Although the techniques from the Yunhai sect's Xian Peak were suitable for the mother and daughter, it was against the sect's principles to pass on their methods to outsiders. Recalling the Purple Spirit Jade Xian method and the Jade Xian sword technique he had acquired from Qianyu, Haochen, after thorough study with the 2 women, concluded that these methods were exceptionally fitting for their cultivation. Thus, he imparted both the cultivation method and the sword technique to them. The Purple Spirit Jade Xian method allowed for individuals of good aptitude, irrespective of age, to thrive in their practice, promising efficient results provided they possessed perseverance. This method is divided into 3 major realms: initial, intermediate, and advanced, with each realm further subdivided into 9 levels. A person of ordinary talent could only aspire to reach the 4th level of the Jade Xian method in their lifetime. Typically, a common individual would require 3 years to cultivate the 1st level, 5 years for the 2nd, 7 years for the 3rd, and 10 years for the 4th, thus alleviating any concerns regarding age. Simultaneously, Haochen also taught his most prized surprising swan step technique to the mother and daughter. Given that Feng Hua had her own cultivation methods, she did not require Haochen's instruction for any spell cultivation. She could seek assistance from the Hao family and access their treasure vault. During the tragic demise of the Jiang family, Yuqing's uncle, Jiang Feng, risked his life to escape through the family's gates. With unwavering determination, he managed to intercept Yuqing and her mother, who were returning home. He urged them to seek refuge with Hao Yunluo in Yuzhou, recounting the harrowing events of the Jiang family's massacre, his resolve ultimately waning. Yuqing's mother, suppressing the immense sorrow from the family's destruction, immediately dismissed their attendants and took her daughter into the mountains for safety. It was not until a month later that they quietly emerged from the depths of the forest, locating a kind-hearted individual who helped bury the Jiang family. Yuqing gathered wildflowers in the mountains, placing them at the graves of her kin. After secretly paying their respects, the mother and daughter fled southeast, towards Shihe town in Yuzhou, seeking to escape their pursuers. Yuan Hui and her mother, adhering to Jiang Feng's instructions, made their way to Yuzhou. Yuan Hui's aunt and uncle had left home, and later reports indicated they had settled in Yunnan Prefecture. Consequently, Yuan Hui and her mother journeyed to Yuzhou to seek refuge with her aunt, Jiang Xiaozui, whom they had never met. Yuzhou Yunnan Prefecture administers 32 counties, and the mother and daughter endured hardships while on the run, gathering information along the way. Unfortunately, they were unable to locate any news regarding Jiang Xiaocui and her husband, Hao Yunluo, and instead fell victim to a group of human traffickers, ending up in Dongxing town of Yunnan Prefecture. Fortunately, they encountered a kind-hearted individual in Haochen, who, at that moment, had changed his name to Chun Hao. Haochen changed his name, of course, to evade detection by the members of the Yunhai sect, particularly to prevent Luo Yun from tracing his whereabouts. Yuan Hui and her daughter have been searching for the Hao family in the region of Yunnan without a shred of information. Moreover, in the vast Yunnan prefecture, with its population of billions, locating a family with the surname Hao is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon arriving at the Qin family, Yuan Hui also inquired about the whereabouts of Hao Yunlong throughout the town, yet to this day, she has uncovered no leads. This unfortunate series of missteps inadvertently assuaged Hao Yunlong's impulsive desire to seek vengeance for the massacre of the Jiang family. Though merely 18, Hao Chun had already attained the pinnacle of qi refinement. In Yunnan, within the northern domain's major sects, he was perhaps a prodigy. With a population of several hundred million in Yuzhou alone, the Tianyuan continent boasts a multitude of talents across its 16 states. Even among the gifted, one could merely rank 16th on this expansive stage. It has been a year since leaving the sect and returning to Dongxing town. Although his cultivation has not progressed, he has made significant gains. He has learned to harness the forces of nature to set up formations and has become adept at inscribing arrays onto objects. He has also mastered the knowledge of crafting spiritual talismans. However, he has encountered a bottleneck in his training. Practicing solely at home yields no substantial results. Haochen realizes that only by venturing forth can he seek opportunities for breakthrough. Chapter 91. Elusive Mysteries. The family competition of the Hao clan approaches. Hao Chun has resolved to journey to Haozhou to participate in the triannual clan tournament, fulfilling his grandfather's wish. Before his departure, Hao Yunlong repeatedly urged him to avoid any conflict with the Hao family during his visit to Yuqing. He also planned to stop by Zhang's residence to see how they fared, thus addressing the lingering guilt he felt toward them. A month prior, Hao Chun bid farewell to his grandfather, leaving behind the reluctant farewells of Yuan and Yi Mei as he set off for the Hao family in Haozhou to partake in the clan competition. The two women wished to accompany him, yet uncertain of what lay ahead, Hao Chun preferred not to expose them to the hardships of travel. Although the jade pendant space could accommodate people, Hao Chun's low cultivation level posed a risk. If the secret of the pendant were to be revealed, he would become a target for those seeking its power. The jade pendant space is a closely guarded secret, unknown even to his grandfather, and it must remain so for Yuan and Yi Mei as well. Upon returning home, as per his grandfather's wishes, Hao Chun forbade Yi Mei and Yuan from cultivating, gradually dissipating their true essence to allow them to lead ordinary lives. Once their land met the requirements for planting, Hao Chun painstakingly sowed the seeds, leaving them to patiently await their germination. Without the true essence within their bodies, the seeds would not be harmed and would sprout easily. However, for cultivators, it could take 3 to 5 years for the seeds to germinate. Hao Chun has been traveling for over a month amidst the swirling autumn leaves. He occasionally soars through the air on his sword and weaves through the woods, relying on his formidable spiritual awareness to evade encounters with fellow cultivators and to steer clear of entanglements with beasts. Moving forward with utmost caution, Hao Chun does not believe that Luo Yun, the elder of the Yunhai sect, has simply let go of his grievances or that his escape from the sect has gone unnoticed. In the outside world, it is often better to avoid trouble than to seek it. In the town of Shiha, the silhouette of Haochen gradually came into view, prompting him to quicken his pace towards his destination. It was imperative that he reached Shiha before nightfall to avoid spending a chilly autumn night in the wilderness. As dusk began to envelop the town, Haochen found himself within its bounds. Despite being called a town, Shiha was actually larger than Dongxing. Upon entering Shiha, Haochen did not hasten to seek out the Jiang family, but instead chose to lodge at an establishment named Pingan Inn, registering under the name Chen Hao. Prior to his journey, Haochen had left his yuan stones and a substantial amount of gold coins at home, reserving only a modest sum for personal use in his storage bag. Once he arrived at Pingan Inn, he did not hesitate to produce gold coins to secure a luxurious room on the upper floor. As night descended upon Shiha, the dining hall of the inn buzzed with life, marking its peak of activity. In this unfamiliar place, the dining hall was the optimal venue for gathering information. Amidst the clinking of glasses and lively chatter, Haochen selected a secluded table. He extended his consciousness to every corner, eavesdropping on the patrons as they exchanged tales and anecdotes. Suddenly, the whispered conversation of three drunken men caught his attention. It was said that the Wang family was still hunting the remnants of the Jiang family, and two women from the Jiang family had escaped, remaining elusive. A slightly portly man shared this with his companions. Another young man chimed in, claiming that a reward of 100 gold coins was offered for capturing a member of the Jiang family, with an additional bounty for the capture of the two fugitive women. Hearing this, Haochen was taken aback, silently pondering if the Jiang family was indeed connected to his grandmother. "Excuse me, are there several Jiang families in Xia?" he inquired of a passing waiter who was bringing dishes to the table. "Only one, and it was exterminated," the waiter replied as he set down the food before hastily departing. After dinner, Haochen procured a late-night snack and returned to his room. With time to spare, he purposefully struck up a conversation with the inn staff to glean tales of local curiosities, power dynamics, and customs. Engrossed in lively dialogue, he returned to his room to fetch some snacks and drinks, continuing the conversation with the talkative innkeeper. As the hazy night faded, sunlight once again bathed the earth in its warmth. Haochen had spent the night awake and had not engaged in his usual morning training. Instead, he set off alone towards the Jiang family's former residence. "Do you not know? The Jiang family was annihilated months ago. It is said that none of them survived. All met a tragic end." The words reached his ears, accompanied by whispers of the family's misfortune, their home consumed by flames. "You have only heard the tales. I witnessed the horror firsthand. The Jiang family perished in a gruesome manner, their bodies charred beyond recognition. It was utterly heartbreaking. Indeed, I heard that two managed to escape, a mother and daughter who were visiting relatives at the time of the massacre." Each uttered phrase pierced Haochen's consciousness, igniting a fury within him. His fists clenched tightly, his fair complexion flushed with emotion, and his entire being trembled. He lingered before the ruins of the Jiang family home, absorbing the devastation before turning away. Moments later, he spotted a small inn and stepped inside. The little shop's business was quite decent, with groups of customers gathered together. Haochen scanned the room and subsequently found an unoccupied table, beckoning the waiter over. "What would you like to order, sir?" the attendant inquired promptly upon noticing the patron's gesture. "A plate of beef and a pot of wine," Haochen replied casually with a wave of his hand. He understood that the matter concerning the Jiang family was significant in the eyes of mortals, yet trivial from the perspective of cultivators. To ascertain the specifics, one must wander through nearby establishments to gather reliable information. "Very well, a plate of beef and a pot of wine. Please hold on for a moment," the attendant called out before turning to serve other patrons. "Hey, are you aware of the Jiang family's annihilation?" A voice reached Haochen's ears. He turned to see a portly man speaking. "Zhang Yu, that's redundant. Who doesn't know about the Jiang family's demise?" retorted another patron sitting opposite the stout man, wearing a disdainful expression. The news of the Jiang family's extermination had become common knowledge in Xia town, making the comment seem as pointless as one relieving themselves while still clothed. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the response, Zhang Yu cleared his throat and, attempting to sound mysterious, remarked, "What I wish to discuss is not merely the Jiang family's downfall, but something even more explosive." Haochen furrowed his brows, his mind racing. The topic of the Jiang family's annihilation had been incessantly discussed along the journey, and he had grown weary of it. Now, Zhang Yu's words piqued his interest. Could he possibly know the true mastermind behind the Jiang family's obliteration? "Your food and drink have arrived," the attendant announced, placing the order on the table. At that moment, Haochen was captivated by Zhang Yu's words. If this man held knowledge of who was responsible for the Jiang family's destruction, he could identify a precise target for retribution. He leaned in attentively, eager to hear more. "You all know about the Jiang family's demise, but have you considered what happened to their business after their downfall?" Zhang Yu posed. The crowd surrounding him paused, realizing they had only focused on the annihilation itself, oblivious to the fate of the many enterprises left behind by the Jiang family. They shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance. Zhang Yu beckoned three individuals nearby to draw closer, and they complied, leaning in attentively. He scanned the room before lowering his voice, whispering, "Following the Jiang family's obliteration, all their businesses appear to have vanished from sight. However, according to credible sources, everything left behind has been seized by the Wang family." Despite Zhang Yu's efforts to keep his voice low, his words did not escape Haoyen's keen perception. Contemplating the implications, he noted that the Wang family, along with the Zhu and Qi families, constituted the three prominent clans. Additionally, there existed lesser-known families such as the Yuan, Li, and Jiang families. In terms of power, the Zhu family held the foremost position, followed by the Wang family in second, and the Qi family in third. The three families were often embroiled in both overt and covert conflicts, yet they had never engaged in full-scale confrontations. As the second most powerful clan, the Wang family could be described as particularly ambitious. Through repeated machinations, the Zhu family sought to undermine their business rivals, aiming to absorb the Zhu family and thereby bolster their own power, with the intent of unifying the Xi River under their dominance. However, fate proved uncooperative. Over a decade ago, the Jiang family rose to prominence in Xi River town. In a matter of years, they seized a substantial portion of the businesses belonging to the Zhu, Wang, and Qi families. Naturally, the Zhu, Wang, and Qi clans could not remain passive observers. Consequently, the Zhu and Qi families temporarily allied to jointly suppress the Jiang family and stifle its growth. Unable to withstand the concerted efforts of the two families, the Jiang family not only failed to gain the upper hand in their provocations against the Zhu family, but gradually waned, ultimately seeking an alliance with the Li and Yuan families. Last night, in the inn, Haochen engaged in conversation with the innkeeper, who delineated the power dynamics of the region, providing insights into the Li and Yuan families. Presently, upon hearing that the Jiang family's assets had fallen into the hands of the Wang family, Haochen was taken aback. At that moment, Zhang Yu remained unaware that their conversation had already reached the ears of others, nor did he grasp the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Haochen's mind. After gently sipping his tea, Zhang Yu continued, "In the past, the Jiang family was subjected to the combined oppression of the Zhu and Qi families. Now, it is rather peculiar that the Wang family dares to surreptitiously seize the remnants of the Jiang family's business. Do you not find it strange? What is so strange about it? As the saying goes, the weak are devoured by the strong. The Jiang family has been annihilated, and their power collapsed overnight. The Wang family, already at odds with the Zhu and Qi families, seizing the remnants of the Jiang family's business seems only natural. It is merely a matter of who acts more swiftly," remarked a guest seated to Zhang Yu's left, with an air of indifference. "How foolish. With the Jiang family obliterated, it is far more reasonable for the Yuan and Li families, allies of the Jiang, to take over the remnants of their business," interjected a guest across the table. "Indeed," Zhang Yu replied with a subtle smile, a hint of mystery in his demeanor. He continued, "The day after the Jiang family was extinguished, the Yuan family immediately mobilized to bury the Jiang family members. But besides interring the deceased, what else did they undertake? Perhaps the Yuan family wished to avoid being misperceived as the culprits, considering their alliance with the Jiang family. If they rushed to claim their allies' business posthumously, would that not invite all blame upon themselves?" pondered the guest to Zhang Yu's right. "Correct. The Yuan family had neither the motive nor the necessity to annihilate the Jiang family. Moreover, the Yuan family shares familial ties with the Jiang family. Thus, it is understandable that the Yuan family refrained from entangling themselves with the Jiang family's business, fearing to be labeled as the murderers." Zhang Yu licked his lips and took another sip of tea. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "To be candid, although the Jiang family has been eradicated, the business they left behind is a veritable prize, one that would entice anyone who lays eyes upon it. Were I in their position, I would disregard others' opinions and seize it without hesitation." The guest on his left spoke with a covetous gleam in his eyes. "Humph. As if you would ever have the chance to claim such wealth. You would have been eliminated long ago." The guest across from him laughed derisively. Before the other could retort, the guest to the right interrupted, directing a question towards Zhang Yu. "Will the Wang family be allowed to take over the Jiang family's business, while the Zhu, Qi, Yuan, and Li families simply stand by and watch?" "Hee, you seem unaware that although the Yuan family is an ally of the Jiang family, they place a greater emphasis on their reputation. If they were to vie with the Wang family for the Jiang family's inheritance, it would be tantamount to indirectly acknowledging their involvement in the massacre of the Jiang family, thus tarnishing their own name." "Oh." With this explanation from Zhang Yu, the other three suddenly grasped the situation. "So, does the Wang family's encroachment on the Jiang family's business indicate that they are the true culprits?" This question was unexpectedly voiced in unison by the three. "As for this, I cannot say. The Jiang family, under the oppressive hands of the Zhu and Qi families, was already on the brink of decline. Now that the Wang family has taken over the Jiang family's business, the reasons behind this are for you to ponder." Zhang Yu chuckled lightly and fell silent thereafter. Upon hearing the conversation of the four, Haochen seemed to be deep in thought. Given the Wang family's strength, they should not have been able to deal with the Jiang family. Walking along the street, Haochen contemplated the information divulged by Zhang Yu. Chapter 92. The massacre months ago, on a chilling and pitch-black night. The spring air was brisk, the wind and rain were mournful, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of a dozen cloaked figures, vanishing at the edge of Shihe town. At this moment, the Jiang family was gathered together for a meal. Come, eat more meat, you are still growing. Ranking's grandmother placed a piece of food into her grandson's bowl. Thank you, Grandma. Rainong felt warmth in his heart as he took a mouthful of rice, along with the piece of meat, into his stomach. The others dining at the table looked on enviously at the affectionate interaction between the grandmother and grandson. The harmonious dinner continued to unfold the same story when suddenly a blood-curdling scream erupted from outside, startling everyone at the table. With a loud bang, the gate of the Jiang family estate was smashed open and a figure flew in. Master, a figure has come flying in, shouted a family servant. His back already a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, barely managing to utter a few words before succumbing to death. Clearly, trouble had arrived, and it appeared that this trouble would not be easily resolved. Within moments, the gathered family members left their seats and assembled at the entrance of the hall. At the gate stood a group of masked figures in black, their long knives dripping with fresh blood, which slid off the blades and pooled on the ground. Who are you? Why do you come to disturb the Jiang family in the dead of night? Boomed the patriarch, Jiang Xiaodian, his deep voice resonating as he coldly regarded the group of black-clad figures. You'll find out when you're dead. Attack. Leave none alive, barked a leader among the assailants. Without any time for thought or opportunity for escape, the black-clad figures unleashed a massacre upon the Jiang family. Those defenseless servants, lacking any means of self-preservation, stood no chance against the onslaught. As they witnessed the glinting blades descending or piercing into their bodies, their eyes filled with terror and despair as they fell. In an instant, the air was filled with incessant screams, and the scene was a horrific tableau of bloodshed. Jiang Xiaodian trembled violently, the cruelty of his assailants instilling a profound fear within him. Hee, old man, don't worry, I'll send you to join them. The leader of the black-clad figures twisted his right hand, brandishing a sharp blade aimed directly at Jiang Xiaodian. The blade drew ever closer, and a glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Xiaodian's eyes. With a deft motion, he extended 2 fingers of his right hand and effortlessly pinched the robust blade. A surge of formidable power emanated from his fingertips, and with a crisp crack, the knife was easily snapped in two. Old man, your strength is commendable. Since that is the case, I shall indulge you in a delightful duel. The leading figure in black let out a sinister laugh, discarding his heavy sword, which clattered heavily to the ground. You wish to annihilate the Jiang family? I shall vanquish you first. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer suffers. This time, Jiang Xiaodian seized the initiative. Void-piercing fist, Jiang Xiaodian bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike towards the leader of the black-clad figures. The void-piercing fist, as its name suggests, can rend the air and fracture the earth. When mastered to a minor degree, it can injure and incapacitate foes. When perfected, a single blow is sufficient to shatter an opponent's bones, rendering them utterly devoid of combat capability. The fierce wind rushed toward him, and sensing the potent force contained within the opponent's punch, the leader of the black-clad figures felt exhilarated rather than fearful. Excellent. I was just eager to experience your treasured martial arts, the black-clad man retorted, as he stepped back with his right leg, leveraging the ground. His right hand formed a palm, conjuring a fierce gust of wind to meet Jiang Xiaoyan's powerful strike. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao was engaged in a fierce battle with a black-clad assailant when a scream pierced the air behind him. Startled, he turned to find a glimmering blade suddenly protruding from his son Yunong's back. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a palm strike, forcing his adversary back, and then swiftly darted toward the black-clad figure that had ambushed his son. Yunong, are you all right? Jiang Tao exclaimed anxiously as he dispatched the attacker and caught his son, who was on the verge of collapsing. Cough, cough. Father, forgive your unfilial son. I may not have the chance to repay you, Yunong murmured weakly, his face pale and blood gushing from the wound inflicted by the blade. With a final droop of his head, life ebbed away from him. No. Jiang Tao's voice rang out, hoarse with despair as he held his son tightly. Yunong, Jiang Feng, locked in combat with another black-clad figure. cried out in anguish upon witnessing his nephew's untimely demise. After laying Yunong's lifeless body down, Jiang Tao's eyes ignited with a fierce blaze. His fists clenched tightly as he shouted, "I will have your lives for this." He charged toward the black-clad assailants who were slaughtering the Jiang family. In his wrath, Jiang Tao resembled a lion unleashed from its cage, channeling the ferocity of a desperate warrior as he swiftly dispatched several of his foes. However, exhaustion soon set in, and he found himself kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. The relentless assault had drained much of his stamina, having just slain a member of the Jiang family. One of the black-clad figures saw Jiang Tao's fatigue as an opportunity. He sprang forward, intending to ambush the man who had just taken down several of his comrades. Suddenly, an icy sensation crept up Jiang Tao's spine. Instinctively, he rolled to the side. In that moment, his left arm flew into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain and splattering against the sky. Clutching his severed limb, the blood that continued to seep stained his right hand crimson. He glared coldly at the black-clad figure before him, silently cursing. That villain had seized the moment of his inattention to deliver a treacherous blow. If one does not evade swiftly enough, the consequences may extend beyond merely losing a hand. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Tao thrust forth his right hand, transforming it into a formidable, shattered bone palm, aimed at the figure before him. "Humph! Without an arm, what prowess do you possess?" The cloaked figure sneered, refusing to dodge Jiang Tao's assault, and lunged forward with his blade. "Perish!" Jiang Tao, on the brink of exhaustion and despair, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve, disregarded the lethal blade aimed at his vital points. The fierce gust of his palm struck the chest of the cloaked figure simultaneously. The blade plunged deep into his own body. How can this be? The cloaked figure gazed in disbelief at the crazed man before him, his eyes betraying a mix of terror and confusion. He could hardly fathom that his opponent would so fearlessly barter his life for another. The cloaked figure, his bones shattered, collapsed lifelessly, his eyes reflecting an unwillingness to accept his fate. Jiang Tao coughed up blood as he surveyed the carnage around him. The ground was littered with corpses, countless members of the Jiang family succumbing to the bloodbath. The air was filled with anguished cries, transforming the place into a veritable slaughterhouse. This was as close to hell as one could imagine, and soon Jiang Tao fell heavily to the ground. Was this the end of the Jiang family? Jiang Tao bitterly mused. Fortunately, Qing'er and her mother are not here. His consciousness began to fade, his vision blurred, gradually descending into silence, ultimately surrendering to darkness. Upon witnessing Jiang Tao's demise, Jiang Feng, caught in a moment of grief, was suddenly jolted by a shriek from behind. An elderly woman collapsed to the ground, her pallid face drenched in blood. "Mother!" Jiang Feng screamed, swiftly dispatching the cloaked figure he had been battling, and rushed to the side of the elderly woman. She struggled to raise her trembling hand, attempting to caress her son's face, but was unable to do so. In a whisper, the frail woman urged, "Feng'er, flee, intercept Qing'er. Do not let." Her words trailed off as her hand, poised in midair, fell heavily to the ground. Her eyes slowly closed, her once gentle and pale visage devoid of color, as life slipped away. "Mother, do not leave me, do not leave me," Jiang Feng cried out in agony. Just moments earlier, their family had been joyfully gathered for dinner. Who could have imagined that within half an hour, the Jiang estate would transform into a nightmarish hell? Why? Why did this happen? Jiang Feng was now engulfed in madness. Watching his beloved family members slaughtered by the cloaked figures, his heart brimmed with rage. Who could harbor such a deep-seated vendetta against the Jiang family, intent on annihilating them? If only I possessed immense power, this helplessness would not have arisen within me. One after another, his kin fell beneath the blades, while he remained powerless to intervene. The elderly woman's last words instilled within him a flicker of hope. Seizing the moment while the cloaked figures were distracted, Jiang Feng darted into the inner chamber, seeking the escape route. An hour later, the cloaked figures convened together. "Brother, as per your command, every member of the Jiang family has been dealt with, leaving not a single survivor." The leader of the cloaked figures nodded. "Excellent. Let us tally how many of our brethren we have lost. Report to you, elder brother. 10 shadow brethren have fallen, with 2 others injured." The leader furrowed his brow and then turned to Jiang Xiaotian. "Old man, will you end it yourself, or shall I assist you?" At that moment, Jiang Xiaotian, with his aged visage marred by numerous wounds, was drenched in blood that stained his tattered garments, a stark contrast to the once formidable presence of the Jiang family patriarch. He trembled violently. Whether from the fury of his slaughtered kin or the severity of his injuries was unclear. My sons and grandchildren have departed before me. How lamentable it is that I cannot exact revenge upon my enemies. Despite his trembling form, his eyes burned with a fierce hatred. Grasping the blade he had just seized from a slain assailant, he charged towards the crowd of black-clad figures. Seeking death, the leader of the black-clad men scoffed, then unleashed a powerful strike that struck Jiang Xiaoyan's battered body. Maintaining his forward momentum, Jiang Xiaoyan's lips moved, seemingly attempting to utter something. It was only then that he comprehended why the Jiang family had been annihilated. He heard the word, shadows. With a violent cough, blood gushed from his mouth as he expended his last vestiges of life. With a heavy thud, he collapsed. Jiang Xiaodian, the patriarch of the Jiang family, had perished. The leader of the black-clad men rummaged through Jiang Xiaoyan's belongings for some time, sighing in disappointment. Nothing? Could it be with those two women? Chapter 93. Night Reconnaissance of the Wang Family, Part 1. The members of the Jiang family are not merely common folk. As the Jiang family of Xia Town, their swift rise to prominence could not have occurred without formidable backing. They became a powerful clan capable of contending with the Zhu and Wang families. Apart from the women and children under 6, the remaining family members possessed some degree of martial prowess. Over decades of development, most members of the Jiang family had become martial practitioners, establishing themselves as a notable martial lineage within the secular world. Additionally, the family had employed 2 skilled guardians for protection, ostensibly providing them with a measure of self-defense. However, in the face of the black-clad men's blades, they were utterly powerless, mercilessly slaughtered. Unless cultivators intervened, such a devastating massacre would not have occurred. If not the Wang family, then who? Why would the Wang family brazenly seize the Jiang family's businesses after their downfall? Could it be that the Wang family is colluding with those black-clad men? Perhaps I should pay a visit to the Wang family. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture a tiger, murmured Haochen. As night fell, Haochen stealthily slipped out of the inn, making his way towards the Wang family. In the dimly lit alley, clad in dark garb, he concealed his presence and appearance, rendering himself inconspicuous in the shadows. He had meticulously gathered information about the Wang family's residence and had even identified the shortest route, which was the very alley he now traversed. Following this path, he could reach the Wang family estate in mere breaths. Perhaps the Wang family believed that, as a prominent clan in Xia Town, no one would dare to challenge them. Thus, the guards of the Wang family were rather negligent in their patrols, allowing Haochen to effortlessly infiltrate the inner courtyard. Upon scanning the area with his spiritual awareness, he discerned 2 distinct sources of vital energy fluctuations within the courtyard. In a secluded corner of the northwest, a dimly lit room housed a gathering of approximately 16 to 17 individuals. Haochen surmised that these individuals might represent the hidden strength of the Wang family. In another room within the courtyard, where the energy was also palpable, the atmosphere was illuminated, revealing only 4 occupants. After careful consideration, Haochen resolved to investigate the space with fewer individuals, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The larger group would present a challenge for a swift escape. As he probed with his spiritual awareness, he recognized that within the brightly lit room, one of the 4 was a cultivator of considerable prowess, accompanied by 3 martial practitioners. It appeared that the Wang family was indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. The presence of both cultivators and martial artists suggested a level of strength not typical of an ordinary household. Cultivators possessed the ability to engage in long-range combat, unleashing spells to vanquish adversaries, wielding flying swords, or summoning wind blades and fireballs. Conversely, martial artists excel in close-quarters combat, adeptly utilizing weapons, martial arts, and various techniques to effectively strike their foes. Upon reaching the advanced martial artist realm, they can rival the strength of cultivators at the Yuan dance stage, gaining the ability to fly and employ spells in battle. For such a formidable group combining both cultivators and martial artists, they are not to be trifled with by ordinary individuals. In terms of combat dynamics, while cultivators may prevail against lower-tier martial artists, high-tier martial artists can easily triumph over lower-tier cultivators. At the initial stages, cultivators generally hold the advantage, as they can fly using their swords during the chi refinement stage, while martial artists only gain the ability to harness true energy for flight upon reaching the advanced martial artist level. Considering the Wang family's formidable capabilities, it is unsurprising that their guards exhibit such laxity. They are confident that no one would dare challenge them. However, they have encountered an exceptional individual like Haochen, who possesses not only formidable spiritual awareness, but also the ability to conceal his presence. Even a late-stage Yuan Dan expert might not detect Haochen's aura without meticulous scrutiny. Consequently, the Wang family remains unaware that an intruder has breached their defenses. Haochen has not only infiltrated the Wang family, but has also positioned himself in a hidden spot within their conversation lounge. As long as he refrains from deliberately revealing his presence, no one will be cognizant of his existence. Within a lounge of the Wang family's inner courtyard, 4 individuals convene, a portly elder and 3 middle-aged men. The slightly rotund elder is the second elder of the Wang family. The 3 middle-aged men are the 3 brothers of the Wang family. Seated in the primary position, to the right, is the second elder, Wang Xianzhua. Next to him is a tall, slender middle-aged man, the second brother, Wang Haiqing. To the left sits the eldest brother, Wang Hairong, a man in his 40s, exuding an air of sternness. Lastly, seated below them is a cold-faced man who has remained silent, resembling a statue. This is the third brother, Wang Haiping. The second elder, Wang Xianzhua, is a primary advanced martial artist. Among the 3 brothers, Wang Hairong possesses the cultivation of a late-stage martial master and serves as the head of the Wang family. The second brother, a lieutenant stationed at Shiha, also boasts a level of mastery within the martial master realm. The youngest, Wang Haiping, demonstrates considerable talent, persistently exploring the path of dual cultivation in both martial and spiritual arts. He has made significant strides in his quest for immortality and is equally proficient in martial prowess. Wang Haiping dedicates much of his time to training, often guiding the younger members of the family in their cultivation. His current level has reached the pinnacle of the 12th layer of qi refinement, while his martial skills have advanced even further, achieving the initial stage of martial master. In the town of Shiha, he is regarded as an extraordinary figure. Brother, the team we dispatched to apprehend that mother-daughter duo returned empty-handed. Those wretched girls seem to have evaporated into thin air. What should we do now? Spoke Wang Haiqing, his tone timid, as if he feared Wang Hairong's wrath. Do not fret, they are merely 2 insignificant girls. It is only a matter of time before we capture them. Wang Hairong replied, retrieving a small box from his robe. What is this? Wang Haiqing inquired, puzzled. Recently, while in the mountains, I stumbled upon a severely wounded 5th-level demon beast. After joining forces with a few companions, we succeeded in slaying the creature and obtained its inner core. Now that I have reached the late stage of martial master, consuming this inner core will undoubtedly propel me to the next level, advancing me to the great martial master. At that point, even if those 2 wretches flee to the ends of the earth, I will bring them back. Wang Hairong declared with a hint of pride. Late-stage martial master. Haochen gasped inwardly. The combat power of a late-stage martial master is comparable to that of a perfected qi refinement stage. Should he advance further, he would indeed become a great martial master, capable of flight and possessing power akin to that of the foundation establishment stage. Unlike spiritual cultivators, martial practitioners cultivate their internal true energy and thus do not have a qi refinement phase. Upon reaching the level of great martial master, their status parallels that of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, the distinction lies in the fact that spiritual cultivators harness the natural forces of the universe, while martial practitioners utilize their internal true energy. Therefore, martial practitioners must convert their innate true energy into true essence to genuinely equate with the foundation establishment level of spiritual cultivators. At this moment, Haochen, having overheard the conversation among the 4 members of the Wang family, was convinced that they were the culprits behind the massacre of the Jiang family. If Wang Hairong truly achieves the status of great martial master, Haochen would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with the Wang family. He could not allow them to succeed and needed to devise a plan to steal the demon beast's inner core, thwarting Wang Hairong's progression to the great martial master realm. The words of Wang Hairong ignited excitement among those present, particularly in Wang Haiqing, whose gaze burned with fervor as he eyed the inner core. In his heart, he mused, if only I could obtain this inner core as well, I would undoubtedly experience breakthroughs. Yet he understood the stakes involved for the family's interests, thus he merely observed. This is splendid. With this, our Wang family will no longer fear the Zhu and Qi families. Those 2 old fools will have no choice but to submit to us. Wang Xinju exclaimed. his face flushed with exhilaration, his chubby hands waving animatedly as though all of this had already come to fruition. Indeed, as long as, suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Help. It's terrible. The rear courtyard is on fire." In the west wing, Wang Herong was interrupted by shouts from outside before he could finish his sentence. The Wang residence was thrown into chaos, with flames flickering ominously in the courtyard. Chapter 94, A Night Raid on the Wang Family, Part 2, at this moment. In the northwest corner of the inner courtyard, a darkened building ignited, and from within emerged a group of 16 or 17 masked figures clad in black. Leading them was a gaunt middle-aged man, unmasked. "Brother, look," the lean man said, as a black-clad companion pointed towards the distant flames. The Wang family's estate was now engulfed in fire. The household was undoubtedly in a state of disarray. If action were not taken now, when would it be? Another figure in black was straightforward, insisting on immediate action. Upon hearing this, the gaunt man waved his hand with bravado, declaring, "Brothers, the opportunity for revenge against the old Wang has arrived." He then commanded, "You 7, continue to wreak havoc on the Wang family. The rest, follow me." "Good." The remaining 9 responded in unison, following their leader towards the brightly lit rooms, while the other 7 dispersed to execute their own missions. "Brother, there's a fire. We should go take a look," Wang Haiqing suggested. "Do not worry. The servants will handle the fire. Guests are likely to arrive shortly," Wang Herong replied, placing a box containing the demon's core into a concealed compartment in the living room. He then said calmly, "Second uncle, remain here to oversee things. With the 3 of us outside, we will manage." "Are you implying that this fire was set intentionally?" Wang Haiqing inquired. Wang Herong merely smiled subtly, not providing a direct answer. However, Wang Haiqing, no fool, understood that the fire was indeed a deliberate act. Haochen observed from the rooftop, intent on acquiring the demon beast's inner core. "Be careful, second brother," Wang Herong suddenly shouted, leaping from his seat as Wang Haiqing dodged to the side. With a swish, countless flying blades pierced through the windows, prompting the 4 to hastily evade. The whistling blades ravaged the furniture and walls within the room. Wang Haiping was the first to leap outside, followed closely by Wang Herong and Wang Haiqing. Once outside, they engaged in fierce combat with the gaunt middle-aged man and his 8 subordinates. The lean man possessed the strength of a late-stage martial artist, while among the 8, 3 were also late-stage martial artists, and the remaining 5 were mid-stage martial artists. The gaunt man and 2 mid-stage martial artists launched an assault on Wang Herong, while the remaining 6 surrounded and attacked the others. "Zhang Jia, it's you. I thought you were dead," Wang Herong exclaimed upon recognizing the middle-aged man's face. "Ha ha, Wang Herong, you old scoundrel, did you think I perished? That day, I abstained from drinking due to illness, and thus escaped a calamity. Today, I shall take vengeance for my fallen brothers and family." Zhang Jia spat, his eyes bloodshot and bulging with rage. It turned out that Zhang Jia was one of those who had once hunted demon beasts alongside Wang Herong. Wang Herong, in his insatiable greed for the demon beast's inner core, poisoned the wine, resulting in the demise of several others. On that fateful day, Zhang Jia, feeling unwell, feigned drinking and did not partake. As he witnessed his comrades fall one by one, he discerned Wang Hairong's sinister plot and thus pretended to be dead to deceive him. Fearing exposure, Wang Herong ruthlessly exterminated their wives and children to eliminate future threats, yet the seeds of retribution had already been sown. Upon returning home and surveying the lifeless bodies strewn about, Zhang Jie's hatred for Wang Herong reached a savage crescendo. "How dare you entertain such delusions?" In the face of 3 adversaries, Wang Herong remained calm, effortlessly countering each of their moves. "Overlord Fist," Zhang Jie bellowed, his vital energy surging into his arms, swelling them to more than double their size, with earthy waves rippling across their surface. Like a rampaging bull, he charged forward. With a single punch, a colossal shadow of his fist shot forth, hurtling towards Wang Hairong's vital points. At that moment, Wang Herong was preoccupied with dodging flying daggers from the other 2 opponents, who besieged him from all directions. Suddenly, he felt a chilling breeze behind him, and his waist contorted unnaturally. The fist shadow pierced through his ribs, crashing heavily into the wall, causing a violent tremor that revealed a gaping hole of considerable size. Hearing the commotion outside, the second elder, Wang Xinjua, happened to be standing at the doorway, curious to ascertain the unfolding situation. Zhang Jia caught a glimpse of another formidable martial artist emerging from the room. The three outside were already a challenge. The arrival of one even more powerful posed a grave threat. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jie flung a dark object at the man exiting the house. With a blood-curdling scream, the explosive force sent Haochen tumbling from the rooftop, landing beneath a rear window. What began as an inquiry into the Jiang family's massacre had spiraled into an unexpected encounter with a group seeking vengeance against the Wang family. Not only did they divert the Wang brothers' attention, but they also severely injured the second elder. Haochen, troubled by how to lure the elder out, found Wang Xinjue standing at the entrance, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. A saying comes to mind. One observes the act of defecation, but not a fight. The anguished cries belonged to the second elder, Wang Xinjue. Though he stood at the door, his senses remained vigilant over the interior. Suddenly, an object whizzed toward him, which he presumed to be a concealed weapon. Without much thought, he casually swatted it away. Alas for Wang Xinjue. The object Zhang Jie had thrown was a conical explosive known as the Thunderbolt. Resembling a spinning top, it would claim Wang Xinjue's life. For he was unaware of Zhang Jie's possession of such a device, emboldening him to infiltrate the Wang residence. The Thunderbolt, even to one of nascent soul cultivation, could peel away layers of skin. Haochen had previously utilized the Thunderbolt to ambush others and was well aware of its potency. Severely wounded by the explosion, Wang Xinjue left the interior in shambles, thus granting Haochen an invaluable opportunity. It appeared that the Wang family's enemies were numerous. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If assistance could be rendered, it would be given. Seizing the moment, Haochen leaped into the room, seeking the hidden compartment where Wang Herong concealed his treasures. After the inner core of the demon beast was taken, only the empty box was left for the Wang family, implying that the box could be used again to store something, and that I would return to retrieve it. At that moment, Wang Hairong was engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Jie and his companions when he saw Zhang Jie flick his hand, launching a concealed weapon towards the second elder. Watch out! A loud explosion followed by a cry of agony startled the three brothers of the Wang family. The warning was from Wang Hairong, intended for Wang Xinjue at the entrance. The explosion was caused by the thunderous bomb thrown by Zhang Jie, while the scream belonged to Wang Xinjue, who had been struck. Open stone palm. Enraged, Wang Hairong unleashed a powerful strike. He aimed to incapacitate Zhang Jie before rushing to save his uncle. Simultaneously, a short sword slipped from his left sleeve, aimed at Zhang Jie's waist. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, a piece of debris flew by, deflecting the sword. Although Zhang Jie managed to block the open stone palm, the deflected short sword still grazed his waist. Retreat. Zhang Jie narrowly avoided a fatal blow, sustaining only minor injuries. He quickly signaled and shouted to the masked figures in black, then took flight alone. At that moment, another group of formidable black-clad individuals surged into the Wang family's inner courtyard. After whispering to Wang Hairong, they pursued the direction Zhang Jie had fled. Upon witnessing Zhang Jie and his subordinates escape the Wang family, and noticing the arrival of a new group of unidentified black figures, Haochen understood that it was prudent to leave as well. Back in his room, Wang Hairong felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He hastily opened the concealed compartment where he had hidden the demon beast's inner core, and upon seeing the box, he felt a slight sense of relief. That damn bastard stole my demon beast's inner core. However, the moment he opened the box, his fury erupted. Chapter 95. A troubled heart Chu. Haochen rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "It seems like tonight is truly unsuitable for being out. I might be catching a cold." Leaving the Wang family, he returned to the inn with a light heart, unconcerned about Wang Hairong's furious reaction. Upon returning to his room in the inn's courtyard, it was already past midnight. At this moment, Haochen sat cross-legged on his bed, eagerly retrieving the demon beast's inner core from his storage bag. The core was about the size of a lychee, a blood-red orb with a hint of purple. He perused the text records of cultivating in a different world, martial arts chronicles, and tales of the celestial origin, discovering descriptions related to demon beast cores. He confirmed that this was an inner core from a 5th-level demon beast, specifically a formidable black-winged tiger. The black-winged tiger is a fierce and rare creature capable of short-distance flight. Human cultivators absorb the essence of the world to strengthen themselves, thereby opening their dantian. They then convert the essence into true energy, embarking on the path of cultivation. Upon reaching the late stage of the foundation building realm, they may have the opportunity to condense energy into a core within their dantian, advancing to the Yuan Dan realm. In contrast, demon beasts cultivate by devouring the essence of flesh and blood, absorbing the light of the sun and moon, ultimately condensing their internal vitality into an inner core, which serves as the foundation for their cultivation. However, the inner core is not something that just any beast can condense. It requires at least a cultivation level of 5 or higher. Moreover, special fortuitous encounters are necessary to refine an inner core. Once a beast successfully forms an inner core, its power can increase tenfold or even 100-fold, rendering it incredibly formidable. A 5th-level beast is comparable to a human practitioner at the Yuan dance stage. Beasts that have condensed inner cores are significantly stronger than those that have not. Among human practitioners of the same realm, without exceptionally powerful spells, martial skills, or treasures, they stand little chance against these beasts. The inner core obtained from the Wang family encapsulates the essence of a formidable beast, brimming with immense power. If refined, it could greatly enhance one's cultivation. This inner core was a stroke of unexpected fortune for Haochen. Originally, he had intended to gather information from the Wang family, but inadvertently discovered the location where Wang Hairong concealed the beast core. Just as he was pondering how to steal it, he encountered Zhang Jie and others seeking vengeance against the Wang family. Not only did this distraction draw away the 3 from the Wang family, but it also resulted in heavy injuries to those waiting inside. Seizing this heavenly opportunity, Haochen deftly took the beast core, a testament to his remarkable luck. Upon obtaining the beast core for the first time, Haochen felt as though a destitute man had stumbled upon a treasure, delighting in its presence. Listening to Wang Hairong's words, he discerned that directly absorbing and refining the energy of the beast core could facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation. Thus, he began to research methods for refining the beast core. However, despite scouring the texts, he found no direct method for its refinement. Haochen extended his consciousness into the black-winged tiger's core, sensing the tumultuous energy within. He surmised that such volatile energy would deter even a powerful practitioner at the Yuan Dan stage from recklessly consuming the beast core, as the formidable Yuan power could pose a risk of explosive repercussions. If a Yuan Dan expert could not manage it, Haochen, with his current cultivation, certainly could not either. The beast core represents the foundation of a beast's cultivation and serves as a reservoir for its magical power. However, when concocting elixirs, it is essential to purify the Yuan power, leaving only the essence of magical energy. Once the beast core is refined into a fine powder, crystalline and devoid of any Yuan energy, it can then be combined with auxiliary materials to create elixirs. Haochen speculated that direct refinement of the beast core likely involves the absorption and purification of its energy. Yet, he found himself at a loss regarding the method to refine the Yuan power. If Wang Hairong intended to directly absorb the energy of the beast core to break through, it stands to reason that the Wang family must possess a technique for direct absorption and refinement. It seems he must delve deeper into the art of directly refining the beast core in the future, perhaps even acquiring the method from Wang Hairong herself. To covet the beast core while also yearning for the refinement technique was indeed a bold aspiration for Haochen. After reveling in his good fortune, he attempted to meditate and cultivate. However, after a considerable time, he found it impossible to concentrate, as the thought of directly refining the beast core lingered in his mind. The tantalizing prospect of something so close yet unattainable was exasperating. Ultimately, Haochen managed to suppress his restless yearning, reluctantly sealing the beast core within a jade vial and storing it in his spatial pendant. The previous night's observation had broadened his horizons. The martial practitioners possess a myriad of astonishing techniques that leave one in awe. Having ventured into the realm of cultivation for quite some time, I have indeed mastered a few spells. However, my proficiency in martial techniques remains a significant shortcoming. Presently, I can only wield the flying radiant sword technique and the 5 elements form intent boxing, which proves somewhat inadequate in the heat of battle. It appears that martial practitioners have their advantages, just as cultivators possess theirs. Before entering the realm of cultivation, although I had learned some martial skills, they pale in comparison to the techniques I observed yesterday at the Wang family estate, which seemed rather juvenile. Within the realm of cultivation, the integration of spells and martial arts is possible, yet the techniques available to me are rather elementary. To achieve a flawless synthesis of martial skills and spells, one must possess advanced martial techniques as a foundation. At this moment, I am suddenly reminded of the chilling palm technique employed by a figure in black whom I encountered in the labyrinthine passage. That individual met their end at my hands in the secret realm of Tuo Mountain. I still possess the storage bag acquired from that encounter, which remains sealed within the jade pendant space, untouched. With a flicker of thought, I retrieve the storage bag from the pendant's confines. Upon investigation, I discover that the owner's spiritual imprint belongs to a cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment. After considerable effort, I finally manage to unseal the storage bag. Dumping its contents, I find a variety of spiritual herbs and medicines, alongside a few thunderous bombs and several intriguing secret manuals, including one for the palm technique. The technique known as Thunder Palm catches my attention instantly. During the struggle with the figure in black within the Tuo Mountain secret realm, they had utilized this very technique, compelling me to resort to the thunderous bombs for escape. At this moment, I channel the restlessness from my previous inability to refine the demon core, pouring my heart into studying the palm technique. After thoroughly deducing all the moves in my mind, 2 full hours have elapsed. Yet, even after completing the mental rehearsal of the techniques, I still feel a lingering sense of incompleteness. As dawn breaks on the eastern horizon, I step outside. Within mere breaths, I find myself in an open area far from the town of Xia. The intricacy of this palm technique is simply too captivating, urging me to practice it earnestly. Thus, I depart from the inn to this secluded spot. As I execute the palm technique, my hands dance gracefully, shadows swirling. Waves of potent energy surge forth from my palms, accompanied by thunderous sounds, creating an imposing spectacle. As the shadows multiply, my movements accelerate, and gradually, small whirlwinds begin to form around my body, swirling outward. The Thunder Palm consists of a total of 18 moves, and I swiftly complete the entire sequence. As I conclude my practice, my internal energy suddenly spreads throughout my body, causing my bones to emit a series of crisp, crackling sounds. This technique is remarkable. After my practice, I cannot help but feel a surge of joy and admiration in my heart. Chapter 96. Willingness. Having practiced the Thunder Palm outside the town of Xia, the purple aura rises in the east. This moment presents an ideal opportunity for cultivation. However, I find it difficult to quell the restlessness within my heart. Hence, I take out the manual for the demonic explosion fist and delve into its study once more. With a swift movement, Haochen departed from the area, retreating deep into the dense forest. He had no desire for the world to know that he was a practitioner of dark magic. Demonic explosion fist. As he practiced, a surge of dark energy, infused with a torrent of magic, coalesced around his left arm. Empowered by the essence of the demon soul blade, he unleashed a punch that instantly stirred up a multitude of shockwaves. The demonic explosion fist, when executed, triggered a series of explosive reactions, displaying an eerily powerful presence that could rival even the most formidable martial techniques. Within the secret realm of Mount Tuo, Haochen had mastered the blue vein demon art. The dark energy within him had long since merged with the demonic essence, rendering his demonic explosion fist even more formidable than mere demonic energy alone. As he delved deeper into his martial practice, he began to alternate between punches and palm strikes, eventually merging the Thunder Palm with the demonic explosion fist. The interplay of dark energy and demonic essence created an unsettling atmosphere in the depths of the forest. Amidst his relentless training, the elusive technique of demonic transformation, which had long eluded him, inadvertently manifested through his practice of punches and palms. Demonic transformation, a secret art of the blue vein demon art, granted practitioners a tremendous surge in power, maximizing their demonic energy. Externally, the practitioner would resemble a true member of the demon race, and in a short span of time, their injuries could heal autonomously, showcasing boundless advantages. Thus, Haochen fervently immersed himself in this frenzied training. Only when the scorching sun dulled the dark energy and his demonic essence was nearly depleted did he finally pause. Though utterly exhausted, his heart brimmed with joy, fueled by the thrill of acquiring elusive demon cores. Not only had he perfected the Thunder Palm and demonic explosion fist, but he had also inadvertently grasped the long-sought demonic transformation technique. After a brief respite, Haochen recalled the multitude of items stacked within the jade pendant space that remained unorganized, pondering the potential discoveries that awaited. With a thought, he entered the jade pendant space, but before he could gather his thoughts, a colorful mountain chicken flew towards him. Where did this mountain chicken come from? Linger is perched atop it. As perplexity washed over him, he was interrupted by Linger's indignant voice. "You wicked rascal! You promised to visit me often. And how long has it been since you last came? Humph. Linger chided, her discontent slicing through Haochen's contemplation. In truth, during his previous visits, Linger had been asleep, much like the emerald bird that dozed nearby. When refining elixirs, Haochen had entered to separate the blood-spirit grass, hurriedly harvesting spiritual herbs and fruits, neglecting to observe the happenings in the space. He had also failed to fulfill his earlier promise to Linger regarding the construction of a dwelling. Linger, I am at fault. I have erred. Please, forgive me. Haochen implored, fully aware of his shortcomings. Humph. With your stature barely reaching 2 feet, I am but a child. How can I forgive you? Linger retorted, her little mouth incessantly chiding him. At this moment, Haochen found himself at a loss for words. Unless… Promise me 2 conditions. Linger said mischievously. What conditions? Haochen inquired with curiosity. First, build me a grand and beautiful house. Secondly, share some of your preserved 1,000-year stalactite milk and 10,000-year spiritual liquid with me. Also, do spare me some of your better elixirs. You have allowed Xiaozue to consume but a singular type of elixir, rendering her palate tasteless. Indeed, meals must be complemented in variety. Linger took a breath and continued. Look at Xiaozue. In this desolate place, deprived of sustenance, she has transformed into a mere shadow of herself. Alas, her feathers lack any luster, and my heart aches for her. With that, she extended her delicate hand to caress the feathers of the mountain chicken. This is not merely a pair of conditions. It is, in fact, a multitude of stipulations. Xiaozue? Who is Xiaozue? Which kingfisher is she? Could it be? Haochen mused inwardly. Quickly, bring forth the delectable elixirs and the exquisite millennium spirit liquid, post-haste. It seemed as though Haochen would vanish at any moment, and Linger, in her impatience, called out to him. Here, for the little ancestor. Haochen exclaimed, waving his hand, causing dozens of jars and bottles to hover before Linger. Without a moment's hesitation, those vessels vanished. The house. Linger insisted, pointing at Haochen. In truth, Haochen was already well aware. During this time, he had not been idle. Whether traversing the mountains or shopping in the market, he had meticulously gathered high-quality building materials, all stored within a specialized pouch meant for construction supplies. Observing Linger's eager gaze, Haochen felt a pang of guilt. Linger, have you chosen the location for the house? He inquired cautiously. Right there. She indicated a spot not far from the pond. The pond had transformed into a vast pool, its spring waters bubbling forth, flowing into the distance and gradually seeping into the earth. At the northern edge of the pond, a gentle slope led to a plain. Under the radiant aura produced by the spatial evolution, a myriad of flowers bloomed, perfuming the air delightfully. Linger demonstrated remarkable discernment. Indeed, this was the perfect spot. Thus, Haochen accompanied Linger to the chosen site for their abode. He opened his storage pouch and poured out a heap of building materials, cascading like a small mountain. He then organized the materials according to their intended purpose. What kind of grand and beautiful house should we construct? Linger pondered aloud. Haochen contemplated deeply. I have it. Let us model it after the residence in Dongxing town, with 2 main buildings in the front and east-west wings. Having conceived the architectural plan, he commenced the construction. Merging the jade pendant's spatial essence with his own consciousness, Haochen became the sovereign of this realm. With a flourish of his hand, thousands of beams of light danced about. And within mere hours, a 2-story courtyard building was erected, featuring 3 stories in the front and 2 in the rear, with the wings also transformed into 2-story structures. What do you think, Linger? Are you satisfied? Haochen asked, eager for her approval. But why has the house not been outfitted with doors and windows? Linger remarked, noticing the absence of such essential features. How shall we fit in doors, windows, tables, chairs, and cookware? Haochen chuckled, then produced another storage pouch. With a wave of his hand, he summoned first the furniture, followed by the pots, bowls, and utensils. Installing doors and windows is a meticulous task, and so, Linger followed Haochen as they began to fit each floor of the buildings. Within half an hour, all was complete. True gardens and flowing waters adorned the landscape. With intricately designed buildings standing proudly upon the gentle slopes north of the pond within the jade pendant's realm. 2 individuals and a bird traversed the various chambers of a building before arriving at a distant pond, continuing to admire the elegant pavilions. What do you think of this? Haochen inquired, casting a glance at Linger. It's quite pleasant, I suppose, Linger responded. Where did this mountain chicken come from? Haochen asked, noticing Linger's amused expression. "It's the kingfisher you brought in last time. How could you not know?" Linger replied, bemused by Haochen's confusion. A small kingfisher, after several months of absence, had transformed into a colorful mountain chicken. How amusing. I should bring in more kingfishers. Perhaps they too will become beautiful mountain chickens, he mused. Linger, being the spirit of the jade pendant, was naturally attuned to her master, Haochen. As he pondered these thoughts, Linger rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "You are merely lucky to have inadvertently acquired a kingfisher, which happens to be a lost child of the demon clan. If they discover that you have taken their child, they would surely come after you." Yet, she remained silent, unwilling to disclose the truth to Haochen. What he deemed a colorful mountain chicken was, in fact, the playful little princess of the Vermilion Bird clan, who had lost her way after wandering over the Dang Stone Ridge Mountains. With the secret realm now open, she mistakenly believed it to be a passage back to the south and ventured inside. While exploring, she was unexpectedly transported to another space. In human terms, the Vermilion Bird was still a juvenile, lacking the wisdom to speak. Her chirps were comprehensible only to Linger, and although she could grasp the general meaning of human speech, she could not articulate her thoughts. Haochen had stumbled upon a treasure, though he remained unaware. After playing with Linger and the kingfisher, he noted that consuming elixirs could transform it into a colorful chicken. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. I wonder if, like human girls, you too can undergo transformations as you grow. Inspired, he retrieved the purple jade cauldron from the secret realm, extracting one each of the recovery pill, vitality pill, and reversion pill to offer to the kingfisher, now the colorful mountain chicken. He hesitated to use the advanced recovery purple pill, which could fully restore any diminished strength due to seals or internal injuries, deeming it a more precious remedy. The kingfisher, devoid of any seals or injuries, would waste such a potent elixir. Even when treating Fenghua's leg injury, Haochen refrained from employing the recovery purple pill, reserving it for emergencies. During a year of seclusion in East Star Town, aside from devising formations and studying inscription techniques, Haochen also dedicated time to crafting spiritual talismans and refining various elixirs. He treated Fenghua's leg injury using his own concocted potions, subsequently leaving a significant supply of the elixirs for his grandfather, his beloved, as well as for Feng Mei and Fenghua. Wandering aimlessly in the world, residing without a fixed abode, one must economize and exercise restraint against extravagance. Haochen willingly undertook the tasks assigned by Ling Er, feeling that there was little left to occupy him in the space of the Jade Pendant. He bid farewell to Ling Er and Xiao Chui, departing from the Jade Pendant's realm. Chapter 97, Researching Martial Techniques, Part 1. Upon exiting the Jade Pendant space, it was not until he returned to the peaceful inn that he recalled a crucial matter he had overlooked. Was he not in search of martial techniques? In the labyrinthine passages of the secret realm, had he not obtained a top-tier heavenly technique and a superior martial art? He resolved to retrieve and examine them, as they might yet prove useful. Haochen was not lacking in techniques. The Canli San Xianju, a dual cultivation method, was divided into 5 levels. The first level for Qi training, the second for foundation establishment, the third for Yuan Dan, the fourth for half-step Yuan infant, and the fifth for Yuan infant cultivation, enabling him to reach the Yuan infant realm. Deep within, he recognized this technique as the finest he had encountered. However, this did not preclude him from exploring other techniques. The Tai Yi Gui Yuan Ju, a heavenly technique acquired from the secret realm, piqued his curiosity regarding its true power. Although he had been cultivating the Canli San Xianju, he could genuinely feel its strength. What intrigued Haochen was that the Canli San Xianju did not specify its level. By using the Tai Yi Gui Yuan Ju as a reference, he might deduce the rank of the Canli San Xianju. After retrieving the Tai Yi Gui Yuan Ju, Haochen meticulously studied it, discovering in the preface that it was classified as a top-tier heavenly technique. Upon further examination, he could not suppress a slight astonishment. This Tai Yi Gui Yuan Ju indicated 26 meridians for its operation, categorized as a superior technique. In contrast, the Canli San Xianju boasted an impressive 32 meridians, surpassing the Tai Yi Gui Yuan Ju by 6. While he had anticipated that the Canli San Xianju might possess extraordinary rank, he had not expected it to be so formidable. Haochen promptly revisited his studies to confirm his understanding. Unable to contain his excitement, he licked his lips. If the heavenly Tai Yi Gui Yuan Ju operated through merely 26 meridians, then what heights could the Canli San Xianju, with its 32 primary meridians, achieve? Haochen surmised that the Ken Li San Xianju was at least a top-tier heavenly technique, or even higher. Martial techniques are categorized into 4 major levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Haochen had previously visited the Cloud Sea sect's treasure pavilion and had heard that the highest techniques within the sect were of the profound level, held only by the upper echelons. The pavilion did not even possess lower-tier profound techniques, indicating their rarity within the Cloud Sea sect. As for earth-level techniques, they were limited to lower tiers at most, likely existing as treasures of the sect. As for heavenly techniques, it was unlikely that the Cloud Sea sect possessed any. And even the Huayang sect, Guan Xu sect, Dan Yu Min, and Beiqing Min might not have them. Contemplating the possibility that he might currently possess a technique of at least a superior heavenly grade filled him with a sense of awe. Haochen's heart raced uncontrollably. It was no wonder his cultivation speed surpassed that of others. He was harboring such a magnificent treasure. Moreover, the celestial grade superior technique was merely his conjecture. There lingered a faint possibility that it could very well be a celestial grade supreme technique. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. The supreme celestial technique was the pinnacle of martial arts. Suppressing the flutter of excitement within, he took a deep breath and gradually calmed his mind. Setting aside the Tai Guyuan Ju technique, he then reached for the celestial grade superior martial arts manual, the Liu Jian Secret Tome. The Liu Jian Secret Tome comprised 6 forms, each possessing its own unique characteristics. It shared its name with the place he trained at Yunhai sect, making it a fitting choice for him. The first form, the draw sword technique. Before the sword leaves its sheath, intent manifests, an icy glimmer locks onto the soul. By channeling inner strength in a distinctive manner, he would place one hand upon the sword hilt. The inner strength would erupt with astonishing swiftness. The defining feature of this move is its speed, lightning fast, beyond comprehension. It could strike the enemy before they even perceived the action, creating an illusion where the sword had not yet been drawn, yet death ensued. The second form, the conceal sword technique. The sky filled with falling feathers becomes the sword. A sudden strike sends tremors through the spirits, elusive in its approach, gathering myriad forces into a lethal aura. This technique possesses the ability to disorient the opponent's vision, making it an exceptional counter against group attacks. The third form, the soul sword technique. The consciousness locks onto its target, pursuing relentlessly with a tracking effect. If within striking distance, it can assuredly hit. Once the target is struck, the sword can adeptly pierce through, adeptly dismantling the enemy's techniques or protective energy. The fourth form, the falling feather technique. This move locks onto the opponent's consciousness. The falling feathers ensnare the enemy. The sword energy weaves a net, preventing escape, a top-tier technique for trapping foes and a form of sword formation. The fifth form, the transforming feather technique. Inner strength channels into the sword, condensing sword energy into a powerful explosion that targets the enemy. Those with slightly lesser strength would be reduced to ashes. The sixth form, the breaking feather technique. This move inflicts 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while harming oneself 800. It absorbs sword energy into the body, temporarily enhancing one's strength, sweeping away the myriad of sword energies. This technique is a double-edged sword. Once unleashed, it either leads to the enemy's demise or one's own, often resulting in mutual destruction. At present, Haochen's cultivation level permitted him to practice this sword technique, yet he must proceed step by step, commencing with the draw sword technique. Almost everyone fails to successfully cultivate even the draw sword technique, rendering them incapable of mastering this sword manual. As he perused the celestial grade martial arts tome, no matter how intently he scrutinized it, he could not comprehend its depths, leaving his mind in a fog. Being a celestial grade manual, it possessed its extraordinary essence. If it were easily understood and mastered at a glance, it would not bear the title of celestial grade. After reading it time and again, he was determined to uncover its mysteries, unwilling to relent until clarity emerged. With a stubborn resolve, Haochen thought to himself, if this profound technique could be composed, it meant there must be someone who fulfilled the wishes of the martial arts predecessors. Upon reaching the 13th reading, Haochen's thoughts grew increasingly numb, and his obsession began to fade. The consciousness became pure and more focused, finally revealing the extraordinary essence of this secret manual. The visual experience gained a three-dimensional quality. The sword techniques illustrated on the paper seemed to spring to life. Each move exuded a formidable sword intent, pressing down on Haochen to the point of breathlessness. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and even the initially crude lines evoked an inexplicable thrill within him. Haochen gradually comprehended that the Ba Yu sword was indeed a sword technique, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan, reaching the pinnacle of swift velocity. The sword had yet to be drawn, yet its momentum was lethal. This phenomenon was sword intent, cutting through with its own force. He resolved to delve deeply into the understanding of sword intent. Prepared in every way, Haochen entered a state of enlightenment. Images flashed through his mind, visions of sharp blades slicing through the soul, yet he persevered. His consciousness rehearsed the sword techniques continuously, repeatedly focusing on 3 fundamental strikes. The first technique, the startling heart technique, capturing the soul with overwhelming force, channeling the ultimate speed of sword strokes. The second technique, the brow point technique, an exquisite balance of strength and speed, a sword painting delicate patterns. The third technique, the phantom technique, flurries of ethereal wisps, locking the throat and entwining the waist with the shape of the brow. The sword techniques intertwined and evolved, each strike resonating with intention. As an unprecedented realm of understanding gradually dawned upon Haotian's heart. As the essence of sword intent reached its zenith, the 3 strikes coalesced into a singular, astonishing sword energy. Flashing through his consciousness, it came without a shadow, departed without a trace, omnipresent. The phantom appeared everywhere, a profound connection previously unfathomable, an unparalleled clarity. In an instant, it completely filled the expanse of heaven and earth. The pinnacle of power, the pinnacle of speed. A Junhan like never before enveloped him. Throughout his life, Haochen had never experienced such a wondrous sensation. In that moment, he lost himself in the experience, his mind quieted, as he soared with the sword energy, riding the winds at breakneck speed. After a day and night had passed, Chapter 98, Cultivating Martial Skills, Part 2. When Haochen regained his senses, the sun was already high in the sky. He stood, stretching his arms, shaking his legs, and rolling his slightly sore neck. Taking a deep breath to expel the stagnant air, he thought, I should find a place to practice. After all, true knowledge comes from experience. In front of the inn, the dining hall lay below. He casually ordered some food and, without looking back, stepped out of the inn, heading towards the place where he had practiced the day before. Entering the depths of the dense forest, he began to practice the heavenly level martial technique, the first form of the falling feather sword, the Ba Yu sword. Focusing intently, Haotian's mind was filled with the words, images, and postures of the sword, each scene and technique resonating deeply within him. The 3 sword strikes? For cultivators, it should indeed be the sword's drawing technique. The sword was stored within his spatial pouch. Drawing it from the pouch signified unsheathing the blade. As the sword posture was initiated, in an instant, it flashed forth with lightning speed. With a thought, the Fei Huang sword leaped into his right hand. And in this extraordinary state, he commenced his training. His left foot stepped forward, eyes fixed ahead, the sword poised at his chest, breathing deeply, gathering his focus. Tightening his core. With a tap of his toes against the ground, he abruptly twisted at the waist, driving the sword held in his right hand forward in a thrust. Alas, the sword was indeed unleashed. However, the infusion of true essence was too forceful, causing the Fei Huang's sword to slip from his grasp. He stumbled and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of dirt, muttering a curse, and brushing off the soil from his clothes. Retrieving the Fei Huang's sword, he spat into his palm and declared, once more, I refuse to be defeated. However, upon reconsideration, I realized that this is a martial technique. So why should I infuse my vital energy into my swordplay? The essence of martial arts lies in internal strength. Indeed, it is no wonder I find myself in misfortune. In my relentless pursuit of speed in my strikes, I had habitually channeled my vital energy into my sword moves. Consequently, my graceful steps faltered inexplicably, causing me to stumble. Frustrated, I pressed forward once more, my left foot advancing, my gaze fixed ahead, the sword poised at my chest, breathing deeply and focusing my mind. I gathered my core, my toes lightly touching the ground, my waist pivoting sharply, propelling the sword held in my right hand forward in a thrust. This time, I refrained from channeling my vital energy into the sword and paid special attention to my footing, adhering strictly to the illustrated form. Then executing the flying radiance thrust as dictated by the sword posture. Thud! This fall was less calamitous than the last, yet it left me disoriented. Why was this happening? I rose again, repeating the thrust and the fall over and over again. An hour passed. Another hour slipped away. Haochen lay on the ground, utterly exhausted by this sword form that seemed to drive him to madness. At this moment, as he reclined on the earth, he could not help but reflect, whether in martial cultivation or in the pursuit of immortality, he had never encountered such a perplexing challenge. Could it be that a mere sword technique could confound him so? How could he proceed on his journey ahead? Lying there, he recalled the initial sword posture, and suddenly, a thought struck him, illuminating the underlying reason. The essence of this technique was deceptively simple. All its profundity revolved around the swiftness of the strike. In a unique manner, vital energy must be directed to the right hand. Then, with a single hand upon the hilt, unleash the internal force. The sword must spring forth with unparalleled speed, its characteristic being sheer rapidity, swift as lightning, striking with an incredible velocity towards the adversary. Reflecting on the sword's drawing posture, he grasped the significance of speed, yet he questioned why his footing remained unsteady. It dawned on him that he had neglected the target. This swift sword needed to lock onto a focus to be effectively executed. Otherwise, he would exhaust himself without landing a hit. Enlightened and liberated, a clarity washed over him. This time, he would no longer chase after sheer speed. Haochen fixed his gaze upon a tree as his target, meticulously analyzing the drawing posture, identifying its commonalities and discrepancies. He eased his footwork, drew his sword slowly, embodying a Tai Chi-like stance. With a slight pivot, the sword passed across his left chest, guided by his body's motion, tracing a deliberate arc of sword energy toward the front. It appeared ethereal, languid, imbued with a sense of lingering illusion. The sword danced with a chilling grace, floating through the air, seemingly slow yet reminiscent of a startled swan, elusive and hard to capture. The blade, akin to a chain, moved as one with his arm, striking with an uncanny precision, reminiscent of a concealed blade unleashed under his intent. The sword traced a trajectory through the void, then abruptly flashed past with startling swiftness. The perfect fusion of speed and power was astonishingly effective. The drawing technique was mastered, as practice continued to flow smoothly. It was only when exhaustion set in that Haochen finally sheathed the flying radiance sword. This sword technique had proven to be a formidable challenge. It seemed that whether one practiced martial arts or pursued immortality, each discipline possessed its own unique essence. I must surely master this falling feather sword, ensuring that this celestial martial art does not remain a mere speck of dust. As I journeyed westward through Yunluo, weary and travel-worn, I arrived in Shihe town as dusk fell. The following day was spent idly wandering between the inn and a small tavern. That night, I ventured to the Wang family estate, and the next day, I practiced a sword technique until the afternoon, having yet to explore the wonders of Shihe town. As the day was still young, it would be a shame not to savor the enchanting scenery and the local customs before returning to the inn. Since embarking on his journey in the realm of cultivation, Haochen had never known leisure. What indeed lay in the depths of Hao Prefecture? What heritage did the Hao family possess? Why had the Wang family of Shihe town annihilated the Jiang family? The intricacies of these matters must be unraveled, for Haochen would not leave Shihe town until he had clarity. Thus, he made his way towards the three-family market of Shihe town, which comprised the Zhu, Wang, and Qi families. The market, named through common convention, had become a significant economic pillar for these three clans. Not far into the eastern part of Shihe town, Haochen soon beheld the entrance to the market. Even from a distance, the bustling atmosphere was evident. It was no wonder that the market thrived as a vital economic support for the three families. Amidst the throngs of people, he relished the ordinary yet vibrant ambience. Wandering about and embracing the joys of the world, he visited the herbal shops, searching for fire phosphor grass, and perused the stalls that dealt in materials from demon beasts. Hoping to procure the antlers of a misty deer, he meandered through the street vendors, hoping to unearth treasures, and inquired about the availability of wood wolf pills. Anything not present in his jade pendant space, be it rare herbs, elixirs, or peculiar items, would be eagerly added to his collection. Though he did not acquire the fire phosphor grass, misty deer antlers, or wood wolf demon pills, he did encounter the herbs necessary for crafting qi nourishing and qi condensing pills. Additionally, he procured a significant quantity of rainbow grass, as those who conspired against the Chu family in the secret mountain realm had depleted his supply of alluring powder. The rainbow grass here was relatively inexpensive, prompting him to purchase over 1,000 stalks, reserving enough for the alluring powder while cultivating the remainder in his jade pendant space. Furthermore, he deliberately acquired the raw materials for crafting beauty elixirs, items meant for the women in his life. Haochen had no intention of allowing the women around him to fade with age. He desired to preserve their youthful beauty. As dusk approached and the day began to wane, Haochen wandered the streets for a while longer. After an exhaustive search, he found nothing that piqued his interest. As he noticed a considerable distance still ahead, he resolved to complete his exploration of the street, hoping for an unexpected discovery. Casually, he approached a stall, inspecting the wares laid out on the ground, only to shake his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a commotion ahead, where a crowd had gathered. Curiosity piqued, he sought to inquire with the vendor about the cause of the gathering. However, a sharp reprimand echoed in his ears, quelling his desire to ask. His previously cheerful demeanor gradually darkened as he turned his gaze towards the source of the disturbance. In the midst of the crowd stood a young girl, seemingly 13 or 14 years of age, though not yet of mature age. She possessed an allure that set her apart from her peers. Her delicate crimson lips and rosy cheeks radiated with youthful vitality. Yet, at that moment, the expression on her charming face was fraught with anxiety, which only served to enhance her already poignant charm, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. At this moment, Haochen beheld none other than Xiang Ling, the maid of the esteemed Miss Yuan Wenwan from the Yuan family. Upon her return home, Miss Yuan took notice of Xiang Ling's intelligence and cleverness, and thus appointed her as her personal servant. Currently, Xiang Ling held a small ornament in her hand, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Leading this gathering was a strikingly handsome young man, adorned with a subtle smile, none other than Wang Xu, the second young master of the Wang family, a disciple of the inner sect of the Huanyu sect. He possessed a cultivation level of the 10th stage of qi refining. Under the orders of his master, he had secretly returned to Shihe town to safeguard a confidential letter destined for the capital. Upon arriving home, Wang Xiu learned that Miss Yuan Wenwan had also returned from the Yunhai sect for a family visit. Thus, he endeavored to gather intelligence regarding her recent affairs. It came to his attention that Miss Yuan had a close maid who frequently ventured to the marketplace to procure cosmetics and trinkets. Consequently, he instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on the Yuan family's maid, ensuring that any sighting of Miss Yuan's attendant would be promptly reported to him. On this day, as Xiang Ling stepped out, she was swiftly spotted by the Wang family's spies, who relayed the information to Wang Xiu. Thus, he made his way to the marketplace, seeking her out. Xiang Ling, if you would kindly relinquish the ornament in your possession and share with me the latest news of your mistress, I assure you that I shall not trouble you further, allowing you to return safely. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may transpire next. Wang Xiu remarked with a smile directed at Xiang Ling, hearing the words of Wang Xiu. The second young master of the Wang family, Xiang Ling, appeared increasingly alarmed. The Wang family had historically maintained a tenuous relationship with the Yuan family, and Wang Xiu, driven by his desire for Miss Yuan's beauty, had persistently pursued her affections, only to be met with indifference. With Miss Yuan's return to Shihe town, Wang Xiu sought to extract information from her maid regarding her circumstances and preferences. Learning that Xiang Ling had ventured alone to the marketplace, he instructed his subordinates to encircle her under a pretense. As the situation unfolded, Xiang Ling began to retreat, shaking her head in refusal. Despite their brief acquaintance, Miss Yuan had treated her with great kindness, akin to that of sisters. Thus, it was inconceivable for her to divulge any information regarding Miss Yuan's whereabouts. However, the forces of the Wang family were beyond what a mere maid could confront, leaving her in a precarious predicament. Observing Xiang Ling's demeanor, Wang Xiu grew impatient, preparing to seize her forcefully and extract the information he sought. Instead of pressing closer, he waved his hand, signaling to several of his family's attendants within the crowd to apprehend Xiang Ling. Just as they were about to act, a gust of wind swept through the throng, accompanied by a flurry of stones that struck the vulnerable areas of the Wang family's attendants with considerable force. These attendants, merely stronger than the average person and lacking any cultivation, collapsed to the ground upon impact. Who dares to step forward? Wang Xiu's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing his men suddenly fall. A group of grown men bullying a mere maid. Do you not feel a sense of shame? A voice resonated from the rear of the crowd, breaking the silence. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xiu's expression darkened profoundly as her consciousness began to search for the speaker. At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing a youthful figure who slowly stepped forward. It was Haochen, hastening to the scene upon hearing the commotion. Outside the throng, he learned that the maid was affiliated with the Yuan family. Although she was but a servant, she was nonetheless of the Yuan lineage, which held ties to his grandmother's family. Thus, when he observed that the Yuan maid was in distress, he naturally felt compelled to intervene. Xiangling, who had previously closed her eyes in despair, gradually opened them upon hearing the sound and felt an involuntary sigh of relief upon seeing a young man approach. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life," she exclaimed, bowing respectfully to Haochen. In response to her gratitude, Haochen gestured for her to remain silent, choosing instead to quietly observe the grim-faced Guan Xu across from him, refraining from further dialogue. "Have you met this friend? What connection do you have with this girl?" Guan Xiu's demeanor shifted from darkness to a subtle smile upon recognizing the visitor as someone of cultivation. At that moment, Haochen had already suppressed his aura while traversing the marketplace, revealing only the early-stage prowess of a martial artist. In Guan Xiu's eyes, Haochen's martial arts level was negligible. To a cultivator at the 10th level of qi refinement, he appeared as nothing more than a foolish grasshopper. Upon hearing Guan Xiu's unkind words, Haochen's eyes narrowed slightly. Observing the individual before him, seemingly in their 20s, yet possessing the formidable cultivation of the 10th level of qi refinement, he surmised that this person must hold some significance within their family. Even within a sect, such talent would be considered rare. Calculating the other's prowess in silence, Haochen felt no fear. In a confrontation, he believed his opponent would struggle to withstand even a single strike. However, he had no intention of stirring unnecessary trouble at this moment, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. "Indeed, there are some ties. Might you grant her clemency?" The onlookers, intrigued by Haochen's words, turned their gazes towards Guan Xu, eager to see how the second young master of the Wang family would resolve this situation. Guan Xiu's lascivious nature had long been scorned by the masses, but due to the Wang family's influence, they could only whisper in hushed tones. Now, with Haochen disrupting Guan Xiu's designs, an air of unease rippled through the crowd. "Grant you face? Who do you think you are? If you wish to meddle, be prepared to pay the price." Observing the crowd's expressions, Guan Xiu's countenance darkened once more. Haochen could not help but roll his eyes at Guan Xiu's response, his expression dripping with disdain as he thought to himself, "You, a cultivator at the 10th level of qi refinement, bully a mere mortal maid? Your cultivation must have been wasted on folly." Witnessing Haochen's contemptuous demeanor, Guan Xiu's lips twitched in irritation, anger bubbling within him. "Since when do I converse with a lowly martial artist? This insignificant grasshopper dares to prance before me? I shall crush you." With a sullen face, Guan Xiu took a decisive step forward, casting aside the precepts of the cultivation world and the words of his master, as if they were but distant echoes. Regardless of your adherence to rules or the secrecy of your actions, Guan Xiu has succumbed to the allure of beauty. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners are bound by strict codes. They must not unjustly bully the weak in the secular world or engage in wanton plunder of worldly possessions. Violators shall be held accountable. And upon discovery, the rulers of the continent will dispatch envoys to administer punishment, even to the point of execution. Observing Guan Xiu's conduct, a flicker of sharpness flashed in Haochen's eyes, yet he mused internally, "Now is not the time to confront the Wang family. I must feign weakness." Phantom Fist. With a furious roar, Guan Xiu conjured dozens of illusory fist shadows, imbued with fierce flames, that ruthlessly struck towards Haochen. The fist shadows targeted several vital points with apparent disregard for mercy, as he prepared to teach a lesson to this audacious grasshopper daring to stir trouble. Faced with the onslaught of Phantom Fist, Haochen swiftly retreated a few steps, sidestepping the attack. Nevertheless, a flicker of flame nearly grazed him. As he narrowly evaded the blow, Haochen pretended to avoid Guan Xiu's Phantom Fists, his demeanor slightly disheveled as he cast a timid glance at Guan Xiu, who was demonstrating her prowess not far away. "Huh, with your prowess, do you truly think yourself a hero capable of saving the damsel in distress? I shall ensure you pay dearly for your audacity." With that, Guan Xiu took another step forward, coalescing her Phantom Fist once more. "Stop! Who dares to cause a commotion in the marketplace?" At this moment, the captain of the city guard, accompanied by a cadre of guards, swiftly burst into the crowd, positioning themselves between the two adversaries. Upon hearing the captain's authoritative shout, Guan Xu, who was about to lunge at Haochen again, hesitated, her gaze shifting towards the newcomer. What? Does young Master Wang still wish to fight? Do you intend to provoke further discord on my territory? The captain observed Wang Xiu's increasingly grim expression, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Realizing the loss of face she would endure in this situation, Wang Xiu understood that reclaiming her dignity might be impossible. You will regret this, boy. One day, I will make you pay. With a fierce declaration, she stormed off with her entourage, exuding an unmistakable air of defeat. Thank you, my friend. Haochen expressed his gratitude towards the captain as he watched Wang Xiu and her group retreat. Not at all. It is our duty, young master. Those from the Wang family causing a ruckus in the marketplace deserve to be expelled, the captain replied, addressing the onlookers with a booming voice. Fear not, everyone. You may return to your own affairs. Upon hearing the captain's words, the gathered crowd dispersed, returning to their previous activities. You may resume your duties. I shall continue to explore at my leisure, Haochen said to the captain as the surrounding crowd began to thin. Be cautious, young master. We will patrol elsewhere. The captain responded, and upon Haochen's nod, he took his leave with the guards. What transpired? At this moment, Haochen turned to the side, noticing Xiangling. The girl appeared to have been frightened, trembling uncontrollably, as though she lacked the strength to return home, her voice quivering with an altered tone. In her fragmented narrative, Haochen gradually discerned the underlying cause. It was revealed that Yuan Wanwan had dispatched Xiangling to the marketplace to procure some ornaments. However, after Xiangling completed her purchases, she was unexpectedly surrounded by a group of individuals from the Wang family, whose origins were unknown. This led to a rather chaotic scene, but fortunately, Haochen arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been far more troublesome. After listening to Xiangling's account, Haochen couldn't help but sigh and urged her to return home promptly. He escorted Xiangling until she entered the gates of the Yuan residence before he departed. Chapter 100. The willing shall be hooked upon returning to the marketplace. Haochen lost interest in further shopping endeavors. Just as he prepared to head back to the inn, a sudden flicker of perception alerted him to the presence of a fluctuation of elemental energy emanating from a nearby shop. His retreating footsteps pivoted once more, curiosity compelling him to approach the establishment that radiated this mysterious energy. Ultimately, Haochen discovered the source of the elemental energy within a modest shop. Observing the sparse array of items and the indifferent shopkeeper, who failed to greet incoming customers, he shook his head in dismay. It was no wonder that patrons were scarce. With such a meager selection and an eccentric proprietor, it would indeed be remarkable if business flourished. Noting that the shopkeeper showed no inclination to rise, Haochen paid little mind to him and leisurely browsed through the scant offerings. The few items on display were soon perused, revealing an assortment of mundane weapons and some withered spiritual herbs and medicines. His fleeting interest quickly waned. Yet, he had no intention of departing, for his purpose was to locate a product imbued with elemental energy. As his senses swept the surroundings, a decorative jade tablet caught his eye. Though unremarkable at first glance, with certain patterns faded and cracks marring its surface, this ordinary jade tablet evoked an extraordinary feeling within Haochen. It seemed to conceal secrets unbeknownst to others. He reached out to grasp the tablet, feeling a slight chill as he examined it closely, noting its ancient allure. After a brief pause, he set the tablet down and continued to explore the other items. Casually sifting through the spiritual herbs and medicines, he stumbled upon a few rare specimens, yuyan grass and footy flower. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the herbs and gestured to the shopkeeper. How much for these spiritual herbs? He inquired. 10 spirit stones each, the shopkeeper replied blandly, glancing up briefly before returning to his previous task, seemingly indifferent to Haochen's presence. Isn't that rather exorbitant? While these herbs may be rare, such a price seems excessive, Haochen remarked, a frown creasing his brow at being disregarded. Put it down if you won't buy, don't disturb me, the shopkeeper retorted, not even lifting his gaze. Taken aback by the shopkeeper's response, Haochen found himself at a loss. It was indeed his first encounter with such an unusual merchant. Nevertheless, he remained intent on acquiring the rare herbs, preserving it for future use, lest regret should arise when it is needed but cannot be found. Thus, Haochen fell silent, paying the required amount of yuan stones to acquire several rare spiritual herbs and elixirs. Oh, this jade tablet is already cracked. How is it still displayed here? Haochen inquired seemingly nonchalantly. I stumbled upon it in the mountains. Some have inquired about it, but merely out of curiosity. No one wished to purchase such a seemingly worn jade tablet, replied the shopkeeper, glancing at Haochen, whose previously murky eyes suddenly gleamed with an enigmatic light. Listening to the shopkeeper's response, Haochen couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. It appeared he had misjudged the item. Nonetheless, he still desired to buy it, as he felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the jade tablet. How much for this jade tablet? He asked casually, intending to take it home as a mere trinket. 50 yuan stones, the shopkeeper declared, adopting a posture that suggested a willingness to engage in negotiation. Ah, are you serious? 50 yuan stones for this shabby jade tablet? Haochen exclaimed, taken aback by the exorbitant price set by the shopkeeper. I have previously studied it, though I am unaware of its properties. It is certainly not an ordinary item. 50 yuan stones is already a reduced price. Consider whether you wish to buy it, the shopkeeper replied. I'll buy it. Haochen felt a surge of indignation. What kind of shopkeeper was this, speaking in such a condescending manner? Upon hearing Haochen's decision to purchase, the shopkeeper glanced at him once more and fell silent. After Haochen paid the full amount, the shopkeeper tossed the jade tablet to him. Observing the shopkeeper's indifferent demeanor, Haochen's heart skipped a beat, wondering if he had been deceived. After procuring these items, he felt no desire to linger in the disheartening shop, hastily departing. Upon returning to the inn, Haochen spotted Xiangling, a maid from the Yuan family, waiting in the lobby alongside 2 accompanying guards. What brings you here? Is there a matter at hand? Haochen inquired curiously. Young Master Chun, my mistress has heard about your encounter in the market, where you came to my aid. After inquiring around, I discovered you were staying here. She asks that I invite you to our residence tomorrow for a discussion, Xiangling replied earnestly. Seeing the sincerity in Xiangling's tear-filled eyes, Haochen realized that he would inevitably come into contact with the Yuan family, especially since they were connected by marriage to the Jian family. A visit would not be amiss. After all, he might need to seek assistance from them in the future. Very well. Please inform your mistress that I shall visit her tomorrow morning. Haochen readily accepted Xiangling's invitation. Once Xiangling and the Yuan family guards departed, Haochen hurried back to his quarters in the inn. He firmly closed the door behind him and withdrew the jade tablet from his bosom. What is it about this jade tablet that exudes an aura of Yuan power? What could it truly be? As his consciousness delved into the jade tablet, he realized, is it a hidden jade? Haochen recalled having read about hidden jade in the tome of cultivation anecdotes. The hidden jade tablet is a treasure of the martial world, akin to the jade slips of the cultivation realm. If it is indeed a hidden jade, it must conceal some unknown techniques or secrets within. The method by which cultivators decipher the hidden jade involves a moment of bloodletting during the arrival of the purple aura. For practitioners of the mystical arts, the process is considerably simpler. They can refine it at any time and place, probing with their consciousness and infusing their essence to uncover its contents. Generally, such jade tablets conceal various techniques or martial skills. In the Tianyuan continent, techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Additionally, there exist supreme techniques of the heavenly grade. These techniques are of paramount importance to any practitioner. The higher the grade of the technique, the greater the quality and quantity of the essence it can absorb, providing a distinct advantage. Consequently, high-grade techniques are coveted treasures among the noble families of the continent. Possessing a high-grade technique enables families to cultivate their descendants more effectively, while the family leaders can absorb superior essence during their training. If techniques solidify the foundation of cultivation, then martial skills serve as secret arts for combat. Martial skills are similarly divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow grades, and also categorized into upper, middle, and lower levels. The higher the grade of a martial skill, the greater its destructive power, making them highly sought after across the continent. In Chapter 101, The Sword's Momentum and Domain, Haochen does not rush to refine the hidden jade tablet. Instead, he wishes to explore the miraculous potential of the tablet through martial cultivation at the moment the purple aura arrives. Calming his mind, he continues to refine the falling feather sword technique. Having successfully mastered the first form of the swordplay, Haochen's ambition swells. He yearns to learn the entirety of the falling feather sword technique in the shortest time possible. The second form, the concealed feather sword technique, manifests as a rain of swords, with an unexpected strike that stirs the very essence of the opponent, creating a whirlwind of sword energy. This technique employs illusion to confound the enemy's vision, making it an effective counter against multiple attackers. Haochen mutters to himself, envisioning the concealed feather sword technique as the method by which a practitioner transforms their sword into countless forms. As he contemplates, he recalls his earlier training with the first form of the feather extraction sword, where he too envisioned the sword as an extension of his being, only to find himself in a precarious position akin to a dog in a compromising posture. With an explosive surge of internal energy, the martial practitioner unleashes hundreds of strikes. This seemingly impossible feat is not a challenge for Haochen, who possesses a unique advantage due to his dual cultivation of both martial and mystical arts. As he deepens his understanding of the concealed feather technique, it becomes evident that this indeed is an extraordinary swordplay. In his mind, he raises the sword, imagining it striking any part of his adversary's body, leaving them astonished to discover the sword's tip piercing them before they even realize it. While the first form of the feather extraction sword technique disregards all defenses to deliver a lethal thrust, the second form, the concealed feather sword, stands in stark contrast. It dismisses all thoughts of slaughter, firmly maintaining a protective stance within a 3-foot radius around the body. The concealed feather sword technique involves holding the sword under the armpit, rotating in place, and swiftly thrusting 100 strikes in all directions. Countless shadows of swords danced around him, enveloping his entire being in a tangible dome of protection. Every enemy daring to approach would be met with the indiscriminate assault of this sword aura. The hidden feather sword technique does not prioritize killing. The practitioner need not exert undue effort in any specific direction. Otherwise, distraction would hinder the execution of the technique. For quite some time, Haochen pondered deeply on how to unleash 100 strikes with a single move of the hidden feather sword technique. Recalling the imagery of the falling feather sword technique's second form, the stance, the trajectory, he continuously varied his strikes, embodying the essence of this technique in its fluidity. Mastery of transformation is paramount. It is as if the practitioner possesses eyes all over their body, each part becoming a sword that ensures no one can survive close proximity. Within his mind, words, images, stances, and trajectories of the sword flashed incessantly. Gradually, he discerned that every character, every image, every stance, and every sequence of swordplay carried its own momentum. The pressure was nearly suffocating, beads of sweat streaming from his forehead as he closed his eyes and concentrated. Haochen repeatedly revisited the texts, images, stances, and trajectories of the hidden feather sword technique in his thoughts. Vague silhouettes emerged, each executing powerful strikes imbued with formidable energy. He gradually grasped the essence of the technique. The sword's momentum, in essence, is an advanced manifestation of sword aura, an evolution of it. Not only is its attacking power astonishing, but it can also intimidate opponents. If one's cultivation is significantly inferior, merely releasing the sword's momentum can easily shatter their psychological defenses, rendering them devoid of the will to fight. In a true sense, only a martial practitioner who possesses sword momentum is worthy of being called a swordsman, for momentum is the foundation of a swordsman. If emitting sword aura qualifies one as a swordsman, then any cultivator wielding a sword could be deemed a swordsman, regardless of their skill. As the night deepened, Haochen, filled with fervor, leaped from his window. The imposing city walls posed no obstacle for him as he soared into the night, returning to the training ground he had frequented during the day. At this hour, save for the occasional call of an owl, the surroundings were silent. The stillness of the night provided the perfect opportunity to practice the hidden feather sword technique. This time, he did not wield the flying radiant sword, but instead took out an unremarkable sword acquired from a stall in Danyan Square. This nameless blade was incapable of channeling vital energy, for it was a celestial sword, a fact unbeknownst to Haochen, who had only sensed its extraordinary nature when he claimed it. With the sword nestled against his left side and his arm slightly bent, he followed the trajectory of the hidden feather sword technique. He stepped forward with his right foot, angled his chest, drew in his abdomen, expanded his hips, raised his posterior, bent at the waist, and executed a strike. Yet, he still struggled to fully comprehend the essence of the hidden aspect of this technique, how to conceal the long sword from the enemy's perception. However, this challenge did not daunt Haochen. He was adept in the art of concealment. At the moment of striking, he unleashed the full force of his sword momentum while simultaneously executing the concealment technique. Only at this moment did the hidden feather sword technique begin to take shape in his practice. Haochen mimicked the movement step by step, his actions deliberate and unhurried. At times, he would thrust forward, and at others, he would deliver 3 rapid strikes from behind. Though slow, his movements appeared fluid, with his footwork seamlessly facilitating the transitions. Haochen, adhering to the intricate patterns and stances of the Zhang sword technique, extended his right foot slightly forward and to the left of his left foot. With a swift rotation of his toes, his body immediately oriented itself towards the rear, where he had previously stood. In that instant, he thrust forward once more, pivoted, and struck again, executing a series of thrusts from every conceivable direction. The essence of the sword manifested, and the momentum surged, coalescing into a realm of swordsmanship. Within the boundaries defined by his intent and power, the Zhang sword technique stood unrivaled. The second form of the Zhang sword technique was perfected, simultaneously establishing Haochen's defensive domain. To elucidate, a domain is a manifestation of one's cultivation reaching a certain potency, akin to an impenetrable barrier. Within this domain, one becomes a deity, while others are rendered nearly invisible. The third form, soul feather sword; the fourth, falling feather sword; the fifth, transforming feather sword; the sixth, breaking feather sword. Should an onlooker witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be astounded. These sword techniques were not only masterfully executed, but also possessed an almost otherworldly quality. Each maneuver was ethereal and unpredictable, often resulting in the adversary being caught off guard before their blood stained the blade. Time elapsed swiftly during Haochen's training, and a night passed. He had finally succeeded in mastering the Zhang sword technique, unbeknownst to him that he had also formed a domain of swords. Moreover, he discerned an enhancement in his shocking swan step. Now, even his shadow upon the ground would go unnoticed. This was a consequence of the elevated realm of the falling feather sword. Haochen felt immense satisfaction with the falling feather sword technique. Having acquired this skill, his prowess had ascended to new heights. However, he recognized that it would require considerable time and dedication to fully harness its original power. It was this unwavering perseverance that led him to triumph repeatedly, and this instance was no exception. As dawn approached, Haochen began practicing the Kanli Sanxianju to replenish his expended true essence. He awaited the moment when the purple qi would emerge from the east. Chapter 102. The Secret of the Jade Tablet. Upon acquiring the Jade Tablet, Haochen refrained from immediately refining it. He understood that the sole method for martial practitioners to decipher the Jade Tablet was to shed blood and refine it at the moment the purple qi arose. For cultivators, this process was significantly simpler. They could infuse their blood into the tablet at any time and place, allowing them to access its contents through their vital energy and consciousness. Yet, Haochen's curiosity compelled him to explore the differences in approach between martial practitioners and cultivators in deciphering the tablet. As the first light of dawn broke, Haochen concluded his training and entered a tranquil meditation, awaiting the arrival of that pivotal moment. Time passed gradually until he sensed the purple qi accompanying the sunrise. In an instant, he opened his eyes, witnessing the purple qi permeating the jade. Haochen dripped his blood onto the jade, channeling true energy to commence the refinement. Gradually, mystical runes began to flow across the surface of the jade pendant. Observing this phenomenon, Haochen remained unfazed, steadily intensifying the flow of his true energy until, at a certain moment, the jade tablet erupted with blinding brilliance, and the flowing liquid transformed into shimmering text. After evading the initial radiance, Haochen beheld the flickering letters and softly uttered, "Wings of the Wind." This is indeed a remarkable treasure. The Wings of the Wind, as the name suggests, is a long-lost martial technique from the continent. Haochen had perused some introductions to exquisite martial skills in the book Reflections on Martial Arts, which included this long-forgotten technique. The Wings of the Wind. This technique not only allows one to transcend the limitations of lacking true essence, and thus the inability to engage in aerial combat, but also possesses the intrinsic ability to evolve. When evolved to a certain extent, it can unleash even more formidable powers. Such a martial skill was considered quite precious even in ancient times. To cultivate the Wings of the Wind, one must possess wind attributes and attain at least the rank of a martial master. However, Haochen is an anomaly. Not only does he possess a multi-attribute constitution, but he is also proficient in both martial and magical disciplines, with a plethora of skills at his disposal. When the flying sword is destroyed or the flying apparatus is lost, he still has this martial technique at his command. The Wings of the Wind are indeed a valuable asset, a safeguard for escape that he must master. As the name implies, it involves condensing true energy to form wings for flight. Haochen began to study the technique of the wings of the wind, channeling the true essence within. Strands of pale azure light emerged from his body, swirling around him before coalescing at his back. After a stick of incense had burned, a pair of ethereal, luminescent wings materialized behind him. Although these wings were somewhat indistinct, they were beginning to take shape, with azure light flickering at the tips. As more azure strands flowed from within, the wings became increasingly substantial. With a mere thought, the wings gradually lifted, forcefully flapping downward. Suddenly, a tempest erupted from behind, and he felt himself soaring into the air with an effortless grace, a smile blooming at the corners of Haochen's lips. However, with a loud thud, the wings instantly dissipated into a swirling mass of azure light, scattering into the air. Haochen's figure plummeted back towards the ground. Initially dazed, he quickly regained his footing, looking around with an expression of sheer excitement. The azure light was, in fact, the manifestation of wind attribute essence, transformed into the wings of the wind. When his body was infused with fire attribute essence, the manifestation of the wings of the wind appeared as purple. With his multi-attribute constitution, Haochen could freely alter the manifestation of the wings. Ultimately, with diligent cultivation, he could even conjure the wings of wind and thunder. In the time that followed, Haochen practiced the Canli San Xianju to enhance his magical power while simultaneously nurturing the growing wind essence within, honing his skills in the art of transforming true energy into wings. As the sunlight filtered through the treetops, Haochen quietly returned to the inn. After freshening up and having breakfast, he stepped out alone, invited to visit the Yuan family. Following the route he had taken to escort Xiangling home yesterday, Haochen arrived at the grand entrance of the Yuan estate, one of the prominent families in Shihe town. Having long been aware of the Yuan family's status and background, he was taken aback by the opulence of their residence. The previous evening, he had only caught a distant glimpse of the Yuan estate while escorting Xiangling. Now, standing before the magnificent and lavish mansion, he couldn't help but marvel. Haochen had been in Shihe town for 7 days, and he had already heard numerous tales regarding the Yuan family and their lineage. It seems that everyone is eager to share tales about the various families with the newcomer. Haochen, as if recounting the glory of their own lineage. Ahem, I truly wonder if visiting the Yuan family was a misstep. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, it would be remiss not to extend a greeting, especially since they sent the maid Xiangling to invite me yesterday. With such thoughts in mind, Haochen approached and knocked on the grand, imposing door. Young master, whom do you seek? 2 guards emerged, one of whom respectfully bowed to Haochen. There was no hint of arrogance or disdain in their demeanor, which elevated Haochen's impression of the Yuan family. The ability to cultivate such courteous attendance suggests that the leaders of this family are undoubtedly wise and virtuous individuals. I am Chun, a friend of your esteemed Yuan Wenwan. Xiangling came yesterday at the behest of your young lady to invite me, and I have come today to pay my respects. I hope you might convey my request for an audience, Haochen humbly stated. A friend of Miss Wenwan. The guard immediately stepped aside, graciously inviting Haochen to enter. Please, do come in swiftly. The young lady has instructed us that a friend would visit today, and it must be you. Another guard politely informed him. Please wait here for a moment. I will notify the young lady at once. With that, the guard signaled to a nearby attendant to hasten within to deliver the message, while he himself engaged in casual conversation with Haochen. Before long, Xiangling and Yuan Wenwan emerged from within. From a distance, Haochen caught sight of Yuan Wenwan, whose figure struck him as vaguely familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen her. The girl possessed a pair of sparkling eyes, clear and bright like the stars, and as she seemed to think of something, she smiled excitedly at him. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, as if her ethereal charm spilled forth. In her every expression, a natural nobility radiated, leaving one in awe of her elegant and refined beauty. Where have I seen her before? She bears some resemblance to Feng Mei. Upon witnessing Haochen's arrival at the Yuan family, Xiangling was elated. However, upon seeing Haochen standing there in a daze, she thought he had been enchanted by the beauty of the young lady. It seems all men are alike. Upon encountering a stunning woman, they become rooted to the spot. Even a great hero is not immune. This Chen Gongzi appears no different. She mused with a touch of disappointment. This must be Chen Gongzi. I am Yuan Wenwan. I express my gratitude for rescuing Xiangling yesterday. Yuan Wenwan slightly bowed, acknowledging Haochen. Hearing her voice broke Haochen from his reverie. and he lifted his gaze to scrutinize her anew. 17 or 18 years of age. With a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refining, she was indeed a practitioner of cultivation, though he was unaware of her sect that boasted such a stunning beauty. Greetings. You may call me Chun Hao, Haochen replied, gazing at Yuan Wenwan. Upon seeing him raise his head, Yuan Wenwan was momentarily taken aback. Observing the expressions of both, Xiangling could not help but think, this hardly seems like a proper expression of gratitude for saving a life. Upon their first encounter, both individuals appeared somewhat foolish, while the man gazed intently. It was rather surprising to see that the young lady, who was not typically of such disposition, seemed equally entranced by the handsome figure before her. Chapter 103. A Visit by Invitation, Part 1. Why you are. Young Master Chun. At this moment, Yuan Wenwan recognized Haochen. Although Haochen had not been at Yunhai sect for long, his name had nonetheless reached her ears. Liu Peak was a peculiar place, inhabited by only 4 individuals. Yuan Wenwan and Xiao Yu were acquainted with 3 of them and could easily identify Haochen as one of them. Haochen's cousin, Liu, was a disciple of Shilling Peak, and naturally, he was familiar with the 2 sisters, often mentioning Haochen's name in their presence. Yuan Wenwan and Xiao Yu had encountered Haochen at Huiyuan Pavilion while submitting tasks, marking his first time there to accept assignments. The outer disciples of Yunhai sect frequently discussed Haochen, which is why Yuan Wenwan recognized him, despite never having exchanged words. To unexpectedly meet him in Shihe town left her utterly astonished. Yet, how did he come to be referred to as young Master Chen? There must be an untold story behind it. Being a perceptive individual, Yuan Wenwan could infer much from Haochen's expression. Please, you go ahead. Haochen gestured for her to proceed first. Having discerned Haochen's true identity, Yuan Wenwan naturally followed suit, signaling Xiangling to lead the way. Before long, the trio arrived at the Yuan family's parlor. Yuan Wentian, the head of the Yuan family, had heard that his daughter Wenwan had invited the very person who had gallantly rescued Xiangling the day prior. Concerned that his daughter might find it awkward to converse alone, he decided to meet Haochen himself. The warm reception from the Yuan family deeply moved Haochen. Young Master Chen, this is my father. Wenwan introduced the slightly plump middle-aged man who had just arrived. Greetings, uncle. I am Chun Hao, here to pay my respects to the Yuan family. My apologies for the intrusion. As Haochen scanned Yuan Wentian with his spiritual sense, he was startled to discover that the man possessed a cultivation level equivalent to a primary martial master. There is no need for such formality, my dear nephew. It is indeed an honor for our Yuan family to have you visit. Yuan Wentian casually gestured for Haochen to take a seat. Once the hosts and guests settled in, Xiangling approached Haochen, performing a deep bow. I am eternally grateful for young Master Chen's timely assistance yesterday. This humble girl shall never forget your kindness. Tears welled in her eyes as she prepared to kneel. It was merely a trifling matter, not deserving of such reverence. Please rise. As Xiangling was about to kneel, Haochen waved his hand casually, preventing her from doing so, leaving her standing there, stunned. Xiangling, stop dawdling. Serve tea to young Master Chen. Observing the scene, Wenwan privately compared herself to Haochen, realizing that her own cultivation level might not allow her to perform such feats. Haochen's prowess was evidently formidable. Could it be true, as the sect rumored, that he had attained the pinnacle of qi refinement? Yuan Wentian felt a stir of emotions within. His daughter Wenwan, with her cultivation at the 10th level of qi refinement, should not have caused Xiangling to falter in her reverence. Even he would require considerable effort to maintain such composure. To the eye, this young Master Chen appeared to possess merely the cultivation of a warrior. As Wenwan and her father, Yuan Wentian, speculated about the cultivation level of Haochen, Haochen too was contemplating the Yuan family. With a daughter adept in the ways of immortality and a father skilled in martial arts, it raised questions about the true nature of the Yuan family, suggesting a profound heritage. May I inquire what brings you to Shihe, young master? Please feel free to command. The Yuan family shall extend every courtesy. Yuan Wentian, recognizing Haochen as a practitioner, generously offered his hospitality. He admired Haochen's chivalrous act of rescuing the Yuan family maid, Xiangling. This deed not only safeguarded Xiangling, but also preserved the dignity of the Yuan family. Should Xiangling fall into the hands of the Wang family, unforeseen calamities could ensue. Wenwan was well aware that Haochen was the object of a widespread search by the Yunhai sect, who had dispatched disciples far and wide to locate him. Her return home for a familial visit was intertwined with the quest to find Haochen. As she listened to her father converse with him, she found no opportunity to interject and discreetly instructed Xiangling to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch to welcome this junior disciple. In Wenwan's eyes, Haochen was indeed her junior disciple. Having entered the Yunhai sect at the tender age of 6, she had been training for a decade, while Haochen had only recently joined the sect, counting less than 3 years since he began his journey, including a year's stay in Dongxing town. Their meeting in this place was truly serendipitous, and the fact that he had saved her maid, Xiangling, left Wenwan indebted to him. As a gesture of gratitude, she invited him to the Yuan residence, which also sought to foster connections with talented individuals across the realm. Little did Wenwan know that Haochen was not only Xiangling's savior, but had fortuitously rescued her aunt, Yuan Hui, and her daughter as well, creating an even greater obligation. I indeed have matters to discuss with the family head and wish to inquire about certain matters, if it is not too inconvenient. Haochen asked without hesitation. Yuan Wentian was taken aback by this directness, pondering whether it was an audacious presumption. I merely spoke humbly, he thought. Of course, it is quite convenient. Wenwan quickly interjected to steer the conversation back to her father. Yuan Wentian glanced between his daughter and Haochen, ultimately nodding in agreement. Would it be possible to discuss these matters in a different location? Haochen suggested, not merely presuming on their hospitality, but requesting an even more audacious arrangement. Yuan Wentian was astonished. What could be so significant? He had intended to invite Haochen for a meal and offer him some yuan stones as a token of gratitude. But now it seemed he was faced with a more demanding request. Wenwan, realizing that Haochen must have something crucial to convey, promptly communicated with her father, urging him to comply with the young gentleman's request. Yuan Wentian, recognizing his daughter's prudent nature, nodded in assent. The three then departed the parlor, weaving their way through the estate until they arrived at a secluded chamber. Upon entering, they shut the heavy door behind them. In this intimate setting, only Yuan Wentian and Wenwan remained, and Haochen, unpretentious, respectfully acknowledged their presence once more. Uncle, senior sister, greetings from Haochen. Upon entering the Yuan family, Haochen felt something was amiss as Yuan Wenwan pointed at him while speaking. He delved into his memories, recalling that Li Yu had mentioned the names of Wang Ziyu's 2 disciples, one named Xiaoyu and the other Yuan Wenwan. Suddenly, he heard Haochen refer to himself not as Chun Hao, but as Haochen. Yuan Wentian's mind was momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. I recognized you the moment you stepped through my door as my junior brother, Yuan Wenwan teased, gazing at Haochen. It seemed that he had not managed to deceive his senior sister after all. A thought crossed Haochen's mind. In the future, while traversing the world, he would need to change his name and disguise his appearance. After overhearing the exchange between Haochen and Wenwan, Yuan Wentian finally realized that Haochen was also a disciple of Yunhai sect, which snapped him back to clarity. Since they were all disciples of Yunhai sect and Yuan Wenwan was his daughter, there was no longer any need for concealment. Chapter 104. A Visit by Invitation, Part 2. Uncle, senior sister, I have indeed come to Shihe town on business. I wonder what Uncle thinks of the extermination of the Jiang family. Haochen addressed the two. May I inquire what connection you have with the Jiang family? Why the interest in their affairs? Yuan Wentian presumed that Haochen must be related to the Jiang family, otherwise, he would not be inquiring about them. Indeed, they are distant relatives of mine. Haochen did not shy away from the truth. Oh, you bear the surname Hao and claim to be a distant relative of the Jiang family. Might you be related to Yuan Wentian? The nuances of Shihe town and the Jiang family situation filled his mind. Before I answer, Uncle, I hope you and senior sister will keep this confidential. I also wish for my whereabouts and all related matters to remain undisclosed. Haochen declared with a serious expression. Agreed, it shall be as you say. No one beyond the 3 of us shall be informed. Yuan Wentian vowed. I am of the Hao family. My grandfather is Hao Yunluo. Haochen observed the expressions of the two, confirming his identity. Upon hearing this revelation from Haochen, Yuan Wentian could not help but gasp in shock. It appears that Haochen does not come with good intentions. The Jiang family cannot merely be a distant relation. He is clearly from the family of his grandmother, Yuan Wentian. The patriarch of the Yuan family had some understanding of the Hao family from Haizhou. The Jiang and Hao families were indeed kin by marriage. Regardless of the Hao family's acknowledgement, he had not only heard of Hao Yunlong's name, but was also familiar with his tales in Shihe town. This would certainly stir up excitement in Shihe. Even if the Hao family was the dominant force in Haizhou, Haochen's arrival would likely create some ripples. I should prioritize establishing a good relationship with this young man and assist him to the best of my abilities, Yuan Wentian contemplated inwardly. The Jiang family and our Yuan family are kin. On the day of the Jiang family's extermination, my sister Yuan Hui and my niece Jiang Yuqing happened to be visiting my third sister's home in Liujiao Fort, narrowly escaping disaster. By the time I learned of this event and rushed to my sister's home, both had vanished without a trace. The Jiang family is now left with only these two women, and I do not know where they are now, Yuan Wentian recounted with deep sorrow. After my aunt and cousin went missing, the Yuan family has been secretly searching for them. Yet there has been no news until now, Yuan Wenwan added. I once infiltrated the Wang family and several families in Xia town. It has been confirmed that the extermination of the Jiang family was indeed orchestrated by the Wang family. Haochen disclosed his findings regarding the Wang family to the two. Upon mentioning Zhang Jia's nocturnal raid on the Wang family, Haochen noted that, aside from the Wang clan and Zhang Jia's faction clashing, there was another group clad in black cloaks, possessing formidable strength, who participated in the encirclement of Zhang Jia and his companions, which was rather enigmatic. The Western Mountain Shadows, Yuan Wentian exclaimed. Shadows? Both Hao Chun and Yuan Wenwan questioned in unison, their expressions filled with curiosity. The Shadows are a force cultivated by the Wang family. These individuals are elusive, reportedly training in the mountains most of the time. They only engage in battles when the Wang family undertakes significant actions. The exact number of them is unknown, as is their combat capability, Yuan Wentian elucidated regarding the Wang family's shadows. When investigating the Wang family, this group displayed swift and efficient combat prowess, arriving promptly and departing with equal speed, as Hao Chen pointed out regarding their fighting style. I shall avenge my grandmother's family. During the days when you discover assaults on the Wang family, I hope Sister Wenwan can discreetly intimidate the town lord at the town lord's residence. I do not wish for anyone to intervene until the situation is fully understood, Hao Chen continued. From this moment forth, I hope the Yuan family can consolidate their strength and prepare for emergencies. The implication of Hao Chun's intention to probe the Wang family raised concerns, suggesting that the Zhu, Qi, Li, and Yuan families would all be scrutinized by him. Could it be that Hao Chun's cultivation is even more formidable than it appears? Yuan Wentian speculated on Hao Chun's depth of strength. In the span of 7 days, he had managed to investigate several prominent families in Xia town. If the rumors from the sect were indeed accurate, Hao Chun had achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. Goodness! To reach such heights in less than a year within the sect, advancing 12 levels in a single year, what a genius, a prodigy. No, not merely a prodigy, but a marvel. Yuan Wenwan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Hao Chun now exhibited the cultivation of a warrior. Was he perhaps practicing both martial and magical arts? It was no wonder that upon leaving the sect, they had spared no effort to locate Hao Chun. They must have intended to protect him. In Yuan Wenwan's heart, astonishment reigned supreme. Observing her expression and the look on Yuan Wentian's face, Hao Chun suddenly felt as though the heavens were benevolent. Was it truly such a coincidence that the Jiang mother and daughter were brought to his side, to his grandfather's vicinity? He thought he discerned their whereabouts. Hao Chun was equally incredulous. A single utterance shattered the calm. With those words, he himself pondered why he had revealed Yuan Hui's whereabouts concerning the mother and daughter. Yuan Wentian was left dumbfounded, while Yuan Wenwan was rendered speechless by a flood of emotions. Hao Chen proceeded to explain how he would venture to the marketplace, how he would procure individuals, and how he would request gifts to rescue Yuan Hui and her daughter. The elder of the two, instead of being called Yuan Hui, was named Su Xiaowei, and the younger, rather than Zhang Yuqing, was called Lin Fengmei. Listening to Hao Chun's narrative, Yuan Wenwan oscillated between tears and laughter, her tears signifying their salvation, while her laughter arose from the amusing notion of Hao Chun acquiring slaves and requesting gifts. To her astonishment, her aunt and cousin were merely gifts from Hao Chun's purchases. Yuan Wentian was certain that the individuals Hao Chun had rescued were indeed Yuan Hui and her daughter. As Yuan Hui's nickname was Xiaowei, and Yuqing's was Fengmei, with their mother bearing the surname Su and their family name Lin. Hao Chun then remarked, "For now, there is no need for you to disturb them. They are enjoying a peaceful life. Our home is presently secure, and I have imparted a commendable set of skills and corresponding sword techniques to the mother and daughter." At the time of my departure, Fengmei had already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, and the individual who healed her leg injury had attained the 4th level of qi refinement as well. Furthermore, my grandfather's cultivation is not to be underestimated. As for the matters concerning Yi Mei and Yuan, there is no necessity for Haochen to disclose them. Sister, I must say, it was only through your confirmation that I recognized the striking resemblance between you and Feng Mei. Upon my entrance, I was immediately reminded of having previously encountered you. After conversing for quite some time, I finally caught my breath and half-jokingly remarked to Yuan Wenwan, "Do you see the resemblance?" Back at Yunhai sect, Yuan Wenwan had developed an inexplicable fondness for Haochen. Following Haochen's recounting of the incident where he rescued his aunt and cousin, Yuan Wenwan's admiration for him only intensified. What echoed in Haochen's ears was Yuan Wenwan's sentiment. Is it not so? Indeed, Haochen had already developed feelings for Sister Yuan Wenwan, experiencing love at first sight. It seems that fate has its own designs, Yuan Wentian reflected. During my nocturnal reconnaissance of the Wang family, I discovered that they were still covertly searching for Yuan Hui and her daughter. I believe it prudent to keep their whereabouts confidential for the time being, and I sought the opinions of the 2 women. All right, I trust your judgment. Yuan Wentian looked at Haochen and spoke without hesitation. Yuan Wenwan also nodded in agreement. Do not rush. Once I have resolved matters concerning the Jiang family, I will provide you with the specific location. Haochen felt that it was not yet the right time for more individuals to be aware of Yuan Hui and her daughter's whereabouts. Upon hearing Haochen's words, Yuan Wentian and Yuan Wenwan had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 105. Mending the Fold after the downfall of the Jiang family. The majority of their assets were absorbed by the Wang family, indicating that the Wang clan would soon dominate Shihe Town. They rapidly expanded their business, implementing an economic monopoly. If this continues, it will not be long before the Wang family rises to prominence in Shihe Town. Some individuals began to feel discontent, questioning why all the advantages were being claimed by the Wang family. They too desired a share of the spoils. The Zhu and Qi families first joined forces with the Li and Yuan families to devise a strategy against the Wang family. Wang Hairong, the head of the Wang family, also recognized that after appropriating the Jiang family's wealth, the other families would not simply accept this. Just as one wave recedes, another surges. Having just eradicated the Jiang family, Zhang Jie arrived to stir the pot. In truth, Zhang Jie's disturbances had no direct connection to the Jiang family's demise. Wang Hairong, blinded by profit, not only committed murder and pillaging, but also slaughtered the families of those involved. They had come seeking vengeance. However, the recent nocturnal skirmish served as a wake-up call for Wang Hairong. Although there were no significant losses and several burning houses were preserved, the latent dangers within were exposed. Intruders had silently infiltrated the inner courtyard while the Wang family remained oblivious. Thus, enhancing the caliber of the Wang descendants became an urgent priority. To elevate their competence, the primary focus must be on cultivation. Only through the enhancement of their abilities can they avert future crises. Wang Hairong set aside all affairs to oversee the cultivation of his kin. As they improved their levels of cultivation, he also implemented quality education to lay a foundation for safeguarding the family's interests. With the expansion of their business, numerous positions would soon require staffing. The signs of the family exhibited a lack of cultivation, rendering them incapable of managing the normal operations of the business. Without a formidable family influence to provide protection, all discussions were rendered moot. At that moment, Wang Hairong and Wang Xiyu were in the small courtyard of the Wang family, guiding their younger kin in their training. Suddenly, they heard a commotion at the entrance, prompting them to halt their practice. Exchanging a glance, Wang Hairong and Wang Xiyu swiftly made their way to the door. Cursed be it, surely those troublemakers have dared to stir unrest right at the Wang family's doorstep. Wang Hairong cursed inwardly. What is the reason for their disturbance? Wang Xiyu inquired, puzzled. The Jiang family has been eradicated, and most of their assets have been transferred to our Wang family. Observing our family's dominance in Shihe Town, the Zhu, Qi, Yuan, and Li clans, of course, are unwilling to acquiesce. Several influential families yearn for a piece of the pie, much like Zhang Jie, who came to provoke us just a few days ago, seeking to incite chaos. Wang Hairong explained, albeit somewhat tenuously. Indeed, one cannot tolerate such behavior. Human desires are insatiable. Having gained a slight advantage, they will undoubtedly crave more. Wang Xiyu remarked. Precisely. Having acquired the Jiang family's wealth, we have given nothing to outsiders. Thus, they create disturbances in various shops daily, Wang Hairong said indignantly. As they spoke, the two reached the entrance. What do you intend to achieve with your constant disturbances? Wang Hairong exclaimed in frustration. You are well aware of our intentions. It would be prudent for you to willingly distribute some of your possessions, declared the leader of the raucous group. A man clad in coarse clothing, stepping forward with an air of arrogance. This individual was the appointed leader sent by the Zhu, Qi, Li, and Yuan families to incite trouble. His haughty demeanor was almost as if he were looking down from the heavens. Wang Hairong felt a wave of anger but refrained from acting recklessly, wary of provoking the crowd, an act that could yield disastrous consequences. How much do you believe should be allocated to you? Wang Xiyu asked, her brow furrowing before breaking into a laugh. Upon hearing Wang Xiyu's laughter, Wang Hairong instinctively stepped back, realizing she was about to take action, a pattern she had maintained since childhood. He chose not to intervene, understanding that with the head of the Jiang family deceased, Shihe Town essentially belonged to the Phantom Moon sect. With her cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refining, Wang Xiyu was already an inner disciple of the sect. Wang Hairong surmised that in Shihe Town, aside from the ancestors of the 6 great families, Wang Xiyu had also become a significant figure. Of course, you must redistribute the Jiang family's assets to us. Otherwise, how could we possibly share them among so many? The arrogant man sensed Wang Xiyu's apparent concession and felt a surge of delight. Thinking to himself, this Wang family in Shihe Town is not as formidable as they seem. One must strike hard to secure a substantial profit. Oh, would you also care to give us a portion of the Wang family's original assets? Wang Xiyu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded the arrogant man before her. That is not out of the question, the man replied, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Xiyu. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a gust of wind rushing towards him, prompting an instinctive step back. Wang Xiyu appeared to have anticipated this moment, gliding effortlessly beside him before delivering a swift kick that sent the arrogant man tumbling to the ground. She then advanced swiftly, twisting his hands behind his back, inflicting considerable pain. No one anticipated Wang Xiyu's swift and decisive actions. As the crowd surged toward her, she showed no hesitation, swiftly breaking the arrogant man's arms, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The approaching crowd halted in their tracks. It was evident that Wang Xiyu was not to be trifled with. Hearing the agonizing cry, they gradually retreated, ultimately turning to flee. Stop! Whoever dares to escape shall face a fate even more dire, Wang Xiyu declared coldly. At her words, the crowd froze. Please, have mercy on us. We were merely incited by him. Take your grievances out on him, one young man implored, pointing at the arrogant figure on the ground. I am aware, Wang Xiyu replied, her tone remaining icy. Awareness? The young man found himself speechless, casting a fearful glance at Wang Xiyu. The previously noisy atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with the crowd anxiously awaiting her next words, the tension so palpable that they could only hear their own breaths. I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Are you willing? After a lengthy pause, Wang Xiyu slowly articulated her offer. Finally, she spoke. The crowd, which had been breathing rapidly, now found relief. I am willing. They chorused without hesitation. Wang Xiyu concealed a smile, pleased to have achieved her desired effect, and raised 3 fingers. As the crowd looked on in confusion, her voice rang out again. 3 years. You will serve the Wang family for 3 years. After that, those who wish to stay may do so, and those who wish to leave may depart. Wang Xiyu proclaimed assertively. The crowd fell silent, unsure of how to respond. I am willing. I am willing. The first person to step forward inspired others to follow suit. Their desire for a share of wealth stemmed from a need to stave off hunger. In light of this, working for the Wang family promised ample provisions, leading many to agree to join. Wang Xiyu nodded in satisfaction and turned to the still-dazed Wang Hairong. Uncle, please take them to register. Certainly, Wang Hairong replied, casting a thoughtful glance at Wang Xiyu before nodding. Then, addressing the troublemakers, he issued a stern command. You, follow me. As he walked, Wang Hairong reflected on the earlier scene, recognizing Wang Xiyu's adeptness in controlling the atmosphere around her. Such skill and poise surpassed even that of the late patriarch, who had possessed the ability to influence others profoundly. Since the old man's passing, Wang Hairong found himself increasingly unable to comprehend his nephew. Chapter 106. The Wang family's heritage. Early the next morning, Wang Xiyu arrived in the courtyard. 36 individuals stood in perfect formation, their expressions growing more solemn upon her arrival. No one dared to glance away. All eyes were fixed on Wang Xiyu. After pacing a few steps, she came to a halt and called out, Wang Hui, Wang Xiqing, step forward. Upon hearing her command, the two stepped forward amidst their anxious hearts. Do you know why I have summoned you? Wang Xiu suddenly inquired. No, we do not, they replied. Because I intend to reorganize the Wang family guard and embark on a path of strength. You two are the captain and vice-captain of this guard, Wang Xiu declared solemnly. The two men exchanged grateful glances with Wang Xiu, knelt on one knee, and clasped their hands, vowing to follow the young master unwaveringly until death. You may leave now. I will summon you should I require anything, Wang Xiu instructed. Yes. With that, the two retreated. During the last annihilation of the Jiang family, the Wang family's guards suffered heavy casualties, leaving only Wang Hui and Wang Xiqing. The elder pavilion of the Wang family stands apart from the main estate, a sanctuary of utmost secrecy and the residence of several esteemed ancestors. Within this heavily fortified structure, where guards are stationed every 10 steps and patrols every 5, lies the comprehensive collection of the Wang family's martial arts and cultivation secrets, dating back to their inception, including several advanced martial arts tomes. Entry to the Elder Pavilion necessitates a specially crafted spiritual talisman to activate its protective formations. The pavilion boasts an all-encompassing defensive array. Any intruder approaching will be met with destruction. In a small courtyard within the pavilion, several elder statesmen were engaged in a leisurely discussion over tea, seemingly relaxed yet cloaked in an aura of formidable power. Among them sat a young man, beaming with confidence and unperturbed by the venerable presence surrounding him. See you. Will those individuals accept our terms? Inquired the eldest elder of the Wang family, furrowing his brow as he lifted his teacup to savor a sip of exceptional spiritual tea. To any outsider, this tea would be astonishing. It is brewed from the rare leaves of the fragrant mist tree from the Yunluo mountains, combined with various spiritual herbs. When infused with boiling water, it yields a fragrant brew that tantalizes the senses and soothes the spirit, enhancing cognitive function, aiding digestion, and promoting circulation. Most notably, prolonged consumption is said to extend one's lifespan. Even those who have reached the Yuan Dan realm find such exquisite tea irresistible. For until one transcends into the divine transformation realm, life remains finite. Each additional day lived presents a chance to break through that threshold. Thus, within the limits of their existence, cultivators strive to enhance their strength and expedite their ascension, gathering spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits to refine their essence for consumption, thereby replenishing their vitality. This knowledge is essential for all practitioners aspiring to reach the divine transformation realm. However, the recipe for such precious tea remains known only to Wang Xinxiao. Were it widely known, he would not have had the privilege of presenting it to Wang Xiu. Initially, Wang Xiu paid little heed to the tea brewed by the ancestors. Yet, as he raised the cup to his lips and inhaled its fragrant aroma, he realized the profound significance of this exquisite brew, an extraordinary spiritual tea. Upon tasting the tea, Wang Xiu felt a remarkable energy coursing through every pore and cell of his being. It appears to possess the remarkable effect of cleansing one's essence and clarifying the mind. The vexing issues that had troubled me for so long have, at this moment, been resolved thanks to this divine tea. In this world, such exquisite tea truly exists. I am grateful to my ancestors. With that, Wang Xiu finished the remaining tea in her cup in one swift motion. Deep in thought, she harnessed the mysterious power released by the tea to completely resolve the small bottleneck she had encountered. Only then did Wang Xiu gently set down her teacup, scrutinizing her ancestor with utmost seriousness. She then remarked, "Truly, you are a marvel, having mastered the art of brewing such high-quality tea. If this were to spread, I shudder to think how many aged beings on the brink of the grave would revere you as their honored guest, imploring you to brew tea for them daily, to harness the tea's enigmatic power to stave off aging and prolong their lives. I certainly do not have the leisure to serve those old men tea every day." Wang Xinxiao jested. "Ancestor, if you were to serve tea to those venerable relics, you could glean vast and rich insights into their cultivation experiences. If you were to satisfy them with your unique methods, you might even attain their esoteric teachings. This is an opportunity that countless young aspirants yearn for. Yet you seem utterly indifferent," Wang Xiu replied. "Indeed, experience in cultivation is crucial, and the transmission of secret arts is immensely alluring. However, these are ultimately the possessions of others and cannot be wholly adopted. It is the path of self-discovery and cultivation that truly suits oneself, enabling one to advance further than others, Guan Xu asserted. The ancestors' perspective was, indeed, rather unconventional. Guan Xu marveled inwardly, her gaze upon her ancestors seemingly transformed from before. The other elders of the Wang family, upon hearing the elders' insights, nodded in agreement and turned their attention to Wang Xinqiao. Ancestor, might you be inclined to speculate? Do you think they will acquiesce? Wang Xiyu asked with a smile. Ah, young one, quite impressive, jesting with this old man. While I can surmise the general outcome, it is best left for you to articulate. They will surely not refuse. The elder responded with a chuckle, noticing the beaming smile on Wang Xiyu's face. Wang Xiyu returned the smile. Regarding such ancient relics, she felt no trepidation. Despite the vast differences in status and age, once strength is equalized, all disparities vanish. You are correct. There are a total of 34 cultivators, both in the realms of alchemy and martial arts. Among them, all alchemists possess a cultivation level above the third tier of qi refinement, and all martial practitioners are of at least the warrior rank. Together with the two from the Wang family, we have precisely 36 individuals, forming a formidable guard. Wang Xiyu's words elicited smiles from the other elders, as they understood this to signify that the other party had agreed to the terms. This indicated that the Wang family was in the process of re-establishing their guard. Although the Wang family had risen only in recent decades, there exists a closely guarded secret. The Wang family once served as the steward for the 14th prince of the former Shifeng Empire, who was, unbeknownst to many, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. The Jiang and Li families merely served as the prince's shadow guards. The West Wind Empire, as a formidable power on the Tianyuan continent, undoubtedly possesses profound heritage. The Wang family's legacy? Wang Xiyu was taken aback, unaware of such intricacies. Indeed, the West Wind Empire was a mighty dynasty on the Tianyuan continent, but alas, it fell victim to the onslaught of beast tides, suffering unprecedented calamities that left it in ruins. Following the demise of the West Wind Empire, the Blood Shadow sect fled overseas, with the 14th prince vanishing alongside its members. Though the West Wind fell and the sect sought refuge beyond the seas, the Wang family endured, under the protection of the Jiang and Li families. We carried the token of the 14th prince to Shihe town, the ancestral home of our Wang family. Upon discovering our family's secrets, the 4th prince of the Huanyu Empire arrived in Shihe town to finalize a confidential agreement with us. In the grand ceremony of his ascension, the Wang family would wield half the influence in the region. As the elder spoke, pride illuminated his face, but he soon recounted the tragic fate of the Jiang family. The extermination of the Jiang family stemmed from their knowledge of too many secrets. Jiang Shaotian aspired to monopolize power and seize the hidden treasures of Ur, but alas, if the Li family complied and presented the other half of the treasure map, they might temporarily spare their lives. Otherwise, a grim fate awaited them. Wang Xiyu was astonished, realizing the depth of the Wang family's heritage was far more substantial than he had imagined. He had not anticipated that under his master's directive, he had secretly returned to Shihe town to safeguard the confidential letter to the capital, an agreement between the Wang family and the 4th prince. He was also unaware that the Jiang, Wang, and Li families each possessed a portion of the treasure map. Only by uniting the 3 maps, formed as distinct jade tablets, could they unlock the treasure. These tablets served as a key, with an intriguing narrative surrounding them. At that moment, regret washed over Wang Xiyu for revealing his whereabouts at the market. But then he pondered, who could possibly know that he was the secret envoy entrusted with protecting the letter to the capital? Hence, leveraging their heritage, the Wang family began assembling a guard to revive the once mighty shadow guards. Once the opportune moment arose, they would ally with the 4th prince and reclaim the imperial city. With a grand gesture, the elders summoned a gust of air that reduced a granite mortar to dust. Wang Xiyu then comprehended the significance of forming the Wang family's guard and its connection to the shadow guards. This plan was thus set into motion. In the capital of the Huanyu Empire, the extraordinary Wang family, the slightly portly elder remarked, his expression darkening, "This is tantamount to opposing us." Why such anger? The Wang family's agreement merely conferred the rights he sought. Promises, however, are far from reality. I hold a great admiration for the Wang family, which boasts considerable heritage. At this juncture, they could fully support us, warranting some necessary commitments. A middle-aged man chimed in with a smile. Humph. The slightly portly elder appeared quite dissatisfied. insisting that this matter could not simply be overlooked. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he said, "Hee, are you not the one who despises the greedy?" "Of course. How long will it take for the Wang family to dominate other clans in Xia town?" The elder with white hair smiled knowingly. In his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance suddenly emerged, entirely contrary to the demeanor of a kindly elder. He then declared, 3 years, at most 3 years. The Wang family must seize control of Xia town within this time frame, or we shall not require such a worthless lineage. With a smile plastered across his face, the middle-aged man raised a cup of tea to his lips, yet his eyes were rife with murderous intent, as the iron-fisted policies had always been the hallmark of his princely ambition. Chapter 107. Shearing Their Wings, Part 1. On the western hills of Xia town, 34 cultivators had been recruited into the Wang family by Guan Xu, utilizing both persuasion and coercion. Among them were 2 Wang family scions appointed as captain and vice-captain of this newly formed guard. They stood in the training grounds on the western hills. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Wang Family Guard, the 9th Squad, also referred to as the Western Hills Shadow Guard. However, I prefer to call this unit the Wang Family Guard. I hope you will forever remain loyal to the Wang family and never betray our elders. The task of establishing the Wang Family Guard had been entrusted to Guan Xu. The aim of the Wang Family Guard was to strengthen the family. However, relying solely on our current numbers would not suffice to achieve this goal. We must expand our ranks and acquire superior resources. The Tianyuan continent is home to many prodigies, far more gifted than we. If we do not strive to cultivate ourselves, we risk being swept aside by history. Tell me, do you wish to be discarded? Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Very well. Since you do not wish to be eliminated, it is imperative that you each exert your full potential. I require each of you to recruit 2 subordinates within 3 days. This shall be your first task. When you embark on your missions, I will dispatch other shadow guards to assess your performance. Implicit in this is the deployment of skilled individuals to supervise those under evaluation. Should any misconduct be discovered, the punishment will be merciless. In order to expedite the enhancement of your cultivation, those who return here in 3 days will be granted access to a profound-level cultivation technique and a profound-level martial arts manual. These 2 texts are the secret classics of the Western Hills Shadow Guard. You must maintain strict confidentiality. Under no circumstances should they be disseminated without the Wang family's consent, not even to your wives and children. I trust you will take this to heart and devote yourselves to your training. Wang Xiu's impassioned address stirred the crowd, involuntarily revealing a commanding aura of authority. Among the trees, the elders of the Wang family and several members of the Western Hills base secretly observed Wang Xiu's speech. Witnessing her display of such dominance instilled a sense of recognition within them. It was the allure of a resolute man of iron. Hiss! The onlookers in the woods collectively inhaled sharply. This lad is truly a genius. If this model of development continues, within 3 years, the Western Hills Shadow Base will flourish, and the Wang family will rise fiercely. Hee. The 4th Prince has pledged to cultivate a formidable battalion of 1,000 within 3 years. I shall ensure your satisfaction. Both the family head, Wang Herong, and the elder, Wang Xinxiao, felt a surge of overwhelming ambition within their hearts. The Western Hills Shadow Guard is a covert faction of the divine cult. Although the Shifeng Empire has fallen and the divine cult has retreated overseas, the secret base of the Shadow Guard continues to operate. The esteemed elder Wang Xinxiao of the Wang family is indeed one of the overseers of the Shadow Base in Xishan. The Blood Shadow Sect, commonly referred to as the Sect, was once a sensation across the Tianyuan continent over a century ago, and was often dubbed the Blood Demon Sect by the populace. The expansion of the Shadow Guards is not only a strategic initiative of the Xishan Shadow Base, but also a necessity for the Wang family. Serving as part of a pact with the 4th Prince, the Wang family aims to establish a formidable battalion of 1,000 warriors within 3 years. This Shadow Guard represents an augmented faction under the Wang family's absolute dominion. Upon the completion of 3 years, the Wang family promises to forge an elite force known as the Xishan Shadow Elite Team. The secrets of the Xishan Shadow Base remain known only to the core members of the Wang family. As an envoy, Wang Xiu holds the privilege of being informed about all matters concerning the Shadow Base. It was only upon his inaugural visit to the Xishan training camp that he realized the Wang family's control over the clandestine secrets of the Shadow Base. The standard composition of the Shadow Guards consists of 36 members, forming 9 teams totaling 324 individuals. The Shadow Guards serve merely as the combat unit that sustains the operational flow of the Shadow Base, which is further complemented by various factions such as the Blood Shadow Guards and the Poison Shadow Guards. Such a vast organization necessitates substantial expenditures. The assimilation of several factions within Shihe Town serves merely as a training exercise. Future endeavors will include pursuing battles on behalf of the sect to restore its former glory, which constitutes the ultimate ambition of Wang Xinxiao. After enjoying a meal with his father, Yuan Tian, Haochen discreetly departed. What manner of force is the Xishan Shadow? As he walked, Haochen pondered. Upon returning to his lodgings in the inn's courtyard, it was already past noon. After a brief respite, he donned a disguise and changed his attire before setting out once more. Could it be that the Wang family possesses a training base for shadows in Shihe Town Xishan? To bring about the downfall of the Wang family, one must first sever its wings, starting with the shadows. This time, Haochen masqueraded as a woodcutter, carrying a rope and gripping an axe as he ventured toward Xishan. Like others, he walked to Xishan to gather firewood, all the while scanning for anomalies with his keen perception. After an entire afternoon of searching, he finally made a discovery. A faint aura of human cultivators was detected several miles to the southwest, emanating a multitude of true essence energies. He mused inwardly. It seems I must investigate that area. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Haochen methodically collected some dry branches, neatly bundling them and fashioning a sturdy green branch into a yoke before making his way down the mountain. After selling the firewood at the market, he returned to the inn to meditate and replenish his energy. As night fell, Shihe Town Xishan lay shrouded in the chill of the moonlit stars, casting a veil of intrigue over the darkness. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth from the inn's courtyard. Moments later, it ascended into the void and swiftly darted toward Xishan. This was none other than Haochen, who had been investigating the secrets of Xishan that afternoon. With his current strength, he traversed the 100-mile journey in less than half an hour, arriving at the location his perception had pinpointed. The night in Xishan was eerily tranquil. The cicadas had fallen silent, and the occasional hoot of an owl sent shivers down the spine. Dark clouds occasionally obscured the moon, as if preparing to enshroud the entire land in darkness. In the night sky, a beam of light pierced through the dense withered branches and leaves of the trees, casting a silhouette of a figure soaring through the air on a sword. Gradually, the dark clouds began to retreat from the full moon, revealing it bit by bit. The moon was crimson, shimmering with the hue of fresh blood. Harnessing the moonlight, Haochen swiftly made his way to the depths of the western mountain, near the Shadow Training Base. Gazing down at the Shadow Training Base, a look of astonishment spread across Haochen's face. Had he not conducted prior reconnaissance, he would not have noticed the peculiarities of this place. The entire Shadow Base was remarkably concealed. From the outside, one could hardly discern any abnormalities. The architecture here was entirely integrated with the surrounding environment. Even if someone were to pass by, detecting anything unusual would prove to be quite challenging. However, it was evident that nothing would escape detection now. Haochen's spiritual awareness, comparable to the realm of Yuan Dan, had already enveloped the valley. He soon detected several auras, cautiously hidden and vigilant around him. Clearly the shadow members responsible for guarding the area. Though their methods of concealment were highly sophisticated, under the scrutiny of Haochen's spiritual perception, everything was laid bare before him. From this moment forth, the shadow base in the western mountain would cease to exist. Haochen vowed to himself. He proceeded with utmost caution, stealthily navigating the valley's dense forest. Perched atop a towering tree, a shadowy figure clad in black lay in wait on a branch, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings with unwavering focus, demonstrating his diligence. Yet, in the next moment, the figure in black was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared right before him. With a swift motion, the assailant brandished a black demonic blade, pressing it against the black-clad man's neck. The life force drained from the man, yet his body remained frozen in position. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished, only to reappear in another concealed corner. Employing the same method, he swiftly dispatched another individual. This was Haochen, who, to avoid drawing attention to his spiritual presence, resorted to assassination techniques, eliminating them instantaneously. In mere moments, all the lookout posts outside the shadow base had been thoroughly eradicated without arousing any suspicion. Subsequently, Haochen's figure flickered once more as he stealthily approached the interior of the shadow base. Chapter 108. Cutting Their Wings, Part 2. In a spacious secret chamber within the shadow base of Shihe Town's western mountain, Guan Xu seethed with rage, his dark eyes flashing with fury. The detestable Yuan family and the accursed Chen Hao. Gone was the demeanor of a learned strategist he had displayed during the day. Now, he was consumed by anger. He had initially believed that the Yuan family's maid, Xiangling, would be easily within his grasp, only to be thwarted by an unexpected intruder, causing all his plans to crumble into nothingness. Not only did he fail to capture Xiangling, but he also lost face in the process. Under the intimidation of the city guard, he had no choice but to return to the Wang family in disgrace. There was no way he could tolerate that Chen Hao. He would ensure that the boy was brought forth tomorrow for a thorough torment. The commotion caused by this young man has completely obliterated any chance of approaching Yuan Wenwan. It is easy to imagine the seething anger within Wang Xiu. How infuriating. To make matters worse, Chen Hao has been invited into the Yuan residence as a guest. Had I known, I should have dealt with him at the inn that very night. Beside him stand two men clad in black. One of them, observing Wang Xiu's fierce demeanor, coldly remarks, "If Haochen were here, he would recognize these two individuals at a glance. Having encountered them in the market, he knows they are Wang Xiu's attendants and the newly appointed captain of the Wang family's guard. The slightly plump man in black is his cousin Wang Xiqing, while the leaner figure is the younger Wang Hui. However, Wang Xiu now exudes a terrifying aura, a stark contrast to his demeanor earlier that day. He radiates a violent, bloodthirsty energy, with his eyes glowing crimson, his cultivation level having astonishingly reached the 11th tier of qi refining. Just days prior, he was at the 10th tier. Wang Xinxiao's words have profoundly impacted him. While the experience of cultivation is indeed invaluable and the allure of secret techniques undeniable, they ultimately belong to others and cannot be replicated in their entirety. It is the path of self-discovery that truly suits him, enabling him to surpass others. On the evening prior, a letter arrived from the capital, urging the Wang family to expedite the signing of the agreement and ensure the dispatch of the confidential missive to the capital. After returning from the illusory moon sect, Wang Xiu had already conveyed his intentions to Wang Xinxiao and presented the tokens for verification. The fourth prince, a disciple of Wang Xiu's master, entrusted this mission to his master and arranged for personnel to be dispatched to Shihe Town. Wang Xiu's master intended for him to assist the Wang family in expanding their influence during this period, subsequently sending him back to the family. Upon receiving the fourth prince's letter, the elder Wang Xinxiao handed the confidential missive to Wang Xiu that very night. For safety reasons, he did not allow Wang Xiu to leave the shadow base, planning instead to deploy several shadow guards to accompany him to the capital the following morning. Upon arriving at the base, Wang Xiu recalled the events in the market, and in his fury, he felt his cultivation was insufficient. Otherwise, he would not have retreated under the pressure of the city guards. Strength. Remarkably, he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation amidst the twilight of night, partly thanks to the elder's words, and partly due to the frustration he had nowhere to vent. By sheer coincidence, he managed to break through the long-stagnated barrier, reaching the 11th tier of qi refining in one fell swoop. With this newfound power, Wang Xiu's spirit soared. Humph, the Yuan family? Chen Hao, Yuan Wenwan. Let you bask in your triumph for a while longer. When I return from the capital, I shall ensure the Yuan family pays dearly for their arrogance. Yuan Wenwan will bow before me, and Chen Hao, I will make you a blood sacrifice to refine your soul. Wang Xiu coldly declared. Indeed, if the plans for the confidential agreement are successfully executed during this journey to the capital, the Wang family will rise with formidable strength. By then, not only the Yuan family, but even the Zhu and Qi families shall not easily escape our grasp. They will be compelled to obediently heed the Wang family's call. Wang Xiqing, his expression brimming with pride, inquired, "How are the arrangements for our entry into the capital coming along? Is everything prepared?" Suddenly, Wang Xiu's gaze fell upon Wang Xiqing beside her. "Rest assured, second brother, everything is prepared meticulously. There will be no mistakes. Third uncle is personally overseeing it." Wang Xiqing declared, "Indeed, I hope this expedition goes smoothly. When I return from the capital, it will herald the rise of the Wang family." A profound confidence illuminated Wang Xiu's face as she spoke coldly. "Once we deal with that Chen fellow, Yuan Wenwan and Xiangling will surely pay a heavy price. We shall strip them of their powers and send them to Hoyola. With their notoriety, they will undoubtedly become the star attractions there, drawing countless admirers. Ha ha ha." Wang Hui chimed in, his expression contorted. Is that so? You may find you have no opportunity. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air, reaching the ears of the three. Simultaneously, they felt a terrifying aura locking onto them, an overwhelming killing intent pervading the conference hall. Who goes there? The sudden voice caused their expressions to shift dramatically, shock flashing in their eyes. They were acutely aware that this location was the secret stronghold of the Shadow Base. Heavily guarded by numerous sentinels, impenetrable even to skilled martial artists or cultivators. What? Chenhao. It can't be. How could you be here? As they laid eyes on the newcomer, disbelief painted their faces, astonishment etched in their expressions. They had never imagined that Chenhao would appear in this place, let alone infiltrate the Shadow Base as a mere warrior. Nothing is impossible, Haochen replied coldly, his gaze brimming with lethal intent, clearly incensed by their previous remarks. I can't believe you found this place. What do you want, Chenhao? Wang Xiu quickly regained her composure, her eyes flickering with determination as she addressed Haochen. Enough of this futile effort. There's no need to waste time. Rest assured, no one will come here, and no one will know what occurs. Upon seeing Wang Xiu's demeanor, a smirk of derision crossed Haochen's face, fully aware of her intentions. Chenhao. After hearing Haochen's words, Wang Xiu's expression darkened considerably. What do you intend to do? Chenhao? Wang Xiqing asked in a deep voice. What do you think? The moment you plotted against Yuan Wanwan and Xiangling, your fate was sealed. Haochen replied coldly, casting a glance at Wang Xiqing. Damn you, Chenhao. I will fight you. Wang Xiqing roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged at Haochen. Foolish arrogance. If that is the case, I shall send you on your way. Upon encountering Wang Xiqing, a look of disdain instantly crossed Haochen's face. With Wang Xiqing's strength at the 6th layer of qi refining, any notion of harming Haochen was nothing short of a delusion. In the next moment, Haochen slightly lifted his right sleeve, and a streak of radiant light shot forth in an instant. Wang Xiqing's head exploded like a dark blooming blood lotus around a sinister, ebony blade of demonic energy, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Cursed Chenhao, just wait. For one day, I shall make you pay dearly. Witnessing Wang Xiqing's tragic fate, Wang Hui had no intention of confronting Haochen. He understood that now was not the time for conflict. Accompanying the young master to the capital was of utmost importance, and everything here was to be left to third master Wang Haiping. Wang Hui swiftly darted toward a corner of the wall, calling out to Wang Xiu, and forcefully struck a protrusion, revealing a hidden passage. Thinking of fleeing? What a grand jest. You shall stay? Before Wang Hui could step into the secret passage, a mocking expression emerged on Haochen's face. With a subtle movement of his fingertips, a streak of azure light shot forth, piercing through Wang Hui's chest, causing his body to collapse onto the ground. At that moment, Wang Hui recalled their first encounter in the marketplace, when Haochen was merely a novice warrior, unable to withstand even a single blow from the young master. Just a few days had passed, and how had he suddenly grown so formidable? He died without ever comprehending the transformation. Chapter 109, Shearing Their Wings, Part 3, Chenhao. Upon seeing Haochen effortlessly dispatch both Wang Xiqing and Wang Hui, panic flickered across Wang Xiu's face. Although she had previously clashed with Chenhao in the marketplace, she had not anticipated his feigned weakness, concealing his true prowess as an initial warrior. Now, witnessing Haochen exude the aura of a perfected qi refiner left her utterly astounded. An uncontrollable fear surged from within her, and her gaze towards Haochen was filled with terror. Wang Xiu, we meet again. Haochen's eyes glinted coldly as he regarded Wang Xiu, his voice icy. Despite her trepidation, Wang Xiu was not intimidated by Haochen's cultivation. She remained focused, her gaze locked onto him, her toes slightly bent like a predator poised to pounce. Beneath her slightly trembling muscles lay explosive power, and in her hand, she grasped a spirit sword. Observing Wang Xiu's cautious demeanor, akin to facing a formidable foe, Haochen merely smiled coldly. At that moment, her aura rapidly ascended to the 11th layer of qi refining, and her figure abruptly vanished. As Haochen squinted at her sudden disappearance, a cold smirk crossed his lips. He swung his hand, and the azure soul dagger sliced through the air with a sharp, terrifying gust, striking at a certain space behind him. Bang! Wang Xiu's sword, imbued with fierce force, collided mercilessly with Haochen's azure soul dagger. The two figures collided in the void, producing a deep, resonating sound wave that rippled outward, sending tremors through the surrounding space. With a slight shudder of his shoulder, Haochen dissipated the force entirely. Wang Xiyu, however, tumbled through the air for several paces before regaining her form. Your speed is indeed impressive, but it holds no significance against me, Haochen remarked, observing Wang Xiyu's pale complexion resulting from the impact. Is that so? Wang Xiyu replied, casting a fleeting glance at Haochen. After a brief moment of contemplation, she swiftly consumed a pill, simultaneously emitting a low, humming sound. Before Haochen could respond, she vanished mysteriously, only to reappear directly above him. With her hands gripping the spirit sword tightly, she issued a fierce battle cry, striking down with the force of a mountain, aiming directly at Haochen's head. Wang Xiyu's assault was devoid of any ostentation. The momentum of her sword created a vacuum within a radius of several paces. Your swordplay is commendable, yet it remains insufficient. Before her words could dissipate, Haochen retaliated with a formidable blow, launching a demon-exploding fist towards the void above him. As the fist struck, a concave arc materialized in the air. The swift force accompanied by a piercing sound erupted as it collided with Wang Xiyu's sword. The impact resonated with a thunderous bang, the sword halting just 3 feet from Haochen's head, sending vibrations through Wang Xiyu's body. Had she not attained the 11th level of qi refinement, this singular strike might have caused her to lose grip of her spirit sword. With a tremor, she dispelled the force transmitted through the sword and did not retreat an inch. Instead, she advanced, closing the distance to Haochen. Gathering her strength, her right hand clenched tightly, her arm vibrating with an enigmatic energy, as a powerful surge of elemental force coalesced into a fist shadow, aimed directly at Haochen's chest. Furious Tiger Fist. Wang Xiyu's deep voice resonated as the wind generated by her fist surged dramatically. Even though Haochen had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, he raised an eyebrow at the terrifying force she wielded. Although Wang Xiyu's transitions in attack were rapid, Haochen, as a formidable expert, was not to be trifled with. His dantian stirred, and true essence surged forth. In the blink of an eye, he manifested a protective armor of true essence around his body. Wang Xiyu's fist struck solidly against the armor he conjured. Since you have attained such a level, allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a formidable warrior. Having experienced the might of Wang Xiyu's furious tiger fist, Haochen recalled her arrogant demeanor in the marketplace. Chen Hao, I beg you, do not kill me. Spare me, and I swear I will never trouble the Yuan family again. As long as you let me live, I will serve you without complaint. Before Haochen could launch a counterattack, Wang Xiyu knelt in the dust, her resolve crumbling under the threat of death. Spare you? Did you ever consider sparing Xiangling? Upon witnessing Wang Xiyu's plea, a profound disdain and contempt appeared on Haochen's face. This is none of my concern. It was all their doing. Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, Wang Xiyu's face turned pale with panic as she pointed at the deceased duo. Chen Hao, I beg you, do not kill me, just let me go? As Hao Yin remained unyielding, a flicker of madness briefly crossed Wang Xiyu's eyes. She then knelt, crawling towards Hao Yin, her expression increasingly terrified. It is time for you to descend into hell and repent. Your time has come. Observing Wang Xiyu's demeanor, Hao Yin's face twisted into a more mocking expression as a surge of true essence manifested at his fingertips. Damn you. Chen Hao, let us perish together. Witnessing Hao Yin's movement, Wang Xiyu suddenly sprang up from the ground. A dark light flickered in her hand as a black sphere shot forth from her grasp. Boom. In an instant, the sound of the explosion reverberated beside Hao Yin. Concurrently, Wang Xiyu's anguished screams pierced through the cacophony of the blast, and after her harrowing cries, her body lay in tatters. With a swift motion, Hao Yin's consciousness had already locked onto Wang Xiyu's minor actions, and he had discerned her intentions. The moment the black sphere emerged, he concluded it to be a thunderbolt bomb, and he swiftly retreated into a hidden passage. Simultaneously, Hao Yin's true essence transformed into a hand, deftly swatting aside the incoming sphere, thus nullifying the force of the explosion. As the noise subsided and Hao Yin emerged from the shadows, he was taken aback by the devastation left in the wake of the explosion. What a terrifying corrosive substance! What a wicked aura! What on earth is this? Upon witnessing the spreading black mist within the secret chamber, Hao Yin's face reflected astonishment. In truth, the black sphere was a blood toxin bomb developed by a secret base in Xishan. Wang Xiyu had not anticipated that. Although it lacked the explosive power of a thunderbolt bomb, it possessed an exceptionally potent corrosive effect. Furthermore, this device was only effective in expansive areas. Guan Xu intended to hurl it far from herself at her adversary, seizing the opportunity to flee. In her haste, she miscalculated, not foreseeing that her projectile could be swatted back by her foe. In attempting to take another's life, she unwittingly sealed her own fate, wherever the black mist spread. Save for a lone storage bag in the corner that remained intact, everything else was utterly corroded, presenting a nightmarish sight. Nevertheless, Haochen did not linger. The azure flames of his elixir surged forth, enveloping the surrounding black mist. The dark haze, upon encountering the elixir flames, began to emit plumes of black smoke. Accompanied by a series of hissing sounds, a noxious odor gradually dissipated. The Wang family's prodigy, Guan Xu, had now departed from this world. Chapter 110. Farewell to the blood pool. After stowing away Guan Xiu's storage bag without a second glance, Haochen carelessly tossed it into the jade pendant space. Gazing at the hidden passage in the corner, a flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. He had clearly not anticipated that this place would harbor a secret passage. Haochen utilized his divine sense to probe the surroundings, and upon sensing no immediate danger, he ventured deeper into the secret passage. This passage extended underground, fraught with innumerable mechanisms and traps. Were it not for Haochen's formidable divine sense, he was certain that even a master of the Yuan Dan realm would find no hope of survival upon entering this place. Along his journey, Haochen encountered several patrolling guards within the passage, each bearing an expression of heightened vigilance. These individuals appeared to be safeguarding something of great importance, yet they had undeniably become mere specters under Haochen's command. A faint scent of blood permeated the air as he proceeded, reminiscent of the aroma from the blood pool of the Tuam Mountain's secret realm. Upon detecting this sanguine odor, Haochen cautiously continued his descent into the passage. Suddenly, he raised his gaze to reveal a grand hall before him. In the center of the hall was a blood pool akin to that of the Tuam Mountain, exuding an overpowering stench of blood. Surrounding the blood pool lay the lifeless bodies of countless young boys. Above the pool hovered an array of eerie runes, from which ethereal beams of light emanated, suggesting the presence of a formation. Within the blood pool, dozens of individuals with unsettling auras were submerged, each radiating an extraordinarily malevolent essence. Haochen sensed that these beings exuded the breath of the living dead. At the side of the blood pool, upon a stone platform, sat a figure clad in a black robe, meditating with an expression of eager anticipation, fixated on several individuals within the pool. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, an inferno of rage ignited within Haochen. A terrifying killing intent surged uncontrollably from his being. It was evident to him that this place was unequivocally one of utter malevolence. The blood within the pool was composed entirely of the lifeblood of living boys. The sheer volume of blood required to fill such a vast pool was unimaginable, necessitating the sacrifice of countless vibrant lives. The actions of the Wang family had undeniably provoked Haochen's wrath to its zenith. The Wang family, the Shadow Guard. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The Shadow Guard's inhumanity warrants the Wang family's demise. At this moment, Haochen's resolve to eradicate the Wang family and extinguish the malevolent cult was further solidified. Who are you? At that moment, the figure in the black robe abruptly rose, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. A chilling aura emanated from him as he fixed his gaze directly upon Haochen's hiding place. Realizing he could no longer conceal himself, Haochen emerged from his concealment, advancing step by step towards the figure in black. Who are you? How did you come to be here? The black-robed figure inquired sharply upon seeing Haochen, his face betraying an expression of profound shock, soon followed by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. You seek my life. Haochen recognized the aura emanating from the black-robed figure. It was the same mysterious individual he had encountered in the blood pool of the secret realm. On that occasion, the figure cloaked in black leapt into the blood pool, emerging unscathed and seizing the precious blood lotus nurtured within. Thus, it became evident that life is filled with unexpected encounters. A cold, piercing gaze flickered in Haochen's eyes as he discerned that the black-clad figure possessed the initial strength of a grand martial master, rivaling even the esteemed elder of the Wang family, undoubtedly the most formidable among the Shadow Guards. Yet, such prowess was evidently insufficient in the face of Haochen's capabilities. In an instant, Haochen's figure shimmered as he approached the black-robed individual and unleashed the demon-exploding fist, striking towards him with ferocity. What? This is bad. The black-robed man's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. As the leader of the Shadow Guards, a remarkably powerful assassin, his instincts for danger were exceptionally acute. In a swift, uncanny movement, he evaded the critical blow, Haochen's attack landing squarely on his shoulder instead. Crack! With a dull thud, the black-robed figure was sent hurtling backward. Accompanied by the sharp sound of cracking bones, his left arm fell limply, clearly rendered useless. How is this possible? You are Haochen? The black-robed man's face betrayed a profound shock, as if recalling something significant. Your words are excessive. Haochen replied coldly upon hearing the black-robed man's remarks. With a flicker of movement, he surged towards the black figure once more. You scoundrel! Realizing Haochen was a cultivator, the black-robed man's face contorted with rage and trepidation. He was acutely aware of the terror that cultivators embodied. Given his current strength, he stood no chance against Haochen. Damned! In a moment of desperation, the black-robed man darted towards the blood pool, a frenzied expression taking hold of him. Bang! Haochen's strike collided with the peculiar blood-red runes hovering above the blood pool. The crimson symbols flared with intense brilliance, as though on the verge of collapse. Surprised to find that the blood-red runes could withstand his blow, Haochen's expression reflected astonishment. However, he swiftly regained his composure, summoning the Fei Huang's sword with a mere thought. Shatter! The Fei Huang's sword radiated with luminous splendor, a golden sword silhouette descending from the heavens, crashing down upon the blood-red runes. Boom! Crack! The blood-red runes trembled briefly before collapsing with a thunderous roar, dissipating into countless specks of light in the void. With the destruction of the blood-red runes, Haochen's consciousness fixated once more on the black-robed man. Yet, at that moment, the black-robed man exhibited no hint of panic. Instead, he wore an expression of pity and mockery. Observing the black-robed man's demeanor, Haochen's brow furrowed. Suddenly, a resounding voice emerged from the blood pool, followed by the emergence of dozens of illusory blood dragons soaring forth. The blood dragons, exuding a terrifying aura of corrosion, surged towards Haochen. Simultaneously, the phantoms of the blood dragons encircled him completely. A blood dragon, its eyes aglow with crimson light, fixated intently upon Haochen, exuding a palpable thirst for blood as it encircled him like prey. In the terrifying battle at the blood pool within the hidden realm of the mountain, Haochen had already grasped the dreadfulness of the blood pool. At this moment, he dared not be careless. With a focused thought, he summoned his true essence to envelop his body. He understood that utilizing the armor of true essence was currently the sole means of defending against the blood dragon's assault. Chapter 111, Blood Demonum? This aura? Upon sensing a familiar essence emanating from the blood dragons, Haochen's brow furrowed deeply. Heaven has a path, yet you do not tread it. Hell has no door, yet you enter. Young one, this shall be the day of your demise. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the blood god. An elderly man clad in a black robe, upon seeing Haochen, displayed a fleeting expression of surprise as he spoke. Blood god. At the utterance of the black-robed elder's words, Haochen's frown deepened. Although these blood dragons appeared alive, they were shrouded in an aura of terrifying death. Young one, perish. At that moment, the black-robed elder unleashed a blood-red rune, hurtling towards Haochen with ferocity. The blood dragons surged forth in tandem with the rune, racing towards him with dreadful might, crashing heavily against his form. Bang! Observing this, Haochen did not hesitate. He swung his fist with vigor, directly confronting the blood dragon that followed the rune. He deduced correctly. Among the myriad of phantasmal blood dragons, only one was the corporeal manifestation born of the blood pool, while the others were mere illusions. As the corporeal blood dragon was struck down into the blood pool by Haochen's fist, the remaining ethereal dragons dissipated. In the next moment, Haochen felt an overwhelming force coursing through his arm, compelling his body to stagger back 2 steps as a horrific, corrosive essence surged into him. Humph! Upon sensing this aura, Haochen let out a cold snort. Simultaneously, the flames of his inner elixir erupted, consuming this malevolent power. Wang Xinjua, it is you. As he discerned the figure before him, Haochen's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face. The individual before him was none other than Wang Xinjua, the second elder of the Wang family. Haochen recalled vividly that during his previous reconnaissance of the Wang family, Wang Xinjua had been incapacitated by Zhang Jia's thunderous strike. After recovering from his injuries, Wang Xinjua's cultivation had inexplicably regressed to the initial stage of a martial artist. In pursuit of swiftly regaining his former prowess, he resolutely abandoned martial cultivation techniques, opting instead to practice the blood demon technique, blood shadow divine skill. This technique harnessed the essence of blood to awaken the body's and consciousness's latent potential, facilitating rapid advancement in cultivation. After only a few days of practicing the blood demon technique, Guan Xu's cultivation had ascended from the initial stage of a martial artist to the later stage, mere steps away from reaching the grand martial artist tier, with the potential for further enhancement. Yet, his current appearance was far from commendable. He resembled neither man nor ghost. His body swathed in blood-red bandages like a mummy. "Kakik, you insolent brat, today you shall witness my prowess. Die." Upon witnessing Haochen's reaction, Guan Xu's expression turned increasingly ferocious. His figure abruptly swayed, rushing towards Haochen with alarming speed. "Humph, utterly oblivious to your fate." Soon, Haochen regained his composure, letting out a cold snort before speaking. In the next moment, the Fei Huang sword in his hand rose, a plume of Dan flame bursting forth, emanating a terrifying aura. "Break!" The Fei Huang sword transformed into a torrent of Dan flame, swiftly meeting Guan Xu's assault. A deafening explosion ensued, followed by a piercing scream as Guan Xu was sent flying. Haochen observed him with amusement. In this moment, Guan Xu appeared as if he had renounced his vows. "Damn it, everyone, attack together." Sensing the chilling and oppressive energy radiating from Haochen, Guan Xu gestured to those around him. "Kill." At his command, a wave of murderous intent surged forth from his companions, their figures morphing into streaks of crimson light as they darted towards Haochen, their strikes becoming increasingly fierce. "Humph, a bunch of wicked miscreants, truly unaware of their impending doom." Upon witnessing their onslaught, a look of disdain crossed Haochen's visage. Although he was indeed surprised by their presence, it was evident that these individuals posed no genuine threat to him. While others might struggle against an average martial artist, facing Guan Xu and these blood demons could spell disaster. Yet, for Haochen, they were hardly a concern. Haochen was adept in both martial and mystical arts, having mastered the Liu sword technique and the Fei Huang sword technique. His storage bag contained formidable items like thunder bombs and skyburst thunder, along with techniques such as the Qinghun dagger, Demon Soul Blade, and Demon Explosive Fist. He was not foolish. Thunder bombs were specifically designed to deal with blood demons. Calculating his retreat path, he noted it was merely 3 zhong away. He then activated a 3-layered King Kong shield talisman for protection. In a flash, he hurled a thunder bomb while simultaneously darting into the passage. The thunder bomb had a coverage area of 50 zhong, a devastating weapon capable of wiping out groups. Failing to evade would result in harm to both enemies and allies alike. A resounding explosion echoed, unleashing a wave of destruction that surged towards the blood demons. Screams erupted as corpses fell, their forms grotesquely charred and disfigured, some reduced to mere limbs and severed parts. As the smoke cleared, fewer than 10 blood demons remained standing, each in a state of utter disarray, their tattered crimson rags revealing their scarred bodies. They resembled toads, emanating a horrifying stench. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, both Guan Xu and the cloaked figure displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Clearly, Haocen's abilities surpassed their expectations. They had been cultivating using the secret techniques of the ancient corpse refining sect, which were obtained from the mysterious region of Tuan Mountain. Under normal circumstances, these blood demons possessed the strength to contend even against 2 formidable grand martial artists. With the formidable presence of Guan Xu, they believed that such overwhelming power would make defeating Haochen a trivial matter. However, with a single thunderous strike, they suffered considerable losses, leaving the remaining blood demons with a significantly weakened aura, their strength reduced to nearly nothing. Such a stark contrast was undoubtedly difficult for them to accept. Haocen's methods had evidently far exceeded their expectations. How could this be? How is it possible? The figure in the black robe was now etched with a look of terror. Upon retreating into the passage, Haochen swiftly employed a spiritual talisman to erect a barrier, ensuring that even those with grand martial artist prowess could not breach it. The obstacle he had established was designed to eliminate all potential threats in a decisive manner. Fearing a lack of control, he waved his hand to create another barrier formed from true essence before stepping out of the passage. A group of insignificant wretches. By this time next year, you shall commemorate your demise. Upon seeing a few of them, Haochen coldly remarked, his face displaying a look of disdain. Simultaneously, He exuded an overwhelming pressure, emanating from his perfected qi refinement, which only heightened Wang Xinju's trepidation. Damn it, you little brat, just wait. One day, you shall experience the terrifying aura of Haochen, Wang Xinju coldly proclaimed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting towards the entrance of the passage, clearly intent on fleeing. Chapter 112. A Massacre Unleashed, Part 1. Wang Xinju was acutely aware that, given Haochen's demonstrated might, he was no match for him. The other blood demons, witnessing this, also fled in haste. The figure in the black robe, seeing the unfolding scene, pushed his speed to the limit, frantically darting towards the passage. Thinking of escaping? It is too late. Leave them all behind. Haochen scoffed coldly. With a swift movement, he pursued them, employing the stunning phoenix step. The flying radiance sword unleashed a myriad of feathered blades that rained down upon the remaining blood demons. Bang! Under Haochen's terrifying assault, the blood demons were rendered utterly defenseless. They were instantaneously transformed into bursts of crimson blossoms, their bodies exploding in a gruesome spectacle. Only Wang Xinju and the black-robed figure remained. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Wang Xinju cursed vehemently. Die! Haochen's lips curled into a cold smile. The flying radiance sword surged forth, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed directly at Wang Xinju. This is bad. Upon sensing the terror of the impending attack, Wang Xinju's expression changed drastically. Should he be struck by this sword energy, despite his altered physique, he would undoubtedly escape unscathed. However, he would certainly not evade the consequences. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wang Xinju suddenly twisted his head, casting a sharp gaze towards the rushing figure clad in black robes beside him. His eyes flashed with a cold, fierce glint. With a swift motion, he reached out and seized the black-robed man's body before he could react. Then, with a powerful tug, he hurled the figure backwards. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune for the black-robed man, had he not been previously grievously injured. Wang Xinju would never have been able to use him as a shield. No. As the black-robed man regained his composure, his expression transformed drastically, filled with terror and rage. Clearly, he had never anticipated such a turn of events. With a sudden, piercing pain in his chest, the black-robed man felt a chilling sensation wash over him. And in an instant, he lost consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xinju swiftly distanced himself from Haochen. You little brat, I will not let you escape. Just wait for me. Wang Xinju's voice echoed in Haochen's ears. Blood escape. In the next moment, intricate hand seals formed in Wang Xinju's hands. He coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, and his entire being transformed into a stream of crimson light, his speed multiplying several-fold as he darted towards the distant passageway. What? Blood escape? Damn it. Leave me some. Haochen's consciousness immediately locked onto Wang Xinju. However, upon witnessing Wang Xinju fleeing towards the passage, Haochen couldn't help but smirk. Thinking of Wang Xinju's words, heaven has a path, yet you do not tread it. Hell has no door, yet you enter. Accompanied by an incredibly anguished scream. The fleeing figure of Wang Xinju was suddenly repelled back into the blood pool of the hall. Moments later, a skeleton emerged, clearly a soul lost to the blood pool. Haochen sighed in relief upon seeing this. Yet, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. It was crucial to note that Wang Xinju was now a late-stage martial master, equivalent to a formidable cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. Defeating him would be a daunting drain on Haochen's resources. Fortunately, Haochen's consciousness rivaled that of the Yuandan realm, and he had left contingencies in the passage. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to contain the threat, which could have resulted in a calamity. Haochen discerned that during their fierce battle, Wang Xinju's body had not fully undergone the transformative restoration. Should he succeed in passing through the blood pool, his strength would undoubtedly surpass his current state, posing an unimaginable threat to countless lives should he escape. At this moment, Haochen felt an immense sense of relief, silently acknowledging the fortuitous nature of his arrival here. Had the shadow base continued its unchecked expansion, the consequences would have been utterly catastrophic, potentially positioning it as the foremost power in the entire moonlit empire. Reflecting on this, Haochen scanned his surroundings and found no further signs of suspicion. He then gathered the scattered storage bags from the ground, tossing them into his jade pendant space. Subsequently, he unleashed a magic explosion punch, infused with the flames of alchemy, striking powerfully into the blood pool. After obliterating the blood pool, Haochen swiftly departed from the location, initiating a thorough extermination of the entire shadow base. Previously, Haochen had infiltrated the shadow base, silently eliminating the watchful sentinels before penetrating its depths. Upon investigation, he detected a familiar aura within his consciousness, compelling him to hasten towards the secret chamber where Guan Xu was concealed. It was anticipated that Guan Xu, sheltered within the secret chamber, would have an escape route through a hidden passage. To his astonishment, not only had Guan Xu lost her life, but she also unwittingly revealed the shadow base's most significant secret to Haochen. The battle within the subterranean blood pool had minimal impact on those residing above ground, as the blood pool was both shielded by barriers and fortified with intricate formations. The detonation of the thunderous bombs caused a slight tremor on the surface but failed to alert the shadow guards. Upon emerging from the underground passage, Haochen found the shadow base still shrouded in silence, and he swiftly vanished into the darkness. His intention was not to escape, but to stealthily approach a nearby grand hall, where he discerned two shadow guards engaged in hushed conversation. Employing his agile movements, Haochen glided forward with astonishing speed and grace. The essence of true energy coalesced with each step, and with the application of a breath-concealing technique, he maintained a delicate equilibrium. Unbeknownst to the two shadow guards, Haochen silently materialized within mere feet of their position. At that moment, in the depths of darkness, his eyes widened, emanating a terrifying radiance akin to a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey. With swift precision, the demon soul blade and the azure soul dagger struck like two bloodthirsty serpents. The two shadow guards, caught off guard, had no time to react, as they were instantly met with the relentless assault of Haochen's weapons, which circled their necks. The two late-stage, chi-refining shadow guards, unprepared for such a fierce ambush, were utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Only those who had reached the foundation establishment realm, with true energy enveloping their bodies, might have had a chance to evade the imminent fate of death. After dispatching the two shadow guards, the fleeting shadows of the dark blades returned to Haochen's grasp. This was precisely the outcome he sought, as he aimed to eliminate all shadow guards silently and without a trace. He understood that only through such stealth could he maximize his advantage, should he be discovered by the personnel of the shadow base. They would swarm him like wolves overwhelming a lone tiger. An hour later, when the peripheral forces of shadow guards had been nearly eradicated, Haochen was still detected by the shadow base. Chapter 113, A Bloodbath Unleashed, Part 2, An Enemy Attack. Intruders have breached the premises. At this moment, the startled shadow guards emerged from various locations within the base in a frenzy. Among them was the commanding leader, the very same individual cloaked in black whom Haochen had encountered while stealthily investigating the Wang family. As the black-clad leader burst forth from the grand hall and beheld the corpses of the shadow guards strewn across the ground, he was momentarily paralyzed in shock. Haochen paid no mind to these inconsequential shadow guards. Instead, seizing the opportunity presented by their astonishment, he took flight from the scene. Of course, he intended to ambush these individuals, casting several pitch-black, spherical thunderous bombs into their midst. The sudden explosion wreaked havoc, decimating a significant portion of the frenzied shadow guards rushing forward. Haochen exhaled a searing breath of impure energy, the essence within him boiling and radiating heat that nearly scorched his garments. The technique of the Canli Sanxian Ju activated autonomously, as countless streams of pure energy surged from various acupoints and meridians, continuously flowing into his dantian. With each breath, he consumed a substantial amount of pure energy, causing his dantian to swell dramatically in size, its hue becoming increasingly vibrant. With unwavering focus, Haochen successfully surmounted a long-standing cultivation bottleneck, advancing the cultivation of Canli Sanxian Ju to its second tier. In truth, Haochen had possessed the conditions for a breakthrough for some time. However, he lacked a slight refinement in his mental state. Although he had taken the final step, he had yet to enter the foundation establishment stage, instead reaching the 13th layer of chi refinement. At this moment, Haochen felt both elated and disheartened. Why had he only attained the 13th layer of chi refinement instead of progressing to the foundation establishment realm? Was it truly as described in the Xiuxian world, that a body of the 5 elements finds it difficult to surpass the chi refinement stage? Must one reach the pinnacle of chi refinement, the 16th layer, to break through to the foundation establishment realm? Kill. Just as this thought fleetingly crossed his mind, it was abruptly interrupted by a commanding shout. Suddenly, The leader of the shadow base charged forward, wielding a great sword and striking down at Haochen with fierce intent. His dark visage twisted in a snarl. Just in time, Haochen sidestepped to the left, evading the powerful blow. He closed the distance, executing the demon explosion fist aimed at the leader's chest. Having just entered the 13th layer of chi refinement, his pure energy had doubled, and this punch unleashed a howling gust, dispersing the fiery essence that rendered the surrounding air scorching. The leader of the shadow base, recognizing the formidable force, hastily raised his sword to block. Bang! Haochen's punch connected solidly with the sword's blade. Even before his recent enhancement, Haochen's strength had far exceeded that of this early Foundation establishment leader, let alone now with his remarkable increase in power. The punch landed, bending the broadsword and rebounding violently against the leader's chest, the ferocious force penetrating deep and shattering the leader's strength like a bamboo stalk. Ugh! The leader of the shadow base staggered back 3 steps, blood pouring from his mouth, while the sword he clutched bore numerous fine cracks. The might of a single punch was indeed formidable. Yet, Haochen did not relent. He stepped forward and launched another demon explosion fist. This second strike was even more ferocious and swift, leaving the injured leader no time to defend as it struck him squarely in the chest. The leader's sternum shattered, and he was sent flying back 3 to 4 zhang, spewing not only blood but also ruptured internal organs. Crack! The nefarious leader of the shadow base crashed heavily to the ground, his limbs twitching briefly before falling still. It was over, utterly finished. The once mighty members of the shadow base, witnessing their leader sprawled on the ground like a broken doll, felt their courageous spirit evaporate in an instant. Run, everyone, flee! A voice suddenly pierced the air, triggering a frantic escape among the remaining 100 or so shadow guards. In their panic, some even discarded their precious artifacts, fleeing in utter disarray. However, Haochen did not hasten to pursue these deranged shadow guards. Instead, he approached the leader of the shadow base, seizing the storage bag and securing it within his jade pendant space. Only then did he activate his agility, darting towards the exterior of the shadow base in pursuit of the scattered guards. Each of these individuals bore the blood of innocent civilians upon their hands. Although Haochen did not consider himself a hero, the presence of these frenzied shadow guards left him no choice but to ensure they faced justice. The shadow guards had not managed to escape far, for the western mountain shadow base was enveloped by a formation, with only one path leading down the mountain. The other 3 sides were sheer cliffs, leaving them little room for escape. In the blink of an eye, Haochen caught up with several shadow guards, his sword gleaming as he swiftly severed multiple heads in one breath. For Haochen, eliminating these shadow guards, who were merely at the chi refinement or martial master level, was an effortless task. Every strike of the flying flame sword was accompanied by the fall of a guard, while the demon soul blade and azure soul dagger shone ever brighter with each return. Cries of agony, pleas for mercy, and wails of despair echoed resoundingly. Some guards, driven to the brink, attempted desperate counterattacks, but they only invited further brutality. Within the span of less than an hour, Haochen had eradicated over 100 shadow guards, diligently uncovering those who had sought refuge among the trees and rocks, leaving scarcely a soul unaccounted for. As the moon hung high in the sky, casting its pristine glow upon the night, it could not conceal the overwhelming stench of blood. With his consciousness probing the surroundings, Haochen ensured that every last shadow guard in the western mountain base was vanquished. The Wang family and the Dark Guards had invested significant effort into fortifying the security of the base, with formations and traps scattered throughout the mountainside, and sentry posts and hidden stakes dotting the terrain. The remaining shadow guards, unaware that their stronghold had been dismantled by Haochen, foolishly clung to their posts, only to meet their demise under his blade. These shadow guards had brought their fate upon themselves, and thus, Haochen showed no mercy as he descended from the mountain top to the foot below. During his onslaught, he had taken a captive to extract information, and once he was certain there were no loose ends, he returned to the western mountain base. Through interrogation, Haochen uncovered a treasure trove within the vault, acquiring valuable essence stones, gold, silver, provisions, and weaponry. Although these items held no utility for him, adhering to the principle that waste is a grave sin, he collected them all into his jade pendant space. By the time he completed the cleanup, it was already midnight. Rising from the shadow base nestled in the valley, Haochen cast a cold gaze upon the scene below. After an hour of relentless slaughter, the entire shadow base had been thoroughly eradicated, with not a single guard spared. Every member of the shadow faction here had fallen, becoming yet another soul claimed by his sword. Just as Haochen prepared to depart, he furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze suddenly shifting toward the distance. In the next moment, a streak of luminescence shot forth from a distance, swiftly arriving before Haochen. As the light drew near, Haochen was astonished to discover that it manifested as a person, a figure clad entirely in black, standing before him. "Is it you?" Upon seeing Haochen, the newcomer exhibited a fleeting expression of surprise, gazing at Haochen with a hint of suspicion, a flicker of perplexity crossing his visage. The black-robed specter? Haochen, upon recognizing the individual, was equally astonished, for he realized that this person was none other than the enigmatic figure he had encountered in Dan Yunfang City, the third elder of Huayang sect, the mysterious Ziajiking. The impression left by this Ziajiking upon Haochen was profoundly etched in his memory. The execution of the transformation dragon palm was utterly unfathomable, and it was he who had inflicted grievous wounds upon Haochen during that encounter. Thus, the moment he laid eyes upon this individual, Haochen immediately recognized him. Furthermore, upon perceiving the aura emanating from Ziajiking, Haochen's countenance was suffused with an expression of unparalleled shock. For Ziajiking exuded a palpable scent of blood, and his cultivation had astonishingly reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Haochen mused inwardly. Ziajiking's appearance here must be inexorably linked to the blood pool. Moreover, the unsettling stench of blood he radiated. Could it be that he is allied with Wang Xinjua? Chapter 114. A Bloodbath Unleashed, Part 3. Indeed, Haochen's speculation was accurate. Ziajiking was a covert agent of the Blood Shadow sect, strategically embedded within the Huayang sect. After establishing a connection with the Wang family, he harnessed the power of the Shadow's secret base to reconstruct the blood pool and refine the Blood Shadow divine technique. Legend holds that during ancient times, the supreme demon of the demon realm, Blood Demon, secluded himself for a millennium to cultivate the Blood Shadow divine technique. This technique, a most sinister form of sorcery, absorbs the most malevolent and corrupt blood energy from the world for its own use, culminating in the ascension to the status of blood god after a millennium of cultivation. The fourth prince of the Huan Yu dynasty is also a practitioner of the Blood Shadow divine technique. In his fervent pursuit to distinguish himself among the princes and seize the imperial throne, he spared no effort in rapidly cultivating his own power. He colluded with the Wang family and Ziajiking, secretly training Blood Shadow guards at the Shadow Base in the western mountains of Xia Town, aiming to forge a legion of Blood Shadow guards for his own purposes. With the fourth prince's backing, the Wang family recklessly expanded the blood pool, training hundreds of Blood Shadow guards in the divine technique to expedite their cultivation. The Blood Shadow divine technique is a forbidden art. For those who practice, it must draw upon the most corrupt and sinister blood energy from the world. Ultimately, it devolved into a cruel practice of using the fresh blood of young boys and girls for cultivation, resulting in a meteoric acceleration of their progress. Even the most mediocre could achieve a genius-like pace in their training. This time, Ziajiking was entrusted by the fourth prince to deliver a secret letter to the capital, intending to rendezvous with the prince's envoy, Wang Xu, at this location. After a long journey from the imperial city, Ziajiking arrived at the secret base of the Blood Shadow guards in the western mountains. Just as he reached the valley's crest, he encountered Haochen. "Ziajiking, how have you fared of late? Since our parting in Dan Yunfang City, I have missed you dearly," Haochen jestingly remarked to Ziajiking. "Humph, your aura has transformed, and your demeanor has undergone a remarkable change. In just a mere 2 years, you have made such astonishing progress. Surely, the soul nurturing wood has greatly aided your cultivation of spiritual awareness. It seems the time has come for the soul nurturing wood to change its master." Xiao Jiuqing unleashed his formidable dragon transformation palm technique in an instant, creating a fleeting shadow that appeared before Haochen. Haochen raised an eyebrow, his realm continuously ascending, and rebuked. "You wish to lay claim to the soul nurturing wood? Let us see if you have the life to take it. Today, I shall end you, old monster." "Ha, splendid. Today, you shall surely perish, you wretched brat." Xiao Jiuqing's voice was frigid, his eyes gleaming with a sharp ferocity. At that moment, both individuals were unrestrained, considering each other a menace that must be eliminated. However, ever since their last confrontation, the old monster had been relentlessly searching for Haochen, but to his dismay, there had been no news. He was compelled to return secretly to his hidden base in the western mountains to cultivate. Just days prior, He had broken through to the later stages of foundation establishment, but the loss of his only son, Xiao Wei, in the secret realm had plunged him into deep sorrow, prompting a hurried return to Huayang sect. Amidst his grief, he received a letter from the fourth prince, compelling him to the capital for discussions, after which he hastily proceeded to the shadowy base in the western mountains. Now, with fists and feet unleashed, he unleashed hidden weapons while employing the blood shadow divine technique, enveloping the air with a mist of blood as he charged at Haochen. In the past, Haochen would have been flustered, perhaps even ensnared by his tactics. Yet, at this moment, his falling feather sword had reached a minor completion, drawing upon the essence of his chi cultivation to propel his martial energy, advancing towards the old monster with dual force. The overwhelming true essence and the terrifying pill flames repelled all toxins, incinerating them in the process. Xiao Jiuqing was taken aback. After only 2 years apart, Haochen's power had grown so formidable. If allowed to continue living, he would inevitably meet his demise at Haochen's hands. With feathers fully grown, he resolved to pay any price to eliminate this threat. Thus, Xiao Jiuqing unleashed his full strength and revealed a short firearm. One of his trump cards, a silver dragon short gun, more potent than the dragon transformation palm. Kill. He suddenly appeared before Haochen, eyes glinting with murderous intent, a cruel smile playing upon his lips as he shouted, "Die!" The silver dragon short gun pierced towards Haochen's chest. Unable to evade, Haochen felt the gun strike against him. Contrary to expectations, the silver dragon short gun did not penetrate his heart, but instead felt akin to being thrust against an iron plate. Bang! Though Haochen's heart remained unpierced, the force of the short gun sent him flying, and as he soared through the air, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, indicating severe internal injuries. Struggling to regain his footing, Haochen leaned against a large stone, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, appearing utterly drained of combat capability. In a swift motion, he consumed a return to truth pill from the secret realm, this elixir capable of rapidly restoring his energy. He also held another return to truth pill in his mouth and subtly gripped a wisteria spirit talisman in his hand. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Jiuqing's face. Suddenly, the expression of the old monster Xiao grew increasingly frigid, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As he let out a chilling smile, "Utilize the Vajra talisman to withstand my lethal strike. However, I shall not grant you another opportunity for defense. It is a pity for such a prodigy. Today, you shall perish at my hands." Dragging the silver dragon short spear, Xiao stepped closer to Haochen, regarding him as if he were already a corpse, a cruel smile spreading further across his lips. Addressing the severely injured Haochen, he declared ominously, "I shall not afford you the luxury of leaving behind any final words." Just as Xiao raised the silver dragon short spear to pierce Haochen's throat, a peculiar smile crept onto Haochen's lips. The wisteria spirit talisman he had summoned had already extended from in front of him to beneath Xiao's feet, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the old monster's form, binding him tightly. Upon witnessing Haochen's strange smile, Xiao sensed that something was amiss. Yet it was too late for him to react. "What? Why can't I move?" The old monster was horrified to discover that he was utterly immobilized. The raised silver dragon short spear froze midair, and he realized he had fallen into Haochen's trap. True to his reputation, Xiao quickly mobilized his primordial energy, enveloping himself in a blood mist, desperately attempting to corrode the wisteria that encircled him, not granting Haochen the opportunity to seize the upper hand. The latter also refused to hold back. He unleashed every spell and martial technique at his disposal. Techniques such as the flying blaze sword technique, the falling feather sword technique, the demonic soul blade, the azure soul dagger, the 5 elements boxing art, the killer palm, and the demonic explosive fist, among others, were summoned under the command of Haochen's consciousness. Though these various fist techniques, palm arts, and sword skills belong to different schools of thought, each with its unique methods and characteristics, some soft, others fierce, distinct in their cultivation philosophies, they harmonized under the aegis of his formidable consciousness, allowing for their amalgamation and even mutual enhancement, greatly amplifying their potency. With a strike of the demonic explosive fist followed by the form intent horizontal fist. Then the killer palm, the cloud-piercing palm, the unclouded hand, the chain kicks, the gentlewoman's fist, the tiger fist, the bull's strength, and the shadow mountain claw. Each technique intertwined and compounded. What emerged was not merely a singular martial art, but a confluence of spells and techniques. Wind blades, fireballs, flames, and ice arrows. All executed with the ethereal steps of a swan, moving unpredictably in every direction, launching assaults from all angles. Xiao had already lost the initiative and found himself in a passive position, increasingly alarmed. In just over a year, he had not anticipated the rapid advancement of this young man's prowess. When they had encountered each other in the Dan Cloud Market, many of his techniques had been unrefined, lacking finesse. Now, each move appeared as if it had been honed over decades, flawless and without a single weakness. Moreover, what was most astonishing was that they were of differing cultivation levels, one at the 13th layer of Qi refinement, the other at the late stage of foundation establishment, suggesting a significant disparity in strength. Logically, considering Haochen had only recently entered the realm of cultivation and had trained for just over a year, he would not possess the same depth of power as the old monster Xiao. Yet, Haochen's fortuitous destiny defied conventional measures of cultivation. Having just emerged from the entanglement of the wisteria, the venerable Xiao Laoguai, despite having expended a considerable amount of true essence and enduring several moments of being pummeled like a sandbag by Haochen, was utterly exhausted. Nonetheless, he still managed to unleash the dragon transformation palm with remarkable vigor. Haochen, adept in both martial and magical arts, experienced a temporary surge in physical prowess, amplifying his energy and blood flow, unleashing a potential comparable to that of a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Though not as formidable as Xiao Laoguai, his robust physique withstood the impact of the latter's palm strike, causing his opponent to sway, arms numb, and retreat repeatedly. With a resounding thud, their hands met in a clash. Xiao Laoguai, finding himself at a disadvantage, intended to unleash his toxic abilities but was thwarted, even feeling a recoil from the encounter. Unable to endure any longer, he seized the opportunity to release a blood mist during their clash to disrupt Haochen's spellcasting. He then propelled the toxic-infused dragon transformation palm towards Haochen, aiming to infiltrate his meridians. Undeterred, Haochen was confident in his ability to manage even demonic energy, let alone mere toxins. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the Dan Yin fire, enveloping himself to incinerate the intruding poison. "You wish to poison me?" he thought, returning the favor by sending dark demonic energy into Xiao Laoguai's meridians. At that moment, the dark energy he manifested was a fusion of his innate dark elemental energy and demonic essence. Xiao Laoguai gasped as his meridians suffered damage, his complexion turning ashen as the dark demonic energy spread. Hastily, he retreated, rummaging through his storage bag in search of an antidote, fearing he too would succumb to contamination by the dark energy. However, while the dark elemental energy could be dispelled and the demonic essence refined, the dark demonic energy conjured by Haochen was beyond purification. Moreover, Haochen wasted no time, suddenly launching into a demonic explosion fist. In an instant, the force of his punch howled through the air, slicing it as if waves were distorting the very fabric of space. This strike transcended his own realm, surpassing the foundation establishment stage and approaching the formidable power of the Yuan Dan level. With a resounding crash, his massive fist collided with Xiao Laoguai's chest, sending the latter hurtling backwards, spewing forth a grotesque mixture of black, yellow, red, purple, and green substances. The black represented the expelled dark demonic energy, yellow the remnants of his stomach, red his blood, purple his liver, and green, naturally, was bile. He fell heavily, his sternum crushed by the force of the blow, shattering his heart's meridian. The internal energy burst forth, the demonic explosion fist, infused with spiraling power, penetrated his flesh with ferocity enough to devastate one's internal organs and shatter bones, a display of sheer dominance. Despite his garbled speech, Xiao Laoguai, now devoid of his innards, still clung to the hope that Haochen might show him mercy. But it was too late. One of them had to perish. Haochen, resolute and unyielding, approached and ignited the Dan Yin fire, touching it to Xiao Laoguai's forehead, instantly erupting a blood blossom. The Dan Yin fire pierced through Xiao Laoguai's skull, extinguishing his life. Haochen retrieved the spiritual artifact, the silver dragon short spear, along with Xiao Laoguai's storage bag, tossing them into the jade pendant space. He then unleashed the Dan Yin fire once more, reducing Xiao Laoguai to ash. Chapter 115. Severe injuries. Haochen successfully vanquished Xiao Jiucheng, achieving a remarkable victory over a formidable adversary, leaving him with a profound sense of reflection. With the foundation of cultivating celestial energy, practicing spells, and mastering martial techniques. The harmonious integration of both magic and martial prowess offers an endless array of techniques. Such skills are sufficient to elevate one's combat power exponentially, enabling the defeat of opponents one rank superior. Now, with a formidable adversary vanquished, Haochen felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Suddenly, the pain from his wounds surged, and exhaustion enveloped his body, leaving him in a state of utter fatigue. Dragging his injured form, Haochen staggered into the depths of the night. This battle had imparted a profound realization of his own fragility and the tenuous nature of life. A long journey lay ahead. Thus, the utmost priority was to swiftly enhance his cultivation and bolster his strength. An hour later, at the sight of the fierce confrontation between Haochen and the old monster, two figures appeared. Had Haochen been present, he would have recognized them as Yuan Wentian and his daughter Yuan Wenwan. As they surveyed the scene, splintered wood strewn across the ground, debris scattered about, the earth churned, and the once pristine forest now marred by gaping pits, the intensity of the battle became palpably clear. Who could have fought so fiercely here? Haochen. It seemed implausible. Yet, the traces left behind unmistakably suggested a clash at the Yuan Dan realm, or perhaps even at the great martial master level. If it were Haochen, even at the peak of Qi refinement, such a fierce battle would be inconceivable. Observing the absence of any remnants, the duo speculated that Haochen had likely not yet arrived. This intense skirmish could not have been his doing. But who else could it have been? The previous day, after Haochen departed from the Yuan family, both Yuan Wentian and Yuan Wenwan had unanimously concluded that he would venture to the western mountains to investigate the shadowy happenings. Thus, they had come under the cover of darkness, hoping to lend him assistance should he encounter any peril. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Yuan Wentian. Could there be other formidable experts lurking nearby? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he felt an overwhelming chill envelop him. Without a moment's hesitation, he beckoned to his daughter, and they hastened back the way they had come. At that moment, Haochen had already returned quietly to the inn, seated cross-legged upon the bed, assessing his injuries. His left chest bore the puncture wound from the old monster's short spear. Although it had not pierced through, the injury was significant, having fractured 2 of his ribs. Despite having taken a recovery purple pill during the fray and managing to return to the inn, substantial risks remained. The residual blood demon toxin lingered, sealed within the corners of his dantian by his true essence. Only by refining it could he expel it from his body, and the external wounds required treatment as well. He retrieved a healing ointment from his storage pouch and gently applied it to his chest wound. A sharp, stinging sensation akin to salt water seeping into his flesh made Haochen involuntarily gasp. After tending to his chest, he proceeded to apply the ointment to the small fissures on his hands, which had also suffered injury during the confrontation with the old monster. However, the ointment proved remarkably effective. As soon as it was applied, even the wounds that had still been bleeding ceased their flow. Following the pain, a tingling sensation emerged, unmistakably indicating that the wounds were beginning to heal. Haochen paid little mind to the discomfort, instead opening another vial and pouring out another recovery purple pill. The elixir dissolved upon entry, transforming into a warm current that permeated the 5 internal organs, gradually mending the wounds within. The restorative properties of the recovery purple pill were undeniably potent. As it was swallowed, the searing pain in the internal organs significantly eased. In this moment, Haochen truly experienced the miraculous effects of the recovery purple pill. During the fierce battle, while consumed by the fray, he had paid little heed to any sensations, only now truly appreciating the benefits of the elixir. Haochen slowly closed his eyes, concentrating the scant vital energy within, directing it through his meridians to enhance the healing of his internal injuries. As time passed during his recuperation, the light filtering through the gaps in the tree branches outside gradually crept into the room. Haochen remained seated, opening another vial from which he poured a vitality restoration pill into his mouth. Instantly, a rich surge of vital energy flooded his body, revitalizing his previously fatigued form. Not only did his internal reservoir brim with this potent energy, but the ambient vital energy from the surroundings also began to converge towards him. The effectiveness of the vitality restoration pill surprised Haochen. Its superior quality far surpassed that of the previous Qi recovery pills he had consumed. The accumulating vital energy left him no time for reflection. Once again, Haochen gently closed his eyes, diligently practicing the Kanli 3 Mysteries technique to harness the gathered energy for his own use. When Haochen finally emerged from his meditation, it was the dawn of the following day. He had devoted an entire day and night to his cultivation. Gradually opening his eyes, he expelled the stagnant, impure energy from within. Rising to his feet, he assessed his physical condition. After a day and night of cultivation, the injuries to his internal organs had healed significantly. Thanks to the intermittent effects of the restorative ointment and the vital energy within, leaving only minor scars. It was now time to refine the blood poison left by the old monster Shao. With his true vital energy restored, Haochen felt confident in his ability to eliminate the poison from his body. He swiftly consumed a spirit-restoring pill, and with a thought, summoned a strand of pill flame over the sealed blood poison in his dantian, beginning the slow process of refining the toxin. Once the poison had condensed to the size of a broad bean, he enveloped it in his true vital energy, sealing it within an empty jade vial and placing it into a storage pouch as an added precaution before tossing it into the space of his jade pendant. Haochen had no intention of wasting such a valuable substance. If used wisely, it could catch an enemy off guard and penetrate their defenses. Moreover, the blood poison Haochen had refined, infused with dark attribute energy and demonic energy, would likely possess even greater toxicity. He estimated that within a few days, his body would fully recover. Stretching his limbs, he sensed that the vital energy within him had doubled compared to previous days. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, "It's time to get some fresh air." With that, he gathered the vials from his bed and retrieved a set of clothes from his storage ring to change into. He then opened the window, allowing the sunlight to pour in. Squinting slightly, he savored the warmth of the sun. After a moment of adjustment, Haochen finally stepped out of his room. Upon arriving at the inn's dining hall, I ordered a breakfast and savored it slowly. At the level of cultivation that Haochen had attained, the act of dining had lost its significance. Having entered the mortal realm, one must adhere to the circumstances of the world, and eating was merely a formality. The cacophony of voices occasionally reached my ears. "Have you heard? The Wang family has been frantically searching for their second young master these past few days. I wonder what has transpired?" An elderly man seated nearby, munching on steamed buns and sipping wine, spoke to Haochen with a breath reeking of alcohol. Strange occurrences have taken place in Shihe town recently. Haochen, of course, is aware of the events unfolding. But where could one possibly find the Wang family's second young master? The blood poison magic ball has completely corroded him, and moreover, Haochen had incinerated it to ashes. Upon hearing the old man's words, Haochen merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to respond. "Have you heard about the fierce battle in the western mountains? Hundreds of feet-tall trees were destroyed, and the landscape is strewn with rubble. Quite a shocking sight. Who knows what powerful beings were engaged in that slaughter?" The old man, noticing Haochen's silence, continued recounting another peculiar incident. Upon hearing the old man's words, a thought stirred within Haochen. Could it be that Wang Xu harbors some secret of the Wang family? Chapter 116. Uncovering secrets. After finishing his meal, Haochen hastily departed the dining hall and returned to the inn's courtyard. He entered his room, secured the doors and windows, and with a flicker of thought, vanished into the space of the jade pendant, making his way directly to the pavilion. Haochen was already aware that since the construction of the building, Linger had prepared a storeroom in the right wing for him to store miscellaneous items. Anything Haochen carelessly tossed in would accumulate within this storeroom. Upon reaching the cluttered storeroom, he began to rummage through the disarrayed items in search of the storage bag left behind by Wang Xu. During the obliteration of the Shadow Guard base, he had carelessly discarded too many items, resulting in the burial of Wang Xiu's storage bag. Consequently, Haochen had to employ his divine sense to search, and after a considerable amount of time sifting through the jumble, he finally unearthed a storage bag that was somewhat damaged and corroded. Having located Wang Xiu's storage bag, Haochen sat upon the heap of miscellaneous goods and began to unravel the seal of the bag. Each individual possessing a storage bag would refine it using their divine sense or blood essence, leaving behind a mark. This mark constituted what is known as a seal, a form of encryption more advanced than mere fingerprints. Wang Xiu's storage bag bore a dual seal, being proficient in both magical and martial arts. His storage bag contained both the divine sense imprint of a cultivator and the blood essence seal of a martial artist. The dual seals proved to be quite troublesome to decipher. The divine sense imprint took half an hour to break, while the blood essence seal consumed over 2 hours. Had Haochen not been adept in both arts, another individual would have had no hope of opening it. After slaying Wang Xiu, Haochen had casually placed the storage bag within the jade pendant's space, lacking the time to decode it. Now, upon hearing of the Wang family's frantic search for Wang Xiu, he couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that Wang Xiu concealed some secret? Slowly, he began to open Wang Xiu's storage bag. Within, he found essence stones, gathering essence pills, and, even replenishing essence pills. In a modest storage space, Haochen meticulously examined the contents of the storage bag. Upon discovering a recovery pill, he was both astonished and delighted. Finally comprehending Wang Xiu's initial hesitation before using the elixir. During their fierce confrontation, Haochen had also consumed a recovery pill, which not only restored his vital energy but also aided in healing his wounds, significantly augmenting his strength in an instant. Such extraordinary pills are rare, and it is no wonder Wang Xiu displayed such reluctance. However, Haochen harbored no regrets about consuming the recovery pill, for even the most precious treasures require life to savor them. He set aside the recovery pill and continued rummaging through the storage bag. Suddenly, he stumbled upon 2 letters. After reading the first letter, his gaze grew increasingly icy. It revealed that the Wang family was the steward of the 14th prince of the previous dynasty, while the Jiang and Li families served as his shadow guards. The 14th prince was secretly the leader of the Blood Shadow sect, and the base of the shadow guards in the western mountains of Shihe town was merely one of the sect's clandestine strongholds. The training of both shadow guards and blood shadow guards was merely a facet of their grand scheme. They had not anticipated Haochen's timely emergence. Had it not been for Wang Hairong's greed, which led him to murder and seize the demon pill, provoking Zhang Jie to seek vengeance and reveal the western mountain shadow guards, Haochen would not have uncovered the underlying plot. Had Wang Xiu not acted tyrannically, Haochen would not have come to the aid of the Yuan family's maid, Xiangling. Consequently, the Yuan family would not have invited Haochen to their banquet, nor would he have learned about the shadow guards in the western mountains during their conversation. It appeared that everything was preordained. At this juncture, Haochen understood why the Wang family was so eager to annihilate the Jiang family. How despicable! Wang Xiu was actually an envoy of the Blood Shadow sect, a hypocritical scoundrel. Haochen scoffed, feeling no concern for the Yuan family. It was evident that the Wang family had no immediate intention of eliminating the other families. Rather, he seemed to have unwittingly entangled himself in a conspiracy. Haochen then opened the second envelope, and his expression shifted once more. It contained an agreement. It was a pact between the Wang family and the current dynasty's 4th prince. The gist of the agreement was that the Wang family would establish a shadow guard of over 1,000 formidable warriors, utilizing a blood pool to create blood demons, thereby forging a powerful blood shadow guard. While assisting the 4th prince in ascending to power, they would also seek to develop the Blood Shadow sect. In return, the 4th prince would provide manpower and resources to aid the Wang family in establishing the blood pool and acquiring treasures. The 4th prince sought only the Blood Shadow pearl from the treasures, leaving the disposition of the remaining treasures to the Wang family's discretion. Some would be used for training shadow guards and creating blood demons, while others would be employed for the revival of the Blood Shadow sect. From the information gleaned from the letters, it was apparent that the 4th prince held a significant position within the Blood Shadow sect. The tone of the agreement suggested a profound ambition to replace the current leader of the sect. The Blood Shadow Pearl, forged from the blood of countless powerful beasts and cultivators, contained vast energy capable of aiding in cultivation or even self-detonation. Rich in blood essence, the Blood Shadow Pearl was most suitable for practitioners of the Blood Shadow technique. Was the 4th prince intending to use the Blood Shadow Pearl for his own cultivation? Regardless, it was imperative that he not be allowed to obtain the Blood Shadow Pearl. The Blood Shadow Divine Pearl is neither a divine artifact nor a treasure of celestial grade. However, for those who cultivate the Blood Shadow Divine Art, or for other formidable practitioners of blood energy, it holds a value surpassing that of divine artifacts. Ah, the treasure! What a splendid plan! Very well, you shall act on the 1st, and I shall take my turn on the 15th. I will discreetly spread the word, causing the Wang family and the 4th prince to be occupied for a while. At this moment, Haochen became aware that Shihe town is the ancestral land of the Wang family. Their return signifies a quest for the burial site of the 14th prince's treasure from the previous dynasty. Only by uniting the Wang, Jiang, and Li families, who possess the treasure map and tokens, can they locate and unlock the vault. Although the Wang family knows that the treasure lies roughly in the Qingxian Mountains, without the collaboration of the Jiang and Li families, it is impossible to find and access the vault. Yet, as the Jiang family remains obstinate. Their destruction becomes inevitable to obtain the treasure map and tokens they hold. Upon reviewing the 2 letters, Haochen continued rummaging through the contents of his storage bag, eager to discover any treasures within. To his astonishment, he uncovered a jade slip, and after probing it with his divine sense, he was utterly astounded. This jade slip contained records of a peerless dual cultivation technique, a revered method coveted by martial artists and cultivators alike. The illusory condensation finger, a technique long lost in the Tianyuan continent, now lay dormant in Guan Xu's storage bag. Illusory condensation finger. The illusory finger condenses and paints the soul, with the heart's resonance thanking you, dear benefactor. The plum blossoms dance wildly. The mystical aura weaves through the air. With a single gesture, one could weep tears of ghosts and gods. With a thought, petals would soar into existence. Haochen found himself immersed in this technique, and after a day and night of practice, he began to grasp the essence of the illusory condensation finger. The true essence flowed with his fingers, striking targets with incredible speed within a few zhong, comparable to the blade of divine sense. Utilizing the illusory condensation finger does not require the activation of divine sense, nor does it carry the imposing force of fire or wind-based spells. Instead, as long as there is sufficient true essence, the silent illusory condensation finger can deliver a fatal blow without a sound. Thus, Haochen gained yet another card for stealthy assassinations. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy this place? Linger exclaimed, her patience waning as Haochen practiced the illusory condensation finger. Only when she transmitted her thoughts through divine sense did he reluctantly cease his training. After mastering the illusory condensation finger, he discovered an ancient and unassuming knife within the storage bag. This knife emitted no fluctuations of energy, yet it instilled a sense of unease. Facing it sent shivers down his spine, as it seemed far from an ordinary weapon. Although he remained uncertain of its true nature, Haochen cautiously returned it to its original place, leaving aside a refining manual and a few spirit stones. The remaining items were still preserved within Guan Xu's slightly tattered storage bag. However, Haochen placed great importance on Guan Xu's storage bag, positioning it in a conspicuous location, the storage room filled with miscellaneous items from the Jade Pendant space, containing the storage bags of over 1,000 shadow guards and blood shadow guards from the Wang family. It would require a considerable amount of time to decipher them. Currently, Haochen had no leisure to attend to these storage bags. Chapter 117, Surprises Abound. Goo. You're here. Haochen seemed to recall something. Wasn't that the emerald kingfisher from before? Upon meeting Haochen, the kingfisher excitedly nodded, taking a deep breath. With its petite wings folded, it gestured towards Haochen as if it were a pair of hands, landing on his shoulder. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the kingfisher emitted a different sound, pecking gently at Haochen's face. Hee, it seems you, little one, are no ordinary bird. You even know how to kiss me, Haochen remarked, glancing at the kingfisher. Suddenly, a wing of the kingfisher flapped against Haochen's face. Oh, are you shy now? Haochen mused, realizing that this bird was exceptional, possessing an appetite that surpassed even that of a glutton. His spiritual sense indicated that the medicinal pills he had procured for it just days prior had already run out. The kingfisher hopped on Haochen's shoulder for a while before flying over to a pile of miscellaneous items, dangling a storage bag before him, evidently wishing for Haochen to retrieve its contents. The items within the storage bag could only be unlocked by a human cultivator. Even storage bags sealed with human blood could only be opened by humans. No matter how many jade pendants filled with storage space there were, without Haochen's unlocking ability, both the kingfisher and the spirit tool Ling were powerless to assist. Observing the kingfisher's demeanor, Haochen took the storage bag, seated himself atop the pile of items, and began to unravel the seal of the bag. As his spiritual sense delved inside, he discovered that this storage bag belonged to the old eccentric, Xiao. At that moment, Haochen became intrigued and focused intently on deciphering the sealing password, to the point of breaking into a sweat, his face flushed. With a soft pop, the storage bag finally yielded to Haochen's efforts. Remarkably, it didn't take long for him to unravel the techniques contained within. The old eccentric, confident in his prowess, had not placed any intricate seals on the bag, merely a single layer of protection, which meant it was not encrypted. Haochen stood stunned, momentarily unable to believe the reality before him. How could the storage bag of a late Foundation establishment cultivator be opened so easily? After a brief pause, a flutter of excitement surged through his heart, pondering what treasures might lie within the possession of Haochen, a cultivator of late foundation establishment. As this thought leaped into his mind, his hands and feet trembled slightly, prompting him to wipe the sweat from his brow and neck. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Haochen then cautiously reached in to extract the items one by one. The first sight that greeted him was a substantial pile of spirit stones, roughly numbering in the tens of thousands. "I'm rich. This is a tremendous fortune." Haochen grinned widely, feeling that his struggles had finally borne fruit. This gain was exceptionally rewarding. When he tipped the storage bag, several hundred resplendent spirit stones tumbled out. He exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing them for a while before bursting out. Medium-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones can be categorized by attributes into more than 10 types, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, wind, darkness, electricity, and the ordinary non-attribute spirit stones. Furthermore, they are graded as low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and even superior-grade spirit stones. The high-grade and superior-grade stones are coveted treasures that even nascent soul elders would fiercely compete for. Medium-grade spirit stones, while occasionally encountered in the cultivation community, remain a rarity. Typically, one would require 100 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for a single medium-grade spirit stone, making them exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to acquire. However, Haochen was not lacking in spirit stones. Once, he had flaunted a high-grade spirit stone at an auction, overwhelming his competitors and successfully acquiring the soul-nourishing wood. It was indeed that high-grade spirit stone that enabled him to obtain the soul-nourishing wood. Had he used a mid-grade spirit stone during that auction, he might not have secured the wood and would not have attracted the relentless pursuit of the old monster Shao. The ebb and flow of fate are predetermined, and ultimately, the old monster Shao met his demise at Haochen's hands. Unbeknownst to him, the mid-grade spirit stones in Haocheng's storage bag were also obtained through robbery. Over the years, this accumulation naturally led to a considerable fortune. Amassing several hundred mid-grade spirit stones at the late stage of foundation establishment was no small feat. By the time one reached the foundation establishment level, the energy within low-grade spirit stones had become inadequate for cultivation. Thus, it was not surprising that Haocheng possessed a substantial number of mid-grade spirit stones. However, it was unexpected that such fortune would fall into Haochen's hands. Since breaking through to the 13th layer of Qi refinement, he had sensed that the energy from low-grade spirit stones no longer suited his cultivation needs. It seemed he would no longer have to fret about finding mid-grade spirit stones in the future. After calming his thoughts, Haochen gazed at the hundreds of diamond-like mid-grade spirit stones, his heart brimming with joy. He silently expressed his gratitude. "Old monster Haochen, I must thank your ancestors for 8 generations. You have truly been generous. Knowing I was in need, you delivered a pillow to me." Aware of the value of these mid-grade spirit stones, he hurriedly and cautiously stowed them into an empty storage bag. With such an abundance of mid-grade spirit stones, what other surprises might the old monster Shao have in store for him? Excitement flickered in Haochen's eyes as he picked up the storage bag and poured its contents out once more. To his surprise, there were not many items left. He retrieved a token, 2 secret manuals, 5 jade slips, and various items such as thunder bombs, sky thunder, and blood poison magic bombs. Haochen's excitement grew further. These items were evidently not ordinary and promised even greater surprises. He first examined the token, which was of a dark hue and exuded a sinister aura, seemingly stirring the residual blood magic energy within his dantian, causing a sense of unease. He hastily tossed it onto the bed and noticed an ancient seal inscribed with a vivid red character on its backside. After some effort, he discerned that it was a character representing demon. How peculiar this token was. He stroked his chin, pondering to himself. The 2 secret manuals, Dragon Transformation Palm and Dragon Transformation Spear, warranted thorough study. Having faced the old monster Shao in battle, Haochen had come to appreciate the formidable nature of these 2 techniques. Dragon Transformation Palm embodied the power of the dragon, transforming into a dragon-shaped hand, an artful blend of simplicity and complexity, combining strength and gentleness with profound subtleties, rendering weighty tasks light and encompassing 6 realms of understanding. The Dragon Transformation Spear, conversely, required mastery of the principles of speed and slowness, embodying the same artistic simplicity and complexity, merging strength and softness, forgetting oneself and the surroundings, and adhering to the ever-changing path. encapsulating 8 realms of martial understanding. Together, the two manuals presented 5 shared realms of martial arts comprehension necessary for cultivation. Remarkably, these 2 secret manuals formed a complementary set of martial techniques, perfectly paired with the Silver Dragon Short Spear, a rare treasure within the realm of cultivators. Furthermore, as one delved deeper into the cultivation of the Dragon Transformation Spear, it demanded the support of martial skills such as force following intent and the gathering of energy into form. The introductory techniques of the Dragon Transformation Palm encompass over a dozen stances that require one's comprehension to flow with the heart. The move known as Headless Dragon demands a profound understanding of counteracting force. As one delves deeper into training, techniques such as Crouching Dragon and used, Sudden Appearance, Cloud Dragon Reclining, and Dragon Coiled in Concealment also necessitate a strategic foresight in martial arts. Thus, both realms share a certain interconnectedness in their martial requirements. Consequently, Haochen resolved to begin his journey from the commonalities of the two, aspiring to enhance these martial arts concepts and techniques, thereby augmenting his strength, an endeavor that would yield multiple benefits. Having made this decision, Haochen ceased to entertain other thoughts and commenced the refinement of the 4 principles: great skill appearing clumsy, simplicity from complexity, intricate precision, and harmony of hard and soft as they pertain to the Dragon Transformation Spear and the Dragon Transformation Palm. Mastery of these skills is not easily attained. The pinnacle of both the Dragon Transformation Palm and Spear can achieve a state where they merge into one another. Should these be complemented by the power of lightning, they could transform into the Thunder Dragon Palm and Thunder Dragon Spear. He was determined to master these 2 sets of martial techniques in due time. Next, he turned his mental focus to the 5 jade tablets, examining the first one, which contained the secrets of blood escape technique. Initially, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, but after a cursory glance at the introductory incantations, the brilliance in his gaze dimmed. The blood escape is a renowned skill, employed only in dire circumstances. It is a life-saving technique that requires sacrificing more than half of one's vital essence to attain an extraordinary speed, enabling a swift escape from peril. However, the loss of such a significant portion of vital essence is challenging to replenish, inevitably leading to a substantial decline in one's cultivation. The weakened state of the body would necessitate several months of recuperation, even with the aid of potent elixirs, and any misstep could result in lingering repercussions. Nevertheless, in a life-or-death scenario, the blood escape remains an unequivocal choice. Wise individuals would undoubtedly comprehend the necessity of such a decision. Despite its monumental cost and severe repercussions, the extraordinary effects render it a consideration for the future. The second jade tablet detailed the puppet's secret canon. A surge of excitement filled Haochen as he realized the lack of such knowledge in his collection concerning puppet crafting. The art of puppetry encompasses various methods, one of which is notably resource-efficient yet exceptionally cruel, imposing stringent demands on the practitioner's mental prowess. It is best to craft puppets from the living, as using corpses is significantly inferior. Furthermore, low-level puppets are best created by martial cultivators due to their robust physiques, while higher-level puppets are more effectively crafted by spiritual cultivators, whose abilities can transcend those of martial practitioners in life, thus enhancing their power posthumously. This is a skill worth acquiring. In the future, Haochen contemplated creating puppets of those who have met their just deserts, allowing them to benefit the world even after death. A remarkable opportunity indeed, and he intended to study it thoroughly. After several hours, Haochen finally stretched his arms and twisted his waist in contentment. He then picked up the third jade tablet, which contained the secrets of the blood shadow divine skill. A brief inspection revealed it to be a nefarious technique. Originally, the shadow base in the Western Mountains cultivated shadow guards and blood shadow guards through this particular technique. At present, all he could do was sigh, for he was unable to learn it. He picked up the fourth jade slip, speculating that it would surely pertain to the methods of blood magic. With a casual disposition, he probed his consciousness into it, only to be momentarily stunned, followed by a countenance that revealed profound astonishment. Inscribed upon it in ancient script were the 5 grand characters, Tai Qingmu Gong. Below, in smaller characters, was an annotation. This book is a celestial inner cultivation technique, renowned for its gentle attributes and ease of practice. It was created by the great immortal Tai Zhenren, who, beginning as a mortal body-refining practitioner, mastered both martial and magical arts, ultimately becoming a true immortal in physical form. Subsequent generations modified this technique, rendering it accessible for mortal body refining practitioners. And it became known as the Qingmu Gong mental method, currently the most widely disseminated inner cultivation technique. Is this the origin of the Qingmu Gong? His heart raced, as if he had realized something monumental. He hastily opened the book and began to skim through it, his excitement growing with every glance. After thoroughly reading, he found himself lost in contemplation, an unusual expression gracing his brow. This technique appeared to possess greater potency than the Qingmu Gong he had previously understood. Moreover, it had particularly beneficial effects for cultivating spiritual herbs and medicines. It seemed that mastering this technique would significantly aid in the cultivation of spiritual herbs and medicines within the jade pendant space, which he had long sought after. Oh, it appears I must once again express my gratitude to you, old monster Xiao Jiuqing. You truly are my timely benefactor. A radiant smile spread across Haochen's face. Although this was merely a low-level technique, it was exceptionally applicable. In the future, he would surely dedicate time to study this mental method thoroughly. Chapter 118. Striking rich, he picked up the final jade slip, inscribed with the 3 characters, Jin Yuan Shu. Jin Yuan? That refers to the confinement of elemental energy fluctuations. This spell could complement the breath-restraining technique. Such a treasure must be learned, Haochen mused inwardly. Furthermore, there was no more that could be spilled out. He could only cautiously extract the contents. Inside lay a beautifully crafted tea set, 70 to 80 jars of spiritual wine, and several pounds of spiritual tea. There were 3 sets of formation flags, including the Gathering Yuan formation, the 5 elements illusory killing formation, and the dragon slaughtering formation, along with dozens of peculiar powders. After much study, he discerned that these powders were auxiliary materials for crafting formation flags. Upon seeing Haochen pour out a multitude of bottles and jars, the kingfisher flitted about, chirping animatedly at him. Yet Haochen was so engrossed in examining the powders that he completely forgot the bird's desire for medicinal pills. It wasn't until the kingfisher perched on his shoulder and pecked his face that he snapped back to reality. My apologies. I'm so sorry. I'll find you something to eat right away, he exclaimed, hastily opening each jade bottle to inspect the medicinal pills within. He was able to identify detoxification pills, flesh regrowth powder, bone-setting pills, fasting pills, rejuvenation pills, and other such elixirs, including the condensed fire pill, which enhanced the efficiency of fire energy absorption. Among the second-grade pills were the pulse guard pill, ice heart pill, and bone growth pill. The third grade included the chi recovery pill, while the fourth grade featured the purple heart barrier breaking pill and the recovery purple pill. There was even the blood lotus pill, which could form scabs within the human body, protecting it from the harm of flames. Suppressing the internal fire toxin with the ice spirit pill and other elixirs. These potions are indispensable for every cultivator. After inspecting these pills, he selected a few that he no longer needed, leaving behind only a small portion, while the rest were placed in the corner of the storeroom for the kingfisher to enjoy. Upon seeing the food, the kingfisher ignored Haochen, pecking at a bottle of elixirs like a chick feasting on grains. Observing the kingfisher's antics, Haochen smiled slightly and returned his focus to several jade bottles. Upon opening one, he discovered 5 foundation establishment pills and a bottle of vitality pills. Additionally, he stumbled upon a shimmering small vessel, no larger than a palm, incredibly agile. Haha, a flying shuttle, Haochen exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Old man Xiao, you surpass even my ancestors. What a good person. This flying device, once refined, required only a minimal amount of true essence to operate. It could be controlled by thought, and its speed was not insignificant. Utilizing the shuttle for flight consumed nearly negligible amounts of true essence compared to the energy expended by cultivators flying on their own. Haochen dismissed the other items in the storage bag, deeming them unworthy of his attention. This artifact was the true treasure. He resolved to refine it first, for only after refining the shuttle would it truly belong to him. Delving his consciousness into the shuttle's interior, he sought the imprint of its former owner. After an extensive search, he finally discovered the previous owner's mark within the shuttle's power space. Strange, he muttered, it's not Xiao Jiucheng's mark, but rather an imprint of true essence. Realization dawned upon him. Xiao Jiucheng had failed to refine the shuttle after acquiring it. Only a cultivator proficient in both martial and spiritual arts, possessing true essence within them, could dissolve the mark. Only by infusing the true energy of a martial artist along with the essence of a cultivator could one refine the shuttle. Fortune smiles upon me. Haochen lamented. Old man Xiao must have been sending me resources. Had I known this, I would have spared his life. Despite his musings, Haochen busily worked to refine the former owner's mark, imprinting his true essence consciousness into the shuttle. He then employed a dual-layered sealing method using martial cultivation techniques for added security. It took a full hour to complete the refinement. And with such a delightful item at hand, Haochen was restless, unable to contain his excitement. Without delay, he began infusing the refined shuttle with true essence. The palm-sized shuttle rapidly expanded and floated in midair, reaching a maximum length of 3 yards and a width of 1 yard. Upon further inspection, Haochen concluded that this shuttle surpassed the typical range, rivaling that of a small spaceship. Moreover, aside from utilizing the cultivator's own true essence for short-distance flight, it could also be powered by essence stones for long-distance travel. He speculated that it was at least a high-grade spiritual artifact, a treasure rare and hard to come by. I shall test its flight speed once I exit the jade pendant space. This place is not suitable for such experiments. He caressed the shuttle with great affection, carefully stowing it away. In summary, Haochen has indeed struck it rich. Reflecting on the flying shuttle, he chuckled foolishly for a moment. With newfound resolve, he decided to explore the myriad storage bags before him. Among the over 1,000 bags lay countless gold and silver notes, with low-grade essence stones numbering in the millions, and even over 1,000 mid-grade essence stones. Most delightfully, within the storage bag of the Shadow Base commander, he discovered a well-preserved stash of 100 thunderbolts, 300 blood poison magic bombs, and a small quantity of sky-shattering thunder. It seems this shadowy secret base was home to some remarkable talents, capable of crafting not only thunderbolts but also blood magic poison bombs and sky-shattering thunder. What a pity that such talents have been entirely exterminated. Moreover, there were thousands of spirit talismans, which brought a smug smile to Haochen's face. After calming his excitement, he began meticulously sorting through the various items. He reserved a small portion of the spirit tea, spirit wine, and elixirs in a commonly used storage bag, while the rest were relegated to a miscellaneous compartment. After some contemplation, he decided to store the thunderbolts, blood poison magic bombs, and sky-shattering thunder in a separate storage bag for safekeeping. After all, one could never be too cautious. What if one day, the Kingfisher and Linger decided to play with these items? It would be wise to prevent any potential disaster in his own backyard. Next, Haochen turned his attention to arranging the placement of the spirit talismans. The varieties were numerous, far exceeding the 5 basic elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Talismans of wind, thunder, darkness, ice, and electricity also constituted a significant portion. Each type of talisman was categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, each with a plethora of variations. The distinctions were indeed challenging, and after much effort, he could only achieve a rough classification. Once he completed this task, he shifted his gaze to the numerous secret manuals piled nearby. There were over 1,000 sets of manuals, along with various jade slips documenting knowledge, including elixir recipes, formation arrangements, and talisman crafting techniques. Among them, the recipes for the Fundamental Restoration Pill, Essence Cultivation Pill, and Foundation Establishment Pill piqued Haochen's interest immensely. After studying them for a while, he carefully placed the 3 jade slips into a storage bag specifically designated for Foundation Establishment. As for the other items, he glanced through them casually. Most were peculiar contraptions or records of unusual tales and anecdotes from the realms of cultivation and martial arts. Haochen, lacking the time to delve deeply into them, merely skimmed through before discarding them aside. He pondered that he should eventually establish a study to house these books. Stretching his body languidly and glancing at the time, he noted that evening had arrived. However, he felt no drowsiness. He thought to himself that the Qingmu Gong mental method could be set aside for the time being. The Jin Yuan Shu spell, however, warranted a thorough examination. With the foundation of the Lianqi Shu, he had managed to decipher the incantation of Jin Yuan Shu to a considerable extent within just half an hour. To cast the Jin Yuan Shu, one essentially needed to channel their spiritual energy according to a special method en route to restrain the fluctuations of their essence power. Clearly, this spell shared several commonalities with the Lianqi Shu, though there remained essential differences. The most significant distinction between the two lies in their targets of confinement. While the Lianqi Shu focuses on restraining the meridians and dantian, it is relatively simpler in comparison, particularly suitable for cultivators. An individual endowed with spiritual roots will inevitably exhibit fluctuations of primordial energy in their muscles and bones upon the formation of this energy. Thus, the technique of breath concealment is primarily effective against those whose consciousness is inferior to one's own. The technique of energy suppression, on the other hand, permeates the consciousness into certain joints, utilizing a unique oscillatory method to dissipate the fluctuations of primordial energy. Both the technique of energy suppression and the breath concealment technique are fundamentally reliant on the strength of one's consciousness. The more potent the consciousness, the more pronounced the effect. The crux of mastering this minor divine ability lies in enhancing the concealment of one's cultivation level. As the incantation was nearly deciphered, Haochen cast aside the jade slip and began to practice the technique of energy suppression. After several iterations, as the night deepened, he finally became proficient in this technique. With a mere thought, the primordial energy quieted. A sense of triumph washed over him. It appeared that his practice of the technique of energy suppression had been successful. Reflecting on the time, he noted there was still a little while until dawn. Unwilling to squander this time, he began to contemplate the techniques of the Shadow Guard, particularly the art of invisibility. The concept of invisibility, at its core, involves unleashing one's internal spiritual energy to create a protective shield that seamlessly blends into the surrounding environment through a unique method of consciousness manipulation. Mastery of the invisibility technique enables one to control this shield to such an extent that it exhibits no fluctuations, thereby achieving true invisibility. Upon reviewing the incantation for the invisibility technique, Haochen found it equally comprehensible. However, upon deeper contemplation, he realized that without a formidable amount of true energy or primordial energy as a support, success in the invisibility technique was utterly unattainable. The mere act of projecting true energy or primordial energy outward is beyond the capabilities of low-level cultivators. The activation of the invisibility shield is unlike the use of techniques that create protective barriers, such as the water barrier technique or the vine armor technique, which can be executed simultaneously with internal true energy and primordial energy. Instead, achieving invisibility requires the pure, singular application of true power or primordial energy. Only in this manner can one utilize the technique of energy suppression to remain undetectable, necessitating a foundational cultivation level for true mastery. For Haochen, this was not a formidable task, although he lacked foundational cultivation. Who among them could not cultivate to the 13th layer of qi refinement? Having grasped the essential elements of the technique, he decided against further exploration and set the manual aside. From the moment he entered the jade pendant space until his departure, he had not encountered Linger. Through their connection, Haochen sensed that during his battle with the old monster Shao, he had been compelled to utilize the jade pendant's spatial power, unleashing a tremendous force that vanquished Shao. The overwhelming absorption of the spirit tool's energy had inadvertently caused Linger's soul to lapse into slumber. Even so, as Haochen practiced the void condensation finger technique within the pendant space, Linger continued to subconsciously communicate with him, urging him to refrain from executing techniques in this realm. In truth, every time Haochen harnessed the energy of the jade pendant space, he was drawing from the spirit tool's vitality. The spirit tool is the core that sustains the operation of this space. Thus, absorbing its energy equates to siphoning the energy of the jade pendant space. Upon probing with his consciousness, he discovered that Linger remained asleep in a room on the second floor. Chapter 119. Collecting some interest. 1. As Haochen exited the jade pendant space, it was precisely midnight. In the depths of night, under a fierce wind, it was indeed a prime time for treachery and violence. The Wang family, lingering in this world for yet another day, had likely caused countless innocent lives to be lost. Upon returning from the Shadow Guard base, Haochen was resolute in his intent to strike against the Wang family. Moreover, during his time away from the secret base in the Western Mountains, he had not only mastered the illusory finger technique, but had also developed the dragon transformation palm and dragon spear techniques. Within the storage pouch of the Shadow Guard leader, he had discovered an abundance of thunderous bombs and blood poison projectiles. At this point, Haochen was armed to the teeth. Should he find himself overwhelmed, he could always escape aboard his flying shuttle. With unwavering confidence, he mused, "Today, in a spirit of delight, I shall visit the Wang family to collect a debt for the innocent lives they have cruelly taken." With this thought, he donned his night attire, masked his presence, and soared into the night. Kill! His furious shout echoed across the skies of Xia Town. Boom! The Wang family, one of the 3 unassailable giants of Xia Town, faced yet another provocation at their doorstep. The grand entrance, forged of purple copper, was obliterated in an instant, its fragments scattering to the ground. The guards, meant to protect the residents, were torn apart, leaving behind 2 mangled corpses alongside the remnants of the entrance. Who dares? Countless members of the Wang family emerged with torches, encircling the intruder. The night concealed their numbers, rendering it impossible to discern how many had come to challenge them. It is your lives that are at stake. As the flickering flames gradually illuminated the darkness, a figure clad in black stood at the expansive doorway, gazing down upon the Wang family with a look of pity. To dare provoke the Wang family, you must be weary of life, bellowed a member of the Wang family. Instantly, dozens of shadow guards surged forward, weapons glinting menacingly, as they sought to eliminate the intruder with haste and reduce him to mere dust. Observing their menacing approach, Haochen thought, you must also harbor wicked intentions. Very well. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. The intruder was none other than Haochen, now disguised and unrecognizable. With a swift motion, he hurled a thunderous bomb, eager to test its might as crafted by the shadow base. Boom! The assailants were met with a blinding flash of blue light, and those caught in its wake vanished from sight. All weapons clattered to the ground, creating deep craters upon impact. Screams erupted as several figures were propelled skyward by the explosive shockwave, and before they could land, their lives were abruptly extinguished. At that moment, the Wang family shadow guards scarcely glimpsed the face of their assailant before meeting a mysterious demise. Haochen, however, was far from foolish. Engaging in a brawl would be a tedious endeavor. A single thunderous bomb had resolved numerous complications with ease. Indeed, the bombs crafted by the shadow base were of superior quality, surpassing those available on the market, as evidenced by their devastating effect. Yet, as he observed the aftermath, Haochen felt a twinge of regret. Had he seized the opportunity to recruit the technicians behind the bomb's creation during the massacre at the shadow base, he would have been far better off. As the echoes of the explosion faded, a chill ran through the remaining members of the Wang family, who clutched their sharp weapons tightly, remaining on high alert, their senses scanning the presence before them. The night was profound and dark. Only those of considerable cultivation could discern the positions of their adversaries. Before they could locate the enemy, a harrowing scream pierced the silence, followed by a blood-drenched head tumbling into the arms of a shadowy guard. The severed head gaped wide, seemingly attempting to convey something to its companions. Yet its mouth moved soundlessly. The one who cradled the head, regardless of his usual audacity, trembled uncontrollably at that moment. Suddenly, he let out a primal roar, causing the grisly trophy to fall to the ground. The head rolled upon the earth, gnawing desperately at the soil, then turned to glare at the one who had discarded it, exuding an aura of malevolence. The shadow guard of the Wang family weakened and collapsed beside the head. Silenced by terror, retreat. Someone whistled, and the group abandoned several corpses, retreating into the courtyard like a receding tide. You need not be so arrogant. When the elders of the Wang family arrive, your time will come, a voice boomed from the darkness. There is no need to wait for your elders. Your demise is upon you now, Haochen replied, addressing the shadowy figure. With a breathtaking grace, he struck again, claiming several more lives in an instant. The sounds of combat and explosions drew countless onlookers, their curiosity undeterred by the night's veil. They lingered at a distance, speculating. Who is this audacious individual that dares to provoke the Wang family? Could it be an alliance between the Zhu and Qi families? Who knows? This person is indeed reckless. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, confusion, and disdain. Daring to challenge the Wang family's domain. Is he seeking death? I shall grant him his wish. Came a resonant voice, the elder Wang Xinli. His arrival eased the tension among the Wang family members, who began to mock Haochen. The fourth elder has arrived. Prepare for your demise, young man. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate you. Look, he still pretends to be unfazed. Has he been rendered speechless? Arrogant fool. Meet your end. Seeing the lack of response from his opponent, Wang Xinli, filled with rage and humiliation, charged at Haochen, fists crackling with energy. Sensing the elder's oncoming strike, Haochen had already locked onto Wang Xinli with his spiritual awareness, condensing a fiery punch to meet the assault. The flames engulfed the elder in an instant, reducing him to ashes amidst his anguished screams. At once, the crowd's brows furrowed, hearts racing, legs trembling. And the sound of swallowed breaths echoed in the air, stunned by the spectacle. That was a mid-stage martial master. How could he be vanquished by a single punch? It seems the Wang family has encountered a formidable foe. Let us sit back and enjoy the unfolding drama, Yuan Wentian remarked to his daughter, Yuan Wenwan. Indeed, the Wang family is overdue for some reckoning, Yuan Wenwan whispered to her father. Ha ha ha, splendid. The Wang family has finally met their match. It is truly a delight. Zhang Jia, mingling among the crowd, felt an immense satisfaction at this turn of events. The murmurs of the distant crowd did not escape Haochen's keen awareness. Amidst the fray with the Wang family, he also divided a sliver of his focus to survey the surrounding onlookers. With keen observation and acute awareness, Haochen has discerned the presence of Yuan Wentian and Yuan Wenwan amidst the crowd to the southeast. The jubilant laughter emanating from the southwest undoubtedly belongs to Zhang Jia, who had recently infiltrated the Wang family estate. Haochen, having previously saved Zhang Jia's life during that escapade, is well acquainted with his essence. The Wang family of Shihe Town is notorious for their tyrannical behavior, frequently oppressing others and engaging in market monopolization. After a brazen attack that resulted in the deaths of several individuals, the community finally found the courage to voice their grievances. Bold rodents, dare to offend the Wang family. Two resounding voices boomed simultaneously, conjuring a tempestuous wave of energy aimed at Haochen, as if to rend him to pieces. Haochen unleashed the might of his 13th level of qi refinement, summoning the Fei Huang sword to confront the impending onslaught, while simultaneously releasing the azure flames of his fist. Boom! The clashing of the Fei Huang sword reverberated through the air. Hiss! The sound of flesh searing accompanied the flames. A cataclysmic explosion echoed, scattering flowers and plants into fragments. While the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the vicinity, mingling with the acrid scent of charred remains, forcing many to hold their breath. Concurrently, two dark figures plummeted from the void. With a resounding thud, two charred suckling pigs were left in the courtyard of the Wang family. Chapter 120, Collecting Interest, Part 2. Today, the Wang family faces annihilation. With a thunderous roar, Haochen brandished his weapon and charged once more into the throng at the entrance of the Wang family. Employing bizarre tactics, he wielded the terrifying Qinghun dagger and the heart-stopping Mohun blade, striking left and right, causing crimson blossoms to erupt from the foreheads of several individuals. Their screams of agony filling the air as blood spilled forth, pungent and overwhelming. Haochen audaciously applied the Zhangyu sword technique within his assassination maneuvers. Is not your Wang family shadow guard devoted to assassination? Then I shall return your own methods to you. As the number of casualties among the Wang family escalated, a sense of foreboding enveloped them. All members of the Wang family realized that they could no longer afford to confront him individually. Continuing in this manner would lead to their utter obliteration. At this moment, countless figures from the Wang family surged forward, attempting to encircle and overwhelm Haochen. Sharp weapons surged forth. Various magical artifacts and swords gleamed with menace as they sought to trap and slay him. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept onto Haochen's lips as he mused. Have the Wang family members truly been dazed? Do they still wish to surround and kill me? Has a single thunderbolt not jolted them back to reality? Senior Yuan, quickly disperse the crowd and move them away from this place. During the fray, Haochen communicated telepathically with Yuan Wentian, who was mingling among the onlookers, urging him to help maintain order, for Haochen wished to avoid harming the spectators. Zhang Jia, have you seen enough? Clear your side of the crowd and retreat. Haochen sent another urgent message to Zhang Jia, who was spectating the commotion. Once his words were spoken, Haochen executed the swift hawk step, darting into the dense mass of the Wang family members. Suddenly, he produced two blood poison magic bombs and a thunderbolt bomb crafted at the Shishan blood shadow base. Without hesitation, he hurled the two blood poison bombs and vanished from sight. However, Haochen had merely cast aside the two blood poison bombs. The thunderbolt bomb held a different purpose. Boom! The blood poison bombs detonated, instantly corroding dozens of Wang family members along with their courtyard structures to ashes. At this moment, only a few battered and high-level cultivators of the Wang family stood upon the ruins. You little thief, it is you, exclaimed Wang Xingpeng, the fifth elder of the Wang family, as he recognized the aura of the approaching figure. On that fateful night, while stealthily observing the Wang family, Haochen had witnessed a fierce battle involving Wang Herong. In a moment of desperation, He had thrown a piece of rubble towards Wang Herong. When Haochen aided Zhang Jie in his escape, Wang Xinping had just arrived at the scene, vividly recalling the aura of the one who had cast the rubble. The aura before him now belonged to none other than that individual. Recognizing Haotian's presence, Wang Xinping's eyes turned crimson with rage, prompting him to recklessly charge towards Haotian. Just as he lunged forward, Haotian flicked his hand, launching a pitch-black thunderbolt towards the gathering of over a dozen Wang family members. Sensing the incoming projectile, Wang Xinping's pupils dilated, and he instinctively drew his long sword to block the attack. "Fifth uncle, no?" Wang Haiping shouted urgently. With a thunderous explosion, Wang Xinping's mind was jolted back to clarity in that instant. However, it was too late for him to retreat. A flash of blue light surged through the air, and then silence enveloped the scene. The thunderbolt, which Haotian had intended for a different purpose, was not specifically aimed at Wang Xinping. A peak martial master, Wang Xinping posed a considerable challenge for Haotian, especially with the formidable Wang Haiping, a practitioner of both martial and magical arts, standing nearby. In truth, Haotian had merely intended to deploy the thunderbolt at an opportune moment to utilize its explosive shockwave to incinerate the lingering toxins from the blood poison magic bomb. Little did he anticipate Wang Xinping's reckless behavior, compelling him to allow the elder to experience the thunderbolt's fury once more. At this juncture, only the tattered Wang Haiping managed to rise from the ground amidst the debris. Seizing the moment, Haotian sprang forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the recently risen Wang Haiping flying several yards. Blood spewed from Wang Haiping as he fell to the ground in agony. Approaching Wang Haiping, Haotian conjured a massive hand to strike down upon him. "You dare, little thief!" Wang Haiping bellowed, his voice trembling with fury. Wang Haiping, being a formidable dual practitioner of martial and magical arts, possessed a powerful consciousness and a robust physique, making him far superior to ordinary cultivators. The moment Wang Xinping blocked the thunderbolt with his sword, Wang Haiping's consciousness had already detected its presence. As the cry rang out, Wang Haiping summoned a protective golden talisman and collapsed to the ground. Aware of the thunderbolt's devastating power, he had no time to shield others. Nor could he expect to do so. In the instant of the explosion, he shielded his head, narrowly escaping injury, yet feigning incapacitation to lure Haotian closer and catch him off guard. Sensing the gust of Haotian's descending hand, Wang Haiping rolled aside, unleashing a preformed blade of wind towards Haotian. The sudden turn of events did not fluster Haotian. He deftly twisted his waist, evading several wind blades, though one managed to pierce through his right shoulder, collapsing the remnants behind him. Haotian swiftly consumed a recovery pill, raising his left hand once more to unleash a dragon-shaped palm strike aimed at Wang Haiping. At this moment, Wang Haiping had already regained his composure from the initial shock. As the force of the palm strike surged towards him, Haochen, driven by intent, directed his flying sword to meet the incoming energy. The two engaged in a silent clash, each retreating a few steps. Wang Haiping's lips stained crimson, while Haochen's shoulder continued to bleed. Coughing, Wang Haiping could not suppress another spurt of blood. Haochen retrieved a piece of healing salve and pressed it against his wound, subsequently summoning the Fei Huang sword, standing resolutely still, executing the first stance of the Liu sword technique. He drew forth the sword. Regardless of whether one practiced both martial and magical arts, the sword's emergence could evoke fear in the gods and spirits alike. Even with his mastery at the 12th level of Qi refinement, Wang Haiping could not withstand a single strike from the 13th level. Reluctantly, he collapsed, and until his last breath, he remained oblivious as to whether Haochen had truly drawn his sword. What transpired? With wide-open eyes, Wang Haiping sought to comprehend that lethal strike. Elder Wang Xinhua arrived in the courtyard amidst the final echoes of the explosion. Witnessing Wang Haiping embroiled in combat with Haochen, he realized that Haochen had not yet unsheathed his sword, yet had already claimed a life, sending chills down his spine. Turning to flee, Haochen's intent summoned the Qinghun dagger, which pierced directly through Wang Xinhua's heart, ending his life with a single blow. The remaining onlookers were stricken with terror. Hastily retreating, this embodiment of death was far too formidable for them to withstand. To charge forth would only mean certain demise. Yet, Haochen showed no intention of sparing them. A flash of blue light surged forth, and none could escape. The Wang family harbored no virtuous souls. This group was comprised of assassins cultivated by the shadow base. Their murderous gazes revealed a history steeped in the blood of countless victims. Having chosen the path of killing, They must be prepared to face death. Countless bodies were obliterated, flung far and wide, even as some, driven by rage, attempted to charge forth in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. They found themselves utterly powerless. Many among them had participated in the massacre of the Jiang family, having traversed the blood pools, their fates sealed by their own heinous acts. Were it not for their bloodthirsty slaughter, how could the blood pools have claimed so many innocent lives? Those lives had once belonged to vibrant, carefree children. Chapter 121. Collecting Interest. 3. You wretched spawn, seeking death, are you? Do you think the Wang family is defenseless? Accompanied by a chilling rebuke, a shadowy figure lunged at Haochen with a gun. Do you truly believe the Wang family is without protectors? Haochen brandished the Fei Huang sword, cleaving down at the gun's trajectory. This sword is impressive. It can withstand a strike from my Hunyuan spear. The shadow growled with ferocity. Haochen said nothing in response, silently soaring towards the source of the taunt, intent on silencing the boastful foe. However, upon entering the designated area, the shadow vanished in an instant, and the surroundings transformed in a blur. What once was a desolate ruin morphed into a dim, chaotic desert, filled with swirling sands and stones. In truth, even as Haochen unleashed his wrath, the Wang family had begun to set up the 5 elements illusionary killing formation. 5 skilled members of the Wang family, clad in black, wielded elemental flags corresponding to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, positioned at the cardinal points, awaiting their enemy's incursion. As soon as Haochen stepped into the formation, the 5 black-clad individuals activated the array. The elemental energies of the 5 elements swirled rapidly around the formation flag, creating a desolate desert devoid of vitality and any signs of life, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. Upon entering the formation, Haochen was startled, sensing something amiss within. He then extended his consciousness to probe the surroundings, only to be enveloped by a pervasive atmosphere of desolation and slaughter, leading him to realize the illusory killing formation. Just as he was taken aback, a piercing wail echoed, and shadows of swords descended upon him like a swarm of locusts, drowning him in an ocean of blades. Using the illusory killing formation to instill fear, Haochen locked onto a beam of sword light and severed it with a decisive strike. Yet another blade silently grazed him, leaving a gash on his left shoulder. Earlier, during a clash with Wang Haiping, his right shoulder had just healed from a wound. Now, his left shoulder had met a similar fate. How oddly fortuitous. The illusory killing formation could indeed inflict harm. A cold voice resonated from the shadows. The formation continually morphed as Haochen adapted amidst the chaos, gradually discerning that this was a 5 elements illusory killing formation. Having studied formations before, he was aware of the formidable nature of the 5 elements illusory killing formation, yet he had not anticipated encountering it so swiftly. Since he was well versed in its intricacies, locating the formation's base was imperative to break free. Countless sword shadows relentlessly assailed him, the opponent intent on dragging anyone ensnared within the formation to their demise. Haochen evaded left and right, yet sustained injuries in rapid succession. At this juncture, the ointment he had concocted proved invaluable, as most of his body was smeared with the black salve. Do you truly believe a mere wretch like you can shake the Wang family? Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift end. The shadow's voice dripped with disdain. Haochen refrained from responding, focusing instead on evasion, while his consciousness continued to search for the formation's base. Illusions can emerge from external sources, confounding one's senses and obscuring vision, or can stem from within, clouding the mind and disturbing the sea of consciousness. He recalled the jade slip detailing the methods of arranging the 5 elements illusory killing formation and speculated about the Wang family's deployment of its elements. This was indeed a 5 elements illusory killing formation. Otherwise, such a boundless desert could not manifest here. Torn apart by myriad swords? If illusions can be imposed upon me, why can I not shatter them from within? With this thought, Haochen felt a surge of clarity within his consciousness. Is this not an easy feat? With a mere thought, he slipped into the space of his jade pendant. In that instant, the illusory formation dissipated and the desert vanished. The 5 elements illusory killing formation had been dismantled. How could this be achieved in such a brief span? Exclamations of disbelief trickled from the lips of the Wang clan members. They were well aware of the peril of this grand formation, reputedly arranged by the clan's elder and the second master, Wang Haiqing. The formation's might was unparalleled, and few could unravel it. Even the enigmatic and powerful town master found it exceedingly challenging. Yet now, within mere breaths, this formidable array had been dismantled by a young man, an occurrence utterly unfathomable, leaving them in disbelief. Haochen emerged from the jade pennant space, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping the figure of the middle-aged man in black at the center of the formation, none other than Wang Haiqing, the second master of the Wang family. Wang Haiqing's face was ashen. The formation he had presumed to be infallible was effortlessly dismantled by an adversary, a stinging slap to his pride. Seizing the moment of Wang Haiqing's daze, Haochen's figure flickered and abruptly appeared before him. Startled, Wang Haiqing swung his fist towards Haochen's face, only to have it caught barehanded. In an instant, Haochen delivered a resounding slap, sending 3 pristine teeth flying. Subsequently, a vine spirit talisman was conjured upon Wang Haiqing. Although this tool was somewhat ineffective against cultivators, it proved significantly more effective in restraining martial practitioners. Haochen was no fool. He considered all manner of cunning tactics fair game against his enemies, as long as it led to their demise. Do you recall the bloodshed of the Jiang family, the endless wails of despair? Haochen mused, his hands and feet tirelessly hammering away at a sandbag. Do you remember the innocent boys and girls of Shishan's blood pool? As he recounted these horrors, he unleashed his spiritual sense to violently disrupt Wang Haiqing's consciousness. Although Wang Haiqing's mind was racked with pain from Haochen's assault, he could not help but remember the massacre of the Jiang family from years past. It appears you have recalled some memories, yet not sufficiently, Haochen remarked, noting the change in Wang Haiqing's gaze, and with a flicker of his spiritual sense. The sensation of needles piercing, flames searing, blades slicing, and countless insects gnawing lingered in Wang Haiqing's consciousness. A piercing scream escaped Wang Haiqing, echoing through the night, as he writhed in agony, unable to escape the torment of the spiritual assault. This is a retribution for your family's annihilation of the Jiang clan, the creation of the blood pool, and the suffering inflicted upon the populace. Now all of it is being repaid in full. With a fierce punch, Haochen struck at Wang Haiqing's dantian, then casually stowed away the vine talisman, no longer concerning himself with the man. Continuing his advance, Haochen swiftly darted in all directions, dispatching the remaining 4 members of the 5 elements illusory killing formation. Naturally, he also collected all the formation flags into his storage pouch. The Wang family was far from its end. Many more awaited behind. The individuals before him were merely pawns, their lives inconsequential. As long as the Wang family was granted a moment's respite, they could quickly regain their strength. However, if he could eliminate several core figures within the Wang family, their demise would be absolute, with no chance of resurgence, leading to the total annihilation of the Shishan shadow. Chapter 122, Collecting Interest, Part 4, Stop. Just as Haochen lifted his foot to advance towards another direction, a commanding voice shattered the darkness. Simultaneously, 3 figures flashed before him. Though their presence exuded formidable power, they paled in comparison to Haochen. They were the 3 brothers Wang Xixiang, Wang Suwu, and Wang Xixue. A voice from the onlookers rang out, "You are not far from death." The 4th young master, Wang Xixiang, glared at Haochen, his bloodshot eyes seething with rage. His father, Wang Haiqing, lay convulsing not far away, utterly incapacitated. Helpless to intervene, he could only watch in despair. This unbearable torment ignited an unprecedented fury within him. Wang Siwu and Wang Xixue shared in this torrent of indignation, their hearts incessantly pricked by the memory of the dagger of Qing Hun that had pierced their grandfather Wang Xinhua's chest. The chests of the 2 men were filled with an insatiable thirst for blood, yearning to unleash their fury upon Haochen. Is that so? Haochen smiled, retracting the Qing Hun dagger embedded in Wang Xinhua's chest. Then, he stepped forward, intent on bringing an end to these individuals. They were merely pawns, thrust into the fray to take the fall, or perhaps to buy a moment's respite. You are certainly destined to perish, and that moment is now. From behind Wang Xixiang, a robust voice resonated with confidence. It was deep and powerful, as if the situation were entirely under control. The head of the Wang family, Wang Herong? Haochen smiled faintly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Which insolent wretch dares to utter my name so freely? Seeking death? Wang Herong retorted, though his expression remained unchanged as he stood silently before Haochen, scrutinizing him. It is you who seeks death, old dog. Haochen spat. Without warning, Wang Herong unleashed a flurry of icy arrows, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, aimed directly at Haochen. Each strike threatening demise with the slightest miscalculation. Shameless old fool, relying only on despicable tactics. Haochen was not to be trifled with. Aware that his adversary was at the pinnacle of martial mastery, a level comparable to his own. Furthermore, during Zhang Jie's incursion into the Wang residence, Haochen had observed for a considerable time, gaining insight into Wang Hairong's martial techniques. In response, Haochen released a blade of wind to counter the assault. The clash of the wind blade and the icy arrows produced a cacophony of sounds as they were obliterated upon impact. At that precise moment of collision, a translucent ice needle stealthily weaved through the wind blade's lattice, hurtling towards Haochen with astonishing speed, poised to pierce his thigh. Reacting swiftly, Haochen lifted his right foot and stomped down hard, shattering the ice needle beneath his heel. At that same instant, Wang Hairong sprang into action, employing his ice arrow technique to mask the stealthy strike of the ice needle. He realized he had achieved his objective, closing the distance to Haochen in an instant. His right hand poised to deliver a lethal strike to Haochen's neck. During the earlier conflict, Wang Hairong had discerned that Haochen was not just a martial artist, but also a cultivator, much like Wang Haiping and Wang Xiu, adept in both martial and mystical arts. Typically, those who cultivate both realms have physical limitations in martial prowess. To subdue a cultivator, close combat is the most effective strategy, preventing them from wielding their blades or casting spells. Taking the initiative, Haochen met the attack with a devastating magic explosion fist. The sound of their collision echoing through the air. Wang Hairong emitted a muffled groan, stumbling backward, his right hand appearing somewhat unnatural, clearly injured. In the spirit of reciprocity, Haochen employed his swift shocking swan technique, dashing towards Wang Hairong. Ha! Wang Hairong responded with an enigmatic smile, flipping his palm to reveal a black orb radiating an unusual aura. This revelation stirred something within Haochen, prompting him to retreat in an instant. The man before him had indeed mastered his craft. He had produced a formidable concealed weapon. If Haochen's suspicions were correct, Wang Hairong's weapon was likely a blood poison bomb. However, Wang Hairong did not throw the weapon. Instead, he feigned a toss and concealed it back within his sleeve. Instead, he swiftly raised his left hand, merging it with his right to form a complex hand seal. Attempting to intimidate, Haochen found amusement in the cunning of the old man, who sought to buy time and unleash his spell. The soul seal emerged, a ghastly white mark intermingled with ghostly flames, erupting forth with a chilling sound reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits wailing, exuding an unbearable stench. The demon exploding fist. Haochen's consciousness swept across the scene, sensing the impending danger, and he concentrated the Dan flame within his mind. The fist radiated a long trail of Dan flame, colliding with the oncoming soul seal. Instantly, the void trembled as ghostly fire and Dan flame burst forth, the pale soul seal clashing with the dark-hued demon exploding fist, both energies expending themselves in the fierce encounter. Old fellow, it is time to conclude this, Haochen declared, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed, launching a barrage of fists and kicks. Dan flame and wind blades unleashed in unison. To prevent prolonged conflict, he aimed to swiftly end the old man's life. Otherwise, the commotion would attract the attention of formidable forces, which would spell trouble. Did you think you could provoke me without reprisal? Wang Hairong laughed heartily as he brandished his sword. The sharp blade struck down with precision, its potent energy causing Haochen to feel a hint of pressure. A fine sword indeed, I shall accept it, Haochen remarked before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Under the cover of night, he employed his techniques of breath concealment, energy sealing, and shadow hiding. These three arts intertwined, surpassing even the Shadow Guard's stealth. Even an ancient entity like the Dan Elder would find it challenging to discern his presence. Haochen wielded these spells as a means to toy with the head of the Wang family. Wang Hairong was bewildered, unable to locate his adversary. How could he proceed with the battle? He resorted to slashing wildly, swinging his sword left and right, in a futile attempt to find his opponent. Just as fatigue began to cloud his vision, Haochen, concealed in the shadows, soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Hairong's right shoulder. Crack! Wang Hairong's scapula shattered, sending him hurtling through the air with a cry of agony, his sword slipping from his grasp and cascading into the void. Haochen seized the sword, descending with intent to execute Wang Hairong. Suddenly, a wave of danger approached. Haochen's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, He abandoned his intention to slay Wang Hai Rong, abruptly altering his course and leaping away. In the instant of his retreat, a foot landed precisely where he had just stood, creating a crater of considerable size in the ground, shaking the remnants of the Wang family's courtyard. Another formidable foe had arrived. Haochen sheathed the sword obtained from Wang Hai Rong, focusing intently on the figure descending from above, fully alert. This was undoubtedly an ancient relic of the Wang family, having reached the pinnacle of the great martial master realm, nearing the cultivation of a martial sovereign. The martial sovereign corresponds to the nascent soul stage. However, generally speaking, cultivators of the spiritual path are slightly superior to those of the martial path. Martial practitioners below the great martial master realm cannot fly, while cultivators possess the ability to soar on swords. Only those who attain the great martial master realm can take to the skies and compete with cultivators. In this world, cultivation is broadly categorized into two types. One involves the refinement of true energy and physical strength, embodying the martial path, classified as follows: martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master. Great martial master, martial sovereign, martial venerable, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial deity. The other is the cultivation of primordial energy, attuning oneself to nature, representing the spiritual path, divided into gathering essence, refining qi, foundation establishment, Dan formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, separation, integration, transcendence, and great ascension. In the realm of cultivation, where practitioners of various disciplines such as demonic cultivation, Taoism, and swordsmanship abound, Haochen, a dual practitioner of both martial arts and magic, possesses a profound understanding of these paths. He has engaged in comparative analysis between martial cultivation and celestial cultivation. Through recent skirmishes, he has gradually discerned the similarities and differences between these two forms of cultivation. In close combat, martial artists hold the advantage beneath the rank of master. Those who have transcended to the realm of great masters possess strength comparable to that of celestial practitioners at the essence core stage. Martial cultivators rely on their innate true energy, which, though potent, is fleeting. Conversely, celestial practitioners harness the elemental energy of the universe, enabling them to sustain their power for a considerably longer duration. As a dual practitioner, Haochen not only possesses a longer-lasting true essence compared to those who practice a singular path, but the amalgamation of true energy and elemental energy culminates in a formidable force. You young ones disturb the tranquility of my Wang family. For that, you must pay with your life. The elder's overwhelming aura compelled the spectators to retreat in haste. The arrival of the Grand Elder heralded doom for the audacious youth. Wang Hai Rong exhibited a smirk, declaring, "Those who have spoken of death have long since met their end." Unfazed, Haochen proclaimed, brandishing his flying radiance sword, his martial prowess resonating with the late stage of a warrior, rivaling that of the elder. In the chaos of battle, a dual practitioner can only unleash one aspect of their power, either the aura of a martial cultivator or that of a celestial one. At this moment, Haochen manifested the aura of a martial practitioner to the onlookers. The ironclad rule of the celestial realm dictates that celestial practitioners must abstain from engaging in worldly slaughter, a decree laid down by the rulers of this domain. Those martial cultivators who attain the realm of great masters are regarded on par with celestial practitioners. Any violation of this edict results in severe retribution. Thus, in the public eye, Haochen was compelled to present himself solely as a martial warrior within the Wang family. Chapter 123, Collecting Interest, Part 5. I have yet to encounter someone of your caliber, who can stand against a pinnacle great master with the cultivation of a late-stage warrior. You are indeed a prodigy. Alas, great trees attract the wind. You shall ultimately perish here, Wang Xiao remarked, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration before he shook his head in regret. With a swift motion of his hands, a massive flaming blade materialized in the air, crashing down towards Haochen and igniting an inferno. Are the elders of the Wang family all blind to the truth? Haochen scoffed, as the brilliance of the flying radiance sword flickered, its energy swirling upward. Under the pressure of the flaming blade, the sword's radiance dimmed, and before the spectators could fully comprehend the situation, both Haochen and his sword were engulfed by the blade's fiery aura. At that moment, Haochen was swallowed by the torrent of flames, his form minuscule against the vast sea of fire, akin to a mere speck of dust. The crowd gasped in disbelief. witnessing the overwhelming force of the flames that far exceeded their expectations, rendering any attempt at resistance utterly futile. Is this the disparity between a warrior and a pinnacle great master? Someone murmured, deeply impressed by the spectacle. What a pity. I had hoped someone would bring the Wang family to ruin and assuage my grievances, yet it seems all is in vain. A mere blade has extinguished a life. The elder of the Wang family is truly formidable. Many are filled with regret and fury. Yet even the most intense emotions are rendered futile in the face of absolute power. Another promising young talent has perished, ruthlessly slain by the elder of the Wang family, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. A potential paragon has vanished into oblivion. To dare to challenge the deeply entrenched Wang family is to overestimate oneself and court disaster. Naturally, there are those who scoff at Haochen's audacity, mocking his reckless actions. Many harbor jealousy towards him, for at such a tender age, he has already displayed extraordinary talent and strength. Should he continue to grow, he could become a formidable figure of his generation. Such a potential powerhouse evokes a sense of rejection in many hearts. Has he truly fallen? Came the voice of a middle-aged man. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, two figures stood side by side in an inconspicuous corner, quietly observing the unfolding events. Impossible, one woman analyzed. As far as I know, the spells wielded by cultivators and martial practitioners possess their own unique merits. The spells of martial practitioners are grand and imposing, while those of cultivators are delicate and serene. The woman, conversing with the middle-aged man, was Yuan Wenwan, a practitioner of the 10th level of Qi refinement, while her companion was Yuan Wentian, the head of the Yuan family, who possessed the prowess of a great martial master. At this moment, the father and daughter duo were acutely aware of the identity of the individual engaged in battle with the Wang family. When Haochen unleashed his thunderous attack, he had previously communicated with Yuan Wentian to disperse the crowd. Upon departing from the Yuan family, Haochen had reached an understanding with them. Should he engage in combat with the Wang family, Yuan Wenwan would immediately proceed to the town lord's residence to suppress the city lord, preventing him from intervening or delaying matters until the situation became clearer, thus avoiding any involvement from the Yuan family. At the moment the Wang family was attacked, Yuan Wenwan, having concealed her aura and disguised herself, swiftly arrived at the town lord's residence. Upon sensing that the town lord was merely a late-stage martial artist, she anticipated some resistance. To her surprise, upon recognizing her as a Qi refinement practitioner of the 10th level, the town lord nodded in agreement before she could finish her sentence. Discontent with the Wang family's usual behavior, the town lord found them excessively arrogant, to the point of disregarding even him. He had long sought an opportunity to chastise the Wang family. Upon hearing of the brawl, he was inclined to investigate. However, after listening to Yuan Wenjuan's words, he chose to avoid entanglement in troublesome affairs, adopting a less is more approach, waiting for clarity before taking action. He subsequently issued an order for the Shihe town guard to remain on standby. Although he had heard of Haochen's strength while at the Yunhai sect, it was merely hearsay. Now, with Haochen's fate uncertain, Yuan Wenwan could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, fearing for his safety. As blades clashed, flames of swords and knives intertwined, spreading fiercely within the space where the two combatants engaged, growing ever more intense. There appeared to be no sign of extinguishment, as if everything in the vicinity were destined to be reduced to ashes. At that moment, some observers noticed an anomaly in the flames. Why do these flames seem to be intensifying? Indeed, how curious. Behold, the flames have transformed into something far more exquisite than before. Indeed, the evolution of the sword's flame and the blade's radiance has progressed from the azure hue, gradually transitioning. First, it appeared as a delicate pink, then transformed into a vibrant red, and now has astonishingly evolved into a deep crimson. The heat intensifies, compelling some individuals to retreat from the battlegrounds of conflict. Yuan Wenjuan's lips curved gently into a smile. Upon witnessing the shifting flames, she recognized that Hao Yin was unharmed. She too had employed the methods of cultivators. With the protection of a spirit fire talisman and an evasion fire talisman, as long as it was not an otherworldly fire such as the Tai divine fire, the Jiyuan divine fire, or the chaotic fire, she could evade any flame. A martial cultivator's sword flame was but a trivial fire in the eyes of a cultivator. As Yuan Wenwan pondered the origins of the flames, a resounding roar erupted from the place where the sword flame and blade radiance converged. Boom, boom, boom. The flames surged as if fueled by oil, the fiery currents quickly expanding, seemingly dissatisfied with their current intensity. Cough, cough, cough. This fire is rather pungent. Amidst the coughing, Haochen playfully uttered a provocative remark. In an instant, Haochen's figure vanished, leaving the sword flame behind, though the ground still emitted a charred aroma. In truth, the moment the flames took form, Haochen had utilized the evasion fire talisman to seize the opportunity for an experimental endeavor. With a mere thought, he summoned a jade pendant from his consciousness, eager to observe its transformation amidst the flames, to discern the extent of high temperatures it could withstand. Although he had previously experimented with fireball techniques that merely gauged the combustion of a singular flame, this time, the amalgamation of sword flame and blade radiance incorporated a trace of pill flame, boasting a temperature surpassing any encountered before. Haochen was keen to witness any changes in the jade pendant. Focused intently on the pendant, he observed that the obsidian jade, upon encountering the flames, not only refrained from heating, but also continuously absorbed the external fire. In a short span, Haochen discovered that the blackness of the pendant deepened, while its body grew increasingly cool. What a marvelous treasure! This artifact is impervious to both cold and heat. In future encounters of a similar nature, one could simply retreat into the space of the pendant. The experiment instilled Haochen with newfound confidence. In a swift motion, he entered the pendant's space, which remained unchanged within. Chapter 124. Collecting some interest. 6. Sensing Haochen's arrival in the space, the already rested Ling approached him, flanked by the little kingfisher. The kingfisher fluttered around Haochen, chirping incessantly. Wait a moment, did I not just provide you with a feast? How could it be devoured so swiftly? Truly, you are a glutton. Should this continue, I fear I may struggle to sustain you. Whatever thoughts crossed Haochen's mind, Ling was well aware, casting him a sidelong glance. Internally chastising him. You are such a fool. The little kingfisher wished to venture out for some sustenance. The outside world is ablaze, with nothing delectable to consume. This is of no concern to you. Let her eat whatever she desires. Ling chose not to disclose this to him, knowing he was powerless to intervene. Quietly reflecting. After all, you too are a glutton. Once we venture outside, it would be best if you do not return, for I cannot afford to keep you. The kingfisher steadied itself, declaring, we shall go out. Haochen acquiesced, allowing the little kingfisher to perch upon his shoulder. Upon hearing Haochen still refer to her as the kingfisher, the little one pecked at Haochen's head. That little peck stung quite a bit. The kingfisher has been named. You are no longer permitted to call her kingfisher. Her name is now Xiaotsui. What isn't a name? Isn't she still a bird? Before Haochen could finish his thought, he felt a gentle thump on his head. Very well, we shall call you Xiaotsui. The pair exited the jade pendant space together. Upon encountering flames, Xiaotsui's eyes widened in astonishment, and with a swift inhale, she devoured a flame. Haochen, witnessing this spectacle, was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. How extraordinary! What kind of being is this kingfisher that she can consume fire? In no time, Xiaotsui had absorbed nearly all the flames. To conceal her presence, Haochen resorted to casting a fireball spell for cover. However, to his amazement, Xiaotsui consumed even the fireball. In desperation, he unleashed the Dan flame, yet she still swallowed it with ease. Ultimately, he had no choice but to release the Dan flame again. After a single gulp, Xiaotsui let out a satisfied burp. She was full. The kingfisher settled on Haochen's shoulder, dozing off, and he speculated that she had indeed had her fill. Subsequently, he returned her to the jade pendant space for a well-deserved rest. At this moment, he could not allow Xiaotsui to wander freely. He felt a sense of pride as he thought, what a glutton. I must do my utmost to indulge her. She is a treasure. Onlookers surrounding the flames witnessed a transformation of the azure flames. Initially pink, then red, and now evolving into a deep crimson. The temperature grew increasingly intense. This transformation was a result of Haochen's fireball spell, Dan flame technique, and Dan inferno spell. With Xiaotsui safely tucked away in the jade pendant space, Haochen ceased his fire manipulation, resulting in a serene clarity in the area. Observing Haochen remain unmoved as if merely brushed by smoke, it seemed he had sustained no harm at all. Wang Xinxiao was furious. His greatest trump card had been effortlessly dismantled by a mere youth. His rage surged uncontrollably. It was just a minor trick of mine. Wang Xinxiao feigned indifference. Yet, internally, he felt the sting of loss. as if bleeding for the research he had proudly dedicated much of his life to. In just half a night, he had seen his 5 elements illusionary killing formation shattered, followed by the defeat of his blade flame C technique. Undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face in front of the world. Unable to endure any longer, Wang Xinxiao charged forward. His fists like the wind, each strike deadly. Such trifling techniques are truly no match for me, Haochen replied, meeting him with an open palm. Their fists collided, unleashing a torrent of internal energy that scattered debris and sent the onlookers retreating in fear. With a resounding crash, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Their movements so swift that they were mere shadows to the spectators. The air was filled with dull thuds as they battled fiercely. Old man, are you tired yet? How about taking a break? Seeing as you are of advanced age, I shall show you some courtesy. I am quite the model of respect for the elderly. If you tire yourself out, do not blame me. When you reach the underworld, please do not tarnish my reputation. While fending off Wang Xinxiao's onslaught, Haochen rambled on, his words tumbling forth like a torrent. His banter was as relentless as a haranguing street vendor, striking blows to Wang Xinxiao's pride and provoking him to the point of fury. Consumed by rage, Wang Xinxiao spat blood, his demeanor suddenly waning. Haochen's psychological tactics had rendered him trembling with anger, yet he could muster no words to retort. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen unleashed a surge of primordial energy. His momentum escalated continuously, and before he realized it, he had experienced a breakthrough. Within his body, he had already opened up 15 meridians, and unbeknownst to him, he had subsequently opened 2 more. The breath of the 15th layer of qi erupted instantaneously, and with the flickering of the stunning swallow technique. The demon-exploding fist struck fiercely against Wang Xinxiao's chest, sending him flying. Haochen ascended, delivering a decisive kick that crushed Wang Xinxiao beneath his feet, resulting in his untimely demise. Haochen had incited Wang Xinxiao to the brink of fury, akin to Zhuge Liang's 3 provocations of Zhouyu that led to death. In a fit of rage, Wang Xinxiao succumbed to his anger. Seizing this moment, Haochen eliminated the elder of the Wang family. It appeared that in the game of strategy against an adversary, only through agility and the harmonious integration of tactics could one emerge victorious. Though his methods may not be glorified, Haochen remained unconcerned. The only truth was the elimination of his opponent. A brief stillness enveloped the space, soon shattered by the cacophony of emotions soaring into the night sky. The old ghost of the Wang family had perished. Finally, a prodigious young talent with limitless potential had emerged. The Wang family was finished. They had met their end. Yunmei, the heavens have indeed opened their eyes, and finally, someone has avenged us. Wang Xinxiao, you have sown much evil. Countless cries of vengeance echoed, some lamenting newlywed brides who had been wronged, others mourning families slaughtered for no reason, and still others whose lives had been shattered. All these grievances ignited a flame within Haochen's chest. Wang Hairong's complexion turned ashen. The clan's supreme elder, a master of martial and immortal arts, was utterly no match for him, let alone the others of the Wang family. No, please don't kill me. I possess boundless wealth. I alone can retrieve it. Wang Hairong, now bereft of the authority of a family head, knelt on the ground, crying out in desperation. Old thief, your retribution has arrived. I now demand your life in exchange for those innocent souls who perished. As he beheld the elder of the Wang family lying lifeless, Yuan Wentian, Yuan Wenwan, and hundreds from the Yuan clan, along with Zhang Jie and his mercenary brethren, converged upon the ruins of the Wang family, a battlefield of carnage. Senior Yuan, I leave the aftermath to you. Haochen communicated telepathically as the crowd gathered. Yuan Wentian promptly dispersed dozens of people, for the Yuan clan had already prepared in the marketplace. The moment Haochen vanquished the elder, Yuan Wentian had sent out a signal. The cleansing of the Wang family's assets had likely already commenced. Haochen cast a glance at Zhang Jie, choosing not to elaborate further. With a resounding crack, Wang Hairong's head met its end. Haochen gazed skyward, exhaling deeply. He had once more broken through, entering the 16th layer of qi cultivation. Within the conflict against the Wang family, Haochen had ascended 3 levels in rapid succession, an unprecedented feat in the realm of immortal cultivation. As for the remaining members of the Wang family, Haochen chose not to eradicate them entirely. The sheer number of the old, weak, sick, and children rendered it impossible for him to deal with each individually. To do so would bring about excessive bloodshed, and for cultivators, this was anything but a favorable outcome. With the shadows of Xishan extinguished and the Wang family obliterated, I hope Brother Zhang will venture to Xishan and dismantle everything there. After Zhang Jie of Transhan departed from the Wang family without a backward glance, Haochen was determined to keep his true identity concealed from the residents of Xia Town. After securing the storage bags of Wang Xinxiao and Wang Herong, he swiftly seized an individual and vanished into the night. Once he ascertained the location of the Wang family's scripture pavilion, he dashed towards it without hesitation. If avenging himself was his primary objective, then the immediate priority was to empty the Wang family's treasury following that revenge. Yuan Wenwan had already surmised Haochen's intentions regarding the individual he had taken. With a slight curl of her lips, she turned away, feeling a sense of relief within. This time, Haochen would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. After all, it was a family that had accumulated treasures over centuries. She would never believe that there was nothing of value to be found. However, she had no inkling that events would soon take an unexpected turn as they departed. Chapter 125, The Abduction of the Maiden, Part 1. Haochen had no time to interrogate the person from the Wang family he had seized. At this moment, time was of the essence, and employing the soul search technique was the most expedient method. He extracted the desired information from the mind of the Wang family member, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. Utilizing the soul search technique, Haochen gleaned the memories of the Wang family individual from the fragments of that person's recollections. He discovered that the family's treasure was not housed within the Wang estate, but rather in a separate elder courtyard, detached from the main residence. Consequently, Haochen extended his spiritual sense to probe the entirety of Xia Town, ultimately pinpointing a courtyard in the northwest corner, thereby confirming the location of the elder courtyard. Without hesitation, he departed from the Wang family mansion and swiftly made his way to the site of the elder courtyard. The area was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every 5 paces and patrols constantly on the move, maintaining a vigilant watch. The elder courtyard was of paramount importance to the Wang family, holding their most profound secrets. This space, where all treasures and secrets from the family's inception to the present were safeguarded, had been constructed far from the main estate. Adhering to the wisdom gleaned from historical lessons, this seemingly ancient elder courtyard was fortified with a formation barrier, requiring a specially crafted spiritual talisman to gain entry. Haochen quietly eliminated the shadow guards and patrols established by the Wang family. From the leader of the shadow guards, he procured the talisman necessary to unlock the formation and open the door to the inner courtyard. After several waves of stealthy assassinations, he finally cleared the courtyard of its defenders. For the 3 shadow captives he intended to spare, he successively employed the soul search technique to extract their memories. Through comparison, he confirmed the location of the treasure vault, which could only be accessed via an underground passage concealed within the mountain. Haochen paused before the vault, which was marked by a formidable door forged from metal. Towering at 6 feet, it was crafted from an exceptionally durable star steel, a material more resilient than black iron. Meticulously designed by the Wang family, the ability to fashion such a door from this material indicated the family's considerable wealth. Haochen drew forth the nameless sword, channeling his true essence into various techniques, slashing, cutting, and drilling. Amidst the jarring sound of metal scraping, he carved an opening into the star steel door, gradually enlarging it enough for passage. The nameless sword was a treasure that Haochen obtained from a vendor in the Danyan Square. Although this sword could not be refined, its unparalleled sharpness was undeniable. With this sword in hand, Haochen could slice through star steel. If even a celestial weapon could not breach the star steel, he would have no choice but to resort to the thunder of heaven to blast open the door. However, such an act could potentially destroy many treasures within the vault, rendering it futile. At the moment the door was breached, a rich aura surged forth, invigorating and refreshing. Just as Haochen was about to step through the opening, a gentle voice resonated, halting his advance. At last, you reveal yourself. I thought you would only appear to stop me while I was moving the items. Haochen remarked with a hint of indifference, turning to face the figure outside. A young girl stood before him, her crescent-shaped brows framing a pair of bright eyes and a charming cherry blossom mouth. Her skin was a delicate shade of rosy white, and her lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly, marking her as a captivating beauty. The act of emptying this place holds little significance for me, she said, gracefully gliding closer to Haochen. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, mingling with a lively and playful essence that stirred Haochen's heart. What do you wish to do? He asked, taking an involuntary step back, curiosity lacing his tone. The beauty approached, the scene enchanting. Yet, without understanding the girl's true identity, Haochen was resolute not to be swayed by her allure. What do I wish to do? You have slain my kin. Tell me. What do you think I wish to do? The girl's calm tone seemed at odds with her delicate appearance. Upon hearing her words, Haochen let out a soft sigh. The individuals he had slain were all deserving of their fates. They were members of the Wang family who had participated in the massacre of the Jiang clan. Even if he had not slaughtered the Jiang family, they were complicit in the construction and training at the secret base in Xishan. The blood of those innocent boys and girls, their lifeblood, required more to fill the blood pool. The grotesque visage of the Wang family shadow guards haunted Haotian's mind. Even after leaving the shadow guard base and the blood pool, he could not forget the inhumane acts that had transpired. For those without cultivation, even if they had committed crimes under the Wang family, he could not interrogate each one or administer justice on the spot. Those deserving of death would have their own enemies to contend with. Haochen would not engage in a complete extermination, embarking on the path of cultivation. An excess of bloodshed would ultimately invite dire consequences. Such was the decree of fate, a truth that demanded reverence. As for the suddenly emerging girl, Haochen perceived her as innocent and pure-hearted, unlike one who would commit heinous acts. You are no match for me. I have no desire to harm you, Haochen declared, emanating an aura of intimidation. Merely this surge of vital energy gently pushed the girl back. To slay a truly wicked individual, he would not hesitate. But facing a girl at the late stage of martial apprentice, Haochen found himself unable to act. I am fully aware of that. But what else can I do besides face death? The girl halted, a misty hue clouding her pupils. In an instant, Haochen felt a weight upon his mind. Indeed, it posed a significant dilemma. A beautiful young maiden, bereft of her family's protection, would inevitably be devoured in this ruthless world where humanity preys upon itself. The grim fate that awaited her was almost self-evident, yet it was precisely Haochen's actions that had precipitated her plight. She stepped forward with measured grace, her sword emanating a dazzling brilliance. The girl was not a cultivator of the ethereal arts, merely a martial practitioner. Even if Haochen stood still and offered himself for an attack, she would be incapable of inflicting harm upon him. However, from her enchanting eyes emerged a glimmer of wisdom far beyond her tender years, which astonished Haochen. How could a maiden of 18 exhibit such a seasoned gaze? From a distance, the sounds of chaos drew near, growing ever closer. Should he delay any longer in retrieving the treasures, the impending tumultuous crowd would soon converge upon him, leaving him little choice but to act. Those driven mad by the lust for riches would pay no heed to whether he was the harbinger of death they had encountered earlier. With a resolute bite of his lip, Haochen swiftly approached the girl. A single strike to her nape rendered her unconscious, devoid of any capacity for resistance. He lifted her in his arms and placed her beside the entrance. Then, he dashed into the treasure vault, which was modest in size, measuring nearly 10 paces square. Inside, shelves were meticulously arranged, alongside large chests stacked in the corners. Although the place was tidily kept, it was all left for Haochen to claim. Without hesitation, he swept through the vault, indiscriminately gathering every item into the jade pendant space. In less than a minute, the entire treasury was stripped bare, with even the moonstones embedded in the walls and the shelves themselves being taken. In short, everything of value within the vault was thoroughly looted by Haochen. As the tumultuous footsteps echoed in the elder hall, the cacophony of the crowd reverberated within, irritating Haochen immensely. Exiting the vault, he hoisted the still unconscious maiden and rushed down the passage, destroying the entrance to the treasure vault behind him. Upon reaching the entrance of the elder hall, he was met with a throng of frenzied individuals, their eyes glinting with ravenous intent, completely oblivious to the fact that he was the one who had opened the doors for them. Do you seek treasures? Haochen narrowed his eyes, addressing the crowd before him. Enough idle chatter. Hand over the treasures and you may leave, one audacious voice rang out, emboldened by their numbers. Without me, you would never have set foot in this place. Haochen retorted with formidable authority. Before he could finish, a powerful roar erupted as he unleashed the magic blast fist, charging into the throng with unmatched vigor. With a thunderous impact, he barreled through, fists flying wildly, unleashing a torrent of blows that sent several figures sprawling. Haochen reveled in the chaos, relishing the sight of combatants crashing into one another, swords clashing, as dust and debris swirled around him, creating a tempest of turmoil and terror. The air was filled with anguished cries and shrill screams. Do you truly believe that your feeble group can thwart me? The fierce skirmishes continue around Haochen. An overwhelming number of individuals rush into the Elder's Hall, and with each step he takes, he encounters several adversaries. While the perceptive ones wisely circumvent him, there are those who, lacking foresight, seek to confront him directly. Some covet the treasures upon his person, while others are intent on harming him for the beauty perched upon his shoulder. In essence, their singular goal is to eliminate him. Given their intentions, Haochen naturally refuses to be subdued. He retaliates with vigor, dispatching one adversary after another, his might reminiscent of a ferocious tiger. Alas, his unfortunate footwear, worn and tattered from countless misfortunes, bears the brunt of his relentless assaults, the soles battered beyond repair. These opponents are cultivators of unparalleled physical prowess, far surpassing the capabilities of mere shoes. Amidst the chaos he stirs, Haochen stealthily makes his escape, slipping away unnoticed. As he passes the Wang family estate, he is struck by the stark contrast to its former grandeur, now reduced to a state of disrepair. Even the beams and pillars have been stripped bare by the townsfolk, leaving him utterly astonished. While he reflects on the scene before him, a striking figure emerges, Yuan Wenwan. Her expression foreboding, seizes Haochen's sleeve and drags him down a secluded alleyway. Pointing at the maiden upon his shoulder, she coldly inquires, "Who is this woman?" "I do not know her," Haochen replies truthfully. "I am well aware that you do not know her," Yuan Wenwan retorts sharply, nearly choking him with her words. "Why ask if you already know?" He mutters under his breath. "I merely inquired." "What of it? Are you dissatisfied?" Her tone is as frigid as a dagger, slicing through the air with a chilling precision. And no, it was an excellent question. Haochen feels as if he is ensnared by numerous sharp blades, each poised to cut him should he fail to meet her expectations. "This is Wang Hairong's youngest daughter, Wang Xu," Yuan Wentian interjects quietly, stepping forward and clearing his throat. "Greetings, uncle," Haochen bows respectfully to Yuan Wentian. "You are quite impressive." Yuan Wentian narrows his eyes, offering praise. "Thank you for your kind words, uncle." Haochen smiles faintly, adding, "I will require your assistance. Otherwise, I fear I shall encounter even greater troubles." At the very moment Haochen retreated from the Wang family, he had discreetly communicated with Yuan Wentian to manage the aftermath, deliberately allowing the Yuan family to seize the Wang family's assets. Yuan Wentian had already arranged for personnel, with only a small contingent present. The majority had been dispatched to the 3 markets, preparing for the acquisition of the Wang family's possessions. As the situation became clear, Yuan Wentian unhesitatingly signaled for action. The Yuan family swiftly mobilized to take control of the Wang estate. Of course, they had learned from the Wang family's experience in acquiring the Jiang family's assets, leaving just enough for other factions to partake in the remnants. In terms of economic gain, the greatest beneficiary is likely not Haochen but Yuan Wentian. For the Yuan family's acquisition from the Wang estate far exceeds the worth of a mere treasury. Moreover, the Yuan family merely instructed Yuan Wenwan to intimidate the town's magistrate at the Lord's Manor. Although Yuan Wentian harbored ambitions to lay claim to the Wang family treasury, upon his arrival at the elder's residence, he discovered that someone had already preemptively seized all the treasures within. To add insult to injury, this individual had even absconded with the treasury's Starsteel Gate. Yuan Wentian surmised that this mischief must have been orchestrated by Haochen. However, no one had witnessed Haochen entering the vault. In truth, Haochen had, the moment he exited the passage, concealed his presence and altered his appearance by employing forbidden techniques, thus transforming both his visage and aura. Furthermore, even if one were to see Haochen carting away the treasures, it was unlikely they would relinquish the spoils acquired at the peril of their lives. After much contemplation, Yuan Wentian resolved that when he encountered Haochen, he would refrain from mentioning the treasury, for forging an alliance with a formidable cultivator was far more advantageous than acquiring mere artifacts. Moreover, Haochen was a junior disciple of Wenwan and had familial ties to the Yuan family, rendering him akin to kin. "What intentions do you harbor by bringing her out?" Yuan Wenwan inquired, pointing at the Wang Xu resting upon Haochen's shoulder. "Do you find your women insufficient and wish to abduct another?" Her words dripped with jealousy, leaving Haochen feeling quite disheartened. What did she mean by abduction? What did she mean by insufficient women? Counting Yuan Wenwan, he had scarcely met a handful of women, with only Yi Mei and Yuan truly qualifying as his own. "Sister," The matter is as follows, Haochen replied with a furrowed brow, recounting the words spoken to him by the young girl. Are you suggesting that with each life taken, one must bear responsibility for their families, especially the women? While Yuan Wenjuan's tone remained resolute, Haochen could perceive a palpable diminishment in her fervor. Certainly not. However, encountering this situation today, I find myself at an impasse, he lamented. Enough of this. Let us depart. Yuan Wenjuan interjected, waving her sleeve dismissively and turning to take flight. Where to? Haochen inquired, bearing Guan Xu on his back. Home. Yuan Wenjuan observed the exchange between Haochen and Yuan Wenjuan, sharing a knowing smile before departing ahead of them. Hey, you two are leaving me behind. What am I to do? Haochen complained, feeling the weight of responsibility press upon him. It is your duty to return the fair maiden, Yuan Wenjuan retorted, ignoring him as she strode away alone. With a dejected expression, Haochen trudged down the street, bearing the unconscious girl, feeling as though he were being pricked by countless needles. Yet he had no choice. It was he who had brought her out, and thus he must bear the consequences. Employing his own methods, he administered a sleeping elixir to Guan Xu and subsequently stored her within his jade pendant space. Guan Xu was the first woman to enter this mystical realm, and he wished to keep its secrets hidden from her. With a swift motion, he exited the Wang residence and made his way towards the Yuan family, ultimately slipping into the shadows of their abode, where he carefully retrieved the unconscious Guan Xu from the pendant's confines. Only Yuan Wenjuan and Yuan Wenjuan were privy to his presence at the Yuan residence. Since Haochen's arrival, the area he occupied had been designated a forbidden zone. Chapter 127, The Abduction of a Young Maiden, Part 3. As Guan Xu gradually regained consciousness, she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily lost in bewilderment. Where's this? She asked, rising in confusion. This is the Yuan family, came the response. Haochen stepped in, carrying a basket filled with fragrant food. Yuan's house. Why am I here? Didn't I die? Guan Xu exclaimed, gazing with astonishment into those lively eyes, filled with confusion. I only eliminate those who commit heinous acts. You are not that kind of person. There is no need for me to take your life. Quickly, eat while it's hot. Haochen urged as he placed the basket on the bedside. Guan Xu glanced at the delectable food, a wave of hunger washing over her. Without further ado, she picked up a plate and began to eat. Haochen sat beside her, watching intently, his heart stirred with perplexity. Typically, a girl who had lost her entire family would be consumed by resentment, murderous intent, sorrow, and emptiness. Such negative emotions would undeniably manifest in her. Yet, the young woman before him appeared devoid of any sadness or bitterness, as if the annihilation of her family was of no consequence to her, as if she were untouched by the tragedy. Ah, this is delicious, Guan Xu exclaimed, setting down her plate with satisfaction, patting her belly like a child. Haochen could no longer contain himself. Even a carefree spirit should have its limits. The girl's peculiar demeanor unsettled him. May I ask you a question? Are you going to inquire why I am not the least bit afraid, nor flustered, nor sorrowful, and devoid of any hatred? Guan Xu tilted her delicate face slightly, posing the question softly. Indeed, Haochen found himself increasingly bewildered. She was undeniably an exceptionally astute young woman. Yet, her innocent exterior belied a profound sense of weariness, reminiscent of one who had endured countless ages. I have no family, Guan Xu replied with a faint smile, a melancholic aura enveloping her, akin to a forsaken woman in a secluded chamber, exuding an overwhelming sense of desolation. What? Aren't you the youngest daughter of Wang Hairong? Haochen queried, astonished and puzzled. Wang Hairong's daughter? Guan Xu's voice suddenly sharpened, shattering her previously calm demeanor. That old scoundrel, a bastard who deserved 1,000 deaths. Guan Xu's agitation surged, revealing her deep-seated fury. My parents were both slain by his hand. You dare call me his daughter? That is utterly absurd. Her words struck Haochen with a jolt of disbelief. How could this be? He asked incredulously. That old rogue resorts to any means necessary to ascend to power. Anyone he deems unsatisfactory is ruthlessly eliminated. My parents were among them, mercilessly slaughtered by him. Guan Xu's tone gradually regained composure. Yet her large eyes sparkled with an indelible hatred that was chilling to behold. As for me, the only reason he spared my life. Guan Xu lowered her gaze to her own body, a bitter smile flickering across her face as she revealed a corner of her garment. Haochen's expression grew increasingly rigid as he saw a series of bite marks clearly etched upon her fair shoulder. Some were old, while others were fresh, as if they had occurred just the night before. A deep bruise marred her pristine collarbone, a shocking reminder of the torment she had endured. Her body bore the scars of a storm's aftermath, leaving Haochen utterly stunned. Since when did this begin? Haochen surprisingly regained a peculiar calmness, as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples, much like Guan Xu. Since the year I turned 12, the year my parents passed away, Guan Xu's complexion returned to normal, as if everything transpiring around her was utterly mundane, to the point where she could scarcely muster the energy to contemplate it. Bang! Haochen slammed his palm onto the table before him, shattering it into fragments, as splintered wood scattered about, yet it did nothing to dissipate the fury burning within him. My sole purpose for survival is to dismember him within my lifetime, and then descend to reunite with my parents. Guan Xu's voice was disconcertingly calm. Haochen finally grasped the source of this tranquility. However, it seems my objective has been prematurely fulfilled by you. Regrettably, I could not exact revenge with my own hands. But it matters not. Ultimately, vengeance has been served, allowing me to depart in peace. Guan Xu's eyes were filled with emptiness and desolation. She had lost all meaning in living. Everything had turned to smoke and clouds. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a refreshing fragrance wafted in. It was Yuan Wenwan. Come with me. Yuan Wenwan seized Guan Xu and dashed out. With a swift motion, she lifted Guan Xu into the air, heading straight for the Wang residence. Haochen stood quietly at the threshold, lost in a myriad of thoughts. There are countless unfortunate souls in the world, each bearing a unique story, indeed. Some tales are truly hard to believe. He stepped out of the room and stood at the door, unleashing his divine sense with all his might. Every scene unfolded vividly in his mind. Each street, every house, every passerby, and even each grain of dust appeared with remarkable clarity. His divine sense extended to the Wang family estate, now reduced to ruins. Once a place of great splendor, it now resembled a haunted house, exuding a chilling aura of death. Haochen's pupils constricted as he beheld two striking figures and a hazy specter at the site where Wang Hairong had once perished. It was clear to him that Wang Hairong's spirit, now manifest as a ghost, was being forcibly summoned back by Yuan Wenwan through her unique incantation. At that moment, Yuan Wenwan sensed a presence probing her with divine sense. She swiftly unleashed a blade of divine energy toward the intrusive presence, severing the connection. Haochen, intensely focused on the actions of the two women, suddenly felt darkness engulfing his vision, nearly collapsing to the ground. Damn it! How could this woman be so ruthless? Why had I never noticed before? Shaking his head, he struggled to regain clarity. The blade of divine energy Yuan Wenwan had cast merely severed Haochen's probing, inflicting minimal harm. Had it followed the source of his divine sense, it could have obliterated him entirely. Nevertheless, it left Haochen feeling alarmed. Divine sense is indeed vulnerable to injury and easily detectable by higher-level practitioners, who could then launch an attack. Yet not all practitioners possess the ability to wield a divine energy blade. Yuan Wenwan, as a disciple of Wang Ziyu, naturally inherited her master's true teachings. Otherwise, with Haochen's current cultivation level, he would not have sustained any harm. Furthermore, when Haochen was observing Yuan Wenwan and Guan Xu, he did not anticipate Yuan Wenjuan's unexpected maneuver. Finding a secluded spot, Haochen sat in meditation, dedicating considerable time to fully restore himself. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld two lovely figures, one clad in blue and the other in pink, gracefully standing before him. One radiated an icy demeanor, while the other appeared like a weeping pear blossom, both breathtakingly beautiful, capable of captivating fish and causing wild geese to fall from the sky. I intend to take her away. You have no objections, do you? Yuan Wenwan teased Haochen slyly. Of course, I have no objections. Haochen exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief. Chapter 128. In addition to the party being in Yuan Wenjuan's presence, ensured Wang Xu's safety. This unfortunate girl, with Yuan Wenjuan's assistance, managed to summon the vengeful spirit of her enemy, employing every conceivable method to exact her revenge. The soul of Wang Hairong was tormented to the point of disintegration by Wang Xu. While this could not absolve his sins, at least her heart found some solace in vengeance, releasing the boundless resentment she harbored. Haochen gazed at the weary girl beside him and sighed softly. Wang Xu showed no signs of joy at having avenged her grievances. Instead, her eyes reflected sorrow and loneliness. The tremors in her body revealed her emotional turmoil. her complexion pale and frail, devoid of its previous youthful luster. Yet, Haochen could still sense an invisible shackle gradually loosening from Guan Xu, allowing her body and mind to find a semblance of relief, which he deemed a positive development. I will take her back to rest. Yuan Wenwan seemed to have something to express. After standing before Haochen for a while, she hesitated, merely casting a fleeting glance at him before hastily leading Guan Xu away. The following morning, Haochen sat cross-legged atop the roof of his dwelling, welcoming the purifying energy of the east as he practiced. Yuan Wenwan and Guan Xu appeared in the open space before the house, waving at Haochen. He leaped down from the roof and stood opposite Yuan Wenwan, inquiring with curiosity, "Why have you sought me so early? Is there good news?" To his surprise, Yuan Wenwan remained silent, standing there with a suddenly complex expression. "I wish to leave home for a while," she said timidly. "Where do you intend to go?" Haochen felt a twinge of disappointment. Although their time together had been brief, he found great comfort in her presence. I would like to visit your home." Yuan Wenjuan's answer caught Haochen off guard. However, noticing Guan Xu beside her, standing with her arms crossed and head bowed, he began to understand. Are there now 2 more people in the household? Haochen paused, and for some reason, his spirits brightened considerably. The matters concerning the Wang family had been resolved. Haochen had promised Wenwan that he would inform her of Yuan Hui and her daughter's whereabouts at an appropriate time. It was fortuitous that they would return home, allowing them to reassure their grandfather. As for whether little Xue would stay at Haochen's home or pursue other arrangements, that was a matter for Wenwan to decide. It seemed that Yuan Wentian and his daughter Yuan Wenwan were still quite concerned about Yuan Hui and Feng Mei. Had it not been for Yuan Wentian's suggestion, Yuan Wenwan would not have been so eager to visit Haochen's home. They sought to promptly inform Yuan Hui and her daughter of the eradication of the Wang family, yearning for them to swiftly learn of their vengeance fulfilled, which is a sentiment quite natural to humanity. With this in mind, they swiftly conveyed a message to Yuan Wenwan, providing her with their home address and means of contact. "Congratulations. Your family will soon welcome a new member," Yuan Wenwan remarked, her tone lacking enthusiasm. However, Guan Xue's complexion flushed abruptly. Not only did Xiao Shui react, but even Haochen, chuckled and teased. As Yuan Wenwan was both a senior sister and a member of the Yuan family, did this not render her akin to family? "Be quiet," Yuan Wenwan exclaimed, her face burning crimson, and playfully struck Haochen on the head before hastily distancing herself. Wenwan understood that Haochen was likely engaging in logical reasoning. Family, indeed. Both the Jiang family and the Yuan family were part of Haochen's kin. Ouch! Haochen clutched his head, a prominent bump visible. "Just wait. When I find the opportunity, I will certainly seek vengeance," Haochen exclaimed, hopping in pain. Just as he was about to retaliate, Yuan Wenwan hurriedly pleaded, "No more antics. Guan Xu has something to say to you." She shot a glance at Haochen, then gracefully stepped aside, leaving behind a blushing Guan Xu and a Haochen whose head injury was gradually subsiding. Suddenly, Guan Xu displayed an expression of hesitant contemplation. Fidgeting with the hem of her garment, she appeared as innocent and bashful as a neighborly girl, seemingly devoid of any shadows of emptiness or solitude. "There is no need to say so much. From now on, everything is a fresh start." "Live well," Haochen said softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Guan Xu nodded obediently. At that moment, she truly embodied the essence of her age, pure and innocent. Guan Xu approached, her steps delicate and graceful, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, pure, noble, and exquisitely lovely. She leaned closer to Haochen, a whiff of her maidenly fragrance wafting into his nostrils. "In truth, that old fellow is a eunuch. He merely harbors a penchant for cruelty." Guan Xue's ruby lips parted, her sweet scent tantalizingly brushing against Haochen's ears. Instantly, Haochen felt as though he were ablaze, warmth radiating throughout his body. He could distinctly feel the warmth of her cheek close to his ear, akin to a burning ember. "What do you mean by that?" Haochen inquired, perplexed. "As for its meaning, you shall have to discover that for yourself," Guan Xu giggled, her laughter as melodious as silver bells, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. "Humph, how fortunate for you, rascal. Let us depart. Take care, you little imp. Do not perish too soon, lest you wish to return to this world without having savored the delights of life." Yuan Wenwan seized Guan Xu and soared into the air. "Are you cursing me to become a ghost?" Haochen watched, eyes wide, as the 2 graceful figures faded into the distance. "Make sure to return home early. I will be waiting for you. Wang Shui's melodious voice echoed softly, ethereal, and enchanting. Haochen looked up, gazing quietly at the remnants of the horizon. A smile gracing his lips. She was indeed the first woman to enter the jade pendant space. Alas, possessing such striking good looks is truly beyond my control. While I was indulging in my own vanity, a voice interrupted Haochen's thoughts. Yuan Wentian sent a message, requesting a meeting with Haochen in the living room. Upon arrival, Yuan Wentian informed Haochen that it was an invitation from the esteemed ancestor of the Yuan family. With a serious demeanor, Yuan Wentian stated, "The ancestor only appears in times of life or death for the Yuan family, and now they have chosen to summon you. This is indeed a tremendous fortune for you. Haochen, I shall escort you to the back mountain to pay your respects to the ancestor. Remember to tread carefully with your words and actions." Although Haochen harbored some curiosity regarding the purpose of the ancestor's invitation, he was not overly concerned about any potential unpleasantness and readily agreed. Since the ancestor has taken the initiative to summon you, they are surely well aware of the current situation in Xia Town and your background, Yuan Wentian assured him. Regarding the back mountain, Haochen had a faint recollection. He remembered that when he first arrived at the Yuan family, Yuan Wentian and her father had guided him through winding paths to a secret chamber, mentioning that the area outside the Yuan estate was Dia Mountain, located to the northeast of Xia Town. This place was once a site for weapon manufacturing during the former dynasty, the West Feng Empire, and had always been sparsely populated. It was no wonder that it served as the cultivation ground for the ancestor of the Yuan family, as no one dared to disturb it. Chapter 129. Heartfelt Conversations. Dia Mountain, situated to the northeast of Xia Town, is a place rarely trodden by human feet. Besides the guardianship of the Yuan family, the rugged mountain paths contribute to its seclusion. Even cultivators find it arduous to scale the summit, let alone ordinary mortals. Yuan Wentian, however, was an exception. With a few nimble leaps, he effortlessly reached the mountain top, with Haochen closely trailing behind. At the summit, they encountered a flat area where a solitary thatched cottage stood, appearing remarkably out of place. As they approached within 10 paces of the cottage, Yuan Wentian halted and respectfully knelt, proclaiming, "Yuan Wentian, a junior of the Yuan family, humbly greets the ancestor. I beseech you to grant me an audience." "Enter," a frail voice beckoned from within. With permission granted, Yuan Wentian rose and gestured for Haochen to follow him into the cottage. Inside, the furnishings were remarkably sparse, to the point of being almost non-existent. There was not even a decent piece of furniture. For a family of standing in Xia Town like the Yuans, the ancestors' living quarters were surprisingly austere, which piqued Haochen's curiosity. In the center of the room sat an elderly man, his beard and hair as white as snow. His complexion was rosy, and his beard flowed to the ground, yet his hands appeared as delicate as those of an infant, seemingly fragile to the touch. This peculiar sight was quite astonishing. Haochen recalled Yuan Wentian's hands, noting their similarity to those of the Yuan ancestor, albeit with differing levels of vitality. It seemed that their cultivation methods stemmed from the same source. "I am somewhat immobile, so please make yourselves comfortable," the Yuan ancestor spoke softly. At that moment, Haochen realized that the elder's lower limbs were entirely absent. He was a man paralyzed from the waist down. Despite his declaration, the room contained no seating other than the mat on which he sat. Haochen, therefore, could only respond, "I pay my respects, esteemed ancestor. I am Haochen, honored to meet you." At that instant, the Yuan ancestor's eyes widened, piercing into Haochen with an intense gaze. His eyes were as dark as the night, profound and seemingly capable of piercing through the very essence of Haochen. Haochen quickly collected his thoughts, recognizing the formidable presence of the elder. This was the first time he had encountered such a penetrating gaze, one that seemed to unveil a person's true nature. To single-handedly annihilate the Wang family without incurring even the slightest harm. How intriguing this little fellow is. The elder of the Yuan family murmured to himself. Haochen cast a surprised glance at the Yuan elder, secretly pondering whether his invitation was merely to praise him. The elder was well aware of Haochen's thoughts, having already perceived the young man's mind. Thus, he spoke, having spent a century detached from worldly affairs. "Encountering such an interesting individual today compelled me to speak a few extra words, with no ulterior motive, haha." The elder had misunderstood. Haochen was simply astonished by his perceptiveness, harboring no other intentions. Faced with such a figure, Haochen could not help but tread carefully in his responses, adopting a more guarded demeanor. What a heavy sense of caution, he thought. Nevertheless, I have summoned you here precisely concerning matters of the Yuan family. The elder pointed to Yuan Wentian and continued. Though I reside in the mountains, my sensitivity to the sword path is quite acute. Last night, I sensed a familiar sword aura emanating from within Xia town. Although I was not present to witness the wielder of that sword technique, I could tell that the sword energy possessed a spirit of its own. Based on the sword aura released last night, it indeed resembled that of the legendary falling feather sword technique, albeit with some distinctions. Though the falling feather sword technique is merely a legend, I have had the fortune to perceive it in the past. During my travels across the world, I encountered a colossal stone inscribed with sword marks, whose sword aura has persisted for a millennium. My own accomplishments in the sword path owe much to that experience, and the sword energy released by the practitioner last night bears a striking resemblance to that which emanated from the inscribed stone, suggesting a connection to the same lineage. That sword aura is indeed indicative of the fabled falling feather sword technique. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what was inscribed upon that stone? Haochen asked. Oh, it contained no substantial content. Apart from the 3 characters for falling feather sword, there were merely several sword scars radiating sword energy, explained the Yuan elder. Realizing that the elder's invitation was likely not solely for such discussions, Haochen pondered further. Falling feather peak, falling feather sword. I was once a disciple of the falling feather peak of the Yunhai sect, Yuan Yukuan. The Yunhai sect comprises 4 peaks of cultivation, yet only falling feather peak practices body refinement and martial arts. Now you understand why I summoned you here. The elder revealed his background, alleviating Haochen's doubts. Could it be such a coincidence? Upon hearing the elder's lineage, Haochen was momentarily stunned, but soon came to his senses. I pay my respects to the esteemed senior of the sect. Haochen genuinely knelt and bowed. Rise, you rascal. The elder waved his sleeve, lifting Haochen up. I summoned you to inquire about the current state of falling feather peak, for I could not extract the truth from that girl Wenwan. The Yuan elder addressed Haochen. Now reassured that the Yuan family harbored no ill intentions and recognizing the elder as a senior from falling feather peak, Haochen, as a disciple himself, proceeded to recount all he knew about the sect's circumstances, the present state of falling feather peak, and the origins of the falling feather sword in full detail. You have borne a heavy burden, my child, the elder sighed in resignation after listening to Haochen's account. Rest assured, my esteemed ancestor, I shall restore the glory of Liu Peak. Upon witnessing the elder's despondent demeanor, Haochen spoke with compassion. Are you a practitioner of both martial and magical arts? The elder inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, esteemed ancestor, I am a dual practitioner. Haochen replied without a hint of hesitation. Your current level of cultivation. Before the elder could finish, Haochen unleashed his cultivation at the 16th level of qi refinement, simultaneously emanating the peak prowess of a late-stage warrior. Gasp. The elder and Yuan Wentian were momentarily rendered speechless in astonishment. In the realm of cultivation, reaching the 12th level of qi refinement signifies a state of completion, leading to the foundational stage, a universally acknowledged tier of cultivation. Cultivators who achieve the 16th level are merely spoken of in whispers. None have ever been seen. The elder and Yuan Wentian were now witnesses to an extraordinary prodigy, for at just 18 years of age, Haochen's cultivation was unparalleled, perhaps unique in the entire world. Are you of the Hao family? The elder sought further confirmation of Haochen's identity. Yes, grandfather, I am Hao Yunluo's grandson. Haochen responded with unwavering resolve. The elder's heart raced with emotion, his hands trembling with excitement. Heaven has eyes. At last, I behold the descendant of Yunluo. He murmured to himself. Haochen recounted the current state of his grandfather and narrated the events surrounding the rescue of Yuan Hui and her daughter in the market. Tears welled in the elder's eyes upon learning that his granddaughter was safe and thriving. Now that you are indeed Yunluo's descendant, I find solace in that. You have vanquished the Wang family. You must be aware of the connection between the Blood Demon sect and the Shadow Guards, as well as the matter of the former dynasty's royal treasures, correct? The elder opened his heart to Haochen. Yes. I recently destroyed the shadow base of the Blood Demon sect located in Xishan. Gasp. You were the one who dismantled the Blood Demon sect's base in Xishan? Both the elder and Yuan Wentian inhaled sharply. Yuan Wentian, having fought in the Xishan battleground with his daughter, pondered, it truly was Haochen's doing. Indeed, there was a vast blood pool there, where dozens of blood demons cultivated. Wang Xinjua is one such practitioner of blood magic. Haochen dropped this revelation like a heavy bombshell upon the elder and Yuan Wentian. What? The elder, having witnessed the brutality of the blood demons, remarked, "How much blood would it take to fill a pool for dozens of practitioners?" Recently, there have been numerous reports of missing persons in the vicinity of the capital. Could it be the doing of the Wang family? Child, you have performed a commendable deed for the welfare of the world. The elder stammered, his voice trembling with gratitude. Haochen then meticulously detailed all the information he had gathered. According to the analysis of the documents seized from the Shadow Guard's secret base in Xishan, it was merely a branch of the Blood Demon sect situated in the northern region. The Blood Demon sect has numerous branches across Tianyuan continent, with Qingqian Mountain possibly housing an even larger secret base. That location might also be the treasure trove of the 14th prince of the former dynasty. Oh, indeed. The 14th prince of the previous dynasty is none other than the elusive master of the Blood Shadow sect. The revelations brought forth by Haochen have unfolded a series of astonishing events, which have rendered both the venerable ancestor of the Yuan family and Yuan Wentian impervious to further shock. These unveiled secrets have awakened them to the gravity of the situation. I summoned you here regarding the matter of the treasure. You are likely aware that the annihilation of the Jiang family was precipitated by the very treasure itself. Long ago, Hui entrusted me with the safekeeping of a treasure map and a token, and I suspect that the portion belonging to the Wang family has found its way into your possession, has it not? The Jiang family is your maternal lineage, and I shall now entrust to you their treasure map and token. I hope you can thwart the fourth prince's nefarious schemes, gather the treasure maps, retrieve the treasure, and benefit the populace. I vow this. Having received the treasure map and token from the Jiang family, I swore an oath to the ancestor